In Huaxiao and Galiang City, inside a crowded, dilapidated house, Sai the child got into a fight with a second-generation martial artist. If we've offended Chun Yang's family, what are we going to do? What else can we do? Tomorrow morning I'll go to their home and apologize in person, see if the Chun family can show some mercy. Xiaofeng still hasn't woken up. Right now the child is what matters most. We'll talk about everything else later. Rousing groggily from the bed, Lin Feng paused noticeably. Staring at this environment that was both familiar and strange, his heart was filled with doubt. I've been reborn. Yes, I've really been reborn. I actually came back to when I was 16. After briefly contemplating his life, he finally reacted. So he had been reborn. In his previous life at 30 years old, Lin Feng was still an utterly useless drifter. Because he had been playing King of Glory in the middle of the road, an accident suddenly occurred. After that collision, he actually returned to the time when he was 16. There are risks in playing King of Glory, one must be cautious with it. Lin Feng muttered under his breath, lingering fear in his heart. In this lifetime, he would probably never touch games again. He still remembered that in his previous life, after he turned 25, his parents died one after another, and his younger sister married far away. Lin Feng lost all desire to live, drifting through his days in a daze, and finally died at 30. Yet now he had been given a new life and had returned to the days just before the college entrance examinations. As the memories of two lifetimes merged, Lin Feng's heart was a swirl of mixed emotions. Especially after hearing the two familiar voices outside, he could no longer hold back and tears streamed down his face. He could finally see his dad and mom again. This long-lost warmth felt so familiar. But as he listened to their conversation, Lin Feng suddenly froze. Right, this world is a high martial world. I almost forgot. He murmured to himself. Spiritual energy had revived, martial arts flourished worldwide, and technology had exploded forward. Humanity was ruled by martial artists who dominated the world. The strong roamed the 9 heavens, trod upon mountains and rivers, and could shatter skyscrapers with a single punch. Animals underwent frenzied mutations, growing incredibly violent, the world bordering on science fiction. This world was no longer an era where a single superpower overshadowed many strong rivals. He stood up. 3 days ago, I was knocked unconscious by Chun Yang, and have been comatose until now, yet my parents. At this moment, Lin Feng could not bring himself to smile. Chun Yang was his classmate, and also a notorious school bully who relied on coming from a martial artist family to act lawlessly. 3 days ago, Lin Feng had been brutally beaten by him and had suffered a great loss. Yet his parents were thinking of personally going to plead with Chun Yang, hoping the other side would spare him. Lin Feng felt furious as he listened. Clearly Chun Yang had been the one to bully others first, but because he came from a martial artist family with powerful backing. He himself, merely an ordinary citizen, simply could not afford to offend a martial artist family. Thus the only outcome was to swallow his pride and bow and scrape at the Chun household's door to apologize. Lin Feng might even very well be expelled by the school under the excuse of violating school rules. That was the most devastating blow of all. I've already confronted Chun Yang several times. This time he's determined to ruin me. I'm afraid expulsion is pretty much certain. Lin Feng knew himself well. Even the principal has to listen to Chun Yang's father. To people in their position, expelling an ordinary person like me is nothing at all. It's just that my impulsiveness has implicated my parents. Once I can't sit for the martial arts college entrance examination, my family will be stuck in the slums for life. In this era, only by becoming a martial artist could one hope to rise above the crowd. Martial artists were the identity and profession everyone yearned for. They could soar to the heavens and burrow into the earth, capable of nearly anything. They enjoyed lofty status in society and resources that ordinary people could never hope to access. They were the most sought-after darlings of the age. For ordinary people like him, the martial arts college entrance examination was the only path to becoming a martial artist. If that path were cut off, then Lin Feng's future would end right there. Lin Feng felt a bit guilty and also a deep sense of helplessness. Guilty because his own impulsiveness was about to cost his entire family their lifetime prospects as the price. Helpless because although it was clearly Chun Yang who had gone too far and was in the wrong, his parents still had to go personally to apologize and beg him to show mercy. There was simply no help for it. Chun Yang's father was a martial artist. The fate of Lin Feng's life was held firmly in that man's hand. To think that after living another life, I'm still the same useless coward. I really am trash. Lin Feng raged at his own powerlessness. He reached out to switch on the old electric fan, intending to just lie there like a corpse and give up on himself. Just then a numb, tingling sensation shot through him. Crap, the socket short-circuited. Sparks crackled. With a low hum, Lin Feng's hand was instantly electrified, almost turning him into a stunned fool. Yet just as the end of his life approached, he clearly heard a cold electronic voice inside his mind. Ding, God tier upgrade system is binding. Ding, God tier upgrade system binding complete. In an instant, Lin Feng returned to normal, instantly immune to the electric current. After that shock, not only was he unharmed, he actually felt much more energized. He was now brimming with vitality. A system. He had actually awakened a system at the very brink of despair. As a fervent fan of web novels, Lin Feng had of course read many stories about systems and knew exactly what a system was. There had once been a novel titled Global High Martial, I Can Upgrade Infinitely, that was his absolute favorite. The author had claimed that merely by reading one could obtain a system. He had never expected that after finishing that book, he would one day receive a system's gift. It seemed the author had not lied and had helped make his dream come true. Host Lin Feng. Speed, 50 milliseconds. Strength, 1000. Cultivation Realm Bronze 1 star, 01000. Upgrade points 0. Martial skills none. As he stared in astonishment, the attribute panel popped up. When he saw the panel, Lin Feng's jaw dropped wider than a hippo's. Wait, this isn't a dream, is it? I've become a martial artist. Tongue-tied Lin Feng randomly grabbed a smelly sock from the side of the bed and took a sniff. The original pungent aroma was all there. Everything was perfectly normal. Clearly he was not dreaming. He was so excited he almost burst into tears. He had actually become a martial artist. One must know that being a martial artist was a sacred status. Out of a global population of 7 billion, only 1 in 10,000 had the chance to become a martial artist. From weak to strong martial artists were divided into martial trainee, bronze martial artist, silver martial artist, gold martial artist, and platinum martial artist. Each realm was divided into 1 to 5 stars. For instance, after a bronze martial artist reached 5 stars, they would break through to become a silver 1-star martial artist, and so on. Above that was the legendary martial grandmaster. Grandmasters stood above platinum martial artists, able to soar into the heavens and dive underground, capable of almost anything. When Lin Feng was a child, he had personally seen a grandmaster flying through the sky, and for a time, he thought they were filming a movie. It was indescribably impressive. Martial grandmasters were exceedingly rare experts among experts whom Lin Feng had never even dared to dream of becoming. Now, though his realm was only bronze 1 star for him, it was already the greatest of surprises. So many people have broken their heads trying, yet even after cultivating into their 50s and 60s, they still never managed to advance in a martial artist, and I've stepped through the martial threshold at 16. For me, this is both a blessing and good fortune. In all of Gaoyang City, there probably isn't a single peer stronger than me, right? Lin Feng beamed with joy. A moment ago, he had been in hell, and the next he was in heaven. He felt his whole body brimming with power, domineering, unrestrained strength that filled him with boundless confidence. One must know that ordinarily only after being admitted to a martial arts university and receiving professional training, there would one step into the martial trainee stage. Only after a year or two of support and training at the martial trainee stage would one formally grow into a martial artist. Those with poor talent might not become martial artists even after graduating from university. According to statistics in the textbooks, the average age for achieving the bronze martial artist realm was around 20. Lin Feng, however, had clearly developed ahead of the curve. With the system's aid, he had leapt directly into the bronze 1-star martial artist realm. He had even skipped the entire martial trainee process. Becoming a martial artist meant that Lin Feng had finally stepped into the ranks of the upper class. He was exhilarated, for he could now let his parents and younger sister live a good life and completely change the fate of their family. Right, I get stronger every time I get electrocuted. I should try it again now. Highly skilled and bold and desperate to grow stronger, Lin Feng placed his hand directly on the broken power socket. Crackling sounds filled the air. A low hum vibrated in his ears. Before long, Lin Feng felt his mind sharpen, and his upgrade points began to change rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing electrical energy. Upgrade points 20. Ding! Upgrade points 20. Ding! Upgrade points 30. Ding! Upgrade points 50. By the end of the morning, Lin Feng had accumulated 100 upgrade points. At first glance, however, the 100 points were still far from the 1,000 required to upgrade. No, this won't do. The home electric meter is almost spinning itself to death. If I keep absorbing power like this, it might explode later. Lin Feng stopped absorbing and walked out of his room. Otherwise, a single month's electricity bill would exceed several thousand yuan, a heavy burden his family could not bear. Xiaofeng, you're awake. Xiaofeng, you finally woke up. You scared me half to death. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? As soon as Lin Feng stepped out, his parents Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyan hurried over to him, asking anxiously after his condition. Dad, Mom, I'm fine, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, his mental state excellent. I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back later. Tears shimmered in Wang Xiaoyan's eyes. That's good, that's good. As long as you're all right, Xiaofeng. Be careful when you're out. She was still worried that Shen Yang, who was already a martial apprentice, might have injured Lin Feng badly enough to leave lasting after effects. Now that she saw her son unharmed, her heart finally relaxed completely. All right, I know. Leaving the house, Lin Feng deliberately checked the electric meter and drew in a sharp breath on the spot. In just one morning, he had actually consumed more than 2,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. 1 kilowatt-hour is 2 yuan. 2,000 units make 5,000 yuan, and rounding up, that's nearly 10,000. A tenth of Sandy yuan electricity bill was something Lin Feng did not even dare to imagine. His parents' combined monthly income was only around 7 to 8,000 yuan. Lin Feng resolved that he had to find a way to make money quickly to make up for the household expenses, or his parents would never be able to shoulder such a burden. Just after leaving home, Lin Feng walked along the bustling street. Ding, the host has absorbed solar energy, upgrade points 30. Ding, upgrade points 50. Ding, upgrade points 25. What the hell, even solar energy counts? Lin Feng was utterly astonished, and a hint of regret surfaced in his heart. If only the system had told him earlier. He could have come out to bask in the sun from the start instead of playing the power leech at home and wasting nearly 10,000 yuan on electricity. Seeing that solar energy was effective, Lin Feng could not help but feel secretly overjoyed. He found a spot drenched in sunlight, lay down, and bathed in the sun. He basked in the morning, and he basked through noon. Even in the sweltering heat of the afternoon, Lin Feng lay motionless on the park lawn, completely ignoring the strange looks from passers-by who took him for a fool. Ding, upgrade points 20. Ding, upgrade points 50. Ding, upgrade points 40. Watching his upgrade points steadily increase, Lin Feng grinned from ear to ear, as if he could fly up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun itself. Some elderly uncles and aunties passing by even came over to ask if Lin Feng had suffered heatstroke or if he had escaped from some mental hospital. To these kind-hearted people, Lin Feng politely declined their help and courteously exchanged a few pleasantries about their families. Only when dusk approached did he finally end his day-long journey of absorption. When he returned home, his parents had just gotten back from work as well. At the sight of Lin Feng, they were nearly frightened out of their wits, thinking their son had just come back from a trip to Africa. Without giving much explanation, Lin Feng went straight back to his room and immediately opened his attribute panel. Ding, the host's upgrade points have reached 1,000. Please prepare to upgrade. Upgrade. Lin Feng used his upgrade points and began to evolve. In no time, his arms became thick with power and his physical attributes climbed sharply. The sensation was indescribably pleasant. It felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Very soon, when Lin Feng saw his new realm, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Host Lin Feng. Speed, 50 milliseconds. Strength, 2,000. Cultivation realm bronze, 2-star, 04000. Upgrade points 50. Martial skills, none. Bronze, 2-star. His realm had advanced incredibly fast. He had broken through a minor realm in a single day. It was insanely fierce. There was probably no one in the world who could progress this quickly. After jumping around for a while, Lin Feng calmed himself. The conditions for advancing to 2-star are even harsher. If I rely on sunbathing, I'd need to lie in the sun for 4 full days before I can level up. By then, forget my parents not recognizing me. Will probably be so dark that even I won't recognize myself. Just then the bedroom door opened. At the door, Lin Xiaoyu, dressed in her school uniform, walked in. Seeing Lin Feng, a glimmer of joy appeared on her face. Brother, you're awake. Lin Feng nodded slightly. The girl before him, with adorably rounded cheeks and a pair of little tiger teeth, wearing a youthful school uniform, was his younger sister. Lin Xiaoyu was only 13 and in her final year at Gaoliang Middle School. This room was not Lin Feng's alone. Only the lower bunk was his, while the upper bunk belonged to his sister. In a family of modest means, they could only afford a cheap 2-bedroom apartment. Putting down her school bag, Lin Xiaoyu walked over. Brother, your skin. Oh, it's just on the surface. A shower will fix it. By the way, how was your exam today? Lin Feng waved off her concern and asked. Lin Xiaoyu's face blossomed with joy. I got second in the entire grade again. Not bad, you truly are my sister. You've inherited at least half of my flair. Brother, you're bragging about yourself again. At dinner, Lin Feng personally picked dishes for his parents and sister. The family sat around the table, cheerful and harmonious, sharing the joy of being together. Though they were poor, having healthy loved ones and a harmonious home was what truly mattered. Lin Feng had not felt this kind of warmth for a very, very long time, and a sour ache rose quietly in his heart. Just wait. It won't be long before I can let my family live a good life, he swore silently in his heart. Early the next morning, June 1st, there was only 1 week left before the college entrance examination. Dad, Mom, there's no need to go plead on my behalf. I can handle it. After getting up, Lin Feng saw his parents preparing fruit to take out and quickly stopped them. Child, the college entrance exam is almost here. If Chen Yang remains displeased, you won't be able to sit the exam. This is your only chance. Lin Dong said, his tone heavy with earnest concern, a deep helplessness hidden within. It'll be fine, Dad, Mom. Go to work. I believe Chen Yang won't be able to do anything to me. Besides, I'm no longer afraid of him. Trust me. The firmness in Lin Feng's gaze left both Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyan deeply astonished. Their child seemed like a different person. After a moment's hesitation, the couple could only nod and choose to trust him. After all, Lin Feng had always been sensible and steady. The siblings left home together. Lin Feng studied at Gaoliang No. 1 high school, while Lin Xiaoyu attended Gaoliang Middle School, so they parted ways on the road. After saying goodbye to her brother, Lin Xiaoyu clasped the pendant at her chest tightly and whispered earnestly, Xiaobai, please awaken soon and let me become a martial artist. I want to shoulder the family's responsibilities and protect my brother. At that moment, the small pendant pulsed faintly, as if something within were stirring. Overjoyed Lin Xiaoyu firmly believed that it would not be long before her dream came true. Ding. The host absorbs solar energy upgrade points 10. Upgrade points 15. The morning sun is not intense and the light energy is weak, so the upgrade points are not many. Lin Feng walked down the street, not heading to school. Instead, he arrived outside a power station. A power station that combines solar, wind, and hydro energy. He had long contemplated that merely absorbing electrical energy would make it difficult to upgrade. Since that is the case, why not go for something bigger? As long as one is bold, high-voltage power lines are nothing to fear. Lin Feng decided to sneak into the power station to absorb energy. After all, this was the place he could think of with the most abundant energy. With his martial artist skills, his insight was far superior to ordinary people, and his speed was extremely fast like a cheetah. He effortlessly slipped into the generator room. Before him, rows of generators stood there, and after confirming there was no one around, Lin Feng reached in. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Feng began to absorb electrical energy. Ding. The host absorbs electrical energy upgrade points 50. Absorbing electrical energy upgrade points 100. Upgrade points 200. The electric current is evidently quite fierce. At least above 280 V. If a normal person encountered this, they would be fried in less than a second. But who said Lin Feng was normal? As a martial artist, his absorption speed was rapid, continuously ingesting energy, feeling refreshed. About half an hour later, the electrical test lights in the entire machine room suddenly flickered, emitting a beeping alarm. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. So soon? It can't handle it. What a broken machine. He couldn't help but complain as he glanced at his upgrade points, which had already surpassed 1,000. So fast. The gains from half an hour here were greater than what he had achieved by basking in the sun all day yesterday. Who are you? Before he could leave, a man in blue-collar work clothes suddenly walked in at the door. Hi. You must be here to apply for a job. Don't mess around with the machines here. Hurry to my office to register and get your work clothes. The chubby man sat down decisively, his tone impatient. 100 a day, meals not included at the cafeteria. The other details were probably told to you by that idiot at the recruitment office, right? Oh, right, I'm here to apply. I understand the salary and treatment. Should I start working now? Lin Feng feigned ignorance and asked. Finish this morning's shift, go home for a nap in the afternoon, come back for the night shift after a hearty dinner. If you think that's fine, just sign here. Lin Feng quickly signed, unexpectedly being taken for an applicant instead of a thief. Starting work right away, it was truly a natural progression. Following that, Lin Feng went through a simple training session and began his shift. Of course, calling it a shift was better described as sitting here wasting time. As long as the machines didn't malfunction and the alarms didn't go off, it was on several situation. If the alarm did go off, a special person would come to fix the machines, and the entire process had nothing to do with Lin Feng. The job content for this position was simple to the extreme. No wonder nobody wanted to do it. It was not only boring, but also poorly paid and involved night shifts. Fortunately, it suited Lin Feng perfectly. He grasped the rhythm and continued to absorb electrical energy. This time he learned while slowing down his absorption speed and not being too aggressive. When he was almost triggering the alarm, he would stop and take a break before resuming absorption. Throughout the morning, Lin Feng absorbed 2,000 units of electrical energy and was soon ready to break through. It was not until someone came to change shifts that Lin Feng returned home. As he opened the door, he rarely saw both of his parents at home. Normally during lunch, his parents would be eating at the factory, only returning home after work in the evening. But today they were both sitting on the sofa, and Lin Feng knew something must have happened. You were expelled? Expelled? Lin Feng was puzzled. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyun with a pained expression said, The school called. They said you skipped class today. Your homeroom teacher personally told me you were expelled. It's okay, Mom and Dad, I will not let you down. Hearing the word expelled, Lin Feng was not surprised. He had expected this. Chunyang wouldn't let him off easily. So what if he was expelled? With his current identity, why should he participate in the martial arts college entrance examination? The purpose of taking the martial arts college entrance examination is to become a martial artist, and he had already become one, so there was no need to stay in school wasting time. Wang Xiaoyun was still worried. Lin Feng, if anything happens, you must tell us. Don't act impulsively. Mom, don't you trust me? I have my own plans and I swear I will make something of myself so you and Dad can live a good life. Lin Feng spoke earnestly, not sounding like he was joking at all. Upon seeing this, Wang Xiaoyun and Lin Dong both sighed. As long as their son didn't do anything illegal or against his conscience, they would be fine as long as he was safe. After managing to convince his parents, Lin Feng had lunch and then laid down for a good sleep. When he left in the afternoon, Lin Feng told his parents that he was working part-time at the power station and wouldn't be back for dinner. The two elders were somewhat uneasy, but since their child could no longer take the college entrance exam and had lost the opportunity to become a martial artist, they decided to let him go out and adapt to society early. Better than moping around at home. Hello, Along. Lin Feng's electronic wristwatch received a call. A holographic image of his close friend Zhang Lang appeared. On the other end, the honest and simple Zhang Lang anxiously inquired, "Lin Feng, how are you now? Qin Yang's father had the principal expel you. Are you okay?" "Haha, I'm fine. Oh, I already knew about it." Lin Feng chuckled. "I'm at work now. Everything's great." "That's good. It's such a pity you originally had the chance to get into the martial arts university all because of Chun Yang's meddling." Zhang Lang expressed his grievances on Lin Feng's behalf. He and Lin Feng grew up together, playing together in elementary, middle, and high school. Their friendship was deep, akin to brothers. Lin Feng could tell that Zhang Lang genuinely cared for him. To ease Zhang Lang's worries, Lin Feng naturally smiled and said, "It's okay. Oh, I knew Qin Yang wouldn't let it go easily. Right now, I don't have time to deal with him. After a while, I'll take you for a flight." "All right, take care. Call me if anything happens." After hanging up, Lin Feng continued with his work. Ding. Absorbing electrical energy upgrade points 50. Absorbing light energy upgrade points 100. In recent days, Lin Feng had become very skilled at the tricks of stealing electricity, operating with ease. He even proactively offered to cover for his colleagues for free. Apart from mealtime, Lin Feng hardly returned home. Ding. Realm upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to bronze 5 stars. Ding. Realm upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to bronze 4 stars. Ding. Realm upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to bronze 5 stars. Finally, after a week, Lin Feng finally reached the realm of bronze 5 stars. Host Lin Feng. Speed, 50 milliseconds. Strength, 5,000. Cultivation realm bronze, 5 stars, 0200000. Upgrade points 199. Martial skills none. Haha, I did it, but it seems like it will take a long time to advance to silver. He was puzzled. Going from bronze to silver required 200,000 upgrade points. This was a significant hurdle. I work here on an average day. I can absorb about 10,000. If I go too far, my superiors will notice, and it will lead to unnecessary trouble. Lin Feng analyzed. Calculating this way, it will take at least 20 days to break through to the silver realm at the earliest. As the realm increases, it will definitely become more difficult in the future. This speed is already not fast. To become a master, it will take at least a few years. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. He stopped obsessing over future matters and focused on the present, which was the most important. When he broke through to the bronze 5 star, his entire body trembled as a distinct force surged into him. His physical condition underwent a significant change. One must admit, each of his breakthroughs brought remarkable transformations. Today is the day of the National College entrance examination, with both martial arts and liberal arts students together. Lin Feng called Zhang Lang via video to encourage him and then walked out as usual. Cai Xiaofeng has been coming home late these days. On the surface, Wang Xiaoyan and Lin Dong were calm, but how could they not worry about their child? They couldn't help but feel anxious about Lin Feng. Lin Dong sat on the sofa, shaking his head repeatedly. "Let him be. When he can't hold on anymore, we can let him repeat at an ordinary high school next year. Perhaps he will still have a chance to get into the martial university. It can only be this way." In the room, Lin Xiaoyu saw her parents worrying about Lin Feng and felt equally upset. But that feeling only lasted for a moment. Soon she revealed a faint smile and said to the pendant at her chest, "Xiao Bai, when can I become a martial artist?" Strangely, the pendant actually responded to her. "Don't worry, little master. With me here, you will soon become a strong warrior. At that time, you will be the most talented martial artist in this world. Then can you help my brother?" Lin Xiaoyu pleaded. The pendant emitted a mechanical sound and replied, "I can only assist you alone. Your brother is beyond my assistance range. However, he seems quite strange. I couldn't even see his strength just now. Or is it that your brother has no fighting ability at all? All right, as long as I can quickly become a martial artist, I want to protect my parents and my brother," Lin Xiaoyu said cutely. She couldn't bear to see her elder brother working day and night for a few $1,000s. He was working almost without rest. If he continued like this, his body would eventually collapse. Meanwhile, at an ordinary martial arts testing center, Lin Feng walked in. At the front desk, a beautiful girl was sitting there. Lin Feng asked, "Hello, what procedures are required to register as a martial artist?" Register as a martial artist. The front desk staff's eyes widened at the mention of Lin Feng wanting to register. They sparkled as if they were looking at gold. However, she still managed to contain her excitement and said, "I'm very sorry, sir, but today happens to be a day off for the instructors. If you want to register as a martial artist, you'll have to come back tomorrow." "All right then." Lin Feng nodded, realizing the timing was indeed unfortunate. On a whim, he walked over to a machine, the power testing device. This power testing device is specifically designed to measure a martial artist's strength with great precision, costing 500 for a single test. But since no one was around, Lin Feng decided to secretly test it. He threw a punch at it. Bang! The screen of the testing device displayed a series of numbers rapidly changing, eventually stopping at 5,050. 50-50, it just reaching the strength of a bronze 5-star martial artist, just like in the textbooks. Lin Feng remained unperturbed and did not feel overly excited. After all he had been prepared, his attribute panel seemed to be accurate. The system did not falsely report his realm to deceive him. With this thought, registering as a martial artist became a certain thing. After leaving the martial arts hall, Lin Feng was in a great mood as he boarded a high-speed train to the South City Gate. Due to the rampant beast tide, ordinary residents rarely ventured out. Under normal circumstances, very few would come to the city gate area. Once outside the city, the world beyond was quite dangerous, and one could never know what kind of beasts they might encounter. Especially within 200 kilometers of Gaoyang City, there was a county inhabited by fierce beasts that occasionally invaded Gaoyang City in search of human prey. Lin Feng decided to slay some beasts and earn some money. It was difficult for martial artists to grow without purchasing pills and skills. After exiting the city, Lin Feng headed toward the beast county. With the global rise of beasts, railways and highways had been destroyed, and there were no means of transportation outside. Lin Feng could only travel on foot. However, since he was a martial artist, his speed was not slow. After jogging for half a day, he finally arrived at the beast county. The beast county was filled with dilapidated buildings and towering trees. Many walls were covered in moss and the streets were chaotic, making it difficult to find a clear path for normal passage. From the outside, it looked like a true forest city. With no experience on his first outing, Lin Feng was particularly cautious. He observed every slight movement in the surroundings. Before he even got close to the county, he became alert and slowed his pace. Suddenly, a howl echoed. A silver-tailed wolf blocked Lin Feng's path, causing him to pause slightly. The textbooks had described that the evolution of silver-tailed wolves was incomplete and their strength was below the bronze level, so Lin Feng didn't think much of it. When the silver-tailed wolf saw a human, it immediately pounced towards Lin Feng. Get lost. Lin Feng retaliated with a punch, and due to the vast difference in strength, the result was nearly predictable. With a single punch, he sent the silver-tailed wolf flying, leaving it lying on the ground half alive. Ding, defeated enemy, upgrade, points 40. Lin Feng. He was stunned for a moment before realizing killing beasts could actually yield upgrade points. What an unexpected joy. After calming down, Lin Feng took out a small knife he had prepared and started to extract the beast core from the silver-tailed wolf. The beast core is the most valuable part of a beast's body and can be sold. Thus, Lin Feng began to unleash his punches in the beast county. This was his first face-to-face encounter with beasts, yet he showed no fear. For him, beasts equated to upgrade points. By noon, he had already slain over a dozen beasts, most of which were below the bronze level. The highest level he encountered was only a bronze 3-star, a golden-horned rhinoceros beast. Lin Feng put in quite a bit of effort to deal with it. The reward was 200 upgrade points. Great. The golden-horned rhinoceros beast is considered a rare beast, and the beast skin sells for at least over 10,000. My earnings from the morning are nearly 100,000. Lin Feng did not expect that becoming a martial artist would bring in money so quickly. Selling the beast cores was like dealing in gold. The capacity of his secondary backpack was quite good, with ample space to continue hunting. Having become familiar with the strength of the beasts in the county, Lin Feng realized that in the outer areas most beasts should be below the bronze 5-star level. As long as he stayed alert, he wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Next, Lin Feng began his slaughter in the beast county. After a day, he had killed nearly 80 beasts. Ding, upgrade points 100. Ding, upgrade points 150. Ding, upgrade points 80. In the evening, Lin Feng found a quiet place to sit down. At this point, his upgrade points had already reached over 8,900. On average, I can earn about 10,000 a day, a significant difference compared to working at the power station, and this is only the first day. If I delve deeper into the inner regions, the beasts I encounter will likely be stronger, providing me with more experience points. Killing a beast of at least bronze 4 stars would be equivalent to killing 5 bronze 1-star beasts. With this thought, he immediately felt a surge of excitement, and without any rest began to hunt the beasts in the dark of night. The 5 senses and reflexes of a martial artist are dozens of times stronger than those of an ordinary person, and in the darkness their vision is hardly impaired. Thus, Lin Feng did not stop his steps and continued his hunt. On the second day, Lin Feng earned 25,000 experience points. On the third day, it was about the same. By the fourth and fifth days, Lin Feng's figure was all over the beast county, and he occasionally encountered other human teams out hunting beasts like him. However, everyone was quite taciturn, not overly interacting with each other. The county is almost at its end. The day after tomorrow, I will return home. After being out for so long, my parents might be worried about me. Lin Feng ate a bit of dry food and took a brief rest. At that moment, he saw his full second-level backpack and couldn't help but smile knowingly. In terms of experience points, Lin Feng had gathered as much as 150,000 in 5 days. On average, killing beasts, and with the help of solar energy, that's 30,000 a day. Only 50,000 more to break through to the silver realm. To be safe, 2 days would be enough. Kill. Roar. Roar. Ding, experience points 200. Ding, experience points 260. After several days of training, Lin Feng's practical combat ability had improved significantly. Although it was only simple punches and palms, it was more than enough to deal with beasts of the bronze realm. He hunted beasts as if he were slaughtering chickens. Many martial artists who encountered Lin Feng were astonished by his skills, especially surprised by his age. Many couldn't believe he was only 16 or 17. What the hell, reaching the level of a martial artist at such a young age? What an international joke. Roar. In a supermarket, after killing a group of small beasts, Lin Feng had just stepped out when his ears were hit by a deafening roar that shook his eardrums. Looking up, Lin Feng was stunned. Before him, a steel claw saber-toothed lion towering about a story high was rushing toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever it passed, buildings were knocked down by its immense power. The steel claw saber-toothed lion, as its name suggests, had claws as sharp as steel, capable of tearing apart a large bus. What was terrifying was that its teeth were indestructible, resembling diamond saw teeth, shattering almost anything upon impact. This type of beast is extraordinarily fierce and violent. Lin Feng silently cursed. At that moment, the steel claw saber-toothed lion swiped its paw at him. Retreat. He quickly retreated, only to hear a tearing sound as the floor where he had been standing was sliced in half by the sharp claws. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was horrified. This steel claw saber-toothed lion's realm exceeds that of bronze, reaching the silver realm. To deal with it, I can only rely on my wits. The lion roared as it approached, and Lin Feng could only keep dodging and defending. Bang, bang, bang. Many tall buildings were sliced open, and reinforced concrete couldn't escape destruction. In a short while, Lin Feng was already drenched in sweat. The steel claw saber-toothed lion moved quickly, even closing in on Lin Feng. Not daring to underestimate it, he ran with all his might. The physical exhaustion was immense. Roar. The lion lunged at him again, and Lin Feng frowned. Just then a flash of white blade light flickered. Clang. In an instant, the lion was forcefully knocked away. Crash. It crashed into a building, causing it to collapse, and the lion was buried within silent. As Lin Feng was astonished, a young man in his mid-20s approached. He glanced at Lin Feng and said in surprise, "Did you come alone?" After observing the young man, Lin Feng nodded when he felt no malice. "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Although Lin Feng was confident he could kill the steel claw saber-toothed lion, he would likely be injured in the process. He was very grateful for the man's intervention. "Haha, no problem. It was just a matter of lifting a finger." The young man smiled and said, "My name is Li Wu. I am Lin Feng." Lin Feng introduced himself and then asked, "By the way, brother Wu, can I kill that steel claw saber-toothed lion?" "Sure, it's already half dead. Just give it a finishing blow." Lin Feng nodded happily and ran to the ruins, picking up an ordinary large knife and hacking fiercely. After delivering a dozen blows to its neck, the lion finally breathed its last. Ding. Experience points 500. 500. Lin Feng was stunned. This was his highest gain so far. He took the beast core and also cut off its teeth and claws. Lin Feng handed them to Li Wu, saying, "Brother Wu, these are yours." Li Wu looked at them, shook his head with a smile, and said, "Haha, you're quite good at being considerate." Lin Feng understood that the other had saved him and then let him have the lion. Logically, this lion was Li Wu's achievement. If he were greedy, it would be too inconsiderate. However, Li Wu did not accept it either and casually said, "These things are of little use to me, keep them." "Really? That's great. Brother Wu, I won't be polite then." Lin Feng was overjoyed and quickly put them away. "There are still some Silver Realm beasts inside, but not many. If you're bold enough, I can take you to challenge them." "Sure, thank you, Brother Wu." Thus the two hit it off exceptionally well, with Lin Feng following Li Wu to slay beasts, and their gains were split evenly. Through conversation, Lin Feng learned that the other was a silver 3-star martial artist from a super martial arts school. When he killed beasts, it was as effortless as chopping vegetables. "By the way, Lin Feng, I see your strength is also close to silver, right? How old are you?" Li Wu asked. Lin Feng honestly replied, 16 years old. 16. What's wrong, Brother Wu? Li Wu composed himself, his face filled with disbelief. "No, your talent is just too strong." He looked at Lin Feng with a new expression. Achieving martial artist status at 16 is incredibly shocking. He considered himself exceptionally talented, becoming a martial artist at 18, breaking through to silver at 22, and reaching silver 3 stars at 25, standing out among his peers. It's rare to find a rival. But today he encountered Lin Feng, who was only 16, yet possessed the strength of a bronze 5-star. The youth of today truly surpasses the old. Half a day passed, and the Beast County had been thoroughly traversed. Almost all the beasts had been killed by Lin Feng. "All right, I need to head to the next beast city." Li Wu said to Lin Feng, "By the way, Lin Feng, are you interested in joining our martial arts school? Our super martial arts school is currently ranked #1 in the world. The headmaster is the strongest in the world. With your talent, I believe there would be no problem in joining. Furthermore, joining the martial arts school means receiving resources and funding every month. Since you've dropped out of school, consider it. Really that good?" Upon hearing Li Wu's description, Lin Feng felt a spark of interest. Martial artists either attend martial universities for professional training or join large families to serve others akin to bodyguards and enforcers, which Lin Feng was certainly not keen on. Another option is to enlist in the military and serve the country. As long as you're a martial artist in the armed forces, the nation will take care of your family, ensuring a lifetime of security and comfort. The treatment at the martial arts school may not be as high as several other options, but it is the most liberating, free from excessive restrictions. Moreover, the Super Martial Arts School is the world's #1 martial arts institution, founded by the strongest powerhouse in the world, attracting countless aspiring individuals. Now that the opportunity lies before him, Lin Feng is a bit tempted. After giving it some thought, he said, "All right, once I have made my decision, I will join the Super Martial Arts School. Just give me a call, just say that I recommended you." Li Wu enthusiastically left his phone number. Recommending a genius to join the martial arts school is akin to bringing in a talent. He would receive ample rewards for doing so, the more the better. I didn't expect the disciples of the martial arts school to be so impressive. I must become as formidable as Brother Wu. Lin Feng clenched his fist, his desire to join the martial arts school growing stronger. After Li Wu left, Lin Feng found himself free to roam in the Demon Beast County city and spent another half a day slaying dozens of demon beasts. After a flurry of activity, his upgrade points finally reached over 213,000. Glancing at the upgrade points, Lin Feng couldn't help but let a small smile appear. Finally enough, that wasn't easy. System, use the upgrade points to break through my realm. Ding, command received, breaking through. As the system emitted a prompt sound, Lin Feng's realm began to break through. In the blink of an eye, he completed the upgrade and transformed into a silver 1-star. Summoning the attribute panel, Lin Feng looked at it and couldn't help but feel a bit of joy. Host Lin Feng. Speed 65 milliseconds. Strength 10800. Cultivation realm silver 1-star 040000. Upgrade points 13000. Martial skills none. At the moment of breaking through the realm, not only did his strength increase, but his speed also saw a significant rise. The increase in speed should be around 15. Quite impressive. One must understand speed is one of the hardest attributes for martial artists to enhance. Each increment provides a substantial advantage. In battles among martial artists, having a speed advantage means that even if you cannot defeat your opponent, you can still have a chance to escape. Now Lin Feng's speed is not slow, having reached the level of silver 1-star, and may even be a bit faster. Within the same realm, Lin Feng speculated that he would surely be invincible. It's time to return. The next upgrade requires 400 upgrade points, and the demon beasts of this small county are no longer sufficient for me to slay. Staying here doesn't serve much purpose. It's better to go back and register as a martial artist. A few days ago, I didn't register, keeping it hidden from my family and causing them worry. Now, having leaped to becoming a silver-level martial artist, registering will yield substantial rewards. I can completely surprise my parents and provide them with a good life. With this in mind, Lin Feng felt eager to return home and directly headed towards the direction of Gaoliang City. In less than half a day, Lin Feng appeared at his home. Mom and Dad are out, and Xiao Yu is probably in class. Never mind, he'll take a shower first. He took a shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then set out with his secondary backpack. Selling things. In Gaoliang City, there are several martial artist shops where one can purchase martial artist-related items. You can also sell anything you deem valuable. Lin Feng entered one of the shops in the city center, and the chubby owner, seeing Lin Feng's overflowing backpack, quickly greeted him with a polite tone. "Are you looking to sell everything?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" Lin Feng asked, hoping it wasn't because he hadn't registered as a martial artist that he couldn't sell. Fortunately, the owner's words put Lin Feng at ease. "No problem, of course not. I will appraise it for you right away." The horn of the golden horn rhino has a market price of 26500, 115 bronze beast cores, 23 silver beast cores, various beast skins. The owner took out a scanner which began displaying the authenticity and prices of the items. After a thorough scanning, the final price was revealed. The owner smiled and said, "If you sell all of this, it would be worth 913624. Do you want to sell?" 913000. Lin Feng was taken aback, and the owner immediately replied with a smile, "That's right, I purchase everything at market price. You can log into the online martial artist mall to check the specific prices. There will definitely be no discrepancies." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Since the owner said so, he probably wouldn't deceive him. After all, transactions among martial artists often involve millions. Hundreds of thousands are hardly considered money. Yet 913000 is no small amount for Lin Feng. He could buy many good things with it. Sell it, of course. Without further negotiation, once Lin Feng sold it, the large sum of money was immediately credited to his account. His bank card instantly increased by 913000. Money comes quickly for martial artists. In just a few days, I've earned what my parents couldn't make in 10 years of hard work. Lin Feng sighed slightly. For an ordinary family, being able to save 500 in 10 years would be considered lucky. And he had achieved such gains in just a few days. Thinking ahead, every demon beast would become money for Lin Feng. Earning millions a month would be as easy as drinking water. Martial artists are indeed impressive. By the way, without any martial skills, I would find it difficult to progress. If I rely solely on barehanded strikes, I would be at a disadvantage against heavily armored demon beasts. There have been examples in Demon Beast County, whether it is the golden horn rhino or the steel claw saber-toothed lion, their hides are exceptionally tough. Comparable to diamonds. If Lin Feng had no suitable weapon and relied solely on brute force, he would not be able to kill the opponent. Therefore, having a weapon is essential, especially as he would be facing even fiercer silver-level demon beasts in the future. With this thought, Lin Feng naturally opened the martial artist mall and purchased a spear technique. The Divine Dragon Spear technique is priced at 8 and comes with a grade spear. It wasn't that Lin Feng didn't want to buy others, but simply because he lacked sufficient funds. In the martial artist mall, whether it be weapons or martial skills, everything is exceedingly expensive. Prices easily reach the millions, causing Lin Feng's eyes to widen. The originally ambitious Lin Feng felt like nothing at that moment. Everything was simply too bloody expensive, the cheapest being the Divine Dragon Spear technique, as spear techniques are less commonly used, hence their lower price. And it even included a grade silver spear. After some deliberation, Lin Feng made the purchase. In one go, 800 was deducted, leaving him with 3000. Damn, the money I just got has already vanished. Being a martial artist truly burns money. In just a minute, I've spent what took my parents 10 years of hard work to earn. The transition from heaven to hell happens in the blink of an eye. Before long, the delivery arrived in Lin Feng's hands. Ding detected that the host possesses the martial skill Divine Dragon Spear technique. Would you like to begin cultivation immediately? The system's words left Lin Feng momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his senses. Cultivate. The fact that it could cultivate automatically made this system incredibly valuable. Ding, cultivating. Ding, the Divine Dragon Spear technique cultivation has commenced. Please verify your progress. As a prompt sound entered his ears, a surge of spear technique intent began to seep into Lin Feng's mind. His consciousness began to inherit the will of the spear technique, the moves within the Divine Dragon Spear technique, gradually occupying Lin Feng's mind, allowing him to instantly comprehend the skills and key points of the spear technique. In an instant, Lin Feng had a thorough understanding of the Divine Dragon Spear technique. Ding, the host practices the Divine Dragon Spear technique, reaching the entry-level realm. When using this spear technique, attack power can increase by 5. Holy cow! Just as Lin Feng was still recovering from the shock, he realized the benefits of the Divine Dragon Spear technique. Using it in battle could increase attack power by 5%. Although it wasn't much, wouldn't it lead to great improvements when combined with other martial arts in the future? Stronger than anyone else. Not only that, Lin Feng also discovered an extraordinary function. That is, martial arts can be upgraded using upgrade points. The Divine Dragon Spear technique is currently at the entry-level realm. He glanced at the attribute panel and saw that upgrading the martial art required 10,000 upgrade points. Just right, I still have over 13,000 upgrade points. Upgrade my spear technique for me. Ding, command received, upgrading martial art Divine Dragon Spear technique. As Lin Feng gave the command, the spear technique was already upgraded. The scene before him filled Lin Feng with immense joy. Host Lin Feng. Speed 65 milliseconds. Strength 10,800. Cultivation realm silver 1 star 0400000. Upgrade points 3000. Martial art Divine Dragon Spear technique minor completion realm 0100000. Attack 10. Attack power increases by 10%. An increase of 10% in attack power means an increase of over 1,000 in strength, which is equivalent to the power of a small bronze realm. Seeing the result, even Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In the bronze stage, every star increase only adds 1,000 strength. Lin Feng's enhancement increased by 1 star, and if he continued to cultivate, it would surely become even more terrifying. A chilling thought. Hey Lin Feng, what are you doing? I tried calling you the other day, but no one answered. At that moment, a video call from Zhang Lang appeared before Lin Feng. Seeing it was Zhang Lang, Lin Feng smiled and said, my smartwatch had a problem a few days ago and couldn't connect. I just got home. By the way, how did you do on the college entrance exam? A few days ago was the day of the college entrance exam, and based on past experience, the results for the martial arts major should have come out. Lin Feng asked Zhang Lang how he did, especially since Zhang Lang's strength was not weak. He was an intermediate martial artist at school and should have no trouble getting into the martial arts university. On the other end of the call, Zhang Lang replied with a smile, I was just about to tell you, I just reached the admission line for the martial arts university. The school is holding a graduation party right now. If you're free, come to the party. Really? Upon hearing Zhang Lang's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Zhang Lang getting into the martial arts university truly made Lin Feng genuinely happy. Great'll be there right away. Originally, Lin Feng intended to go to the martial arts hall to register his identity as a martial artist But he almost forgot. Today is Sunday and the staff at his usual martial arts hall are not working. Moreover, Zhang Lang's graduation party only happens once in a lifetime. As a brother, not attending would be disrespectful. The sky darkened as Lin Feng arrived at Gaoliang One High School. Tonight, Gaoliang One High School was alive with lights and festivities. Before he even entered, he could hear the sounds of jubilant celebrations. Many luxury cars were entering the gate, all parents of students attending their children's graduation parties. I was just expelled, but unexpectedly returning. I am already a silver-level martial artist. Truly fate plays tricks on us. Standing at the door and taking a look, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. I want to see who has the best results this year. In the school sports field, many graduating students were celebrating, chatting with each other. Zhang Lang was among them. Lang, I didn't expect you to reach the admission score for martial artists. Congratulations. You are truly the pride of our impoverished district. You will definitely make it into the school's history and become our role model. That's right, Zhang Lang, you are amazing and we are proud of you. He too kind, it was just luck. Many classmates came to compliment Zhang Lang, making him the center of attention in the crowd. After all, Zhang Lang came from a poor district, and despite the lack of resources, he still managed to touch the admission line, making him a typical inspirational candidate. Everyone believed that he would soon bid farewell to the poor district and step into the upper echelons of society. Meanwhile, several unfriendly gazes were cast from the side. If he just barely reached the admission line, what is there to be proud of? Truly a country bumpkin coming to the city having never seen the world. Qinyang scored above the key line for the martial arts major and isn't so ostentatious. Oh, what does a poor district kid think he is? Even if he becomes a martial artist in the future, he won't compare to our young master Yang. Qinyang is the #1 genius in Gaoliang City. The speaker was naturally one of Chunyang's lackeys. Among them, the goddess and class monitor Li Tingting from class 3 also praised Qinyang. Qinyang was her ideal Prince Charming, not only from a martial artist family, but also with exceptional talent destined to become a silver-level martial artist or higher in the future. She had to curry favor, and of course, if she could marry Qinyang, that would be the best. Zhang Lang, I heard your exam results are quite good, care to compare. At this moment, Qinyang could no longer hold back. He said to Zhang Lang, why should I compete with you? Because I find you displeasing, Qinyang stated bluntly. You come from a poor district and have no right to compete with us nobles. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinyang stepped forward and stood in front of Zhang Lang. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but the power and combat skills contained within were the topmost in the school. Zhang Lang was taken aback and quickly raised his hand to block, but the gap in their strength was too obvious, and he was sent flying. Bang! Zhang Lang clutched his chest in pain. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock, having to admit that Qinyang was indeed the top genius martial arts student at Gaoliang One High School. Zhang Lang couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Moreover, everyone was shocked by Chunyang's domineering behavior. He would strike anyone who overshadowed him. As expected of a second-generation martial artist relying on his father being a martial artist, he acted recklessly. If a kid from the poor district thinks he can compete with me, Zhang Lang, you and your useless brother Lin Feng are nothing but trash. After defeating Zhang Lang in one move, Qinyang laughed proudly as he stepped on Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang had no strength to resist. However, just then a furious voice rang out, Qinyang, you're seeking death. As Lin Feng entered the sports field, he saw Zhang Lang being stepped on by Qinyang, and his gaze instantly turned furious. His inner rage erupted. Is that Lin Feng? Isn't this fool expelled? How dare he come back to humiliate himself? Upon seeing Lin Feng arrive, everyone paused slightly, then laughed nonchalantly. Qinyang remained unfazed, about to provoke Lin Feng. However, in the next second, Lin Feng became a shadow, swiftly rushing in. Bang! As everyone dismissed Lin Feng, a heavy thud echoed, and Qinyang was directly taken down by Lin Feng. What? As this scene unfolded, everyone turned to look, their faces filled with shock. Lin Feng actually defeated Qinyang. Everyone was filled with disbelief. It should be known that Chunyang's strength was among the highest tier at Gaoliang One High School. In this session, he was the #1 seed, a key training target. Moreover, just a few days ago in the martial arts college entrance examination, Qinyang scored an undisputed first in the city. It could be said that he was entirely composed of talent and strength. As for Lin Feng, he had been beaten badly by Qinyang not long ago and was subsequently expelled from school. One could say that one was an ant and the other an elephant. It was simply impossible for Lin Feng to trip Qinyang. Yet right before their eyes it had truly happened. Lin Feng knocked down Qinyang with a swift and lethal strike. But that wasn't all. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng was already by Chunyang's side. He aimed at Chunyang's hands and stomped down hard, producing a cracking sound. Oh! At that moment, Qinyang let out a wretched scream. His arm had been crushed. What are you barking about, Qinyang? Who gave you the courage to touch my brother? Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick to Qinyang. Qinyang was utterly powerless to resist. He had no way to fight back, because Lin Feng's strength completely overwhelmed him. At this time Lin Feng smiled, and said to Zhang Lang, "I'll Lang fight back as he did to you. Come on, kick him in the face, don't miss." Zhang Lang, also mustering his courage, kicked Chen Yang right in the nose. Chen Yang let out another scream, with blood gushing from his nose like a fountain. It hurt, his head was spinning. "Looks like you can still talk, huh? Do you not respect us? Did I go too easy on you?" Lin Feng had no intention of letting Chen Yang off, directly grabbing him and violently kneeing him in the abdomen. With a thud, Chen Yang spat out foam and was tossed aside by Lin Feng like garbage. Last time Chen Yang had framed him, nearly causing Lin Feng's family to be destroyed. Lin Feng certainly remembered that grudge. Now the opportunity was before him, and Lin Feng was settling the score all at once. If he didn't teach Chen Yang a lesson, the latter might think he was easy to bully. Everyone's eyes widened. Oh, what kind of medicine had Lin Feng taken? How did he become so powerful? Chen Yang's lackeys didn't dare to step forward to help. No one wanted to get beaten for no reason. "Alang, are you feeling better? If not, I can pull him back for another round, it doesn't matter." To me, Chen Yang is just trash, no different from a stray dog. Lin Feng said half jokingly and half seriously, "You don't have to be polite with me." Zhang Lang's eyes flickered, then he shook his head and said, "I think it's enough. He has already lost consciousness." He also saw that Chen Yang was out cold, so he decided to stop. Causing a death would not be good. After all, Chen Yang was not an ordinary person. His family background was quite formidable, and there was no need to kill. Zhang Lang looked at his brother, filled with confusion. He couldn't understand how Lin Feng had become so fierce, as if he were a different person. The first impression was a dramatic surge in strength. "Well then, let's go. Oh, let's grab a drink to celebrate your achievement in reaching the martial artist admission score." Lin Feng and Zhang Lang swaggered out, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. All that filled their hearts was shock. In the past, Lin Feng was played with by Chen Yang and was expelled from school, his life's path seemingly set. In a blink, after 3 days apart, he was seen in a new light. But now it was Chen Yang who had fallen. Was this really the Lin Feng who had come from the slums? Everyone looked incredulously at Lin Feng's back, unable to comprehend it. However, one thing could be confirmed: Lin Feng's brutal beating of Chen Yang would not end well. Chen Yang's father would definitely not let this go easily. Outside at the night snack stall, Zhang Lang looked at Lin Feng with the eyes of a deity, unable to understand what had happened to Lin Feng. The two drank some liquor and began to chat. Lin Feng simply stated that he had received guidance from a martial artist, and that his strength had dramatically increased, and that he would have the opportunity to become a martial artist in the future. Zhang Lang nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. As long as his brother Lin Feng was doing well and not falling behind, he would be at ease. He hoped Lin Feng would get into Wu University and achieve great success, not wanting him to remain an ordinary person and lead a mundane life. When the two were about 7 parts drunk, it was already late, so they went home together. Upon returning home, seeing that his parents and Lin Xiaoyu were there, Lin Feng greeted Mom, "Dad, Xiaoyu. Xiaofeng, Zhang Lang's college entrance examination results have come out. I just met his parents at the market, and he has reached the martial artist admission score. Your dad and I have discussed it. We want you to repeat at Sanzhong next year to see if you can try again." As soon as Lin Feng entered, Wang Xiaoyan spoke to him enviously. Lin Feng nodded. "Mom and Dad, I understand. I'm tired, let's talk later." After that, Lin Feng headed straight to his room and lay down to sleep. The news of Zhang Lang getting into Wu University had already spread in the slums, showing how significant it was for a genius to emerge from there. To escape the fate of poverty, one must strive to become a martial artist. Otherwise, one can only be an ordinary person for a lifetime. However, I have already become a silver-level martial artist. After registering tomorrow, I'll tell my parents. Lin Feng quickly fell asleep. Soon after, Lin Xiaoyu climbed into bed, glanced at Lin Feng, and thought to herself, "It doesn't matter if my brother doesn't get the chance to become a martial artist, I will definitely become one. From now on, my brother and parents won't have to work every day to make a living." The next day, Lin Feng had breakfast and left early. He had something to do today. That was to register as a martial artist. At the front desk, Lin Feng arrived and explained his purpose, causing the receptionist to show a hint of surprise. "Sir, please go to the 3rd floor. I will inform the instructor immediately." Lin Feng was taken to the 3rd floor, which was a huge testing room as large as several football fields, filled with a dazzling array of testing instruments. It should be known that every martial arts school can conduct assessments, and the instruments in the testing room are the most luxurious and standard. The Flying Eagle Martial Arts School was no exception. Lin Feng sat down and had a cup of coffee. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a Flying Eagle Martial Arts School uniform quickly approached. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Hello, my name is Jia Cheng, and I am the instructor responsible for martial artist assessments at Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. I heard you want to register as a martial artist." Although Lin Feng looked very young as a martial artist, he knew that one should not judge a person by their appearance. If Lin Feng could successfully pass the assessment to become a martial artist, then he would be the youngest martial artist Jia Cheng had seen in over 30 years of martial arts training. Full of talent. "Hello, instructor. My name is Lin Feng. May I begin?" Of course, let's test your strength first. The two were quite courteous, and after the 360-degree camera was turned on, Lin Feng walked to a testing machine and struck down according to Jia Cheng's instructions. Bang! The machine displayed a value of 10,523. What? When the result came out, Jia Cheng's eyes nearly popped out, unable to contain his surprise. Did I just imagine that? Jia Cheng thought he was hallucinating, rubbing his eyes as he hurriedly stepped closer to the screen for a better look. Over 10,000. Lin Feng's strength exceeded 10,000. A silver warrior. He gasped in astonishment, unable to contain his shock, and smiled at Lin Feng, saying, "Can you try again?" Okay. Lin Feng was not angry and punched the machine again. 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. The result was not disappointing. He effortlessly broke through 10,000 again, leaving Jia Cheng dumbfounded. With 2 consecutive tests yielding almost identical results, it proved that the machine was functioning correctly. He had originally thought that Lin Feng was so young that even if he couldn't reach the threshold for warriors during the assessment, he could still befriend him at least. In the future, recruiting Lin Feng to the martial arts school for some training would surely make him a warrior in no time. However, he realized he was mistaken. He had underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength had directly reached the silver realm, even surpassing his own status as a bronze 5-star mentor. It was terrifying. Good, your strength has passed the assessment. Now let's test your speed. Jia Cheng lowered his posture, respectfully addressing Lin Feng. Go to the track and run at your fastest speed. We will take the average after 3 laps. Lin Feng stepped onto the track methodically without any warm-up and began to run. Whoosh, whoosh. The speed of a warrior was nearly invisible to the naked eye, with infrared beams constantly sweeping the track, tracking Lin Feng. This infrared test was currently the most precise, accurate to 0.00001 seconds. What a monster! Even the speed is so fast, completely surpassing me. There's no hope for me as a silver-level warrior. Jia Cheng watched the flickering shadow on the track, repeatedly shocked, feeling inferior. He concluded that Lin Feng's speed had also reached the silver realm. Sure enough, after 3 laps, when Lin Feng stopped, a number appeared on the big screen: 65 milliseconds. No mistake, Lin Feng's speed had also reached the silver realm. Jia Cheng was at a loss for words to describe the shock in his heart. He looked at Lin Feng with immense envy. "Excuse me, did I pass?" After the test, Lin Feng walked over to ask. Jia Cheng quickly snapped back to reality, nodding and smiling. "Of course. I will immediately register your identity as a warrior and send your data and test footage to the Warrior Alliance." Registering as a warrior requires approval from the Warrior Alliance to be valid. After a short while, they provided feedback. Jia Cheng held the results and excitedly said, "Congratulations, Lin Feng. You have successfully registered. From now on, your identity will be upgraded to a silver warrior, and you will receive 200,000 warrior gold every month." 200,000. Upon hearing about the money, Lin Feng couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Can warriors earn money so quickly? Receiving 200,000 every month, even if it's a small amount, it still counts. He could give it to his parents. "Lin Feng, it shows that you haven't joined a martial arts school yet. Just in time, we at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School are recruiting. Would you like to consider joining us?" Jia Cheng revealed his intentions and began to recruit Lin Feng. A talent like Lin Feng, who reached the silver realm at such a young age, was extremely rare in the entire Jiangnan region. Truly a genius among geniuses. If he could successfully recruit Lin Feng, Jia Cheng would surely receive the most generous rewards, bringing him closer to a promotion and raise. Join a martial arts school. Lin Feng had already anticipated this recruitment before he arrived. He smiled and said, "I currently do not have such plans, let me think about it." His plan was to join a super martial arts school. Because the super martial arts school is the strongest in the world, founded by the strongest in the world today, Lin Feng wants to join the super martial arts school. Although the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School was also good, it seemed trivial compared to the super martial arts school. Lin Feng didn't want to refuse directly, so he decided to put it aside for now. "Alright, if you decide, feel free to contact me anytime, don't hesitate." Jia Cheng actively gave Lin Feng his contact information, and then Lin Feng went back. As soon as Lin Feng left, Jia Cheng immediately sent the video and results of Lin Feng's assessment to the headquarters of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. A once-in-a-century genius. Getting him would be a huge profit. In the afternoon, the 200,000 was transferred. Lin Feng went to look for a house, intending to buy a villa for his parents. However, he overestimated his capabilities. In this era, one cannot make payments in installments. Even ordinary apartments start at $1 million. A 100-square-meter villa costs at least $50 million. Extremely expensive. But upon reflection, this era is indeed one where every inch of land is precious. The entire city is quite small, so housing prices are naturally high. Those who can afford to buy houses are either warriors or the relatives and friends of warriors. Ordinary people can only hope to buy a house by piling up a few extra pillows while sleeping. Even if I can afford the 50 million villa, the subsequent taxes and property fees are astronomical, which seems unnecessary to buy it. Lin Feng complained as he left, finding a spot to bask in the sun and absorb solar energy. Ding, solar energy absorbed, upgrade points 20. A day passed like this, and the next day, when Lin Feng got up, he received news that Zhang Lang was going to the magic capital Martial University ahead of schedule. Lin Feng hurriedly got up and ran to the station to send him off. Lang, why are you applying to the magic capital instead of our local Jiangnan Martial University? The city of Gaoliang, where Lin Feng resides, is in Jiangnan province, which only has one martial university divided into key and ordinary campuses. In previous years, most of the students from Gaoliang who passed the admission cutoff ended up attending Jiangnan Martial University. Zhang Lang's choice to go to the magic capital puzzled Lin Feng. He patted Zhang Lang on the shoulder and asked. Zhang Lang immediately put on an exaggerated expression. Lin Feng, your strength is so great that you almost broke my bones with that pat. Lin Feng scoffed, and Zhang Lang said seriously, the magic capital has more relaxed admission conditions this year. I want to take a chance and see what it's like there. The train has arrived, Lin Feng. You should also do your best. Yes, safe travels. At this point, the special train to the magic capital arrived, and they bid farewell as they watched Zhang Lang depart. If he hadn't been expelled, he would have had the opportunity to attend the Martial University and study abroad. Lin Feng thought to himself. However, he was not doing poorly now. As a silver warrior, he was one of the top experts in Gaoliang. At this moment, Lin Feng came out of the station and received a call from Jiacheng. He was invited to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School to attend a ceremony. As for the details of the ceremony, Lin Feng was not very clear, but it seemed that there were important figures who wanted to meet him. Not wanting to refuse the invitation, Lin Feng agreed. Shortly after, a special car came to pick him up, and he arrived at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. As Lin Feng entered the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, he paused for a moment. Because in the conference room on the first floor, besides some martial arts students, there were also classmates from their senior class. How did these idiots end up here? Well, as long as they don't bother me, I can't be bothered with them. Lin Feng found a seat and sat down. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many former classmates. Look, isn't that Lin Feng? He came too. What's going on? Who invited him? Perfect, when Chunyang arrives, there will be a good show to watch. I heard that today it's Chunyang's father who is giving us a training session. TSK. That guy interrupted Chunyang's arm last time. Do you think Chunyang's father will let him off the hook? Today, the reason they were qualified to enter the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School was all because of Chunyang's influence. The old principal of Gaoliang No. One high school had some connections with Chunyang's father and proposed to hold a commendation ceremony at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School to honor this year's students who were admitted to the Martial Arts University. With Chunyang's influence, his father squeezed out time to agree to give these graduates a lesson. Today, Chunyang's father, Chendanian, was specifically teaching at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, allowing these inexperienced individuals to witness the prowess of martial artists, essentially a pre-training session. And Lin Feng just happened to be here, truly unaware of the danger he was in. This was going to be entertaining. The main characters, Chunyang and his father, had not yet arrived, and there was no one in the martial arts school, so the students were sitting idly chatting with each other. Lin Feng was also passing the time on the sofa when a graceful figure walked towards him. Lin Feng, you dare to come here? Who allowed you to come in? You didn't sneak in, did you? Hearing the shrill voice, Lin Feng could guess who was speaking without even looking up. The speaker was none other than the class monitor, Li Tingting. Li Tingting had also reached the admission score line for martial artists, and in the eyes of their classmates, she and Chunyang were a perfect match. At the graduation party, Chunyang had been ambushed by Lin Feng for no reason and was injured. Today, Li Tingting was taking advantage of her authority to pick on Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Do I need your permission to come here? What do you think you are? Don't point fingers at me." Previously at school, Li Tingting often ordered Lin Feng around because he was obedient, making him do chores like cleaning. Due to his weak position, Lin Feng dared not voice his anger, but he had long been dissatisfied with her. Lin Feng, don't get too cocky. I will report you to Chunyang immediately for sneaking into the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, and you'll wait to face your father's punishment. Seeing Lin Feng retort, Li Tingting put her hands on her hips, threatening to discipline him instantly, gaining the nods of those around her. Entering the martial arts school without permission meant severe punishment. It was going to be hard for Lin Feng to escape unscathed today. At this moment, Lin Feng was displeased. He stood up and said, "If you don't want to get beaten, shut your mouth. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to dunk your head in the toilet and swirl it 3 times before tossing you out." What? What did you say? Li Tingting was furious. This poor kid from the slums dared to disrespect her. Just as she was about to slap Lin Feng, as a lesson unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng was quicker on the draw. Slap. Lin Feng's slap made her face flush red, leaving her dizzy. Quickly, Lin Feng's speed was astonishing. She and Lin Feng were not on the same level. Lin Feng grabbed her by the hair and coldly said, "Li Tingting, I've tolerated you for too long. Don't think that just because you're close to Chunyang I won't dare to touch you. Don't think too highly of yourself and too lowly of me." You have no idea who I am, yet you come here to act tough. I previously tolerated you out of consideration for our friendship as classmates. Now in my eyes you are nothing but an ant, no different from this group of lowly individuals around us. To kill you is just a matter of lifting a finger. Now disappear from my sight immediately. Do you understand? Lin Feng tossed Li Tingting aside, leaving her completely stunned. Not only was she stunned, but the others also wore blank expressions. The Lin Feng before them was too unfamiliar. He was no longer that ordinary poor student. What he had just said struck deep, and no one dared to take his words lightly, as if disobedience would lead to instant death at his hands. Even Li Tingting was frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. Everyone realized that Lin Feng had completely changed, and the change was terrifying. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Chen Yang and his father arrived. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Feng teach Li Tingting a lesson, Chen Yang hurried over and shouted, "Just write that you're here today, or I want need to hunt you down later." Dad, he broke my arm. Chen Yang's arm had recovered 70% due to the effects of the martial artist medicine. He pointed at Lin Feng and complained to his father. Chen Danian's gaze immediately fell on Lin Feng, glancing at him lightly. "Kid, are you looking to die? Are you the one trying to stand up for your foolish son?" Lin Feng could see through the opponent's strength at a glance. The mentor of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School appeared to be merely a bronze martial artist, posing no threat to Lin Feng. "I was wondering who could injure my son. It seems you're quite bold. Just based on your words today, I could disable you." Chen Danian was furious. In the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, even if he disabled an ordinary person, no one could pursue it. Moreover, Lin Feng had intruded, breaking the rules of the martial arts school, so a heavy punishment was justifiable. He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to deal with Lin Feng, but at that moment a commotion arose outside. The Vice Principal of Magic City Martial University has arrived. "Welcome, Vice Principal of Jiangnan Martial University. Welcome, Vice Principal of Yanjing Martial University. The Steward of the Thunderbolt Martial School has arrived. The Steward of the Silver Moon Martial School has arrived." As the welcoming voices echoed shortly after, a group of people arrived in droves. Instantly, Chen Danian's expression changed, and everyone's gaze turned to one of shock. The newcomers were all famous figures. Any one of them could serve as high-ranking individuals in the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. While many might not be clear on what a martial arts steward was, the other vice principals of martial universities were enough to intimidate them. The principals of martial universities had strengths above the gold level, perhaps even stronger. Now visiting together startled everyone, leaving them speechless. In front of them, several high-ranking officials from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School laughed and chatted with various masters as they approached. "Dad, what should we do?" Chen Yang looked at his father. Chen Danian thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. Making a move against him in front of so many people isn't exactly honorable. We'll deal with him later." Everyone gritted their teeth, watching Lin Feng, allowing him to live a few more hours for now. At this moment, someone spoke up. Chen Yang broke the record for Gaoliang No. 1 high school's martial arts entrance exam. The people from various martial arts schools have come today, probably for Chen Yang. Exactly, Chen Yang is impressive. I'm so envious. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's eyes lit up, and Chen Danian also showed a pleased expression. Indeed, his son performed exceptionally well in the martial arts entrance exam, but he never expected that the principals from various martial universities had come. He would surely receive special attention. Thinking of this, Chen Danian smiled, and as the host hurried to greet them, "I am Chen Danian, mentor of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, welcoming all esteemed guests." "Haha, no need for formality. We are here today to find someone. I believe you all know who we are looking for." The vice principal of Magic City Martial University spoke, and Chen Danian was overjoyed, hurriedly pulling his son forward. "My son Chen Yang performed admirably, winning first place in Gao Liang's martial arts examination. Please take a look, esteemed guests." "Chen Yang. We are not looking for Chen Yang. By the way, which one is Mr. Lin Feng? We from Yanjing Martial University would like to invite Lin Feng to join us, and we are willing to offer specialized training." A senior from Yanjing Martial University stepped forward, not even glancing at Chen Yang, and shouted to the crowd. Boom. As soon as this was said, everyone on the scene froze, as if petrified. "Looking for Lin Feng. This group of people is here to find Lin Feng." And they even added Mr. at the end to show respect. Bewildered, everyone was at a loss. Could it be true that they were here for Lin Feng? In their confusion, they saw Jia Cheng, the instructor from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, leading a few individuals towards Lin Feng, saying, "Esteemed elders, this is Lin Feng." A group of people came before Lin Feng and paused to observe him. One by one, they expressed genuine admiration. The age checks out. A 16-year-old Silver Realm martial artist. The video is indeed real. These powerful beings could see through everything about those weaker than them. What? Silver Realm? Am I dreaming? No way, no way. Lin Feng is a Silver Realm martial artist. How is that possible? At the scene, all the Martial University students attending the award ceremony from Gaoliang High School were stunned. What did they just hear? Lin Feng is actually a Silver Realm martial artist. That's quite unscientific. But this statement came directly from the vice president of Jiangnan Martial University, so it couldn't be a lie. They stared at Lin Feng with immense envy. After seeing Lin Feng's spirited demeanor, Zhang Jinghua, the vice president of Modu Martial University, approached with a smile and invited Mr. Lin Feng, would you be interested in joining us at Modu Martial University? Modu Martial University's Key Academy is open for you. Boom. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly speechless. The Key Academy of Modu Martial University. That is the second-ranked martial university in the nation. Those who can enter the Key Academy in Modu are all top 20 seeds from high schools in major cities with admission scores of at least 700 points. What does it mean to score 700 in martial arts college entrance examinations? This time Chun Yang, as Gaoliang City's martial arts champion, only scored 661 points. He still has a long way to go to reach 700. Even Chen Yang didn't qualify for the Key Academy of Modu Martial University. Yet Lin Feng received a personal invitation from the vice president of Modu Martial University, visiting him in person. What the heck? Is Lin Feng really a Silver Realm martial artist? Old Zhang, aren't you clearly trying to steal our talent? At this moment, seeing Zhang Jinghua recruit Lin Feng right in front of him, Li Jing was displeased. We at Yinjing Martial University have already extended an invitation to Lin Feng, and you're making a fuss here. He was Li Jing, the vice president of Yinjing Martial University, who was very well known nationwide. Everyone had seen him on television many times. Yinjing Martial University is the top martial university in China that countless students aspire to enter. Unexpectedly, they sent someone today to steal Lin Feng away. Lin Feng himself was somewhat surprised, but not tempted. What do you mean by making trouble? Lin Feng hasn't joined your university yet, until he decides he is free. Zhang Jinghua smiled. Well, let Lin Feng choose for himself. That's right, if all the talents are snatched away by your Yinjing Martial University, what are we even doing here? At this point, the vice president of Jiangnan Martial University spoke with a smile, addressing Lin Feng. Lin Feng, would you consider coming to Jiangnan Martial University? Rest assured, we will spare no resources to train you, helping you reach the golden realm before graduation. And think about it, you are a local from Jiangnan, and Jiangnan Martial University is. Hey, what are you implying? Trying to get close. Exactly, old Lin, don't use the local connection. I let Lin Feng decide, without interference. Everyone looked at these renowned heads of martial schools vying for Lin Feng with astonishment. The person who promised Lin Feng would break through to the golden realm before graduation was very familiar to everyone. His name was Lin Youtian, the vice president of Jiangnan Martial University, and he was also a local. Now, not only were various martial universities present, but even the Thunder Martial School, ranked 3rd globally, and the Silver Moon Martial School, ranked 3rd in China, were also here to recruit him. Lin Feng was like a coveted treasure, surrounded by everyone, while Chun Yang and his father, who had been so proud a moment ago, were left on the side, ignored, and feeling extremely awkward. Hearing everyone invite him, Lin Feng did not feel overly excited. He thought for a moment, and said it is an honor for Lin Feng to be recognized by all esteemed elders. However, I do not wish to join any martial universities at this time. That's just right, Lin Feng, you might as well consider joining our Thunder Martial School. An official from Thunder Martial School stepped forward and quietly spoke. Martial schools are more social and harsh compared to universities. Everyone knew that Thunder Martial School had many powerful beings. Seeing Lin Feng express his unwillingness to join a university, and noticing the Thunder Martial School officials' recruitment, the heads of various universities sighed softly. They understood that Lin Feng's intention might be to join a martial school. After all, martial schools are not inferior to universities and are suitable for those with a spirit of adventure. Thank you for the invitation, but I have already decided to join the Super Martial School. Just as the Thunder Martial School official was determined to win him over, Lin Feng rejected his invitation, leaving him momentarily stunned. At the moment Lin Feng spoke, 2 figures entered from outside. Lin Feng, we are late. Joining the Super Martial School is a wise choice. The newcomers were Su Ao, the official from the Super Martial School, who was also quite famous in the martial arts world, not at all inferior to these vice presidents of martial universities. The other was Li Wu, whom Lin Feng had met not long ago. Hello, Brother Wu. Lin Feng greeted actively, and Li Wu smiled slightly. Lin Feng, have you decided? This is our official Su Ao. If you want to join, you can register immediately. Yes, I will join the Super Martial School. Lin Feng nodded, seeing Su Ao's joyful smile, as if he had found a treasure. Good, Lin Feng, from now on you are one of us at the Super Martial School. Dear guests, I apologize, but Lin Feng has already joined us. The others shook their heads in disappointment, but still praised Lin Feng endlessly. Lin Feng, business isn't personal. You're always welcome to visit Modu Martial University. If you ever wish, you can join Yinjing at any time. Thank you all for the invitation. Lin Feng is very grateful. Lin Feng smiled in return. Everyone wanted to befriend him, and he naturally welcomed them. All being martial artists, they might meet again in the future, so there was no need to make things so awkward. Jia Cheng also smiled wryly, not expecting Lin Feng to choose the super martial school, truly losing a genius. Once the senior veterans of the golden and platinum levels left, everyone's breathing finally eased. At this moment, the gaze directed at Lin Feng had changed. It was no longer different, it was filled with sheer fear. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Qinyang and said, Qinyang, weren't you trying to arrange something for me earlier? I want to see what you can do. As soon as the words fell, Qinyang and his father Chun Dajing trembled. In an instant, Lin Feng transformed into a shadow and darted towards the two. Bang! With a loud crash, two figures were directly sent flying. Qinyang and his father both flew backwards. This scene was something no one had anticipated. It wasn't until they landed and let out screams of agony that everyone accepted this as reality. At this moment, Chen Danian's gaze was vacant as he raised his head in disbelief, his pupils contracting. Shocked, both of them were filled with horror. Lin Feng's strike was so swift that even he could not perceive its speed. Moreover, with a single blow, he unleashed at least 10,000 combat power, rendering him utterly defenseless and nearly numb all over. The pain was excruciating. Even Chen Danian at the 5th level of the Bronze Realm found it unbearable, while Chunyang fared even worse. He was not even a true martial artist, and with one palm strike from Lin Feng, he was sent flying, breaking all the bones in his body and severing his meridians, crying out in despair. This lifetime he was likely ruined. Even with high-grade medicines meant for martial artists, there was no way to save him. They could not fathom how Lin Feng had suddenly grown so powerful. Offending a Silver Realm martial artist was akin to signing one's own death warrant. Even if Lin Feng found some excuse to kill them, they would have no place to seek justice, not even an opportunity to investigate. Fear was deeply etched in the eyes of the father and son. Lin Feng stepped forward and spoke to Chunyang, consider this a lesson for you. If I see you again, I will kill you. Do you understand? He was not one to enjoy killing, but Chunyang had repeatedly provoked him, seeking to end his life. Lin Feng could not show mercy. He believed this warning would make these two cower like a mouse encountering a cat in the future. Chun Danian dared not speak, lowering his head like a frostbitten eggplant, as humble as could be. Seeing the two submit, Lin Feng lost interest and cast a deep gaze around. When his gaze landed on Li Tingting, the previously arrogant girl immediately shrank back like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. She was terrified that Lin Feng would leave her crippled, suffering the same fate as Qinyang. Ultimately, Lin Feng merely glanced at her, not seeking to harm anyone further. At this, the crowd felt a sense of relief. Chen Danian and I announced that you have been expelled from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, a steward from the academy stepped forward, delivering a heavy blow to Chen Danian. Upon hearing this, Chen Danian's face turned ashen. It seemed he would never advance further in life, and his son Qinyang had completely become a cripple. All of this was thanks to Lin Feng. As they watched Lin Feng and the steward from the Super Martial Arts Academy depart, laughter and ease amongst themselves, the crowd was filled with mixed emotions. The Lin Feng whom they once looked down upon had now refused the invitations from various martial schools, turning down the Thunder Martial Arts Academy and joined the world's #1 Super Martial Arts Academy. He had completely transformed from a mountain chicken into a phoenix. It would be hard to even catch a glimpse of him in the future. Lin Feng, our branch of the Super Martial Arts Academy, is located in the southern part of the city. I'm sure you already know. You can train there anytime. On the way, Su Ao said, I have matters to attend to and will return to headquarters first. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. By the way, the academy has rewarded you with a villa. You should move in as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face brightened. Thank you, Steward Su. After Su Ao left, Li Wu looked at him with a hint of suspicion and asked Lin Feng, have you reached the Silver Realm? Yes, I just broke through a few days ago, Lin Feng replied candidly. He believed that his assessment results were already known in the martial arts community and there was no need to hide. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have come today. Wow, you truly are a genius. Li Wu commented before saying, let's go, I'll take you to your villa. My home is nearby as well. I'll head back to inform my parents first. Lin Feng quickly returned home. Until the evening, Lin Dongwang Xiaoyun and Lin Xiaoyu returned home. As soon as they opened the door, they witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. What happened? Did a thief break in? Where's my brother? He couldn't have been taken by a thief, could he? At home, almost all valuable items had been cleared out. It was desolate. At this moment, Lin Feng walked out of the house smiling as he said, Mom and Dad, I have an announcement to make. Wait, brother, you didn't sell our things because you needed money, did you? Lin Xiaoyu quickly touched Lin Feng's forehead. He didn't have a fever. Lin Feng smiled and said, do you think I would be so insane? I have a very big announcement to make. Standing on a chair, he declared like a speaker, Mom and Dad Xiaoyu, I officially announced that I have become a martial artist and joined the Super Martial Arts Academy. What? The three exclaimed in unison, is this for real? Lin Xiaoyu seemed skeptical and the three had no immediate reaction. Lin Feng said, how could I lie to you? Just follow me. The academy has provided me with a set of detached villas. In the southern part of the city at the lakeside villa area, Lin Dong, Wang Xiaoyun, and Lin Xiaoyu entered the detached villa community. Their expressions still dumbfounded, their minds filled with disbelief. Even Lin Feng was astonished. The villa had 2 floors with all furnishings complete and furnished with luxurious furniture. The only word to describe it was opulence. Xiaofeng, you really joined the Super Martial Arts Academy. That's wonderful. Wang Xiaoyun could hardly believe it. Although she was not a martial artist, she had heard of the Super Martial Arts Academy and its significance. Lin Feng joining the Super Martial Arts Academy and being provided a villa completely transformed the family's life. Lin Feng grinned, of course. I'm your son, and I won't let you down. You're amazing, brother. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but praise Lin Feng, especially after seeing her luxurious big room, causing her to feel even more excited. No longer would she have to share a room with her brother and listen to his snoring. After a long time, the family finally came to their senses from the excitement and joy beginning their new life in the villa community. However, Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyun still insisted on going to work every day. Lin Feng understood, older people just can't stay idle without something to do, as long as they don't wear themselves out. With his parents working, Lin Xiaoyu prepared for her high school entrance exams. Lin Feng wandered around the martial arts academy. By the way, Lin Feng, we're heading to the Beast City tomorrow. Do you want to come? Li Wu asked Lin Feng. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng nodded, directly sure. After all, if he was going to be idle, he needed to level up by killing beasts, otherwise it would be difficult for him to grow stronger. That evening, Lin Feng briefly informed his parents that he would be gone for a few days. They said little, only reminding him to pay attention to safety. Brother, be careful. Goodbye. Goodbye, focus on your exams, and don't mess them up. The next day, after bidding farewell, Lin Feng headed towards the city gate. Before long, Li Wu and 2 other men and a woman arrived. Old Li, who is this guy? One of the tall, thin men asked upon seeing Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with disdain for Lin Feng. Li Wu waved his hand and said, let me introduce this genius from our Super Martial Arts Academy, Lin Feng. What genius? I haven't heard of him. What realm is he in? He old one, you just don't understand. Li Wu smiled as he praised Lin Feng, saying, Lin Feng is only 16 years old, yet he has already broken through to the silver realm, much stronger than us. Oh, are you kidding? That can't be true. When Li Wu said this, the other 2 quickly glanced at Lin Feng, expressing their doubts. Brother Wu is joking. Let's go, we need to hurry up, and set off. Lin Feng humbly smiled, and everyone felt that Li Wu was exaggerating and boasting about Lin Feng. Forget it, let's go. The 4th brother is injured, and we happen to be short 1 person, the youth named Old Wang reluctantly said. Just don't hold us back. Also, our rewards will be distributed based on contribution, so don't complain like a woman if you get less later on. Lin Feng nodded lightly, indicating he had no objections. The 5 began to set off. Along the way, Lin Feng learned through conversation that this team was called the Peanut Squad. One of the youths named Wang Dali spoke quite bluntly and looked down on Lin Feng. He played the role of the charge in the team. Another long-haired youth wearing scanning glasses was named Abo, responsible for sniping. The female team member, named Mu Qing, had a hot figure. She had a bit of conversation with Lin Feng, and her attitude was quite good. Lin Feng, once we encounter powerful enemies or demon beasts, you will take on a supportive role and don't run around, understood? Seeing that Lin Feng had little combat experience, Li Wu had discussed this in advance. Lin Feng nodded, indicating he understood. About 2 days later, the Peanut Squad finally arrived at a level city of demon beasts. The city of demon beasts is divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D, with the corresponding levels indicating the danger of the city. Among them, the S-level city of demon beasts is the most dangerous, with countless powerful demon beasts, while the A-level city is suitable for warriors above the golden level. As for their Peanut Squad, all team members are at the silver realm, so they can only hunt demon beasts in level cities. This city appeared somewhat ancient and dilapidated. It used to be a metropolis with a population of 5 million, but was later invaded by demon beasts, resulting in countless casualties. As the Peanut Squad's members just reached the overpass, they encountered a bloodthirsty weasel charging toward them, seeking death. Whoosh! Abo took out a laser gun from his waist and lightly fired, producing a crisp sound of assassination as the bloodthirsty weasel was shot dead. Due to the weakness of the bloodthirsty weasel, it had no place in the city and could only survive on the outskirts. Therefore, it almost never produced beast cores, making it of little value, which everyone looked down upon and simply walked away. However, Lin Feng was somewhat interested in Abo's laser gun. I am a marksman and a gunsmith. Have you heard of that? Abo noticed Lin Feng's gaze and smiled, saying, this laser gun is a level thermal weapon capable of killing most silver-level demon beasts. It sells for 50 million in the warrior market. A gunsmith? Lin Feng thought carefully and recalled having heard about it. This is a very rare and mysterious profession, said to be comprised of those who are the strongest in using thermal weapons in the world, specializing in urban combat. A powerful gunsmith can take on 100 foes, which is incredibly terrifying. No wonder Abo's first strike was a headshot, It turns out he is a gunsmith using a level weapon truly impressive. Lin Feng thought to himself. Upon entering the city, Lin Feng and the others encountered quite a few demon beasts, but most were dealt with by Li Wu and Wang Dali. Lin Feng had few opportunities to showcase his skills, and his upgrade points were not substantial. Just as the peanut squad was progressing through a narrow street, suddenly a blazing black panther leaped down from a building on the left. Roar! An ambush! Let me handle this. As everyone was about to act, Lin Feng spoke first and rushed to attack. He stepped forward directly, instantly reaching above the blazing black panther, and his fist struck down violently on the panther's back. Boom! The blazing black panther's face showed surprise, and then it quickly fell from the air, creating a cloud of dust upon landing, leaving a large pit in the ground. Ding! Slayed a silver-level demon beast, upgrade points 400. Lin Feng finally acquired the blazing black panther's beast core, satisfying his craving for battle. Seeing this, Li Wu stepped forward and praised. Not bad, you killed a silver-level blazing black panther with one punch. Lin Feng, your strength is incredible. He questioned himself. They could not possibly kill a demon beast of the same realm with one punch while unarmed. Yet Lin Feng accomplished it. How strong is Lin Feng's power? It was enviable. Abo and Mu Qing were surprised and nodded in agreement. However, Wang Dali crossed his arms and sneered, saying, "Humph, this blazing black panther was already injured and just happened to deliver itself. This is just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." He refused to acknowledge Lin Feng's strength, his words dripping with disdain. Old Wang, stop being bitter. Lin Feng's speed and strength are not inferior to ours. Mu Qing defended Lin Feng. To prove he is better than me, he at least needs to show it through action. What is mere talk worth? Wang Dali insisted on his thoughts, stubborn as a duck. Lin Feng was speechless. He wasn't here to quarrel. However, just as the two were bickering, suddenly a violent roar of beasts entered the ears of the five. Roar! Roar! This sound, like ultrasound, caused pain in their eardrums, and immediately, except for Lin Feng, the faces of the other four changed drastically. Based on their experience, they could predict that this was a diamond ape. Indeed, their guess was correct. The next moment, a diamond ape, over 10 meters tall, comparable to an airplane, walked around the corner. The diamond ape must have smelled blood, which is why it was attracted. This guy can take on 3 opponents when enraged, so everyone needs to be cautious. Li Wu and the others instantly changed into silver combat uniforms, while Lin Feng remained indifferent. Lin Feng, where is your combat uniform? Mu Qing asked. Warriors facing powerful demon beasts need to change into combat uniforms to withstand 70% of the damage from demon beasts of the same realm. This is nearly common knowledge among warriors. But Lin Feng had nothing. He looked at himself confused. Right, where is my combat uniform? I forgot to buy it. Actually, it wasn't that he forgot, but rather, he had no money to buy it. You don't have a combat uniform? Then find a place to hide and watch how we deal with it. Wang Dali said smugly. However, the others did not dare to be careless. A silver-level diamond ape was not easy to handle, and they had to be extremely cautious. However, just as they were preparing to act, a figure flashed out. Gun come. With the silver gun out, the diamond ape charged at Lin Feng, its massive arms swinging down. Lin Feng tightly gripped the long gun and thrust it out, instantly unleashing a surge of violent power from the blade of the gun. Boom. The diamond ape's fist was pierced through by the divine dragon gun technique, completely destroying its right arm and turning it into mush. With a piercing howl, the King Kong ape emitted a mournful wail upon seeing its arm shattered by the human before it. Then it charged towards Lin Feng like a madman. The other 4 members of the peanut team were filled with fear at the sight. What on earth was Lin Feng doing? This had thoroughly enraged the King Kong ape. If it went on a rampage, it would be a massacre. Such a silver-ranked beast had formidable defensive abilities. The 4 of them might not be able to restrain it. However, as the King Kong ape grabbed a flying car and hurled it at Lin Feng remained unfazed. It was only when the car was about to strike that he shot out. Break! The divine dragon spear technique erupted to its fullest, advancing like a spiritual serpent, shattering the car and then directly piercing the King Kong ape. Sensing danger, the King Kong ape raised its defenses, its fur tightly adhering to its body. It was as if it had donned a tight-fitting suit, with visible defenses appearing seemingly indestructible. In the next moment, Lin Feng's silver spear had already pierced the body of the King Kong ape. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This defense is so strong. His strike couldn't even injure the King Kong ape in the slightest. Undeterred, he lunged forward again, the spear striking like a dragon, exerting overwhelming pressure. Boom! 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 Thunderous sounds rang out, engulfing the entire battlefield in dust and smoke. Buildings collapsed, streets shattered, and Lin Feng's spear penetrated everything. Finally, after a torrential onslaught, the King Kong ape fell to the ground. Boom! Its massive body crashed down, shaking the ground. The 4 members of the peanut team stared wide-eyed at this scene. Especially Wang Dali, who stood there like a wooden chicken staring at Lin Feng with eyes wide open, his mouth forming an O shape. They knew all too well what a terrifying beast the King Kong ape was. Such beasts are not only incredibly strong, but also boast the greatest advantage of defense. Its defenses were something that ordinary silver-ranked warriors could hardly penetrate. They had prepared to fight 4 against 1, but before they could even act, Lin Feng had already taken it down. What on earth was going on? Ding killed a silver beast, upgrade points 1000. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. This was the highest amount of upgrade points he had received from slaying a beast so far. Previously, beasts only granted 1 or 200 points. Bronze beasts were even rarer, hardly worth mentioning. It seemed the King Kong ape was indeed far superior to other beasts. In the silver tier, it was likely a small overlord. If I hadn't used the divine dragon spear technique, I probably wouldn't have been able to match this beast. Lin Feng glanced at his silver spear and noticed several chips on the blade. It was clearly damaged. After one battle, his great silver spear was ruined. Without dwelling on it further, Lin Feng began to collect the King Kong ape's beast core and other usable materials. Lin Feng, you actually took down the King Kong ape by yourself? My goodness, you've hidden your strength well. At that moment, the loudest Wang Dali rushed over, looking at him with admiration and asking, "What realm are you at?" "He am at the silver tier," Lin Feng chuckled. Wang Dali smiled wryly. "I can't believe you." Li Wu and Mu Qing and the others also admitted their inferiority. "Lin Feng, you're far stronger than us. I was worried you lacked experience. It seems I was overthinking it. From now on, when we encounter powerful beasts, well, leave it to you, well, just reap the rewards." Abo remarked with a sideways glance and a smile. "Also, your spear technique just now seems to have reached a minor success. My heavens, what other secrets do you have?" Mu Qing's remark reminded the three of them that Lin Feng's spear skills had indeed reached a level of minor success. His movements were graceful and had already achieved a level of proficiency rivaling their own. It is incredibly rare for a newcomer to master spear techniques to such an extent. To know that between the ages of 18 and 22, most martial apprentices can only learn survival skills and basic knowledge of being a warrior, in other words, knowing only the surface with no time to train a martial skill. Training in martial skills is something that can only be contemplated upon reaching the silver tier. Like them, they were all merely at the entry level in their respective martial skills. But Lin Feng at 16 had achieved minor success in spear techniques. It was truly astonishing. Just average, Lin Feng said modestly, scratching the back of his head. The others were speechless. Lin Feng was so mysterious. What kind of freak was he? The beast core of the King Kong ape is incredibly rare and can be sold for 500,000 each. The beast skin can be used to craft combat gear worth about $1 million. In total, this beast is worth around $2 million. Lin Feng, since you were the main contributor, you'll get 80%. The remaining 20% will be split among the 4 of us. Is that all right with everyone? No objections, Lin Feng nodded, indicating his understanding. After all, they had agreed before setting out that the main contributor would take a larger share. Even those who didn't take action but were responsible for defense or retreat would get a share. A small team shouldn't let distribution issues cause conflicts. On the contrary, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel delighted. He had reaped 160,000 in one strike. How fortunate. Next, the peanut team pressed on. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more and more beasts, all increasingly ferocious. Ding defeated a silver beast, upgrade points 500. Ding defeated a silver beast, upgrade points 700. Ding defeated a bronze beast, upgrade points 160. Every beast brought in a decent haul, with total upgrade points generally exceeding 500. However, when they encountered some newly born beast cubs, Lin Feng could only earn over 100 upgrade points with one strike. There was no way around it. The cubs had low realms, and thus the rewards were naturally small. Over the course of several days, Lin Feng gained more than 200,000 upgrade points. He had transitioned from being seen as the marginal member of the peanut team to now being fully recognized. Everyone in the peanut team regarded him as the absolute main force, willingly leaving the troublesome beasts for Lin Feng to take the lead in killing, saving them a lot of hassle. Wang Dali's attitude towards Lin Feng had shifted from initial rejection to admiration. It could be said that Lin Feng had earned everyone's recognition through his strength. Break. Bang. Inside a chain supermarket, Lin Feng shot out the explosive force, directly toppling a giant Mongolian elephant, making it cry out in distress as it howled to the sky. Slashing through, Lin Feng rushed forward and pierced the Mongolian elephant's head, killing it instantly. Ding defeated a golden beast, upgrade points 2,000. 2,000. Lin Feng stood there stunned. At this moment, Li Wu stepped forward and said, "This Mongolian elephant is at the golden level, but it seems to have just broken through, and its temperament is gentle, making it one of the weakest among golden beasts. Otherwise, if we wanted to kill an adult Mongolian elephant, we would have to pay a price." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded, somewhat understanding that although the Mongolian elephant was at the golden level, its beast core wasn't as valuable as the King Kong ape he had killed a few days ago, which was rather regrettable. Suddenly at that moment, Lin Feng felt a slight pain in his head. An ominous premonition rose from his heart. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled Lin Feng's head, causing his expression to darken. Pain. Stabbing pain. It felt as if someone had jabbed a needle into his skull. It was as if ants were gnawing inside, making Lin Feng suffer immensely. Covering his intelligent little head with his hand, Lin Feng suddenly froze, because he heard many sounds around him. These sounds were coming from the nearby movements of the demon beasts, and Lin Feng could hear them quite clearly. What's going on? He was momentarily stunned, but after the pain completely subsided, his senses suddenly became clear. It seemed as though his hearing and other senses had been reopened, greatly enhanced. No doubt about it. Lin Feng's intuition was never wrong. He realized that his awareness had sharpened, and he could clearly capture any rustle within 100 meters radius in his mind. No sound could escape his ears. It felt as if he had eyes all around him. Ding, detecting the host's mental power is awakening. Ding, mental power has awakened. The host officially becomes a mental master. Just as Lin Feng was in a daze, the system provided a prompt. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. Mental master. He was overjoyed, wondering if he had misheard. Even a fool would know what a mental master was. A mental master is the most powerful profession among warriors, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, capable of controlling objects with mental power. Extremely formidable. It was akin to having supernatural abilities, allowing control over enemies and objects from a distance. If an ordinary warrior faced a mental master of the same realm, the mental master would undoubtedly win. Because a mental master could control weapons from afar, while others would have countless hands. No matter how powerful your martial skills were, you would still be at a disadvantage. This is the terrifying strength of a mental master. However, the only regret is that mental masters are extremely rare in the world. Among 100,000 warriors, one cannot even be cultivated. It is said that mental masters are born with a talent, awakening their mental power at a certain age, and no amount of training can change this. Host Lin Feng. Speed 65 milliseconds. Strength 11,600. Mental realm bronze 1 star 01000. Cultivation realm silver 1 star 040. 0000. Upgrade points 223000. Martial skill Dragon God Spear technique minor completion stage 0100000. Attack 10. He glanced at the panel and noticed an additional mental realm, which could also be upgraded using upgrade points. I didn't expect it to be true. I have become a mental master. What a pleasant surprise, but it's only at the initial level. His only regret was that the power of his mental force could only reach 1,000. This was simply too low. Not good. There are 2 adult Mungia elephants nearby, coming straight toward us. Suddenly, Lin Feng's mental power sensed the presence of 2 adult Mungia elephants approaching. He immediately informed Li Wu and the others about the impending danger. Li Wu curiously asked, Lin Feng, how do you know? No way, Mungia elephants are quite rare. They usually don't travel in packs. Before he could finish, they heard distant howls. Indeed, this was the call of the Mungia elephants, reminiscent of parents calling for their young, filled with a tinge of sorrow. It really is them. Oh, we need to hide quickly. Mu Qing said, confirming Lin Feng's suspicion. The group quickly concealed themselves inside a tall building. Adult Mungia elephants are above the gold realm. When provoked, they are not something silver warriors can confront heat-in. They must wait for the Mungia elephants to be distracted before sneaking away. However, to the group's dismay, the 2 Mungia elephants, upon discovering their young had been slain, remained vigilantly by the corpse, refusing to leave. Moreover, they continuously attacked the nearby buildings, seeking to find and punish the murderer for vengeance. This is bad. If they find us, we'll be in serious trouble. Their speed is no joke. Wang Dali spat with exasperation, glancing helplessly out the window. Silver warriors are no match for the speed of gold beasts. If they charged out from here, there would definitely be casualties. This is troublesome. The group frowned while Lin Feng remained deep in thought. Forget it, or I'll focus on increasing my mental realm for now. Oh, I can set aside my cultivation realm for the moment. No rush. Lin Feng thought with enhanced mental power, he could fly, allowing for a potential escape. With that thought, he wasted no time and immediately instructed the system, upgrade my Dragon God Spear technique first, then use all remaining upgrade points to enhance my mental realm. Ding, instruction accepted, upgrading in progress. Ding, Dragon God Spear technique is being cultivated. Please wait patiently. The phantom of the Dragon God Spear technique began to spread in Lin Feng's mind, continuously replaying like a movie. Soon Lin Feng grasped the essence of the Dragon God Spear technique, uncovering some moves he had never encountered before. Enlightenment. Ding, Dragon God Spear technique has reached the great completion stage. Attack 25. After deducting 100,000 upgrade points, Lin Feng successfully elevated the Dragon God Spear technique to a higher level. With another 120,000 upgrade points entirely devoted to mental power, It instantly broke through to the bronze 3-star realm. With his breakthrough, all upgrade points were consumed, not a single one left. Host Lin Feng. Speed 65 milliseconds. Strength 11,600. Mental realm bronze 3-star 172500000. Cultivation realm silver 1-star 0400000. Upgrade points 0. Martial skill dragon god spear technique great completion stage 0500000. Attack 25. After glancing at his attribute panel, Lin Feng felt confident. He thought for a moment and asked, does anyone have a level weapon or higher? I have a sword, but for anything above level we probably can't handle it. Li Wu pulled out the sword from his backpack and asked, what do you want to do? Lin Feng candidly replied, I've thought it through. Waiting here for our fate isn't the answer. The 2 Mungia elephants will eventually find us, so I believe we should join forces to take them down. As soon as his idea was voiced, the 4 others exchanged glances. Mu Qing asked, do you think we have a chance? We'll know once we try. Everyone follow my lead, we'll work together to slay them. After considering it, they decided to listen to Lin Feng. After some discussion, they charged out with Lin Feng. Outside, the 2 Mungia elephants were rampaging through buildings. At that moment, a laser bullet struck one of the Mungia elephants on the head. Bang! A cloud of smoke rose, and the Mungia elephant, enraged by the attack from the building, came charging in a frenzy, its eyes filled with a desire to destroy everything. Now is the time. Attack. As the Mungia elephant approached the building, Lin Feng thrust out from the first-floor entrance, spear in hand. With a swift motion, his speed was extraordinarily deceptive, and the Mungia elephant was unprepared as Lin Feng pierced its ankle with a spear, causing it to bleed and kneel. The Dragon God Spear technique unleashed a 25 attack boost, and the force behind Lin Feng's strike exceeded 15,000, precisely targeting the weak spot of the Mungia elephant. It was hard not to succeed. The Mungia elephant collapsed to the ground, its front legs rendered useless, and it saw the human who had ambushed and wounded it instantly erupting in fury. A deafening roar echoed through the streets, and it was about to attack Lin Feng with its tusks. At this moment, Lin Feng glanced up at the tall building and shouted to a bow, make your move. 2 beams of laser shot forth from a boss hand, striking the Mungia elephant's eyes. Although the Kraid laser gun could not penetrate the Mungia elephant's thick hide, its eyes were the most vulnerable part. Seizing the opportunity to strike at its weakness, the Mungia elephant was blinded in an instant. Losing its sight, it went berserk, rampaging wildly and attacking indiscriminately. As it shrieked in agony and crashed into everything around, the buildings were utterly destroyed by its massive body. A 3- or 4-story house collapsed in a second under its weight. Its hard and long tail swept through the air, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind. Lin Feng remained calm and collected, gracefully stepping aside. On the opposite side, another Mungia elephant, having witnessed its companion being toyed with by humans, let out a long howl and charged forward to rescue, aiming to tear apart the human in front of it. You guys hold it off, I'll take down this one first, Lin Feng said, and Li Wu and the others revealed themselves, beginning to entangle with the supporting Mungia elephant. The enraged Mungia elephant could not be approached, and a bow solemnly said, what do we do now? It's gone mad and we can't get close. Even if we could get close, it would be very difficult to kill it completely. Given the defensive capabilities of the Mungia elephant, the strength of the peanut team was insufficient to harm it. Unless one of them was a golden level warrior. Otherwise, they could only look for an opportunity to escape. I have a plan, Lin Feng said, closing his eyes. At this moment, a bow saw a grade sword slowly rise from behind Lin Feng, and then swiftly stabbed towards the Mungia elephant. With a sharp sound, although the Mungia elephant was like a ticking time bomb, anyone who approached would face dire consequences. But Lin Feng could use his spiritual force to strike and deliver a surprise attack. Lin Feng's target was precisely the Mungia elephant's weakness, its rear. The sharp blade pierced into the Mungia elephant's vulnerable spot, and in that moment its mournful cry resonated, a sound of utter despair. Kill. With a swift motion, Lin Feng controlled the flying sword to continuously spin within its body. In no time, the crazed Mungia elephant fell to the ground, its eyes filled with rage and endless pain. Ding, killed. A golden level beast, upgrade points 6,500. The system emitted a cold electronic voice. Wow, Lin Feng, you are a psychic master. A bow exclaimed, unable to hide his shock after witnessing Lin Feng's actions. He witnessed Lin Feng controlling the flying sword to stab the Mungia elephant. There was no way he could be mistaken. It was astonishing they actually had a psychic master among them. Lin Feng did not respond, as not far away the others had already engaged in battle with the Mungia elephant, and 2 figures were violently knocked back. Bang! Li Wu and Wang Dali crashed heavily against a building, the reinforced concrete walls cracking like spider webs, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, their injury serious. At this moment, perhaps sensing that its companion had died, the Mungia elephant went on a rampage, turning everything in its path into ruins. Boom! The houses fell like dominoes, and the massive figure charged forward at high speed. If they were struck again, Li Wu and Wang Dali would undoubtedly perish. They could only prepare for the worst. Kill. Without a moment to lose, Lin Feng swiftly stepped forward and thrust his silver spear directly at the Mongya elephant's eyes. The Mongya elephant instinctively closed its eyes. It could not allow humans to harm its weakness. However, Lin Feng changed his attack direction, and the next moment a flying sword rose from behind the Mongya elephant, aimed straight for its vital point. With a sharp sound, blood gushed from the rear of the Mongya elephant, splattering everywhere, its flesh pouring out like a flood. It went berserk, rampaging wildly in pain, having completely lost its sanity. It never expected that humans would be so despicable as to launch a sneak attack from behind. How infuriating. After successfully landing the blow, Lin Feng quickly distanced himself. The 5 members of the peanut team hurriedly left the scene. The Mongya elephant had gone mad. They could not stay there and take hits. The group flickered away, and soon the sound of buildings collapsing from the earlier battlefield echoed the scene, spectacular, like a demolition of high-rises. Everyone saw this scene, and a song automatically floated into their minds. The chrysanthemum withers, leaving scars everywhere. Your smile has turned pale. Lin Feng, who would have thought you were a psychic master? Impressive, my Feng, you truly surprise us. I can't find the words to describe you. On the rooftop of the building, Li Wu and the others looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. A psychic master, there are very few in the world, each one a rare being, a genius renowned throughout. Once someone has the psychic master attribute, their minimum achievement in the martial arts world would reach the platinum level. Minimum platinum. This is incredible. In the face of everyone's inquiries, Lin Feng did not deny it, but merely smiled lightly. Well, it's just okay. My psychic power has just awakened not long ago. What do you mean just okay? You're exceedingly capable. Even if you weren't, you'd still be impressive. Li Wu said with admiration. If it weren't for you, it would still be a question of whether we could leave today. We owe it all to you. Mu Qing and the others expressed their gratitude, as well, saying that's right, Lin Feng played a crucial role in this hunt. He should take the lion's share. The group began discussing the distribution of the spoils. To be honest, Lin Feng personally killed both Mongya elephants. Without him, they would have been doomed. It was only fair that he received the lion's share. Ding killed a golden level beast, upgrade points 6,500. When Lin Feng received the upgrade points, his eyes flickered. The Mongya elephant was dead. Indeed, the group noticed that there was no longer any movement from that direction. It had fallen completely silent. At this point, they began to approach and clean up the battlefield. The Mongya elephant cores and tusks were relatively valuable. The rest was damaged, and even if sold, they wouldn't fetch much. Thus, everyone gave up on the skins. A Mongya elephant core is worth 8,000, and a set of tusks can sell for 6,000, totaling to 8 million. Wang Dali said, holding the tusks, unable to put them down. It was also his first time participating in the hunt of a Mongya elephant. Since they had already discussed the distribution beforehand, no one had any objections. After the battle, everyone had sustained some injuries, and the peanut team found a safe place to rest. Sitting in the corner, Li Wu and Wang Dali took out medical spray and strong healing bandages to treat their wounds, also using body-stabilizing pills to stabilize their internal injuries. Their seemingly simple treatment had already cost around 1,000, as medical supplies for warriors had to be purchased from specialized warrior shops and were extremely expensive. Fortunately, killing the Mongya elephant had brought them a return. 0 was not much for them. I calculated the spoils of the past 3 days, and I've earned around 2.8 million. How about you all? Li Wu replied, I made 3.5 million. I have 2.6 million. I earned 3 million. Mu Qing and Abo chimed in, and their numbers were quite close. Lin Feng calculated and said, for me, it's about the same, roughly around 5 million. No one was surprised, as Lin Feng had been a key player in several monster hunts, especially the 2 adult Mingya elephants and the juvenile one, which were extremely valuable. He earned 2 to 3 million just from those. Accumulating 5 million wasn't surprising. However, Lin Feng also suffered losses. His Crade silver spear was completely destroyed in the fight, leaving nothing usable. The Crade silver spear he checked was worth as much as 2,000. His body was unharmed, but the loss of wealth was more severe than the others. Now Lin Feng had no weapon left. For them as warriors, time was money when hunting monsters. After a brief rest, the peanut team set off again. However, the closer they got to the city center, the stronger the monsters became. Looking around, they saw all silver-grade monsters. Besides Lin Feng, the others could only hunt cautiously. Only Lin Feng, wielding a grade longsword, took down monsters with ease. However, Lin Feng also discovered a downside. Using mental power for extended periods left him mentally exhausted, causing his vitality to drop significantly. The consumption was far too severe. His mental power level was still too low, otherwise he could control the monsters entirely with his mind, without lifting a finger. Thus Lin Feng could only personally engage and slay the monsters. Ding killed a silver-grade monster, upgrade points 400. Ding killed a silver grade monster upgrade points 510. Ding killed a gold grade monster upgrade points 1100. Besides the silver grade monsters, they also cooperated to take down several gold grade lone wolf beasts, with Lin Feng taking the lead for greater rewards. The peanut team proceeded steadily, and Lin Feng found himself at ease slaying silver monsters as easily as drinking water. In just 5 days, he had killed a large number of monsters, astonishing the others with his harvest speed. Against monsters of the same level, Lin Feng almost achieved instant kills. It was incredibly terrifying. After 5 days, Lin Feng checked and found that his accumulated upgrade points had exceeded his expectations. He had reached 1,500,000. This figure was something Lin Feng had not anticipated. It was shockingly fast. During this time, some wandering warriors who witnessed Lin Feng's feats couldn't help but keep their distance, fearing he might kill them for their spoils. In Monster Beast City, one not only had to guard against monsters, but also be wary of sudden attacks from human warriors, otherwise one could end up in dire straits. Everyone's supplies were nearly depleted. Li Wu said to the group, "If we hunt for a few more days, we should head back. Being overly fatigued could lead to trouble. On this trip, barring any accidents, we could earn around 10 million, which is enough. Alright, let's move. My bullets are also running low." ABO put away his blue fire Qilin dual pistols, feeling the pinch. The bullets for this laser gun were infused with special energy and cost over 1 million to charge. Lin Feng thought about it. He had been out for over a week and needed to return to rest. Working while fatigued was not a good thing. After a few more days, once everyone had hunted the monsters, they sat in a hidden room of an office building, considering they were nearly out of ammo, and prepared to head home. At that moment, Lin Feng's expression stiffened as he extended his mental power to investigate. After a while, he solemnly said, "Wait, don't move. I seem to have discovered a big fellow not far from here." "What big fellow?" Mu Qing inquired. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, "In the supermarket across the street." The group began to pull out binoculars to look at the department store across the street, and suddenly ABO screamed, "Oh my god, look what I found." "What's the big deal?" "At most it's a gold-grade monster. How could it be a beast king?" As everyone looked closely, they were all stunned. They were as if petrified. In Lin Feng's line of sight, he saw a blue-silver giant python coiling within the first-floor supermarket. From their vantage point, they could see it clearly. "Is that the legendary blue-silver giant python?" Wang Dali spoke tremulously, his tone betraying a hint of fear. "Yes, this is indeed the blue-silver giant python. Its skin is entirely blue-silver. There can be no mistake." Li Wu observed through the binoculars and then said, "These blue-silver giant pythons are all very precious. They are gold-grade from birth and can even reach Beast King level after 100 years. As for this one, I can't tell what grade it is." Everyone looked at Lin Feng, who understood it was time for him to take action. He projected his mental power outward. At 100-meter distance, he could assess the strength of the blue-silver giant python, and he discovered something unexpected. Quickly, he withdrew his mental power and joyfully said, "This blue-silver giant python's strength should be at the platinum level, but it has sustained serious injuries." "Really? Let me take a look." Indeed, after using the binoculars, everyone saw that the beautifully patterned blue-silver giant python had a massive wound on its belly, as if it had been slashed by a sharp blade. It was coiling, seemingly nursing its injuries. "Brothers, shall we go for this big catch?" Lin Feng sought everyone's opinion. The snake skin of the blue-silver giant python sells for a staggering 10 million per square meter, and its beast core ranks among the top 10 rarest monsters globally. If we succeed, we could earn at least tens of millions. That's a lot of money. Let's go for it. After some thought, everyone decided to go for one big score before heading back. After reaching a consensus, they devised a strategy. ABO would attract fire from a distance, while Lin Feng would close in and attack its belly with his great longsword. Soon the plan was executed. ABO's laser gun directly hit the blue-silver giant python, resting, startling it awake from its tranquil state. This is easy. The blue-silver giant python raised its head in response to the laser attack, pinpointing the enemy's location. Attack. At this moment, Li Wu, Mu Qing, and Old Wang attacked from different angles. The blue-silver giant python remained unfazed, swinging its tail forcefully and sending Old Wang flying. Bang! Old Wang was knocked away, his combat suit instantly tearing, and he nearly lost consciousness. The power was truly formidable. In a flash, Lin Feng controlled his great sword and plunged it into the blue-silver giant python's belly. This is easy. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, the blue-silver giant python sprang up. However, it could never locate Lin Feng's position, revealing a look of despair. Thus, the blue-silver giant python was strangled by an unseen force. The longsword cut through its belly, leaving a long, bloody gash, and its entrails fell to the ground. It was incredibly brutal. The blue-silver giant python fled in panic, and Lin Feng and the others hurried after it. Soon, Lin Feng's mind rang with a notification. Ding killed a platinum-grade monster, upgrade points 300. Wait, 3 million. Lin Feng was stunned. Seeing Lin Feng in shock, his companions were equally astonished. "Lin Feng, why did you stop chasing? Are you hurt? Li Wu caught up from behind and asked. Just now Lin Feng had taken the risk of approaching the blue-silver giant python, and it was highly likely that he had been scratched by the python's scales, which were extremely sharp, and also potentially deadly. No, I'm fine. The blue-silver giant python is dead. Let's go take a look, Lin Feng responded, smiling. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved, and the four of them arrived at the spot of the blue-silver giant python and began to clean up the battlefield. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away from the Peanuts team in a tall building, a group of men was using binoculars to look towards the blue-silver giant python. After a moment, a middle-aged man in combat gear turned around and reported, "Young master, it seems that someone over there has killed a blue-silver giant python." A blue-silver giant python. Let me see. A youthful boy looking around 17 or 18 and dressed luxuriously picked up the binoculars and indeed showed a hint of delight. The blue-silver giant python is worth a fortune. It's a great prize for me. Bring me my sniper rifle. Young master, are you planning to? Enough talk, I came out to train. If I go back empty-handed, where will I put my face? Zhou Jinyang reprimanded. They are just a few silver-level warrior teams. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I'm not afraid of a silver-level team. The two men behind him nodded. As Zhou Jinyang's personal bodyguards, they naturally understood his character. For the two of them, silver-level warriors could be easily eliminated, so let their young master have his fun. Soon Zhou Jinyang got the Blevel sniper rifle and aimed at the location of the Peanuts team. Meanwhile, the members of the Peanuts team were busy extracting the beast core from the blue-silver giant python, joyfully cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone's face wore a smile. Wang Dali held the beast core and exclaimed, "This thing is worth tens of millions. Haha, we're going to be rich. Stop playing around, hurry and skin it." The blue-silver giant python skin has scales, and it's a bit of a hassle to process. We don't want to attract other beasts. Li Wu reminded. Just then Lin Feng furrowed his brows. He sensed danger and warned, "There's danger." As soon as he spoke with a bang, Wang Dali was blasted away. Enemies. Where? I can't detect them. They should be over 100 meters away. Everyone hide. Seeing Wang Dali being shot away, the remaining four members of the Peanuts team immediately became alert. The observant ABO pointed at the tall building in the distance and said, "Over there. They're using a sniper rifle. Quickly stop the bleeding, otherwise old Wang will be done for." No one dared to continue skinning. They hurriedly carried Wang Dali and ran into the building, taking cover inside. Meanwhile, the sound of gunfire outside continued. Pew pew pew. The sound was faint like raindrops, but it pierced through the walls with terrifying penetration. It forced Lin Feng and the others to dodge away and escape far before silence fell. 10 kilometers away, the Peanuts team found a basement and began to treat Wang Dali's wounds. Wang Dali had lost consciousness. Both his legs had been pierced simultaneously, and the bullets could not remain in his body. His arteries were pierced and blood gushed out. After Lin Feng and the others treated him, they finally managed to stop the bleeding. Mu Qing said, "Old Wang is temporarily unconscious. Who attacked us just now?" "I didn't even notice where the enemy was," Li Wu said, still shaken. Even a warrior could be knocked unconscious with a single shot. One could imagine the power of a sniper rifle. It's possible that old Wang's life is in jeopardy. A trace of gravity appeared on everyone's faces. ABO said, "The one who can afford a fire sniper rifle must be a disciple of a big family. Who on earth is targeting us? Damn it, the blue-silver giant python is going to fall into their hands. How infuriating, it's a treasure worth over 100 million. This time, they truly lost both the lady and the soldiers. What a huge loss." Lin Feng was also extremely furious. The meat they had worked hard to obtain was taken away by someone, and the other party also wanted to put them to death. It was too insidious. By the way, my upgrade points. He remembered that he still had a significant amount of upgrade points. Fortunately, the blue-silver giant python had died at his hands, otherwise if it had been killed by the enemy, he would truly have lost everything. System, use all upgrade points to enhance my realm. He poured all his upgrade points into enhancing his realm, as he was uncertain about the enemy's strength, so increasing his power was the most important thing. To guard against potential threats. Ding, command accepted, upgrading. Ding, upgrade complete. The system's voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears, and soon his realm began to change. Silver 1 star. Silver 2 stars. Silver 3 stars. Silver 5 stars. Boom. When all 500,000 upgrade points were used to enhance his realm, Lin Feng's cultivation level suddenly broke through to silver 5 stars. In that instant, his physical attributes underwent a tremendous transformation, with waves of violent power surging into his body. Soon his attribute panel also changed significantly. Host Lin Feng. Speed 120 milliseconds. Strength 60,000 kilograms. Mental realm bronze 3 stars 172500000. Cultivation realm silver 5 stars 02000000. Upgrade points 0. Martial skill divine dragon spear technique mastery level 050. 0,000, attack 25. Speed nearly doubled, strength reached 60,000 kg, a six-fold increase, terrifying indeed. Moreover, after the breakthrough, Lin Feng's fatigue faded away and he felt rejuvenated. His powerful arms filled him with joy. Brothers, I believe we should counterattack, otherwise old Wang won't get rescued and won't last long here. At this moment, Lin Feng said to everyone, I have a plan to deal with them. All right, let's go for it. I don't want to hide and be chased like a street rat. Li Wu couldn't help but speak up, and Mu Qing and Abo had no objections. Being gentle makes one susceptible to bullying. They must retaliate against the adversary. Otherwise, it's a dead end. I'm more agile. I'll go out to ascertain their strength and formulate a detailed plan. Lin Feng darted out. His speed was exceedingly fast now. Moreover, he tested and found he could utilize his mental power to fly silently and stealthily. Returning to the original location of the blue-silver giant python, Lin Feng saw 3 people skinning the python. The 2 adults are golden-level warriors, and this young boy here only looks like a silver 1-star, simply weak. That makes it easier. Lin Feng muttered to himself, I'll distract these 2, then let Wu Ge and the others capture this little brat. He quickly went and returned, and this time the 4 of them gathered. After determining the tactics, the Peanuts team began to take action. They actually let those useless guys escape, but that's finer as long as they dare to show their heads. We can catch them. Zhou Jinyang habitually complained. Just then a few flying swords pierced towards him. Young master, watch out. The golden-level bodyguard reacted swiftly, instantly punching the long sword away. At this moment, on top of the tall building, a figure stood there. This person was naturally Lin Feng. Lin Feng coldly spoke. 3 useless fools, how dare you steal from me, your grandfather? You must be tired of living. Zhou Jinyang was furious. He never expected that someone would dare to ambush him. He roared, you little brat, are you seeking death? I was originally considering letting you off, but I didn't expect you to come back to seek your own demise. Foolishness cannot be cured. He grinned ominously and said to the 2 bodyguards, bring him over here. I want to personally chop off his fingers and feed them to the beasts. TSK. The 2 were martial artists at the Golden Realm level. Upon receiving Zhou Jinyang's order, they swiftly moved towards Lin Feng. Seeing the 2 rush towards him, Lin Feng remained calm. He turned and ran with the 2 hot on his heels, attacking him relentlessly. However, the 2 found it strange that Lin Feng's speed was uncanny. One remarked, I can tell this guy only has the strength of a Silver Realm martial artist, but how can he run so fast? The other fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and pondered for a moment before saying, he must have taken some stimulant pills. Once he tires out, he will lose strength. The 2 kept their distance and coldly pursued Lin Feng. With their Golden Realm cultivation, catching a mere Silver Realm novice should be a piece of cake. When Lin Feng was exhausted, that would be his moment of death. He ran frantically, but suddenly came to a stop. It should be about time, right? Lin Feng stopped and turned to face the 2 pursuers. At that moment, they also halted, their gazes cold as they stared at him. Hey, not running anymore. Finally can't run anymore, huh? Tisk, prepare to die. Without further ado, the 2 charged in with a punch. The power of Golden Realm warriors typically ranged between 100,000 to 2 million. If confronted heat-in, even 10 Lin Fengs would not survive. He was clever. As soon as the opponent's fist came crashing down, he quickly dodged to evade the attack. Bang! The punch struck the wall, obliterating the dilapidated surface into dust. How can your speed be so fast? One of them, having failed to land a hit, displayed an expression of surprise. The speed of their Golden Realm warriors approached 100 milliseconds, much faster than Silver Realm fighters. Logically, a Silver Realm warrior should never be able to dodge their attacks. But at this moment, in terms of strength, I might not be your match, but in terms of speed, you won't even catch a glimpse of my shadow. Lin Feng said coldly, hands in pockets, his speed reaching 120 milliseconds, a fifth faster than his opponents. Who could touch him? I believe your nonsense, kid. Stop struggling and die. The 2 disbelieving Lin Feng charged at him together. Bang! Yet it was all too easy for Lin Feng to evade. Moreover, utilizing his mental force, he turned the battlefield within a 300-meter radius into his own domain. Every movement of his opponents was within his perception. Thud, thud, thud. Various violent punches smashed against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. After dodging dozens of punches, Lin Feng finally saw his opportunity. Kid, tired, huh? Kneel before me. Lin Feng pretended to be exhausted, slowing his speed. One of the attackers wearing silver gauntlets charged in, explosively filling the space with a fierce aura. The gauntlets were Class C, slightly enhancing his attack. He was confident that with this strike, Lin Feng would die on the spot. Just as the fist approached Lin Feng a mere inch away, Lin Feng sidestepped and dodged the punch. At the same time, he used his mental force to control a flying sword that pierced in from behind the attacker. The sword was incredibly fast and bizarre, effortlessly stabbing into the man's body. A surprise attack from behind. The Golden Realm warrior was alarmed and tried to flee, but Lin Feng unleashed a punch that struck his face. Bang! However, he quickly raised his fist to counter Lin Feng's blow, and both were sent flying. Unfortunately, the flying sword had already pinned him to the ground, leaving him gasping for breath, close to death. The other bodyguard witnessing this displayed an incredulous expression and stammered towards Lin Feng mentalist. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng charged in, unleashing his explosive power to its peak. The remaining bodyguard raised his hand to block. At that moment, his weakness was exposed. A small knife seemingly from nowhere swiftly pierced into his heart. Splat! Two figures collapsed to the ground, their pupils filled with horror. They never expected that Lin Feng was a mentalist. Moreover, both of them died from the same attack. They had been too careless. Ding defeated a Golden Realm enemy, upgrade, points 20,000. Ding defeated a Golden Realm enemy, upgrade, points 16,000. The first had been relatively strong, hence more points, while the last, panicking and killed, seemed to have just broken through to the Golden Realm. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't care less about these. He searched around and found that the two had not a single valuable item on them. Brokius, my combat suit is damaged. Damn. Lin Feng looked at his combat suit and sighed in regret. But thinking that he had just borrowed it from Li Wu, he felt indifferent. Work injury reimbursement, they wouldn't ask him for money, right? When he returned to the side of the blue-silver giant python, Li Wu and the others had already subdued Zhou Jinyang. Lin Feng, what should we do with this kid? Abo asked, holding Zhou Jinyang. Zhou Jinyang, seeing himself subdued by a group of Silver Realm warriors, angrily exclaimed, do you want to die? When my bodyguards return, you'll all be dead. Quick, let me go. I am from the Zhou family in Modu. Do you want to destroy your family? He kept threatening Lin Feng, and the others seemingly unafraid. Lin Feng replied indifferently, hasn't anyone told you? Your bodyguards have already been killed by me. What? Impossible, you're lying. Zhou Jinyang refused to believe, saying, you Silver Realm kids couldn't possibly kill my bodyguards. Don't scare me. Let me go, or you'll regret it. You stinky fish, do you really think a mere bronze kid can shout in front of us? Hearing Zhou Jinyang still boasting, Li Wu kicked him hard in the stomach, causing Zhou Jinyang to kneel down in pain. He spat blood. You dare hit me? Zhou Jinyang glared in anger. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed his head, smashing it into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After smashing him several times, Zhou Jinyang's head was bloodied, collapsing to the ground, barely alive. He has valuable items on him. Let's confiscate them and leave. Also collect the beast core and snake skin of the blue-silver giant python. After Lin Feng said this, he glanced at Zhou Jinyang, then struck down with a sword. Splat! Zhou Jinyang died without a doubt. Lin Feng won't killing him bring trouble. Abo said worriedly. Anyone who could hire Golden Realm warriors as bodyguards was usually not an ordinary person. This kid was likely the young master of a prominent family in Modu. I'm not afraid. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility. Let's go back. Lin Feng was unafraid. Zhou Jinyang almost murdered them. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, he wouldn't be Lin Feng. In the martial artist competition, one cannot show mercy, otherwise the price could be one's life. As he left, Lin Feng deliberately extended his mental force outward, confirming that no one was around before he felt at ease to depart. The human heart is difficult to gauge. If someone were to leak information, Lin Feng and his companions would attract unnecessary trouble or even face disaster. I move quickly, so we'll carry Old Wang back for treatment first. As for the beast core and snake skin of the blue-silver giant python Wu Gu, you have the means to sell them. Just contact me after we return. Understood. Old Wang's injuries are severe, and we must hurry back for treatment, while Lin Feng is the fastest among us. It can only be left to Lin Feng to handle. A day later in Gaoliang City, Lin Feng successfully brought Old Wang to the warrior hospital, where his injuries stabilized, and he was no longer in life-threatening danger. The patient's condition is stable, but he will need at least 2 more days to wake up. Please pay the hospitalization fee and wait for news. The attending physician approached and spoke. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before paying the hospital fee and leaving the hospital. The warrior hospital specializes in treating warriors and has advanced medical standards, so Lin Feng believed Old Wang would be fine. Back home, Lin Feng took a shower and lay down on the bed for a nap to relieve his fatigue. By evening, his parents and Lin Xiaoyu had returned. Seeing Lin Feng safe and sound, his parents sighed in relief. Their child had been away for nearly 10 days, and it was dangerous to carry out warrior missions. Fortunately, Lin Feng was unharmed, otherwise they would have lost their appetite. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal together, and it was only then that Lin Feng remembered today was June 18th. There were only 2 days left until the high school entrance examination. He asked Lin Xiaoyu, the exam is coming up soon. Are you confident? Of course I am. I'm the top student in the entire grade, so getting into a key high school will be a piece of cake. Moreover, I've already become a senior warrior trainee. So soon. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He set down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Xiaoyu. To his astonishment, he discovered that his sister's warrior aura was surprisingly strong, comparable to the martial genius Qin Yang from Gaoliang No. 1 high school. This was unusual. This aura was extremely abnormal. He curiously asked, have you tested your strength? Yes, I tested it during the martial arts exam for the entrance examination, and even the principal praised me. The little girl displayed a proud expression, feeling quite pleased. Lin Feng was quite surprised by Lin Xiaoyu achieving the title of senior trainee. This little girl seemed to possess considerable talent in martial arts. Keep it up and try to break through to warrior status before you graduate from university so you can see the tail lights of my car. If that won't take that long. Just watch, I'll catch up to you. Haha, boasting again. Alright, you two stop arguing. What kind of older brother bullies his younger sister? Lin Feng's parents intervened, finding these two troublesome. The next day, while Lin Feng was still dreaming, he received a call from Li Wu. Wu, are you back? Yes, we arrived last night. By the way, we sold the beast core, snake skin, and snake gall of the blue-silver giant python for a total of 150.08 million. How much was that? 150 million. Hearing this price, Lin Feng jumped out of bed, suddenly wide awake. That's right, you heard correctly. Bring over the Mingya elephant and the diamond ape for us to sell at our martial arts shop, and we'll split the profits later. Alright, see you soon. Lin Feng quickly got dressed and washed up, heading to the super martial arts shop in the city center. This shop belongs to the super martial arts faction and serves its members exclusively. It was Lin Feng's first time here. He stepped onto the shining floor and walked to the front desk, asking, "Hello, can you tell me which room Li Wu is in? Please wait a moment." The girl at the front desk looked up and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, aren't you Lin Feng?" "You are." Lin Feng was taken aback, then a name quickly flashed through his mind. "You're Xie Shaoling. Yes, you remember me. That's great." The girl named Xie Shaoling smiled sweetly, revealing her pearly teeth. Lin Feng remembered that the clean and pure Xie Shaoling was once the school beauty of Gaoliang one high school, and they were desk mates. She often sought his help with her studies. She treated Lin Feng well and didn't shun him like others because of his family situation. In fact, Lin Feng had secretly had a crush on Xie Shaoling, but he never confessed due to feeling unworthy of her. After finishing their second year of high school, Xie Shaoling left Gaoliang one high school, and there was no news of her during the college entrance examination. Lin Feng didn't expect to meet her here. The two quickly became comfortable with each other and chatted endlessly. Through their conversation, Lin Feng learned that Xie Shaoling also took the martial arts entrance exam and was admitted to the prestigious Magic City Martial Arts University. The reason she was here was that her family arranged for her to intern at the Super Martial Arts Academy to experience society. Oh no, I almost forgot to bring the documents to the manager for a signature. We'll chat again later. At this moment, Xie Shaoling picked up a stack of documents and said, "By the way, Li Wu is in the sales room on the 20th floor. You can go up and check." "Okay, great. Let's talk next time." Lin Feng nodded and smiled, then suddenly added, Xie Shaoling, you. What is it?" Xie Shaoling gazed at Lin Feng with her gentle big eyes. Her white t-shirt paired with a pleated skirt made her look pure and charming. Lin Feng hesitated. "Nothing, never mind. Silly, my phone number is written at the front desk, isn't it? How forgetful. Call me when you have time. Bye." Unbeknownst to him, Xie Shaoling had seen through his thoughts and hinted at it before taking the elevator away from the front desk. Lin Feng's face flushed, a wave of joy surged in his heart. He didn't expect to meet the goddess of his secret crush here. What a wonderful day it was. After saving her phone number, he went to the 20th floor. Wu Gubo Gamujia. As soon as Lin Feng entered, he saw Li Wu and the others sitting on the sofa along with a manager in a suit, Lu, who approached him, saying, "Please have a seat. Let's skip the small talk. Lin Feng, take out the items, and let's appraise them." Nodding, Lin Feng took out everything. "What kind of monsters are you? Not only do you have the blue-silver giant python, but you've also slain a Mingya elephant. I didn't see that coming." Lu, the manager, was somewhat surprised by the items in the backpack. After the final inspection, he quoted a price. The Mingya elephant beast core is 9,000 each, and the tusks are 7,000 for a pair. The small Mingya elephant beast core is 5,000, and the tusks are also 5,000. The market price for the diamond ape beast core is 3,900. They'll give you 4,000. As for the rest, the total price is 128,700. Lu, we've done business before. In the past, you've given us whole numbers for millions. This time you should give us a bit more, or I might not come to you next time. Are you kidding? Round it up. Are you not going to give at least 15 million? Come on, who negotiates like you? Just give 2 million more. What kind of deal is this? You see, we damaged several sets of our battle suits to get these items, and my brother is still lying in the hospital unconscious. Li Wu began to sell pity, leaving Lin Feng dumbfounded. Wu Gu is truly skilled at bargaining, directly asking for 2 million more. In the end, Lu, the manager, reluctantly agreed to a price of 15 million. "Esteemed gentlemen, if you have anything to sell in the future, be sure to come to me. I can offer you the greatest discounts. Mr. Lin Feng, here is my business card. Please take good care of me." Manager Lu was flattering, having just given an additional 2 million to the peanut team. After all, every client represented money to him. Moreover, the fact that they could obtain the platinum-level demon beast, the blue-silver giant python, speaks volumes about their formidable strength. In the future, there will definitely be a large number of items to sell, Being a middleman earning 30 to 40 million a year wouldn't be a difficult task. Additionally, he did not incur total losses in the previous transaction. Overall, he made at least $1 million profit. For a super genius like Lin Feng, making connections is indeed a significant fortune. No need to be polite. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and then the peanut team left the selling area. In a private room of a restaurant, the peanut team settled in to enjoy hot pot. Lin Feng, the total value of the blue silver giant python is 150 million. Your share is 70%, which amounts to 105 million. While speaking, Li Wu began to transfer the funds to Lin Feng. No one had any objections. After all, Lin Feng had dealt with 2 Golden Realm powerhouses, and without him the peanut team might have faced total annihilation. Thus, receiving 105 million was a must. The three of us will take 10 million each. Old Wang suffered an unexpected injury, and I inquired earlier that the follow-up treatment will also cost several million, plus he won't be able to cultivate normally for 6 months, leaving him with virtually no income. Li Wu said therefore the remaining 15 million from the sale of the blue silver giant python will go to Old Wang. What does everyone think? No problem. I have no objections, and a martial artist having no income for half a year is quite frightening. We need to provide some support. Mu Qing and ABO had no objections either. Lin Feng also distributed the 15 million shares from the sale of the King Kong ape and the Mengya elephant among everyone. In the end, Lin Feng received 6 million, and Li Wu, Mu Qing, and ABO each received 2 million, while Old Wang got 3 million. Haha, this time I earned the most from a mission, a total of 34 million, which is more than the previous 2 or 3 missions combined. After receiving the money, ABO laughed heartily. It's all thanks to Lin Feng. We made such a big score on our first outing. Ha, Lin Feng, you are truly amazing. In addition to the public shares, they also personally hunted demon beasts, which do not count towards the team's share. Therefore, earning 30 to 40 million each is quite normal. This kid is a mentalist, but we will keep this secret safe for you. Li Wu patted Lin Feng's shoulder, half smiling. Otherwise, if your identity gets exposed, the families of those kids in the demon city will notice you. Lin Feng, you need to be careful. Everyone nodded. Lin Feng, being a mentalist, indeed surprised them. A globally rare species, a mysterious and sought-after profession, his identity must not be exposed. Lin Feng nodded slightly. This issue was indeed worth his attention. He was also very excited, having earned 110 million this time, a sum he had never anticipated. Come, let's toast to our bountiful harvest, and after eating, let's go see Old Wang. The peanut team raised their glasses in cheers, and afterward they visited the martial artist hospital to check on Old Wang. To their surprise, Old Wang had miraculously awakened and was conscious. After chatting for a while, the members of the peanut team left one by one, and when Lin Feng came out of Old Wang's ward, he coincidentally ran into Old Wang's elderly parents arriving. Lin Feng intentionally handed 3 million to Old Wang's parents. This should be enough for the follow-up treatment expenses. As brothers who had gone through life and death together, Lin Feng couldn't neglect them after earning so much. Zilong Golden Spear, and a grade weapon, has strong explosive power suitable for Golden Realm to Platinum Realm martial artists, can withstand 10 million in explosive force. Returning home, Lin Feng logged into the martial artist mall to shop. His silver spear had been destroyed in battle, and now he needed to buy another weapon. Otherwise, his divine dragon spear technique would have no place to be used. The Zilong Golden Spear is a grade weapon perfectly suited for Lin Feng, and he had his eye on it. However, when he saw the price of the Zilong Golden Spear, he was taken aback. Price, 100,000,000. Damn, a full 100 million, that's way too expensive. Lin Feng was dumbfounded and shocked. And a grade weapon actually costs 100 million. After thinking it over, Lin Feng still gritted his teeth and made the online payment of 100 million. There was no way. Using ordinary weapons against those highly defensive demon beasts made it very difficult to kill them. For instance, the Mengya elephant, which was only in the Golden Realm, had already caused his Crade silver spear to be damaged. Rather than use a low-grade weapon, it was better to bite the bullet and buy the A-grade Zilong Golden Spear at once to avoid frequent replacements later. If it weren't for the lack of funds, Lin Feng would have wanted to purchase an S-grade weapon. However, S-grade weapons require martial artists of platinum rank or higher to purchase, and Lin Feng's level was far from sufficient, leaving him to sigh in frustration. Moreover, S-grade weapons are priced above 2 billion, making it impossible to afford even if he were to go bankrupt. After buying the Zilong Golden Spear, Lin Feng contemplated that since he had become a mentalist, he must equip himself with a set of mentalist weapons. He searched online and learned that mentalist weapons are generally short swords and short blades, which are agile, lightweight, and easy to control. Shadow Flying Blade. Lin Feng browsed them all and immediately spotted a set of weapons that piqued his interest. Shadow Flying Blade, a grade weapon made entirely from energy waste stones characterized by hardness and sharpness. A complete set includes 7 short blades, each weighing about 1,000 pounds. As a mentalist, using this as my assassination weapon couldn't be better, but the price is a staggering 300 million, damn it. Lin Feng was excited and wanted to purchase it, But the price of the shadow flying blade was unexpectedly more expensive than the Z-Long golden spear. This is just too unreal. He'll ask Wu Gu if he has any ideas. Lin Feng thought of Li Wu and called him up. Are you buying in a grade weapon? Are you insane? Let me be clear, I don't have any money, so don't ask me to lend you any. Wu Gu, you've misunderstood, or I wanted to ask where I can get money quickly. Lin Feng certainly wouldn't ask Li Wu for money. A Silver Realm martial artist like Li Wu only earns 1 or 2 billion a year, making him a poor household, and he wouldn't have money to lend. You can pay in installments. Li Wu said on the other end of the line, and Lin Feng was stunned. You can pay in installments. Of course, go ahead and buy it, and don't forget to get yourself a set of combat gear. Alright, thank you, Wu Gu. After hanging up, Lin Feng inquired with customer service and indeed found that items in the martial artist mall could be purchased in installments. A down payment of 10 million, 24 installments, 10 million each, to be paid off in 2 years. Okay, purchased. Lin Feng made the purchase directly. Finally, he had about 1 million left, and he bought a set of Kraid combat gear. Although the Kraid combat suit is inexpensive, it can withstand attacks of golden level, providing a sense of safety when worn. Soon, within a few hours, Lin Feng received his delivery. The Z-Long golden spear and shadow flying blade. The Z-Long golden spear is entirely golden and emits a dazzling lightweight, making it very easy for Lin Feng to handle. He rushed to the martial arts gym and opened a private training room for special training. Holding the Z-Long golden spear, Lin Feng performed the divine dragon spear technique, striking the power testing device, which immediately produced a loud bang. The screen displayed 70,120, over 70,000 in strength. It's worth noting that the top combat power of a silver 5-star warrior is around 55,000. A combat power of 70,000 is already infinitely close to that of a golden warrior. As he knew, achieving over 100,000 in combat power would qualify him as a golden warrior. I need to quickly improve my combat power to break through to become a golden warrior. Lin Feng began to practice, frantically, repeatedly executing the divine dragon spear technique almost without rest. In addition to practicing the divine dragon spear technique, he also focused on the shadow flying blade. The shadow flying blade is completely black, a small flying blade that surprisingly weighs 1,000 pounds. Of course, 1,000 pounds is merely a trivial matter for Lin Feng. However, controlling it with his mental power made it feel quite heavy. At first, Lin Feng found it difficult and awkward to control even one flying blade. He could barely sustain it for 10 seconds before his head felt heavy and he failed. My mental power is insufficient. He called Su Ao to inquire about some medications to enhance mental strength. They'll have someone send you some chi blood pills. See if they work. Also, your salary for this month has already been deposited into your account. Check it out. Thank you, Steward Su. Lin Feng not only received the chi blood pills, but also 3 million in salary. 3 million for 1 month. This money is the genius subsidy from the Super Martial Arts Gym. It is evident that the Super Martial Arts Gym is willing to spend money on cultivating warriors. It is said that the gym has tens of thousands of members, with over 5,000 newcomers joining each year. Offering 100,000 in subsidies for each newcomer is already a huge expense. After taking the chi blood pills, Lin Feng indeed felt much more energized, and his focus gradually improved. On the first day, Lin Feng could control 1 flying blade with ease. By the second day, he was already able to control 3 flying blades simultaneously. Although it was a bit strenuous, he was still quite proficient. Thus, Lin Feng immersed himself in his training. He discovered that the strength of his mental power, aside from the level of his realm, was also related to his concentration. A slight lapse in concentration would lead to failure. After figuring out the method, Lin Feng became increasingly adept, and by the 4th day, he was able to fully control 7 shadow flying blades. Each one was exceptionally sharp. The explosive power was also immense, comparable to bullets fired from a fierce fire, capable of piercing through walls whenever Lin Feng desired. Let it not be forgotten that the Super Martial Arts Gym's building is not an ordinary structure. Its walls are made of a blend of materials incredibly hard and able to withstand attacks from golden warriors. Lin Feng unleashed all 7 flying blades simultaneously, his mental power converging. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang. The flying blades all embedded themselves into the wall, sinking half an inch deep, remarkably powerful. Haha, currently my mental power realm is still too low, but controlling the shadow flying blades has already allowed me to unleash the power of a silver warrior. This weapon is perfect for assassination, Lin Feng said with a smile, testing his strength again by punching the testing device. Bang. Barehanded at 69,000. Using the Z-Long golden spear, I can strike over 70,000, and it even amplifies my attack power by 25. This 100 million spent is definitely worth it. The improvement is tremendous. He became even more enamored with the Z-Long golden spear. It was truly a perfect fit for him. On the 5th day, Lin Feng emerged from the training room, having made great strides. Home. Upon returning home, Lin Feng's parents were already accustomed to his sudden disappearance for several days. At the dining table, the family sat down together for a meal. Lin Dong said, Xiao Feng, next time you leave home for more than 3 days, it's best to inform your mother. Don't keep making her worry. You're already grown up, how come you're becoming less considerate? You're talking nonsense, it's clearly you who keeps worrying about this and that. Xiao Feng is now a warrior, being busy is perfectly normal, Wang Xiaoyan retorted. I understand, Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry about me. I am a warrior invincible under heaven. Here, let me serve you some dishes, Lin Feng said, feigning a contrite expression. Also, I earned a bit of money this month and transferred $1 million to your account. Buy whatever you want, don't hold back. The amount of money doesn't matter, we only wish for your safety, Wang Xiaoyan said earnestly, and Lin Feng kept nodding. A mother worries about her child who travels 1,000 miles. Even if Lin Feng becomes a warrior, it won't ease his parents' concerns. On the contrary, Mom and Dad are even more worried as he now faces fierce beasts and warriors. By the way, Xiaoyu, how did you do on your high school entrance exam? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that his sister Lin Xiaoyu had finished her exam. He had completely forgotten about it during his days of training. Lin Xiaoyu chuckled. I finished my exam, but there's no need to wait for the scores. Why not? Of course, the smart and talented me was admitted to the prestigious Gaoliang High School. Moreover, the principal and the president of the martial arts club promised to let me join the school's martial arts club as a senior member. Lin Xiaoyu chomped on a fried chicken leg, flaunting her accomplishment. Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly scanned her with his gaze and was shocked to find that her aura had increased. After dinner, I'll take you for a test. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng took Lin Xiaoyu to the super martial arts gym. Bang! The little girl punched with flair, hitting the power testing device, which displayed the number 888. So high. Seeing the number, Lin Feng was astonished. A strength of 1,000 means entering the ranks of martial artists. Now Lin Xiaoyu, without having studied martial arts, managed to unleash a power of 3/8 equivalent to an advanced martial apprentice. She was even better than newcomers at the martial arts university. She could totally enroll in the martial arts university. Are you hiding something from me? Lin Feng asked, grabbing Lin Xiaoyu's head. The little girl shook her head. No. Others say I have extraordinary talent. Besides, brother, you're so amazing, isn't it normal for me to inherit your talent? Lin Feng didn't press further. With his system, why shouldn't his sister have some hidden talents? She must have some secrets of her own. Alright, let's head back. Focus on your studies and don't neglect your academics for martial arts, understood? Lin Feng kept reminding her, we must trust in science. Lin Xiaoyu was not listening to her brother's nagging. She looked at her pendant through mental communication. Xiao, by what realm is my brother at now? Silver 5-star. Hiss, that's strong. Lin Xiaoyu gasped. When will I be able to surpass my brother? Don't worry, young master. With Xiao Bei's assistance, you will definitely reach your brother's level within 2 months. By then he will have to look at you with new eyes. Inside the pendant, a white fairy-like entity was also observing Lin Feng. However, it could not fathom impossible. I have traveled through countless universes and seen all sorts of wonders, yet I cannot discern anything extraordinary about him. Something is off. The growth rate of humanity should not be like this. It couldn't comprehend and shook its head. Upon returning home, Lin Feng had just sat down when he received a call from Sueo. Lin Feng, there's a newcomer challenge in the Warrior Alliance the day after tomorrow. Do you want to participate? The Warrior Alliance Newcomer Challenge. What is that? Lin Feng asked curiously as he was preparing to venture out to hunt some beasts. After all, he was now in debt, owing 300 million with monthly repayments amounting to tens of millions. If he didn't go out to earn money, how could he pay it off? Seeing Lin Feng's lack of interest, Sueo explained with a smile. The Newcomer Challenge is an event where new members from various martial arts schools across China gather to engage in outdoor challenges. It is held once every year, and apart from the newcomers from our Super Martial Arts School, others, including the Thunder Martial Arts School, will also participate. Moreover, this year's prize pool for the challenge has reached 500 million, and the first place can take home 80 of the prize along with a great suit as a reward. 500 million. Lin Feng, who had been disinterested, suddenly perked up upon hearing the prize amount. He immediately declared, I want to participate, I definitely want to participate. 500 million. Winning the championship means he could pocket 400 million. As for the great suit, Lin Feng thought it didn't matter to him. If he could secure first place, he could pay off his debts in one go. In a week of hunting beasts outside, he would only earn about 100 million, and that was only if he encountered larger beasts. But how many blue-silver giant pythons could be found in the wild? It was unlikely he would always be so lucky to slay one each time. Oh, if you're sure you want to participate, I'll register you. A private jet will come to pick you up the day after tomorrow, just wait for the notice. Sueo said casually. After hanging up, Lin Feng attempted to call Xie Ziling's number. Hello, who is this? Hi, it's me, Lin Feng. Lin Feng mustered the courage to say, the weather is quite nice today, are you working? Are you trying to ask me out? A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. I'm on vacation these days, let's meet at the cafe near the martial artist shopping building. Xie Ziling's initiative made Lin Feng feel hopeful. He couldn't help but smile widely as he quickly tidied himself up and headed out. At the cafe, Xie Xiaoling wore a casual rabbit t-shirt and white canvas shoes, her hair tied in a ponytail, looking clean and neat, radiating youthful energy. There was an indescribable noble aura about her. When Lin Feng saw Xie Xiaoling, his heart stirred, but he managed to maintain his composure. As they sat down, the conversation flowed, easily filled with laughter. Lin Feng thought, is this what love feels like? Yet it seemed different. By the way, I heard you joined the super martial arts school and have become quite famous, Xie Xiaoling asked with a smile. Lin Feng replied, it's nothing special, they are just exaggerating. However, I will be participating in the martial arts school newcomer challenge in a couple of days. Really? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xie Xiaoling's eyes widened in surprise. The newcomer challenge was a nationwide event in China, and to her knowledge, only promising new talents from martial arts schools were eligible to participate. She was astonished that her once unremarkable desk mate had the opportunity to participate in the newcomer challenge this year. When do you start school, eh? Lin Feng nodded, and Xie Xiaoling picked up her straw to drink her lemon tea. At the end of this month, I suppose. That's good. How about we go watch a movie this afternoon? That sounds good. Lin Feng successfully developed the relationship. He had finally stepped into the world of the goddess from his school days. On the third day, Lin Feng told his family about participating in the newcomer challenge before heading out to the super martial arts school to wait. Many martial arts school students couldn't help but gaze at Lin Feng with envy and admiration, especially the senior students who felt a pang of jealousy. It was known that Lin Feng had joined the martial arts school for less than a month, yet he had already received the opportunity to participate in the newcomer challenge and spar with the talented martial artists of China. It was enough to make people feel envious. Moreover, he was the only student from Gaoliang City to have this honor. Whoosh! Suddenly a loud sound pierced the air as a small aircraft approached. You must be Lin Feng, come aboard. The cabin door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in super martial arts school attire waved at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped on board. The small aircraft was quite convenient, allowing for quick access. Whoosh! Another sound echoed as the aircraft exited the boundaries of Gaoliang City. From Lin Feng's understanding, this type of aircraft was made of alloys capable of resisting most flying beast attacks with a maximum speed of 6,000 milliseconds. Within 10 minutes on the aircraft, they arrived at Yanjing. Yanjing, the capital of China, was bustling with strong individuals and numerous prominent families, 100 times more prosperous than Gaoliang City. Yanjing Martial Artists Base. Alright, you are all representatives of the Super Martial Arts School. The Super Martial Arts School must not lose to students from other schools. Go forth and bring honor to the school. Those who make it into the top 10 will receive additional rewards from the school. Lin Feng was sent into the crowd where over 100 newcomers from the Super Martial Arts School were already waiting for the challenge to begin. After a while, the walls on both sides of the base slowly rose, revealing formation after formation on their left and right. Lin Feng immediately understood that the formations he was in were from the Super Martial Arts School, while the other formations were filled with students from other schools. Without exception, they were all newcomers. There seemed to be over 1,000 of them. Just as he was astonished, an announcement rang out from above the base. It mainly discussed the rules of the competition, with the only rule being that participants could not work together. There were no other restrictions. The competition's content would be to gather the most beast cores within 72 hours. Attention everyone, the beasts on Death Island are generally at the bronze level with some silver and gold level beasts present. Just pay attention to the wristwatch alerts, and also note that the casualty rate in past competitions has been around 18. Good luck to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat shocked. A casualty rate this high is quite alarming. To participate in the competition and risk losing one's life would be too much of a cost. However, no one withdrew at the last minute. After all, martial artists rely on experience to grow. If one is timid, how can they talk about growth? One after another supersonic warships flew out, and Lin Feng and the others were dropped over an island one by one. Lin Feng also found himself among the descending crowd, landing at the edge of Death Island. This island is at least 500 kilometers wide. Normally, it would take half a day to traverse, but with so many beasts around, one must not be reckless. He observed the environment and quickly walked into the forest, not long before encountering a bronze-level beast. Lin Feng punched it barehanded, exploding it. Ding defeated a bronze-level beast, upgrade points 80. He only got 80 points, which didn't seem worth the trouble to him, but he still collected the beast core. The competition rules state that the one with the most beast cores wins. A silver beast core is equivalent to 100 bronze beast cores, and a gold beast core is equivalent to 50 silver beast cores or 5,000 bronze beast cores. Lin Feng couldn't find any gold-level beasts, so he could only practice on the bronze-level ones. Within an hour, he had already collected over 100 bronze beast cores at an astonishing speed. In Huaxiao, there lies the Magic City. As the second largest city in the country since the global catastrophe over a century ago, countless powerful beings have emerged from this city. Today, the Magic City is bustling and vibrant with the level of martial artists nearly rivaling that of Yanjing. At this moment in the Dongpu area, there stands an exquisite mansion known as the Zhou family courtyard, a striking sight in the city. It is well known that the Zhou family is one of the top families in the Magic City. Over 70 years ago, the patriarch Zhou Huaishan was the first to achieve the status of a grandmaster slaying beasts to prove his path, becoming one of the 5 strongest in the Magic City. Step by step, he expanded the family and trained numerous martial artists. After decades of development, the Zhou family's foundation is deep and broad, and describing their dominance in Dongpu would not be an exaggeration. However, today the Zhou family is far from peaceful. Damn it, who could be so despicable as to kill my grandson? Zhou Huaishan, the patriarch of the Zhou family, sat at the head of the table, slamming his hand down in anger. The entire clan and bodyguards of the Zhou family dared not breathe a word. Zhou Huaishan was very upset. Although his grandson had mediocre talent and could not compare to the other sisters who represented the martial arts university in the Magic City, he was the only male heir of the Zhou family. He usually pampered Zhou Jinyang, ensuring he was never harmed in the slightest. Yet just 2 days ago, he received news of his beloved grandson's sudden death, which enraged him. Now that 2 days have passed, Zhou Huaishan ordered, "No matter the cost, we must uncover the murderer of my grandson and ensure that person pays with their life." "Father, please rest assured, I will not let Jinyang be wronged," said Zhou Taoyan, the head of the Zhou family, with a sorrowful expression. His son must not have died in vain. The news of the eldest son of the Zhou family being killed quickly spread throughout the Magic City. No one could comprehend who had the audacity to attack the eldest son of a grandmaster family. This time the situation escalated. The name of the grandmaster must not be dishonored. Normally, when others see a grandmaster, they show utmost respect, even more than to their family. But now that someone has killed Zhou Jinyang, the murderer should be prepared to face the wrath of the grandmaster. Meanwhile, high above Death Island, a giant battleship circled in the sky, casting its shadow over the land. This battleship was specifically prepared for contestants participating in the Newcomer Challenge to prevent martial artists from other countries from disrupting the event or assassinating their talented participants. After all, these contestants represent the future of Huaxiao and will be responsible for the safety of the nation once they mature. At this moment, inside the battleship, 2 young men in their 30s were observing the live broadcasts, ensuring the safety of the contestants. "I heard that this year the Thunder Martial Arts School is doing quite well, having recruited several talented newcomers, including one who is the top scorer in the martial arts college entrance exam from Yanjing. It seems to be this kid, if I'm not mistaken. His name is Yuan Jinghong." At this point, the camera focused on a handsome young man standing over 6 feet tall. Yuan Jinghong, the top scorer of this year's martial arts college entrance exam in Yanjing, was already reserved by various martial arts schools before the exam. Once the results were announced, the principals of these schools personally came to invite him. In the end, for reasons unknown, he still chose to join the Thunder Martial Arts School. The footage showed Yuan Jinghong displaying impressive skills, effortlessly slaying a bronze-level demon beast with a single strike. Just then, a martial artist entered the frame, and without any defenses, he was knocked to the ground by Yuan Jinghong, who seized the beast core from him. This scene was clearly witnessed by the 2 men. Although he was a bit harsh, it's not against the rules. One nodded in agreement with Yuan Jinghong's actions, saying, "Besides, Yuan Jinghong comes from a prominent family in Yanjing, and his noble disposition is not a bad thing. He is much more mature than others." In the Newcomer Challenge, the only rule is that teaming up is not allowed. It doesn't say anything about seizing their possessions. For them, this is a training experience and a normalcy for future martial artists, a situation they will all eventually face. Not all martial artists are trustworthy. So far, he has about 50 beast cores, and he should be capable of dealing with silver-level demon beasts. It seems he is the most promising contestant for the championship this year. The 2 inspectors shared the same opinion, unconsciously recognizing Yuan Jinghong. Suddenly, while scanning other footage, they were captivated by a particular scene. In the footage, a giant venomous scorpion was attacking a young man. This kid is in big trouble. A giant venomous scorpion is a silver-level demon beast, and once its venom strikes, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to survive. According to the rules, we cannot interfere with the competition unless he presses the withdrawal button. Then we can go and rescue him. The 2 did not rush to help, allowing the contestants to solve their own problems. The person in the footage was none other than Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng had entered the 100-mile radius of Death Island and finally encountered a silver-level demon beast. The giant venomous scorpion's tail resembled a silver needle, long and shining with a sharp gleam. He was acutely aware of the consequences of being stung. Hiss! The giant venomous scorpion, standing as tall as a person, lunged at him with the speed of a vicious dog spotting its prey. Lin Feng smiled slightly, perfect timing. He drew the Zilong golden spear from his back and swept it, striking the scorpion's head. Bang! The giant venomous scorpion was instantly slain, its head exploding with a single shot. This competition is too boring. There are so few silver-level demon beasts. Next it was time for Lin Feng to cautiously retrieve the beast core. The venom of the giant venomous scorpion was fierce, and even a touch would corrode his hands, so he had to be cautious. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was being closely monitored by the two inspectors. Who is this? Did he just use a class weapon? Heavens, I must be seeing things. The two hurriedly replayed the footage, widening their eyes in disbelief. He looks even more impressive than Yuan Jinghong. Oh wait, I think his name is Lin Feng. During the last martial artist assessment, he went viral online. All the martial arts universities and schools were scrambling to recruit him. He seems to be the main character. Not just that, did you notice his spear technique? So effortless, so refined, his spear skills are already quite terrifying. What is Yuan Jinghong compared to this genius? This guy is the real talent. The two expressed incredulous looks, quickly tracking Lin Feng with the camera, not wanting to miss a moment of this genius performance. On Death Island, Lin Feng had slain hundreds of demon beasts. Bronze demon beasts were a nuisance to others, but Lin Feng could take them out with a single punch, only encountering silver demon beasts when luck was exceedingly on his side. Ding! Silver demon beast, slain, upgrade points, 380. At this moment, Lin Feng glanced at his harvest for the morning. He had collected 367 bronze beast cores, 4 silver beast cores, and not a single golden beast core. Feeling a bit disappointed. Someone is coming. With his mental energy extending outward, Lin Feng sensed that someone was approaching him from a distance. Lin Feng waited in place, and before long a youth of similar age emerged. Yuan Jinghong has encountered Lin Feng. I wonder what sparks will fly between them. What a coincidence, haha, this will be interesting. Fatty, who do you think will win? The fat inspector took out 50 cents, saying, I bet a cup of milk tea that Lin Feng will win, no doubt about it. Although Lin Feng is formidable, Yuan Jinghong comes from a prestigious background and has rich combat experience. He should be able to hold his own against Lin Feng. Let's see. The two held differing opinions, their eyes fixed on the screen. On the Death Island, the one intruding on Lin Feng's territory was none other than Yuan Jinghong. Yuan Jinghong wielded a long knife, appearing like a cold swordsman. Noticing someone resting ahead, he called out, Hand over the beast core, and I will spare your life. His tone was very cold. It seemed gentle, yet carried an aggressive undertone. Any ordinary contestant would have recognized the situation and surrendered. However, upon hearing the threat, Lin Feng chuckled and asked, It seems you are accustomed to committing evil deeds and stealing things. You dare to rob me? Have you never faced death before? Yuan Jinghong, taken aback by the rebuttal, lifted his gaze. He said seriously, Just for that remark, I have decided to cripple you. In the new contestant challenge, even if he harmed someone else, he would not be held accountable. Yuan Jinghong was very clear about the rules. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, he only needed to secure the championship and did not care about the means. To cripple me. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? I suggest you eat back the fart you just let out. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard someone speak to him in such a tone. The last person who had been arrogant in front of him was already long gone. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jinghong was instantly enraged. With his 5-star bronze strength, he believed he had no rivals in the new contestant challenge and sought to be invincible. Yet this person before him repeatedly provoked him. He had to be dealt with. Kneel down. Yuan Jinghong's temper erupted as he drew his sword and swung it at Lin Feng with incredible speed. Seeing Yuan Jinghong's swordsmanship, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. No wonder this guy was so arrogant, he actually had some skills. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, it was akin to playing in the mud. As Yuan Jinghong's sword came down, Lin Feng leisurely drew his spear. The spear moved swiftly, breaking through Yuan Jinghong's strike in an instant, and he stepped on Yuan Jinghong's knee. Yuan Jinghong was taken aback, completely unprepared for Lin Feng's speed. Moreover, in terms of strength, Lin Feng completely overpowered him. He had encountered a tough opponent. Unfortunately, in front of Lin Feng, he had no chance for regret. With one thrust, Lin Feng pierced through his left knee, shattering the knee joint into pieces. In an instant, Yuan Jinghong let out a scream, rolling on the ground while clutching his knee. It seems you're quite lively. Let's waste your other knee as well. Seeing Yuan Jinghong writhing like a worm, Lin Feng thrust his spear through his right knee. At this point, both of his knees were ruined. Yuan Jinghong was filled with panic, sweat pouring down his forehead as he looked at Lin Feng and begged, Don't kill me, I'll give you all my beast cores. He was terrified. Lin Feng was even more ruthless, a true predator. Previously, Yuan Jinghong had only encountered weaklings, which was enjoyable to bully, but Lin Feng was so fierce that he could kill him at any moment. His life was precious, so he did not want to die. You must understand, this is voluntarily given to me. I didn't rob you, right? Lin Feng had no intention of killing, squatting down with a smile as he looked at Yuan Jinghong, who could only nod repeatedly. Yes, it was all voluntary. Just to say you are my defeated opponent. Lin Feng smiled, and Yuan Jinghong grew even more terrified, hurriedly lying on the ground to admit defeat. I am your defeated opponent, please spare me. Useless waste, I thought you had some skills. Lin Feng chuckled as he took Yuan Jinghong's beast cores. It must be said that this trick of Yuan Jinghong's was quite effective. He had collected over 100 bronze beast cores in his expandable bag. Most of them were probably stolen. Lin Feng had the ability to steal as well, but he despised doing such immoral things. As a martial artist, being ruthless is necessary, but one cannot indiscriminately kill the innocent. One must have their own bottom line. I can't believe it, Yuan Jinghong couldn't withstand a single strike against him. Ooh, I was wrong. Hehe, I told you Lin Feng is the most monstrous contestant this year. Yuan Jinghong can't even lift his head before Lin Feng. Some are happy while others are worried. The emotions of the fat and thin inspectors differ greatly. At this time the fatty said, I checked the best scores from previous years. Master Li's record is 3,522 points. I wonder if Lin Feng can break his record and create history. If he breaks the record, he'll eat shit right on the spot. The thin one once again scoffed as the records of the new contestant challenge were established by Master Li, and many similar geniuses like Lin Feng had appeared in past years. But to break a record, they were far from it. He firmly believed that Lin Feng would be no exception. Hehe, let's bet a month's salary. If you lose, this month's salary is mine. Do you dare? Fine, I don't believe he can do it. If he breaks the record, I'll headbutt a wall right here. The thin one declared confidently. Meanwhile, Lin Feng on Death Island, feeling bored, had already begun to use the Zilong Golden Spear to kill indiscriminately. His speed was like the wind, and the rate at which he took down monsters was astonishingly fast. Furthermore, with the help of his spiritual sense, finding monsters was also very easy. He could kill one monster in just 20 seconds. Ding defeated a bronze monster, experience points 150. Ding defeated a silver monster, experience points 800. Ding. By the end of the day, Lin Feng accumulated over 100,000 experience points. It must be said that while the monsters on Death Island were not strong, their sheer numbers also made it a fact. It was perfect for Lin Feng to train. The next day, Lin Feng entered the center of the island, encountering over 10 silver monsters. While others would bypass monsters above the silver rank, Lin Feng chased after them, shocking everyone. Forget it, the Zilong Golden Spear has been well practiced and is very handy now. I should practice my Shadow Flying Blade as well. Lin Feng summoned the Shadow Flying Blade and realized it was even faster to hunt. A diamond wolf running hundreds of meters away was instantly beheaded by Lin Feng's Shadow Flying Blade, its head flying off like a soccer ball with a remarkably impressive effect. Haha, not bad. The power of the Shadow Flying Blade is much greater than I had imagined. Lin Feng continued to search for monsters to practice with, and through a day of training, he finally grasped the true essence of the Shadow Flying Blade. In terms of mental power, his control was very precise and measured. By the third day, Lin Feng had already killed over 200 monsters using only the Shadow Flying Blade, all by decapitating them. This sharp, hidden weapon weighing 1,000 pounds had become his secret weapon. On the last day, Lin Feng slaughtered the demon beasts as easily as one would kill a chicken, with 7 shadow blades constantly executing swift killings in the forest. In the vast forest, the demon beasts had nowhere to escape, nearly all falling victim to Lin Feng's shadow blades. Some weak bronze demon beasts didn't even realize how they met their demise. If the shadow blades failed to kill, Lin Feng would unleash the Zilong Golden Spear to pursue. With his speed, the demon beasts had no hope of escaping from under his watchful eyes. The shadow blades executed mass slaughters while the Zilong Golden Spear specifically targeted the heavily armored demon beasts, together forming Lin Feng's unstoppable arsenal. Today is the last day. Oh, I wonder how many Lin Feng has killed. A few days ago, he managed to take down around 500 demon beasts. With less than 24 hours remaining, do you think he has a chance to break the record set by Master Li? The thin inspector let out a sneer, leisurely opening the screen. According to logic, it was impossible for Lin Feng to kill more than 1,000 demon beasts in a single day. However, just as he opened the live feed, he was suddenly taken aback. What the hell this is? A mentalist? Upon seeing Lin Feng's weapon, he was instantly stunned, and the nearby chubby man, just waking up, leaned over to take a look. The two of them focused their eyes, carefully observing the screen, as the 360-degree cameras captured Lin Feng, controlling the shadow blades to instantly kill the demon beasts. With every slice, heads of demon beasts flew into the air, falling to the ground. Lin Feng continued his slaughter while collecting beast cores, doing so with effortless ease. It was akin to killing as easily as drinking water. Heavens, this kid is actually a mentalist, what a freak. The thin inspector stared at the screen in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Wow, I made a smart bet, haha. Lin Feng truly lives up to his reputation as a genius among geniuses. The chubby man instead smiled. Look at his hunting speed. Killing 1,000 bronze demon beasts in a day is no problem. Tisk, you're going to lose. The two no longer dwelled on the betting issue, their shocked gazes fixated on Lin Feng's every move. They saw Lin Feng unleashing a massacre, the ground littered with the corpses of bronze demon beasts. Finally, after the slaughter, Lin Feng paused and sheathed his shadow blades. The two gasped in astonishment. He has reached the center of Death Island. Just now he single-handedly wiped out a whole group of demon beasts. It's terrifying, right? The Super Martial Arts Academy indeed has a sharp eye. Lin Feng's level is at least silver rank 3 stars. Don't forget he is only 16. A 16-year-old silver rank, how many in the world can compare? Currently, the best batch of geniuses in Huaxiao had almost all gathered here, and none among them were less than bronze rank young martial artists. However, today Lin Feng's appearance overshadowed everyone. Even Yuan Jinghong became a stepping stone for Lin Feng. They believed they were witnessing the rise of a future master. Lin Feng could undoubtedly become a master, not because of anything else, but because he is a mentalist. Mentalists are rare in the world, with fewer than 20 registered globally. One can only imagine how monstrous Lin Feng is. However, he has reached the center of the island where a golden rank demon beast resides. Master Li had trouble with that creature. Will Lin Feng dare to challenge it? Quick control more flying surveillance drones to monitor Lin Feng throughout. I want to see his performance. The two focused their attention on the screen. On Death Island, after Lin Feng's slaughter, he arrived at the center of the island. There a small lake lay deep and bottomless, exuding a dark and eerie aura. Lin Feng smelled the scent of demon beasts. He muttered to himself, before we set off, the organizers said there was a golden demon beast at the center. It must be right below, right? Lin Feng looked towards the bottom of the lake. It was his first time facing a demon beast underwater. Come out, Lin Feng shouted, lifting a massive stone from the shore and smashing it down towards the lake's bottom. Boom. It created a tremendous commotion, but there was no unusual response from the lake. Nothing. Lin Feng frowned, and just then several young men dressed in Thunder Martial Arts Academy attire approached. Wei Ge, this is the kid who ambushed Yuan Jinghong and snatched a lot of beast cores. The man named Wei Ge's expression darkened as he looked at Lin Feng, saying, Kid, if you don't want to make enemies with our Thunder Martial Arts Academy, hand over the beast cores on you voluntarily. Then forfeit. This group of people were disciples of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Upon receiving news of Yuan Jinghong's ambush, they quickly chased after the culprit. Unexpectedly, they found Lin Feng here, so they naturally demanded he hand over the goods. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, First, I didn't ambush anyone from your academy. Second, I currently don't have time to deal with you petty thugs, but if you don't want to die, disappear from my sight in 1 second. What are you? How dare you speak like that to Wei Ge? Our Wei Ge is a bronze rank 4-star warrior. What realm are you? A disciple of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy arrogantly pointed at Lin Feng, confident in their ability to defeat him due to their numbers. Before the match, the officials announced rules against teaming up to kill demon beasts. However, they did not state that teaming up to snatch other participants' beast cores was prohibited, exploiting a loophole in the rules, and the officials had no way to deal with them. Just as the group prepared to gang up on Lin Feng, the ground suddenly trembled. Rumble. It was as if a magnitude 6 earthquake had struck, causing everyone present to sway and look puzzled. What's going on? What happened? Is there an earthquake? Look, there's movement in the lake. Someone pointed to the lake where a giant octopus beast surfaced. The lake water churned like boiling water, gurgling as the massive octopus beast revealed itself with over 10 tentacles covered in eyes. And the head of the octopus beast was a huge shark mouth, opening wide, its sharp teeth resembling steel saws, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Oh my god, this is the legendary golden rank demon beast. Run away. It's terrifying. Who brought it out? This is bad. The 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best strategy. Oh, I'll run first. You all cover for me, Wei Ge. The child king Wei Ge, upon seeing the octopus beast, was frightened out of his wits, running faster than a rabbit. A participant near the lakeshore didn't have time to escape before being ensnared by the octopus beast's tentacle, dragged in and swallowed whole. So terrifying. Once caught, even Ultraman might not escape from this beast's grasp. Someone help me, my legs are weak, I can't move. Some young people were so scared they wet themselves. They had been entrenched in martial arts training and seldom went out, never having seen a golden rank demon beast. Now encountering one, they were completely paralyzed with fear. Only Lin Feng stood firm, hands behind his back, gazing at the octopus beast, finally expressing his disappointment. They say he is the most promising talent in Huaxiao. What a bunch of useless drags. A single golden demon beast has frightened you like this. Oh, what will you do when facing a platinum demon beast? Will you just lie in a coffin waiting to die? If you're not afraid, then step up. Oh, anyone can boast here. I'm leaving now. Wei Ge trembled as he turned around. Just then the octopus beast noticed Lin Feng, its massive and soft tentacles reaching out toward him. Kill. Lin Feng moved the shadow blades, and in an instant 7 blades shot out simultaneously, severing 2 tentacles on the spot. The severed tentacles struggled like cut worms. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left utterly astonished. Little did the giant Zhang shark beast know that Lin Feng was so mature and composed. It had lived in this lake for over 100 years, and after much effort, it had finally achieved golden strength. Naturally, it would not let these humans who sought their own demise go unpunished. The Zhang shark beast let out a bone-chilling roar, venting its fury. Instantly, over a dozen tentacles surged forth, overwhelming the entire lake, turning it dark. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. If caught, they would undoubtedly be dragged and ensnared in the giant net formed by the tentacles, unable to escape. And Lin Feng was obviously the first man in the line of fire. Everything seemed to be aimed at him. The Zhang shark beast wanted revenge, to devour this human who had harmed it. Just in time, saves me from going down to drag you out. Facing danger, Lin Feng appeared calm and collected as 7 shadow flying blades swirled around him like a rain of swords propelled by his mental force. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the tentacles reaching for him were incessantly cut. In just a moment, he had severed 8 tentacles of the Zhang shark beast. The severed tentacles lay scattered like sushi, some even falling into the water. Meanwhile, the Zhang shark beast howled in agony. It was in immense pain. It never expected that this human was not to be trifled with, and began to submerge into the water, preparing to escape. The Zhang shark beast was not foolish. It knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Without its tentacles, it would take years to regrow them, but if its head were lost, it would be truly gone. Seeing the Zhang shark beast dive to the bottom, Lin Feng brandished his golden spear, leaped, and soared into the water. The spear plunged into the water, unleashing tremendous force aimed at the Zhang shark beast, while the shadow flying blades protected him, preventing the beast's tentacles from injuring him. Ultimately, without a doubt, Lin Feng thrust his spear into the head of the Zhang shark beast. He thus carried the heavy beast back to the shore. Bang! The Zhang shark beast, like a salted fish, was pierced by Lin Feng's spear and soon perished completely. Ding defeated a Golden Realm monster. Upgrade points 90,000. Good heavens, 90,000 upgrade points. This amount in the realm of golden monsters is considered average, neither too high nor too low. Killed. No way, no way. He killed a golden monster. My god, what am I seeing? Wei Gu was dumbfounded at this scene along with his companions. Lin Feng single-handedly took down a golden monster. What an extraordinary feat. Even more terrifying was that just moments ago they had clearly seen Lin Feng was a mentalist. He utilized mental force to control the flying blades and soared into the water. Everything conformed to the behavior of a mentalist. A mentalist, what does that signify? It means a superpower they could never offend in their lifetime. It's over. Everyone shared a common thought. They had just spoken arrogantly in front of a mentalist and offended him. At this moment, Wei Gu wanted to find a hole to burrow into, like an ostrich, burying its head to dispel his fear. As long as I cover my eyes, you won't see me. I heard your name is Wei Gu. At this moment, Lin Feng approached him with a smile after taking the beast core from the Zhang shark beast. Wei Gu plopped down on the ground, his eyes vacant. Just call me Xiao Wei. Wei Gu, I am a very reasonable person. Lin Feng said to him. If anyone among you is willing to hand over the beast core and voluntarily forfeit, I can consider letting him off. However, I welcome brave future talents like Wei Gu to challenge me and show me your strengths. I forfeit. This is all my belongings. I willingly hand it over to you. I also forfeit. I also forfeit, Brother Feng, spare my life. These 10 beast cores are my harvest from 3 days. If you don't believe me, you can search my underwear. Very well, you all should know that I didn't force you, right? And I didn't rob you of anything, correct? Lin Feng said with a smile. Everyone hurriedly nodded, obedient, like hungry pups after 3 days without food. Even Wei Gu pressed the forfeit button, not daring to go against Lin Feng. After all, he had easily killed a Golden Realm monster. If he angered Lin Feng, they could be killed on the spot, and even the Thunder Martial Arts School couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Genius. I admit I lost miserably. Fatty, this is my salary for this month, I'll transfer it to you. The 2 inspectors had already been conquered by Lin Feng's performance. A silver warrior challenging a golden monster. Had they not witnessed Lin Feng's feats firsthand, they would never have believed that a silver could kill a golden monster in seconds. This scene was simply too shocking. They would likely only witness it once in their lifetime. It must be noted that this Zhang shark beast was a 100-year-old monster, and even the young Governor Li back then couldn't kill it when he participated. Who would have thought that decades later Lin Feng actually killed it? It exemplified how the new generation surpasses the old, talents emerge across the ages. This genius is a once-in-a-century occurrence. After defeating the boss of Death Island, Lin Feng no longer wished to kill. He found a place to sit down and began to tally his harvest from the past 3 days. The accumulated upgrade points had already exceeded 2 million. Enough to make a breakthrough. However, Lin Feng did not rush to break through. After all, he was about to return home, and it felt more solid to break through at home. Breaking through on the spot would definitely astonish these bronze warriors, who would then praise him as a once-in-a-century genius and a rare talent throughout history. Being too high profile could actually be detrimental. As for the beast cores, Lin Feng was too lazy to count. He would leave it to the officials to tally. Securing first place was practically a certainty, so there was no need to waste time. After several hours, the battleship descended from the sky, and all the warriors were taken aboard. Those who didn't board were likely dead on the island. Next, everyone submitted their beast cores for the officials to tally. The two inspectors focused their gaze on Lin Feng, and upon seeing his expandable pouch, they nearly went dumbfounded, unable to suppress their astonishment. They were eager to know whether Lin Feng could break Master Li's record. An hour later, the results were announced. 10,099 points, far exceeding Master Li's record by 3 times. Has it been verified? Was it reviewed? Are you sure there are no mistakes? The machine has counted 3 times. The values are consistent. My heavens, I never expected Lin Feng to create history in the newcomer challenge. The officials were all stunned upon seeing Lin Feng's results, their faces pale. Lin Feng broke the 46-year-old record, leaving behind a mark of his own. Everyone believed that this record would likely stand for a long time. The champion of this newcomer challenge is Lin Feng from the Super Martial Arts School, with a final score of 10,099, setting a new event record. Congratulations, Lin Feng. You will receive a reward of 400 million and a set of grade combat gear. The two inspectors held their breath as they announced the result, their voices trembling. This was all due to Lin Feng being extraordinarily monstrous. Even they, as inspectors of the Golden Realm, admitted they could not compare. When Lin Feng's results were announced, everyone's mouths were agape, unable to express the shock they felt inside. Over 10,000 points. He shattered the record set by the young governor of Jiangnan, creating his own legend. What kind of person has emerged from the Super Martial Institute? Even the other disciples of the Super Martial Institute were dumbfounded, singing praises for Lin Feng. The young talents, usually so proud, felt inferior in the face of Lin Feng today. It is worth noting that the second place only had a little over 1,000 points. Lin Feng was more than 10 times stronger than him. Lin Feng, you're welcome to visit Yinjing often. If you're interested in the military, remember to look us up. At that moment, a chubby inspector excitedly approached Lin Feng, speaking to him with the utmost courtesy. His gaze towards Lin Feng was one of equality, as if they were longtime friends. Lin Feng didn't act boastfully, nodding his head and saying, "All right, thank you for the invitation. I will definitely come if I have the chance." The 3-day newcomer challenge ended and Lin Feng undoubtedly emerged as the champion. This challenge cannot be said to have gathered the most outstanding talents from all of China, as some geniuses were admitted to martial universities and did not join martial institutes, but it did bring together over half of the talented martial artists for evaluation. And Lin Feng became the brightest and most remarkable among them. He was also the only spiritual master in this session. Everyone believed his future was promising. Lin Feng, come, I will show you around the Super Martial Institute in Yinjing. The news of Lin Feng's first place reached Suao's ears, and he took Lin Feng to visit the Super Martial Institute stationed in Yinjing. The Super Martial Institute has branches all around the world, and its headquarters is located in Yinjing. Upon arriving at the headquarters building, Lin Feng could only gaze up in awe. As Lin Feng stepped inside, he could only marvel at the luxuriousness both inside and out. The resplendent hall, the vast office building, the high-tech, combined training facilities, all of which were more than 10 times more luxurious than the branch in Gaoyang City. Building such a structure would require at least hundreds of billions, or even over $1 trillion. One cannot help but say that the strength of the Super Martial Institute is indeed formidable. Compared to other martial institutes, they probably do not have the capability to erect a building exceeding 200,000 square meters in the city center. Besides being wealthy, they must also possess strength. Lin Feng and Su Ao took the lightspeed elevator to the 50th floor, arriving at a special exception office. Sitting down, Su Ao smiled and said, "Below the 50th floor, it's where golden martial artists train, while above the 50th floor, it's the residence of martial artists above the platinum realm. Do you want to develop here at headquarters?" Lin Feng thought for a moment. The headquarters building has at least over 100 floors, and if each floor had one platinum martial artist, then there would be more than 50 platinum martial artists at headquarters. 50 platinum martial artists. Wow, just thinking about it is terrifying. No wonder it's the #1 martial institute in the world with such formidable strength. It is known that encountering a single platinum martial artist is exceedingly rare, and in Gaoyang City, they could dominate. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng smiled and said, "No need, I often go out anyway, it's the same wherever I am. My family is used to staying in Gaoyang, and I don't want to move them here." Haha, that's true. Su Ao picked up his coffee and leisurely began to sip, saying, "The headquarters has decided to grant you a reward of 20 million as encouragement for your performance in this newcomer challenge. Later, if you think of anything else you need, feel free to let me know, and I will apply to upper management for you. Don't hesitate to ask me." "Thank you, Elder Su. I might need some great chi blood pills, about 1,000 of them. What do you think, Elder Su?" Lin Feng said without hesitation. 1,000 pills. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Ao almost spat out his coffee on the spot. He exclaimed, "That quantity is a bit excessive. The chi blood pills are divided into small and large ones. The price of a small chi blood pill is 50,000. The large chi blood pill, however, is 10 times more expensive than the small one, selling for 500,000 each. Lin Feng applying for 1,000 large qi blood pills amounts to 5 billion. A normal martial artist can hardly absorb even 100 a year. Yet Lin Feng wants 1,000, he certainly isn't being polite. Elder Su, is it very difficult to apply for large qi blood pills? Lin Feng innocently asked, since it didn't cost him anything, he would apply if he could. He indeed needed a large quantity of qi blood pills to boost his blood energy and elevate his spiritual realm. At least to reach the silver realm. Su Ao paused for a moment, speaking earnestly. Lin Feng, our martial artists above the platinum realm are only issued 5 large qi blood pills a month. For anything more, you need to pay for it yourself. The quantity you're asking for is indeed a bit much. I will see if I can apply for 10 or 8, but I cannot obtain more than that. You have to understand, 1,000 large qi blood pills are worth 5 billion. The headquarters cannot just give you 5 billion at once. This reward is even greater than the prize money you earned from the competition. Moreover, even if they agree to it, they cannot produce that many, so I can only try to apply, and I will notify you of the results later. Lin Feng thought for a moment and felt it made sense. He nodded and said, "All right, thank you, Elder Su. You can use my private training room for your cultivation these days. I have tasks this month, so I will leave first." As Su Ao left, Lin Feng received 2 large sums of money. The first was a reward of 20 million cash from the Martial Institute. The second was the prize pool award totaling 400 million. Now Lin Feng possessed 420 million. He immediately logged into the martial artist marketplace to pay off debts. 300 million in debts incurs nearly 10,000 in interest per day, which is a lot, and paying it off early can save a lot. This time the event organizers gifted me a grade combat suit. The grade combat suit I bought last time is no longer useful and can be sold. Other equipment should suffice for the platinum realm too. No, I need to spend some money to buy qi blood pills first to enhance my spiritual realm before the large qi blood pills come through. He began browsing the pill section. The price of a large qi blood pill is 500,000, which is almost a worldwide standard price. There is no room for negotiation, so Lin Feng bought 40 at once, spending 20 million. With over 100 million left, Lin Feng prepared to seek other martial skills for training. The Diamond Blade technique costs 50 million. The Celestial Horse Meteor Fist costs 40 million. The Extreme Burst Fist costs 70 million. Wait, this one seems useful for me. Extreme Burst Fist, created by the renowned human giant Thunder, it has strong explosive power and can achieve a 3-fold increase at its peak. Note, this fist technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. Those of mediocre talent are advised not to purchase it, once bought it cannot be returned. This thing was personally created by the founder of the Thunder Martial Institute, the Giant Thunder. It seems tailor-made for me. No matter, I will buy it first. Lin Feng just happened to be in need of a fist technique, a lethal skill for close combat. Moreover, he never had to worry about the difficulty of cultivation, because with the system in hand, the world is his. The martial arts created by the giants had dismal sales over the past year, with the official website showing only 1 copy sold. However, Lin Feng was not concerned about any quality issues. After all, it was difficult to cultivate martial arts. For most people, buying it would be a waste of money, which explained the low sales rate. Having paid 70 million online, Lin Feng still had over 30 million left in his account and continued browsing for other useful items. By the way, everything else is going well, but I need to quicken my speed. Let's see what can enhance my speed. Speed shoes, which increase speed by 5 speed shoes, which increase speed by 15. The advantage is that they can be worn immediately upon purchase, but the drawback is quite obvious. They require charging, and a single charge lasts only 5 hours. Lin Feng looked at the equipment's description and decided against buying the shoes. After all, buying shoes was merely a temporary fix using external forces to enhance speed. What he needed was to improve his inherent speed. If the power ran out at a crucial moment during combat, having to stop to change the battery would leave him vulnerable to being caught and killed. He searched again and ultimately found a martial technique to enhance speed. The Swift Wind Step technique is priced at 50 million, created by the giant of the human race Lu. With its unique method of force application, it breaks through one's own limitations, and upon reaching perfection, there is a 5 chance of increasing one's movement speed by 60. However, this technique is also extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if a typical practitioner succeeds, they can only expect a speed increase of around 5, with significant risks. It is not advisable for ordinary people to purchase it. Lin Feng glanced at the special notes and discovered that this technique was also created by the human giant Lu, who was indeed the founder of their super martial arts school. With excitement, Lin Feng decided to buy it on installment. 30 million spent, but he still owed 20 million in loans. He thought to himself that he had spent a bit too much today. But it didn't matter. For a martial artist, holding on to money was a waste. They needed to invest to grow. Otherwise, many martial artists wouldn't dare to venture out and hunt magical beasts. It was all for purchasing pills and various resources to enhance themselves. In less than half an hour, the courier delivered the 3 items Lin Feng had purchased. Lin Feng originally planned to sell his Kraid combat suit, but the selling price was only 200,000, a drop of 5 times from the original price, which was too low and did not meet Lin Feng's expectations. It was better to keep it for Zhang Lang or Lin Xiaoyu in case they needed it in the future. Entering the training room, Lin Feng was stunned by the alloy training area, which exceeded 500 square meters and was equipped with power testing devices and speed tracks along with various equipment suitable for martial artist fitness. It could be said to have everything one could need. He took out the swift wind step technique and began to study it. Ding detected that the host possesses the footwork technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Cultivate. The system displayed the prompt as it had last time, and Lin Feng immediately commanded it to begin cultivation. Ding command received cultivating swift wind step technique. Ding cultivation of swift wind step technique successful, reaching the entry-level stage. In no time, Lin Feng had completed the cultivation of the technique. He stood up to feel the changes and then stepped onto the track to test his speed. Whoosh. On the track, as soon as Lin Feng stepped on, countless infrared rays scanned his body, capturing his silhouette like a high-speed dolphin with only a white shadow flickering. His speed was incredibly fast. While running, Lin Feng could clearly sense that his speed had improved significantly, much faster than before. After a few laps, Lin Feng stopped and a screen appeared above the track. This screen was specifically for displaying the speed test results. The number on the screen read 180 milliseconds. Seeing this, Lin Feng revealed a satisfied expression. According to martial artist testing standards, the speed of a golden martial artist is approximately 110 milliseconds. Yet Lin Feng, despite not reaching the golden stage, had already surpassed them. Extremely fast. If he encountered a strong opponent he couldn't defeat, he could still use this speed as a means of escape to ensure his safety. Ding detected that the host possesses extreme blast fist technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Do I even need to be reminded? Hurry and cultivate it. Lin Feng ignored the joy of his speed and issued the command. Ding command received extreme blast fist technique is being cultivated. As this voice echoed, images of fists appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Every move and technique was imprinted in his mind, and involuntarily Lin Feng began to imitate the punches. He was like a humble disciple repeating the actions that surfaced in his mind. The techniques he displayed were all very magical, so unique that they brought Lin Feng joy. With the system's support, Lin Feng quickly mastered the extreme blast fist technique. Ding extreme blast fist technique cultivation successful, reaching the minor achievement stage. Just as the prompt echoed in his ear, Lin Feng raised his fist and struck forcefully at the power testing device ahead. Bang! A plain punch directly made the power testing device buzz with sound. Lin Feng's score appeared 89,105. 89,000. It had increased significantly compared to before. Even when using the dragon fist technique, he had never achieved such a high output. The essence of the extreme blast fist technique lies in its simplicity. Each punch consumes a tremendous amount of my blood energy. If I were to fight at full strength, throwing just 20 punches would likely exhaust me completely. Even if I killed my opponent, I would be injuring myself severely in the process. Thankfully, I bought blood energy pills to boost my blood energy before anything else. Lin Feng analyzed his situation. The extreme blast fist technique focused on explosive power. Each punch was incredibly impactful, but the only downside was the high energy consumption. Lin Feng needed to use it cautiously. Normally, he could just use ordinary punches to engage opponents, but if he encountered a powerful adversary, he could consider closing in to deliver a punch that would send them to meet their maker. Host Lin Feng. Speed 180 milliseconds. Strength 65,000 kilograms. Mental Realm Bronze 3 stars 172500000. Cultivation Realm Silver 5 stars 02000000. Upgrade points 2705800. Martial Techniques Dragon Fist Technique Great Achievement Stage 0500000. Attack 25. Extreme Blast Fist Technique Intra-Level 0800000. Basic Attack 30. Swift Wind Step Technique Intra-Level 0100000. Basic Speed 20. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Lin Feng decided to take a blood energy pill to refine himself. At first, Lin Feng took 1 pill in the morning, but he found it ineffective. So Lin Feng chomped down on 10 pills at once, and the effect was immediate. He felt changes within, as if his veins were circulating, constantly activating his blood energy. In just 1 afternoon, Lin Feng's mental realm surprisingly improved. Ding mental realm increased, currently bronze 4 stars. So fast. Overjoyed, Lin Feng continued to consume large blood energy pills, swallowing 30 at once for digestion. After meditating for a day and a night, Lin Feng's mental realm directly broke through to the silver realm. Boom. His clothes fluttered without wind, and a refreshing aura burst forth from within him, expanding his mental perception to a range of 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, Lin Feng could detect any movement of any object as long as he wished it. From large martial artists to tiny ants, nothing could escape Lin Feng's perception. Next, it's time to elevate my cultivation level. Lin Feng said to the system, first use the upgrade points to enhance my cultivation level. Receive the order upgrading now. After the system received the command, Lin Feng paused for a brief moment. Suddenly, a peculiar feeling emerged. His body felt heavy as if lead was poured into his bones, making him wonder, what is happening? Before he could comprehend it, he realized that without his awareness, his cultivation level had indeed begun to rise. Silver 5 stars. Gold 1 star. Ding, upgrade complete. Lin Feng looked at the attribute panel. The system did not deceive him. He had truly advanced to the golden level. The only noticeable difference was that Lin Feng's body weight had significantly increased, almost doubling. This feeling was indescribable. He had spent 200,000 upgrade points to reach this level. Currently, he still had over 700,000 left. He pondered for a moment, and then made his choice. System, upgrade the Extreme Blast Fist technique and the Swift Step first. The Extreme Blast Fist technique was currently at the beginner level, requiring 80,000 upgrade points to reach minor success, while the Swift Step needed only 100,000 for its second upgrade. Lin Feng did not want to procrastinate on these two upgrades. Ding, receiving command, upgrading Extreme Blast Fist technique. Ding, receiving command, upgrading Swift Step. Ding, Extreme Blast Fist technique upgrade complete currently at minor success, base attack 50, Swift Step upgrade complete currently at minor success, base speed 40. Afterward, Lin Feng's upgrade points had consumed 18,000, leaving him with 52,000. He then upgraded the Divine Dragon Spear technique once more. Ding, Divine Dragon Spear technique upgrade complete currently at proficient level, attack power 80. After breaking through various martial arts, Lin Feng was left with less than 20,000 upgrade points. Once again, he was left with nothing. However, the panel appeared, and Lin Feng exclaimed in satisfaction. Host Lin Feng. Speed 200 milliseconds. Strength 180,000 kilograms. Mental Realm Silver 1 star 010000000. Cultivation Level Gold 1 star 050000000. Upgrade points 18647. Martial Skills Divine Dragon Spear Technique Proficient Level 010000000. Attack 80. Extreme Blast Fist Technique Minor Success 0400000. Base Attack 50. Swift Step Minor Success 0500000. Base Speed 40. After breaking through the golden level, Lin Feng's advantages became immense, with his base speed skyrocketing to 200 milliseconds, and with the Swift Step, it could reach up to 280 milliseconds. This was truly astonishing. In terms of strength, Lin Feng's fist techniques and spear techniques differed, resulting in varying explosive power. In battle, it would depend on how he flexibly utilized them. Against weaker opponents, he could easily defeat them without wasting energy. Let me try my Extreme Blast Fist technique again. Lin Feng shouted, aiming his fist at the strength tester. This time, the force displayed was 260,004 kilograms. Exceeding 260,000 kg, it was terrifying. With such strength at the gold 1-star level, he could definitely annihilate opponents of the same rank. This was the power of an 80 increase in base strength. It seemed that the martial arts created by the giants were indeed effective. However, it was not something just anyone could cultivate. Only a genius like Lin Feng with exceptional talent and grace could comprehend it. The requirements for comprehension were exceedingly high. On the other side, in the Demon City, the Zhou family. Ever since Zhou Jinyang met his demise, the Zhou family was engulfed in anger. They had searched tirelessly for a week and finally received news today. At that moment, Zhou Huaishan was conversing with an elder using virtual projection technology. Brother Yuan, is what you said true? On the other end of the phone, Yuan Balin, dressed in a Tang suit, replied, how could I deceive you? My grandson just returned from the Newcomers Challenge, and this recording was transmitted. After you watch it, you will know that I am not lying. That kid is Lin Feng. His talent is quite impressive, and he has reached the silver level at only 16. I haven't investigated how many stars yet. My grandson angered him on Death Island and was mercilessly crippled in both legs, causing Jinghong to remain bedridden for a month. Truly a calamity. The recording showed Lin Feng's performance on Death Island, and Zhou Weishan's expression became increasingly grim as he watched. After a moment, he asked Yuan Balin, this boy is truly courting death. Brother Yuan, how about our two families join forces to capture him and deal with him personally? Brother Zhou, listen to me. This person comes from a super martial arts school and is also a mentalist. It may not be easy to deal with him. Yuan Balin cautiously replied, clearly not harboring any thoughts towards Lin Feng. Hearing this, Zhou Huaishan couldn't help but laugh. Haha, a renowned master is actually afraid of a wet Behinthier's kid. You truly disgrace the reputation of our masters. If this gets out, the martial arts world will regard you with shame. Let's not even discuss whether he is a disciple of the super martial arts school. Even if he is, so what? As a master, would I fear a Lin Feng? Zhou Huaishan clasped his hands behind his back, sneering. Within 3 days I will take his head to avenge my son. I believe the super martial arts school would not dare to act against me, a master. Our Yuan family will not participate. I await good news from Brother Zhou. Farewell. After speaking, the screen cut off. In Yinjing, the Yuan family. Although the Yuan family in Yinjing was not as powerful as the Zhou family in Demon City, Yuan Balin had also advanced to master this year, becoming a somewhat well-known martial arts master, holding some position in Yinjing. However, as his grandson was crippled on Death Island and humiliated, he remained indifferent, attracting puzzled looks from the younger generation of the Yuan family. He clasped his hands behind his back and addressed the talented members of the Yuan family in the hall. Listen, people of the Yuan family, without my order none of you are allowed to seek revenge on Lin Feng, or you will be expelled from the family. Below, the members of the Yuan family were confused. The eldest son of the Yuan family stepped forward and asked, Dad, with the Zhou family joining forces, why should we fear the super martial arts school? They had 2 or 3 platinum warriors and more than 10 golden warriors. One could say their strength was quite impressive. What was there to fear? Yuan Balin sighed. You are unaware of the terror of mentalists. The super martial arts school has produced such a mentalist. If our Yuan family provokes him apart from the super martial arts school, the authorities will not spare us either. Do you understand? At that point, the Yuan family will cease to exist. Is a mentalist that important? The members of the Yuan family gasped in shock, realizing that Lin Feng was indeed a talent of Huaxia. They could not provoke him. In Gaoliang City, at that moment, Lin Xiaoyu was just leaving the Gaoliang Qi High School. Suddenly, 3 men in suits and a boy wearing a duckbill hat blocked her path. 2 seniors. This girl is Lin Feng's sister. As long as we capture her, Lin Feng will come to us willingly. That's right, my son is Lin Feng's classmate. You all hurry and seize him to avoid prolonged troubles. The speaker was Chunyang and his father Chindanian. Behind them were 2 men in sunglasses who were from the Zhou family, having traveled from Demon City. Seeing the strong men approach, Lin Xiaoyu's face turned pale, but she still clenched her little fists ready to fight. At this moment, the pendant on her chest spoke. Little master, both of these individuals are golden-level warriors. You are not their opponent. It is advisable to strategically retreat. I cannot give up. They are bad people. If I fall into their hands, my brother will be doomed. This cliched plot Lin Xiaoyu had seen plenty in brainless dramas during her childhood. Capture her, and then threaten her older brother, tie him up, and kill him. Lin Xiaoyu did not want to surrender, especially since she had just broken through and wanted to test her strength. Even if she couldn't win, she still had to fight. Little girl, you're just as foolish as your brother. You can't even defeat me, so how could you deal with these 2 seniors from Modu? Chunyang crossed his arms, delighting in her misfortune. Even if your brother comes, it's only a dead end for him. The old man from the Zhou family in Modu is a martial arts master. Hurry up and kneel down to admit defeat. Don't force me to take action. 2 martial artists closed in on Lin Xiaoyu. Since this was a remote area, no one would hear her cry for help. The little girl was drenched in cold sweat, her delicate brows furrowing. Such a fierce aura, a golden warrior. It was terrifying. Just the oppressive force made Lin Xiaoyu lose the courage to resist, and her legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. If you truly are a little girl who doesn't know how high the sky is, come here. A burly man from the Zhou family reached out a large hand toward Lin Xiaoyu. However, at that moment, a figure soared in from the side. Dare to touch my sister. You seek death. The newcomer was none other than Lin Feng, who had just rushed back. He had just gotten off the plane and exited the martial arts school. Passing by a Qi High School, he sensed something was off, and by extending his spiritual sense, he discovered this scene. How can he fly? Seeing Lin Feng approach with such imposing presence, Chunyang was momentarily stunned, like a mouse encountering a cat, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. Chindanian was similarly taken aback. The 2 golden warriors, upon seeing Lin Feng, not only did not retreat, but instead chose to attack. Just in time for you to come, we'll cripple you and take you back to the old man as a report. They were very confident. As golden warriors, dealing with Lin Feng would be a piece of cake, right? Son, don't be afraid. Lin Feng can't defeat these 2 seniors. We can just sit back and watch the show. It's all good. Once Lin Feng is dealt with, we can return to our former lives. With the Zhou family's support, getting you into Modu Martial University will be a breeze. Chindanian was already calculating everything in his mind. Last time, Lin Feng had unexpectedly become a silver warrior and stole the limelight, causing him to be expelled from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Now he wanted to reclaim everything he had lost. It was also fortunate that someone from the Zhou family in Modu was here. Had it been another force, he wouldn't have dared to scheme against Lin Feng. Old man Zhou was a martial arts master, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He was willing to help. Over there, the 2 golden warriors swiftly approached Lin Feng, launching a barrage of explosive punches at him. Lin Feng easily dodged with a slight shift. Is this the best you can do? So slow, how do you survive in this world? Lin Feng said with a smile, his speed outpacing the 2 by a third, making them appear like snails in his eyes. Lin Feng unleashed his extreme burst fist. Bang! Both figures were sent flying. With a single punch, they were obliterated. Their eyes widened, pupils constricting as their internal organs shifted violently within them. Boom. They crashed into a dilapidated house, instantly turning it into a pile of rubble. What? Chunyang and his father were both stunned. Just a second ago they had said that, and in less than a second Lin Feng had knocked the two golden warriors to the ground. On this side, Lin Feng transformed into a gust of wind and flew into the ruins. The next moment he grabbed the two men by their arms and threw them out. Bang! Bang! The ground was smashed into two large pits. Why Yuri not a silver warrior? What exactly are you? One golden warrior on the verge of collapse raised a trembling finger at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's voice was cold. You want to know what realm I am in, right? Let me make this clear. I am in the golden realm, easily able to crush you. If you Zhou family and Moda dare to lay a hand on my sister. Then died. Bang. Two punches came crashing down with over 200,000 pounds of force smashing into the two men. Even as golden warriors, they couldn't withstand Lin Feng's strike. Both coughed up blood, their legs stiffening, and they died on the spot. A mere one-star golden warrior dares to seek death. What a waste. Lin Feng spat on their corpses, then turned his gaze to Chunyang and his father. Immediately both Chunyang and Chundanian clung tightly together, completely dumbfounded. Lin Xiaoyu on the side also stared at her brother, utterly astonished. Her older brother had actually reached the golden realm. How do you want to die? Lin Feng walked toward the two, and Chundanian immediately knelt down with a thud. Chunyang trembled uncontrollably, not daring to speak. Lin Feng, we were blind. Please spare me. I promise I won't dare again. Chundanian, like a lapdog, pleaded. As long as you spare me, I will give you all my assets. I was just momentarily confused to do such a thing. Please let us go. Yes, Lin Feng, we were wrong. I apologize. I will never act foolishly again. Can you spare my life for the sake of our past as classmates? Classmates? How laughable. Have you forgotten what I said last time? Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Whoever dared to touch his sister would pay the price. Although the two were not the masterminds, they were accomplices. If Lin Feng hadn't been here today, who knew what punishment his sister would have to face? Lin Feng suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Chundanian. Crack! Crack! Chundanian's bones shattered, and he was engulfed in excruciating pain. Chunyang shivered in fear, and in the next moment Lin Feng used the same method to take down Chunyang. A scream echoed as Chundanian realized he had been completely crippled, and his son too. Both were destined to be disabled for life. The worst part was that his son Chunyang had his legs broken by Lin Feng last time. Later he spent a huge amount of savings to get high-quality medicine for warriors so Chunyang could stand again. Little did he expect that today he would suffer Lin Feng's wrath again. It was tragic. After giving them a beating, Lin Feng was done playing. His fists trembled, and with two loud bangs both Chunyang and his father exploded into a bloody mist. This is the consequence of touching my family. Lin Feng snorted coldly, walking over to Lin Xiaoyu's side, his tone filled with affection. Are you all right? I'm sorry for the trouble I brought you. Brother, I'm fine. I'm a warrior now, and warriors should bravely face everything, right? Lin Xiaoyu showed no signs of fear, rather boasting about her strength. Wait, you've become a warrior. Lin Feng scanned her with his eyes and was astonished to find that his sister indeed possessed the aura of a warrior. This speed, it was comparable to his own. Have you registered as a warrior yet? Not yet. Don't register just yet. With this power during your studies, don't draw too much attention. It's best to be a bit low-key. Becoming famous too young can lead to a lot of trouble. Just like your brother who became famous too early and now has a whole pile of problems. You need to finish high school before you can register as a warrior, understand? Lin Feng gently ruffled Lin Xiaoyu's hair. Lin Xiaoyu felt somewhat speechless. Her brother was complimenting her in a roundabout way again. However, she still obediently nodded, saying, got it. Why are you being so nagging like mom and dad? By the time I graduate high school, I might even surpass you. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Your brother's talent is unrivaled. No one can surpass him. Lin Feng scoffed, and the two headed home together. Upon returning home, Lin Feng personally went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, waiting for his parents to come back. Lin Dad and Lin Mom wondered if Lin Feng had undergone some transformation and suddenly knew how to cook for himself. However, seeing Lin Feng maturing more and more, they felt relieved as parents. Xiao Feng, today I ran into Aunt Lu at the market. Her son used to be in the same class as you, and now he's brought a girlfriend home. When are you going to find someone for your mom? While eating, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng felt a bit speechless and said, Mom, are you looking for a girlfriend? What about Dad? Are you pretending to be naive? You're not a child anymore. You're about to turn 18. In a few years, you'll be at the age to have children. How much longer are you going to wait? Your mom is right. Being a warrior is not like attending university. In university, you can date and socialize with many female classmates. But as a warrior, it's all about fighting and killing. How can you meet girls? Lindong also joined the matchmaking campaign. If you meet someone you like, you should be a bit bolder. Don't be shy as an adult. Lin Feng thought. Am not even 17 yet. Oh, when did I become an adult? In the end, Lin Feng was left feeling dizzy from all the talk, while Lin Xiaoyu found it amusing finishing her beloved crayfish. After dinner, Lin Feng received a call from Li Wu. Brother Wu, what can I do for you? You little brat, did you kill someone? Two golden fellows. What did the investigation bureau come looking for me? Lin Feng was not surprised. Causing a death in the city was not like in the wild, where one could act recklessly. There were cameras everywhere. They surely captured some evidence. It was also not unexpected for the investigation bureau to come looking for him, as the alliance had rules that prohibited warriors from engaging in conflicts in residential areas, otherwise they would face severe legal repercussions. And whoever initiated the conflict would bear the main responsibility. Lin Feng would merely have to visit the investigation bureau. He was in the right and had nothing to fear. On the other end, Li Wu said the investigation bureau has sorted things out for you with the martial arts school, but the people you killed came from the Zhou family in Modu. Old Master Zhou is a grandmaster. The alliance has already intervened and investigated. He is highly unlikely to dare send anyone after you now. Otherwise, he would face sanctions from the alliance. Going against the alliance will not end well for him. Just be careful when you leave Gaoliang City. It's not the same outside as it is in the city. You understand what I mean, right? Let's leave it at that for now. I'm out here hunting magical beasts, so we'll talk more when I get back. Okay, thanks for the reminder, Brother Wu. Take care. After hanging up, Lin Feng did not dwell on the matter any further. After all, he was very safe in Gaoliang City. His opponents would not dare to recklessly cause him trouble. Outside, it was hard to say. Even if he had killed someone, the investigation bureau could do nothing without evidence. That night, Lin Feng rarely spent time with his family watching TV, when suddenly Zhang Lang called again. Lin Feng, are you home? I heard you moved to a villa. Are you free? What's up, brother? Lin Feng asked. I'm back, let's chat. Hearing that Zhang Lang was back, Lin Feng showed a hint of joy and quickly tidied himself up before heading out. Outside, Lin Feng and Zhang Lang sat together drinking. It turned out that Zhang Lang rushed back because he received news in Modu that the Zhou family was planning to deal with Lin Feng, and out of concern for Lin Feng's safety, he returned to inform him. After hearing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly and recounted all that had happened today to Zhang Lang, who listened with wide eyes. No way. You handled it yourself? I didn't expect this. You've become a golden warrior. Zhang Lang looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, chuckling to himself. In just half a month, you've become a golden warrior, and I'm still stuck at the advanced martial apprentice level. How embarrassing. I owe you so much for your support in the past. Without you, I wouldn't know how many people would have bullied me. Lin Feng smiled and said, since you've just finished the training camp, why don't we head out to hunt magical beasts together? It'll be good practice for you. Hunting magical beasts outside. Is that really okay? Zhang Lang was not very confident. As long as I'm with you, I guarantee your safety. Lin Feng smiled, and Zhang Lang mustered his courage and nodded. All right, then let's set off tomorrow. The next day, Lin Feng and Zhang Lang set off. Before leaving, Lin Feng gifted Zhang Lang a Kraid combat suit as a present for his first outing. Zhang Lang was pleasantly surprised and couldn't put it down. 2 days later, in Kraid Magical Beast City, Lin Feng and Zhang Lang were cautiously ambushing magical beasts in the outskirts of the city. Whoa, a night wolf bronze level, oh my god. A night wolf appeared right in front of Zhang Lang, causing him to shudder. Seeing this, Lin Feng charged forward and punched it away. Oh whoa, night wolf die. Damn, you're amazing, brother. You're so strong. Yeah, you should give it a shot too. The more you fight magical beasts, the more experience you'll gain. Don't be afraid, just go for it. While Lin Feng killed magical beasts, he imparted his combat experience to Zhang Lang. After a few days, Zhang Lang also began to showcase his potential and could engage with bronze-level magical beasts. Lin Feng also had Zhang Lang take the remaining blood essence pills from last time, and Zhang Lang showed signs of a breakthrough. On the 5th day, Zhang Lang finally broke through to the bronze realm and could defeat bronze-level magical beasts of the same realm on his own. Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued to gather upgrade points. Ding. Defeated a bronze-level magical beast, upgrade points 160. Ding. Defeated a silver-level magical beast, upgrade points 390. Ding. 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 The purpose of this outing was to help Zhang Lang gain experience and lift his spirits, so Lin Feng was not in a hurry. As for being hunted by the Zhou family, Lin Feng was not worried. They could not possibly know his whereabouts, and the alliance was also tangled up with the Zhou family, so they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Half a month later, Lin Feng and Zhang Lang arrived at the city center. Together, they successfully took down several silver-level magical beasts, which left Zhang Lang overjoyed. Although it's been slow these past few days, most of the magical beasts were defeated by me, and my upgrade points still reached over 500,000. Lin Feng murmured to himself. To upgrade, he needed 5 million upgrade points, and he didn't even have a tenth of that. The next day, the two began their journey back as Zhang Lang was about to officially start school in a few days, entering the martial arts university. Lang, once you enter the martial arts university, you'll definitely dominate the school. There aren't many martial artist students there. On the way, Lin Feng joked with a smile. Haha, all of this is thanks to you, brother. Without your help, I wouldn't even be anything. Don't mention it. Once the beast cores are sold, I'll split the money with you. You can buy whatever pills you need without holding back. A warrior can't be stingy with money. Won't away, brother. Most of the beast cores were taken down by you. I can't take half. Ooh, just give me 1/10. Why are you being polite with me? See you tomorrow. Back in Gaoliang, Lin Feng took the beast cores to manager Lu to sell, earning 34 million. Lin Feng transferred 15 million to Zhang Lang, shocking him. He had never seen so much money in his life. If his parents found out, they would probably faint on the spot. In Lin Feng's pocket, there remained a balance of 19 million. He did not repay the loan. Instead, he used the money to continue purchasing the great blood qi pills. Currently, Lin Feng's spiritual realm had reached a high-level silver 1 star. Yet it was still far from sufficient. After acquiring 40 great blood qi pills, Lin Feng consumed them all at once to transform his qi and blood. 2 days later, Lin Feng's spiritual realm broke through to silver 2 star. Now, even if I throw 50 or 60 punches of extreme burst fist, I won't be out of breath. After the enhancement of my blood qi, I feel invigorated. He looked at his fists, feeling robust and full of spirit. That day, Lin Feng took Lin Xiaoyu to the martial arts gym for some basic training. There was no choice. The little girl had already stepped into the threshold of a martial artist, so he had to teach her personally ahead of time. After all, he was a doting brother. Lin Xiaoyu had an exceptionally high comprehension ability, often grasping the key points of Lin Feng's teachings, so soon she would be able to train on her own. Lin Feng sat down to strengthen his qi and blood, gradually enhancing himself. Suddenly a phone call came in. Lin Feng looked at the caller ID and instantly brightened. It was Xie Xiaoling calling. Lin Feng, are you at home? Yes, I am. What's up? Lin Feng replied. Xie Xiaoling said, tomorrow, I will officially report to Modu Martial University. There's a birthday party tonight, will you come? Oh, it's your birthday? I will definitely go. Upon hearing Xie Xiaoling's words, Lin Feng was overjoyed. The thought of being invited to her birthday party made him excited. I will send you the address. Come for dinner around 7 tonight, it's settled. After hanging up, Lin Feng felt a slight nervousness. At that moment, he suddenly asked his sister, who was training beside him, by the way, Xiaoyu, if it were your birthday, what kind of gift would you like? Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment, then responded, of course, money. The more the better. Sorry for interrupting, continue your training. Lin Feng left the gym alone to pick a gift, but found nothing suitable. Thus, he spent 3 million at the martial artist mall to buy a set of class combat gear as a gift for tonight. Later that evening at 7 o'clock, Lin Feng arrived at Xie Xiaoling's home as promised. Xie Xiaoling's home was in the Jinxiu community, about 100 kilometers away from Lin Feng's house. Although it was not an independent villa, it could still be considered a wealthy family in this era. It seemed that Xie Xiaoling's father was either a businessman or a martial artist. Otherwise, they wouldn't qualify to live in such a house. At this moment, Xie Xiaoling's family of 3 was preparing dinner. Her father, Xie Yun, said, Xiaoling, when is your friend arriving? Xie Xiaoling glanced at the time soon. Well, I must say, Xiaoling, what is your relationship with this friend? I need to make it clear that you shouldn't date boys from Gaoliang City. Seated on the sofa adorned in jewelry, Xie Xiaoling's mother Li Huihong added, when you get married, you should only marry outstanding martial artists from the gym, preferably those with a Beijing household registration. Forget about those from Gaoliang City. Mom, I'm still in college, it's not time to discuss marriage, yet Xie Xiaoling replied impatiently. Xie Yun stated, your mother is right. The son of the deputy director of the branch gym I introduced to you last time is quite good. He is the same age as you, but got into Beijing Martial University and has now become a bronze martial artist. I'll introduce you to him next time. As for your friend from Gaoliang City, it's best not to contact him anymore to avoid any rumors. Both Xie Yun and Li Huihong were martial artists from a super gym stationed in Beijing for work. They had returned on leave and heard that Xie Xiaoling had been getting close to an old classmate, so they naturally wanted to remind her. Only the martial artists from Beijing are the true elite. Those from Gaoliang City lag far behind in every aspect. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Xie Xiaoling's eyes lit up. My friend is here. Sigh, this girl is becoming more rebellious. Had I known, I wouldn't have let her attend high school in Gaoliang City. Look at her current standards, as she's mixing with her old classmates again. Sigh, it's my failure as a parent. Both Xie Yun and Li Huihong appeared somewhat displeased. Outside, Lin Feng arrived as scheduled just at 7 o'clock, standing at the door of Xie Xiaoling's home. As the door opened, Xie Xiaoling saw Lin Feng holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. Her eyes brightened. Lin Feng, I invited you for dinner, not to let you spend money. Come in quickly. Okay. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, entering the house, where he saw Xie Xiaoling's parents and greeted them, hello uncle and aunt. Their gazes lingered on Lin Feng for a moment, and suddenly Xie Yun frowned. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's ordinary appearance, he dismissed the thought. You must be Xiaoling's friend. Dinner is ready, please sit down. Thank you, uncle. Lin Feng sat down, feeling a bit nervous as he sensed that his future in-laws didn't seem very welcoming. However, Xie Xiaoling smiled at Lin Feng, which eased his tension. At this moment, Li Huihong asked, are you a local? Yes, I used to live in the slums, and I sat next to Xiaoling in the first 2 years of high school. Lin Feng answered, truthfully unaware that Li Huihong and Xie Yun's expressions were becoming increasingly unfavorable. The slums. Li Huihong's eyes widened in disappointment, and she was about to say something. Seeing this, Xie Xiaoling quickly changed the subject. Lin Feng, would you like some soup first? I made it myself. Sure, that sounds good. Lin Feng felt quite awkward. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun's eyes suddenly widened, and he hurriedly asked, what did you say your name was? Uncle, my name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng. You are the Lin Feng from our super gym. Xie Yun stood up abruptly, not waiting for Lin Feng to nod, before pulling out his smartwatch to show a photo. Then looking back up to confirm, he exclaimed in shock, you really are Lin Feng. Wait, I'll get some wine. What's with this old man getting so excited? Li Huihong whispered in her husband's ear, have you lost your mind? You've been saving that wine for 50 years, and you usually don't even let it drop out. You're the one who's lost it. Xie Yun couldn't help but express his inner astonishment, exclaiming, Lin Feng, don't you remember? You were the newcomer we praised in the entire gym recently. Which one? Champion of the Huaxia Newcomer Challenge, the spiritual thought master Lin Feng. No way, Li Huihong gasped, dropping her chopsticks in shock, covering her mouth, nearly shouting out. At that moment, the way they looked at Lin Feng was filled with astonishment, and their attitudes did a complete turnaround. Come, Lin Feng, Auntie will serve you some soup. It's been simmering for 2 hours. Li Huihong said enthusiastically, entirely opposite to her previous demeanor. Meanwhile, Xie Yun pulled Lin Feng to drink, filled with excitement. Lin Feng could only go along with it. This was quite unexpected, making him feel like the host instead. By the way, Xiaoling, here's your birthday gift, take a look. After dinner, Lin Feng handed over the gift box, and Xie Xiaoling opened it with delight, revealing a set of silver-white dresses lying inside, exquisitely beautiful. Wow, this is class automatic switching combat gear. Lin Feng, this is a bit much, it's worth 3 million. Xie Yun immediately recognized the gift Lin Feng had given, and was so envious that his eyes nearly popped out. This is the latest generation of combat suits available on the market, capable of transforming into any attire you desire and can be worn as ordinary clothing. In case of danger, it can be converted into a combat suit, which is incredibly convenient and highly advanced. Xie Yun had long wished to purchase this particular combat suit, having thought about it for over a month, yet he ultimately did not buy it. The reason being, this combat suit costs 3 million, a sum that is exceedingly high for them as bronze-level warriors. Especially since his monthly salary is only around 200,000, he would need over a year's savings to afford it. It was impossible for him to part with such a sum. In contrast, Lin Feng gifted a combat suit worth 3 million as a birthday present for his daughter, leaving Xie Yun and Li Huihong speechless. The two recalled that Lin Feng had won 400 million in prize money by clinching the championship in the Rookie Challenge, and they were no longer surprised. He is now a superstar of the Super Martial Arts Academy, a billionaire. For him, spending a few million is merely a trivial matter. Lin Feng, your gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Xie Xiaoling was stunned upon hearing that the combat suit cost 3 million and hurriedly declined. Lin Feng smiled, saying, it's fine, this combat suit was one I purchased previously. I already have a grade combat suit, so I have no use for the grade one. Consider it a gift for you to use at Modu Martial University. Don't be so polite with me, otherwise I'll sell it as secondhand and lose several times the value, which wouldn't be worth it. In that case, I will accept it. After Lin Feng's persuasion, Xie Xiaoling ultimately accepted it. Following this, Xie Yun and Li Huihong treated Lin Feng with exceptional warmth, almost as if he were their son-in-law. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that Lin Feng bid farewell to the Xie family and left. You must come visit more often, even just to play chess with your uncle. From now on, keep in touch with my daughter to deepen your relationship, otherwise the friendship between classmates will fade. After all, you are desk mates, but it's fate. Mom and Dad, he has already left, and you're still talking about this. Xie Xiaoling lamented, feeling powerless. What kind of parents are these? They showed no interest in Lin Feng before he arrived. They had barely intended to acknowledge Lin Feng, yet upon learning of his identity, her parents seemed to value him even more than she did. They even spoke of fate. It seemed they were trying to matchmake her with Lin Feng. What do you understand? Lin Feng is so exceptional. There are hardly any talents like him throughout all of Huaxia. Xie Yun sighed, saying, the most right thing you've done in your life is to get to know Lin Feng. Daughter, you must trust your father's judgment. Lin Feng will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Li Huihong chimed in, saying, your father makes a valid point. Spiritual practitioners are among the most powerful. You should cherish Lin Feng and keep in touch with him more often. Xie Xiaoling remained silent. Back home, Lin Feng's emotions were unsettled for a long time. It seems having strength is crucial. The parents of the goddess now looked at him with newfound respect. If he were ordinary, he doubted he would earn the approval of Xie Xiaoling's parents. After all, warriors are notoriously discerning and do not regard ordinary people. Modu, the Zhou family. At this moment in the conference hall of the Zhou family, Zhou Huaishan sat at the head, coldly stating that Lin Feng not only brazenly killed my grandson, but also has 4 golden warriors dead at his hands. To avoid losses for the Zhou family, I have decided that no one from the Zhou family will personally take action against him. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, and Zhou Taitian asked, "Father, we have suffered heavy losses. Are we really going to let the grudge over Jin Yang go unavenged?" Everyone was dissatisfied, thinking that a mere kid should not cause the Zhou family to back down lest they incur great losses. If this got out, how would the Zhou family maintain their reputation? Zhou Huaishan stroked his beard, saying, "Currently the alliance is investigating us, and the global situation is unstable with many conflicts erupting abroad. Our Zhou family cannot afford any more losses among warriors. However, this also presents an opportunity for us. I never said we wouldn't take revenge. I have already contacted an old friend across the ocean. The Zhou family will put up a bounty of 100 million for other warriors to hunt down this person." "A bounty on him?" Zhou Taitian paused, and then smiled, saying, "Father, you really thought this through. Making Lin Feng a bounty target is indeed the best method, drawing attention from bounty hunters worldwide. 100 million. There will surely be many who are willing to take risks to pursue Lin Feng." The next day, while Lin Feng was still in dreamland, he received an urgent email from the Martial Arts Academy. "There is an urgent email. Please check it carefully." An urgent email? From whom? Lin Feng wondered, intrigued, as urgent emails are only sent when there is something pressing. After opening it, he found there were 2 emails. The first email was from Li Wu, and upon opening it, a video of Li Wu speaking appeared. "Lin Feng, something major has happened. A bounty of 100 million has been placed on your head. The Zhou family is using the Hunter Association to hunt you down. All the world's warrior hunters will come after you, so be careful and do not leave Gaoliang City. Moreover, Elder Su was ambushed overseas and is currently seriously injured. This should serve as a warning to you. You must not be careless." Li Wu spoke earnestly, appearing to be on high alert. "I have become a bounty target." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. He had certainly heard of bounty targets. This means someone has put up money to hire experts to kill him, and whoever succeeds will receive the bounty. It is said that the members of the Hunter Association are ruthless characters with assassins working for them all over the world from various realms. One could say that Lin Feng is now exposed to public scrutiny. Zhou family, you really are relentless. This is how you want to deal with me. I'll make you pay for this." Lin Feng muttered to himself, deciding that once he became stronger, he would deal with the Zhou family without mercy. Next, Lin Feng opened the second email, where Su Yo, lying on a hospital bed, sent a video urging Lin Feng to be cautious of becoming a bounty target. "Elder Su, rest assured I will take revenge for you." Lin Feng thought about it. If someone could injure a platinum warrior like Elder Su, it seems they had hired someone formidable. Lin Feng must accelerate his path to advancement. The news of Lin Feng becoming a bounty target quickly spread throughout the martial arts community. In the Blevel city of demon beasts, Lin Feng can now walk with confidence. He rushed from the outskirts to the city center in less than a day. Ding defeated a silver demon beast, upgrade points 400. Ding defeated a silver demon beast, upgrade points 550. Ding defeated a golden demon beast, upgrade points 9,000. Ding defeated a golden demon beast. Now Lin Feng shows no mercy when slaying demon beasts. Continuously wielding the Zilong golden spear, he dispatched one demon beast after another, causing the entire city to be in an uproar. Moreover, with the assistance of the shadow flying blade, Lin Feng's combat power surged. He has now become a slaughtering machine, disregarding the cores of bronze demon beasts, only collecting cores from those of silver rank and above into his expandable bag. As for the golden demon beasts, they are no match for him. His combat power is off the charts. In less than 3 days, Lin Feng accumulated over 5 million upgrade points. Damn, it's that guy again. Just the day before yesterday, I saw him facing 3 golden demon beasts alone, and I can't believe he's still alive. Heavens, he's now entered the horde of demon beasts, cutting a swath through them. Who is he? What a freak. He looks only 16 or 17. How is he so powerful? And he's a spiritual master. Wait, a spiritual master. Could he be the one that the Zhou family put a bounty on a few days ago? Now that you mention it, it does seem to resemble him quite a bit. Lin Feng fought and slaughtered from a distance, while a small team of warriors in a tall building observed his every move through telescopes. Startled by Lin Feng's prowess, the team recalled his wanted status and immediately dared not approach him. 100 million is no small sum. It is a significant amount for them, equivalent to a year or 2 of their income. But Lin Feng is even more monstrous. They don't dare to make a move against him, otherwise their team could be annihilated. A golden warrior is truly terrifying. Roar. Lin Feng's Zilong spear pierced through, sweeping across the backs of 3 demon beasts. All 3 golden-level demon beasts collapsed to the ground. After letting out a miserable cry, they died. Having eliminated the horde of demon beasts, Lin Feng counted and found that he had slain approximately 5 golden demon beasts here, yielding a very good harvest. However, his vitality was also greatly depleted, having used nearly half of his stamina. He immediately popped a large vitality pill into his mouth to replenish his strength. He continued his slaughter. By the 5th day, Lin Feng had nearly washed the entire level city of demon beasts in blood, almost exterminating all the golden demon beasts. As for the silver demon beasts, their corpses littered the ground everywhere. If anyone passed through here, they would be astonished at why a city filled with danger had become a mass grave for demon beasts. This is truly terrifying. At this moment, he is a slaughtering machine. In order to become stronger, Lin Feng spared no effort, not resting for a moment, always remaining in combat, and his upgrade points surpassed his expectations, reaching a staggering 20 million. It's about time to take a break and upgrade. Lin Feng said, "System, assist me in upgrading my cultivation realm." Ding command received. Upgrading cultivation realm in progress. Within the interface, Lin Feng's upgrade points gradually diminished as his cultivation level continuously rose. At the same time, at the edge of the city where Lin Feng resided, a well-equipped team of 5 warriors was entering the city. "Boss, this city of demon beasts seems off. Where have all the demon beasts gone? They must have been scared off by us. With our team's momentum, any demon beast that sees us would have to run away." A bald man said with a smile alongside a tall man in sunglasses, while 2 women in black stood on either side, their gazes both charming and dangerously alluring. They looked like roses with thorns, beautiful yet dangerous. The leader, on the other hand, was a one-eyed man wearing a black leather coat. If anyone saw them, they would surely be scared and take a detour. For these 5 are the infamous hunter team in Huaxia known as the Death Squad. The leader of the Death Squad is this one-eyed man known as the One-Eyed Dragon. They are well known internationally as hunter warriors, notorious for their ruthless methods, never blinking an eye when killing. As long as the price is right, they can take down anyone, even children and women. Moreover, they are elusive, and even some martial arts schools have no way to deal with them, causing them much headache. The One-Eyed Dragon glanced at the bald man and said, "Scan for any golden warriors in the area. We will track them one by one. Today we must deal with that kid." "Alright, I love dealing with talented warriors. TSK, TSK. The bald man took out a detector which showed numerous red dots within a 10-kilometer radius. "Boss, I found something. There's a golden warrior nearby. Let's go see if it's him." The Death Squad began to move and started scanning the city. At this moment, Lin Feng's upgrade was also nearing completion, and his cultivation level was rapidly changing. Golden 1 star. Golden 2 stars. Golden 3 stars. Golden 4 stars. Ding, upgrade complete. Golden 4 stars. Lin Feng's cultivation level suddenly rose by 3 ranks, and at this moment, he felt enlightened, sensing the marvel of it all. However, with it came the depletion of his 20 million upgrade points, all of it gone, not a single point left. The consumption was too high. Haha, golden 4 stars. This speed of improvement is definitely the fastest in the world. No one can surpass me. As his cultivation level soared, other attributes of Lin Feng also saw minor changes. For example, his base speed increased by over 10 points. His strength was visibly enhanced, and his base explosive power surged by several 100,000. This growth is truly terrifying. However, thinking about how a golden 5-star warrior's explosive power is 2 million, Lin Feng didn't find it surprising. Comparing this, his 70,000 strength doesn't seem all that impressive. It's time to head to the next demon beast city. A level city is no longer suitable for me, and it won't contribute much to my improvement. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Only in a level demon beast city would be the preferred target. It is said that there are platinum demon beasts there, and Lin Feng is eager to engage with the formidable demon beasts. But at that moment, Lin Feng's expression turned grave. He sensed danger. Expanding his spiritual sense, Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeper. The next moment, a figure flashed toward him at high speed. Not just 1 but 5. By the time he sensed them, a massive blade had already arrived before Lin Feng, cutting straight down toward him. "Break!" He swiftly responded, and the Zilong golden spear shook forth, unleashing a powerful thrust that sent the attacker crashing to the ground. Thud! The bald man flew backward, his face filled with shock. Bang! A large hole was punched through the wall behind him. "Damn it, I thought it was a strong enemy, but it turns out to be so easily defeated." It scared the baby to death. Lin Feng patted his chest, letting out a breath. The bald man had come at him fiercely, but the power he wielded seemed vastly different in comparison. With just 1 shot, he took down his opponent. At that moment, the bald man crawled up from the ruins, his smooth head smeared with blood, his face twisted in anger. Meanwhile, the other 4 finally arrived. This small team consisted of 3 men and 2 women, with the one-eyed man clearly in the lead. The one-eyed man glanced at Lin Feng, and then at the photo, saying, "That's right, Lin Feng from Gaoliang City, worth 100 million. Oh, so you guys are here to hunt me down." Lin Feng chuckled, but suddenly his brows furrowed deeply. Because his mental probing was unexpectedly detected by the other party. The one-eyed man sneered, "So you're a mentalist, huh? No wonder you're a famous genius warrior from Huaxia, but you've underestimated me." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng withdrew his mental energy, feeling quite heavy-hearted. The one-eyed man in front of him definitely possessed strength beyond his own. He was likely a Platinum Realm warrior. Don't be careless. Moreover, the other four were all at the Golden Realm roughly on par with him. If it were an unknown battle, he could take them down one by one, but the current situation left him no choice. There were 5 of them. Furthermore, the bald man he had just shot away didn't seem to be seriously injured. Damn it, all 5 of them are wearing level combat suits able to withstand my damage. Lin Feng realized that the enemy's combat suits were the same level as his. This is getting tough. Stop wasting time, let's finish this quickly, the one-eyed man said to the 4. Don't underestimate this guy, his strength is not weaker than yours. You 4 attack together while I cut off his escape route. Hee boss, don't worry. The hot girl, and I can take him down. Let me take my revenge. The bald man swung his large knife again, aiming at Lin Feng. Having learned from the previous lesson, he was now very cautious, ready for Lin Feng's counterattack. Another woman in a tight leather outfit sporting high heels brandished 2 sharp daggers lunging at Lin Feng. The other 2 stood aside with their arms crossed, unwilling to intervene. Clang. Seeing the bald man swing his knife, Lin Feng raised his sword to block, instantly producing the sound of metal clashing, sparks flying. I'm not bad in strength, but if that's all you got, then I'm afraid it's not enough. The bald man smirked slightly while the hot girl had already reached Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng hastily pulled back the Zilong golden gun, raising it in front to block, while stepping back 3 paces, successfully deflecting the sharp stab. However, the 2 forces continued to clash, putting Lin Feng at a disadvantage. Kill him, stop playing around, the one-eyed man said coldly from behind, his tone authoritative. Following orders, the bald man swung his knife down, aiming for Lin Feng's face. The force of the blow made Lin Feng's gripping hand tremble, slightly his arm aching. However, Lin Feng was clearly not a fool. He knew that staying defensive for too long would lead to failure, so he countered with a thrust of his gun. The gun shot forth like a dragon, piercing through the soul. Swish! At that moment, his speed suddenly increased. The bald man wanted to dodge, but he was simply too slow compared to Lin Feng's quick reflexes. Swoosh! The golden gun pierced straight through the bald man's body, stabbing through his heart. Even his combat suit could not withstand the damage of that shot. Lin Feng's explosive power exceeded 1,500,000, achieving the maximum attack potential of the Divine Dragon Gun technique. No matter how good the combat suit was, what difference did it make? Baldy! The one-eyed man and the other 2 were stunned, and at that moment the hot girl noticed something amiss. Lin Feng's explosive power had doubled compared to before, crushing the bald man in an oddly overwhelming manner. She instinctively retreated, but Lin Feng pursued. With absolute, overwhelming speed, Lin Feng thrust his gun from behind. The hot girl didn't even have time to react. A look of horror crossed her face before she was sent flying. 2 people dead. A high-level Golden Realm warrior. Damn it, the intel was wrong. Didn't they say he was only a 1-star golden? The guy with the sunglasses cursed, and then angrily said, boss, you need to take action. He's a high-level golden way stronger than us. His marksmanship is superb and already very skilled. The bald men underestimated him. The one-eyed man immediately drew a sword, pointing it at Lin Feng, and said, today you will die 100 times. He abruptly stopped speaking because Lin Feng had already vanished. Damn, that kid ran away. How uncivilized. Chase after him. The one-eyed man stopped pretending and chased after Lin Feng. The man with sunglasses also flickered his steps, pulling out a rocket launcher aimed at Lin Feng. Ahead, Lin Feng kept dodging. If he couldn't win, why pretend? He quickly made his escape. The one-eyed man was a Platinum Realm warrior, and Lin Feng had no confidence in defeating him. Not running would be foolish. With his mental energy extending outward, he suddenly shifted his body with force. Whoosh. Boom. A rocket exploded against a nearby building, knocking a corner off the structure. Boom, boom. Next, rockets whizzed past Lin Feng, turning everything they touched into ruins. And there's a gunsmith. Damn it, it looks like they care a lot about that 100 million. After dodging for a while, Lin Feng still couldn't shake off the one-eyed man, so he said, the Zhou family offered you 100 million to kill me. I'll give you 200 million if you don't kill me and help me take down the Zhou family. How about it? You insult me with money. The one-eyed man's expression darkened, feeling deeply insulted. Lin Feng asked with anticipation, so what do you say? If you agree, he'll give you a down payment first, and the rest can be paid in installments. You're looking for death. Little did he know the one-eyed man was even angrier. As bounty hunters, they had rules. Once the target was set, they couldn't change it or turn against each other. Otherwise, they would be ostracized by fellow warriors and even attract the attacks of other sponsors. One must remain consistent in their actions. Then you continue to chase. After all, you can't catch up to me. Let's see who can endure longer. Seeing that the one-eyed man didn't agree, Lin Feng lost interest in teasing him and sped away. The one-eyed man's stamina was impressive as well. As a Platinum Realm warrior, his speed was almost on par with Lin Feng's. Damn, how can this guy run so fast? Is he even human? What the hell, how can this kid run so fast? Is he even human? At this moment, both Lin Feng in front and the one-eyed man behind shared the same thought, each grumbling about the other. Finally, after nearly 4 hours of running, Lin Feng arrived at another city of demon beasts. Without a second thought, he dashed into a tall building to hide. Damn it, that guy shouldn't be able to catch up with me, or else he'll really have to kneel down. In a room of a tall building, Lin Feng sat down, panting heavily. He quickly took out a chi blood pill and swallowed it, finally regaining some stamina. Damn it, this is the last chi blood pill. He then noticed that he was down to his final pill. During his earlier run, Lin Feng had consumed 2 pills, allowing him to maintain his top movement speed. With a speed exceeding 300 milliseconds, after 4 hours of running from one city to another, Lin Feng had no idea how far he had traveled. However, just as he sat down to rest, he sensed danger again. Damn it, they're coming again. At the slightest noise, Lin Feng didn't bother to think and ran away in a hurry. After all, the opponent was a platinum warrior. Lin Feng couldn't withstand a direct confrontation. Boss, my 5 speed shoes are out of power. Mine too. 2 warriors from the death squad spoke to the Cyclops. The Cyclops stopped, taking a breath. They're useless now. That kid may be faster than I expected, but he's nearby and out of stamina too. Next, we just wait to hunt him down. He's right ahead, let's go. The 3 of them flickered away and soon saw Lin Feng's figure. They arrived so quickly they just won't give up. Lin Feng glanced back and took off running again. Thus, he kept running, oblivious to the fact that he was in an erranked city surrounded by many Golden Realm monsters which he ignored. Unknowingly, he found himself in the city center where there was a penguin building. Wait, this place seems familiar. His 6th sense tingled, and the next moment a gigantic hand was coming down towards him. Monster King. Almost instantly, Lin Feng sensed the aura of the beast and quickly dodged to the side at his fastest speed. Boom. With a wave of its hand, the building behind Lin Feng was flattened. Roar. It was only then that Lin Feng saw a massive beast emerging from behind the penguin building. This beast was exactly like the King Kong from the movies, standing over 30 meters tall, its size comparable to a commercial airliner, emerging from the penguin building with boundless rage. It seemed to be enraged by Lin Feng's intrusion into its territory. At that moment, the 3 members of the death squad who had been chasing Lin Feng closely also arrived. Seeing the enormous shadow approaching, a thick layer of dread enveloped the ground, and they all instinctively looked up. What the hell? What kind of monster is that? So massive, what is it? Did we intrude on its territory? If I'm not mistaken, it's the Beast King, the King Kong from the Arank Monster City. The 2 were startled, while the well-informed Cyclops remained calm, saying, this big guy has platinum-level strength, we'd better not provoke it. Boss, look, there's a glowing sword on top of that building. What is that? The man in black sunglasses pointed at the top of the penguin building. Everyone looked up and indeed saw a sword lodged diagonally in a crack of the concrete. Instantly, the Cyclops narrowed his eyes slightly. That sword is Shrank. Shrank, damn, worth over $1 billion. Boss, should we grab the sword first? No, kill the people first, then seize the sword. That might not work, boss, look. The sunglasses man pointed towards the King Kong. At that moment, Lin Feng was hiding in a spot unseen by the King Kong, using his mental power to control a flying blade towards it. The shadow blade was extremely fast and stealthy, directly piercing the King Kong. In that instant, the King Kong roared in pain, pounding its chest in fury. Roar, roar, roar. It let out a furious roar, its rage ignited. Its gaze locked onto the Cyclops and his companions. Only then did the members of the death squad realize, crap, frame it on us, we're in trouble. As they spoke, the King Kong charged towards the 3 of them, its massive figure resembling a deity of war, instilling fear. Goodbye, everyone. Lin Feng trembled and directly used his mental power to soar into the air, escaping the scene. Lin Feng, you treacherous bastard. The roar of the Cyclops echoed behind him, and soon a battle broke out over there. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the King Kong, Lin Feng successfully evaded the death squad's pursuit. He sat down 50 miles away to rest. Occasionally, explosions and sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance. Even vibrations reached Lin Feng, causing slight tremors, which were alarming. Finally, after about half an hour, the battle came to a complete stop. The platinum-level King Kong, even the death squad, would have a hard time dealing with it. I'll go see who won. Lin Feng cautiously made his way back, each step taken as if walking on thin ice. In the city center, the penguin building had already collapsed. Surrounding areas were in disarray. Buildings were incomplete, resembling a scene after a typhoon, a complete wreck. On the ground lay 3 figures. The King Kong was nearby, barely alive, clearly having lost its combat capabilities. Hoo. Soon the Cyclops crawled up from the ground, hurriedly taking a refining pill from his pocket, and staggered towards the sword before him. Finally dealt with this guy. Once I recover in half a month, I'll take care of that kid. The Cyclops thought to himself, obtaining an Shrank's sword would be great. At least it could be sold for over $1 billion. Far more valuable than killing Lin Feng. Moreover, both of his teammates were dead, so he wouldn't have to split the rewards, allowing him to claim it all. He reached out to grab the sword, but just as he did, a chilling wind suddenly blew from behind. Not good. He turned around and saw 7 flying blades rapidly spinning towards him. Due to his massive injuries, the Cyclops couldn't react and despair appeared in his eyes. Swoosh. His head flew off under the blade's blood splattering everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Didn't expect that I'm back again. After killing the Cyclopes, Lin Feng was ecstatic. He hadn't expected everything to be within his calculations. The King Kong and the Cyclops' group had mutually inflicted heavy losses, and he took the risk to return and reap the benefits. What a stroke of luck. Ding defeated a Platinum Warrior, upgrade points, 600,000. 600,000, that's impressive. Lin Feng was thrilled, realizing that defeating an opponent of a higher level could yield several times the rewards. If Lin Feng were also at the Platinum level, he would have only received tens of thousands. He excitedly picked up the sword in front of him. Holding it felt like he was carrying 10 billion. It was like just picking up money. Right, the King Kong isn't dead, either. I'll give it another stab. Lin Feng noticed that the King Kong was still alive, so he bravely approached and delivered several more stabs, completely killing the King Kong. Ding killed a Platinum Beast, upgrade points, 500,000. Finally, Lin Feng looted all the items from the Death Squad before leaving the scene. He couldn't help but exclaim that today was truly a bountiful day, earning money while lying down. If the Cyclops hadn't died, seeing this scene would surely infuriate him. To have his hard-earned territory taken away so easily was both detestable and shameless. In a city of grade A demon beasts within a room of a certain building, Lin Feng sat down. He looked at his gains, unable to hide his excitement. He never dreamed that today he would be chased and would randomly acquire so many valuable items. If it weren't for his use of the King of the Diamond Apes, he would likely have been hunted down. My stretchable bags are nearly full, but these few still have a lot of capacity. Lin Feng had just taken the stretchable bag from the Cyclops dragon, and now there was still time to hunt demon beasts and fill up his beast cores. After storing away the grade sword, Lin Feng set out to slay demon beasts. In the city of a grade demon beasts, there were indeed Silver Realm demon beasts, but they generally resided in the outskirts, while the true rulers of this city were the Golden Realm demon beasts. In this city of demon beasts, Lin Feng could no longer act as he did before. After all, dealing with Golden Realm demon beasts was not something he could easily handle. He had to take them down one by one. If more than 5 demon beasts attacked Lin Feng at once, it would be quite deadly. Lin Feng cautiously began to slay golden demon beasts, killing only about 20 to 30 in a day. In the following days, Lin Feng became more adept, gaining valuable experience and increasing his killing speed. With just his shadow flying blades, he could kill instantly. Sizzle. Gradually, Lin Feng killed over 300 demon beasts in these few days, a truly shocking number. If anyone saw Lin Feng fighting alone, they would be utterly astonished. The mentalist indeed has a natural advantage. Lin Feng hid in a tall building, controlling 7 flying blades toward the demon beasts on the street below. Swoosh. The demon beast's head was instantly severed and flew away. Ding defeated a Golden Realm demon beast, upgrade points, 11,000. It's almost full of time to go back and sell these items. After killing an armored centipede, Lin Feng looked at his stretchable bags with satisfaction. Having killed so many, he couldn't carry more without wasting them, so it was better to take a break and come back later. He began his return journey, exiting the city of demon beasts. However, just as Lin Feng stepped out of the city of demon beasts, a sudden rumbling sound erupted from behind him. Dong long long. What's going on? Lin Feng turned around and suddenly saw a large swarm of demon beasts rushing towards him from the city. The demon beasts were densely packed, numbering in the thousands, causing a tremendous uproar, shaking the earth and mountains. The ferocious and violent demon beasts flattened concrete and steel, leaving devastation in their wake. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed in shock. Damn, the beast tide is here. The beast tide, as the name suggests, is a frenzy of demon beasts running in packs. If caught in it, even if not attacked and swallowed, one could be trampled to death. He sensed with his mental power and suddenly froze, realizing, oh no, most of them are golden demon beasts. It would be easy for them to kill me. Alone, Lin Feng was like an ant trying to stop a chariot, utterly incapable of resisting the beast tide. Without an army or warriors to suppress them, it would be impossible to stop. If the beast tide entered human cities, it would be a huge disaster. Ordinary people would undoubtedly be slaughtered, families torn apart. However, Lin Feng couldn't care less. The sudden outbreak of the beast tide was already an extremely unusual event, and he had to escape for his life. Turning back, Lin Feng saw many warrior teams hunting demon beasts in the city, all screaming in terror. Many likely didn't have time to escape and were killed and eaten by the demon beasts. Truly, there were no bones left. Lin Feng began to flee desperately. Rumble, rumble. The beast tide was getting closer, less than 5 kilometers away. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed several foreign warriors with yellow hair and green eyes flying towards him. They were wearing peculiar high-tech flying devices, hovering in midair, observing the beast tide below. Lin Feng looked up and saw them smiling at him. In midair, several men in noble attire looked down, and one bearded man said, Lord Carl, we initiated the beast tide. If the Huaxiao officials find out, will they blame us? Carl, the man in the middle, chuckled. Humph, we just need to grab the wind shield and leave. Even if the Huaxiao officials discover it was us, what can they do? Once we return to the Western Alliance, it will still be our Rot family's domain. Lord Carl is wise. These Huaxia ants, if they die, they die. It's nothing to discuss. Our goal is the windshield, he. The few in the sky nodded in agreement, grinning ominously. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was swiftly fleeing on the ground, overheard their conversation with his mental power, and his expression turned angry. Indeed, it was these people who triggered the beast tide. Damn, they truly disregard our lives. It's just a few foreign warriors causing chaos, forcing me to flee. Lin Feng was furious, but the fact that they could afford flying devices meant they were not ordinary warriors. Because these flying devices are extremely expensive, each costing over 5 billion. Only noble families can equip them. Moreover, Lin Feng had just observed that their strengths were all above platinum, and a group of platinum warriors was truly terrifying. Lin Feng began to deliberately hide himself, trying to avoid detection. However, the person named Rock Carl in the sky still noticed Lin Feng's presence. There's a little ant below who is a mentalist spying on us just now. Lord Carl, should I go down and eliminate him? No need, grab the wind shield and leave quickly. Rock Carl shook his head, but suddenly a dark swarm of flying demon beasts attacked them from above. Not good, there are flying demon beasts, everyone be careful. Rock Carl's expression changed drastically. Flying demon beasts evolve quickly and are extremely rare. Thus their strength is at least in the golden realm, generally in the platinum realm, and not easy to deal with. Even with 7 or 8 platinum warriors, they had little chance against these flying demon beasts. They could not confront them hidden and had to find a place to hide, retreating while fighting. Crack! Lin Feng utilized his speed to distance himself from the beast tide, but suddenly a beast roar pierced the sky, catching Lin Feng's attention. Oh no, there are flying demon beasts coming. This situation is getting serious. Flying demon beasts are rarely seen, but their appearance today indicates a grave situation. Lin Feng dared not be careless any longer and began to use his mental power to fly and escape, as flying demon beasts were already descending towards him. Once fallen into the clutches of flying beasts, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, Lin Feng could hardly ensure his survival. He began to soar through the sky, utilizing his mental energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strong wind whipped around him, while the pursuing flying beasts behind him were relentless, their size comparable to that of a helicopter, creating an overwhelming pressure. Moreover, their speed was exceptionally fast. Lin Feng exerted all his strength, flying as fast as he could, attempting to distance himself from the beasts in the sky. Master Carl, run. Soon a scream echoed from behind. It seemed that the foreign platinum warriors had been attacked. It sounded rather tragic. Serves them right. They had no business trespassing on our territory. A sense of inexplicable comfort washed over Lin Feng. There was no sympathy whatsoever. At this moment, a gigantic thunder eagle suddenly approached Lin Feng, its massive claws descending, engulfing him in shadow. His expression changed instantly, and he dove down, reducing his flying speed. Whoosh! A claw swiped at empty air. The thunder eagle became enraged and began a frenzied assault on Lin Feng. Fortunately, it's just a young thunder eagle, only about 2 to 3 meters in size. If it were an adult thunder eagle, I wouldn't dare confront it hidden. Lin Feng was not without options. As he flew, he used his mental energy to control shadow blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 blades shot toward the young thunder eagle, causing it to tumble in midair. A howl escaped the young thunder eagle as it plummeted to the ground. Before long, a notification sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, defeated a golden realm beast upgrade, points 20,000. Flying beasts were stronger than their terrestrial counterparts, hence the greater reward. Finally dealt with it. That was quite thrilling. Lin Feng sighed in relief, but just as he let his guard down, a chill ran down his spine. A more savage and violent voice reached Lin Feng's ears. The gigantic thunder eagle glared at him with its aged eyes, emitting an ominous screech. Immediately, Lin Feng saw the thunder eagle pursuing him, flying closer. My God, speak of the devil, here comes an adult thunder eagle. He was nearly stunned. An adult thunder eagle had combat power typically at the platinum level, and even warriors of the same rank would struggle to escape alive if they fought in the sky. Flying beasts were particularly adept at aerial combat. Now, having killed its offspring, it was clear that this adult thunder eagle was enraged. He began to flee frantically. However, he found that the thunder eagle's speed matched his own, and the distance between them was closing, putting Lin Feng on high alert. At a critical moment, Lin Feng lowered his flight altitude, nearly skimming the ground, and finally flew into a densely forested mountain. In the open sky against the flying beasts, Lin Feng would undoubtedly perish, but within the mountains, the abundance of obstacles would obstruct the flying beasts' line of sight, making it more difficult for them to pursue. Once in the forest, Lin Feng quickly hid beneath a large rock, almost holding his breath and daring not to make a sound. Outside, the thunder eagle flew overhead, searching for the human's whereabouts. It circled back and forth in search, but to no avail. Soon after, hundreds of other beasts swept through the sky, their massive shadows appearing like a fleet of fighter jets. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng felt the danger recede before crawling out from under the rock. They're all heading toward the human city. I can't go back now. Oh, I must go in the opposite direction. Lin Feng took to the skies again, leaving the scene, but the depletion of his vitality was severe. In recent days, Lin Feng had already been engaged in combat, leading to significant energy expenditure, and the aerial chase had nearly drained him of his strength. The tide of beasts below was also reaching its end. After flying several dozen kilometers, Lin Feng landed on another mountain peak. Thud! Lin Feng landed softly, unaware that just ahead was a concealed cave. At the entrance of the cave lay two human corpses alongside the carcass of a flying beast. It seems a battle just occurred here. Fortunately, I arrived a bit late, otherwise I would have been caught up in it. No, the flying beasts will definitely return. I need to go inside and hide. With this thought, Lin Feng stepped into the cave. It wasn't very deep or too narrow, and since there were no beasts inside, it was suitable for Lin Feng to take refuge. Hey, what is that glowing thing? Let me take a look. As soon as Lin Feng sat down, he noticed something shimmering in the corner of the opposite wall, quite dazzling. The glowing object caught Lin Feng's attention. He walked over and dug through the dirt, eventually uncovering an oval-shaped object that resembled a skateboard. However, this object's material seemed quite extraordinary. It didn't feel like steel. It certainly didn't resemble stone or plastic, nor was it any sort of alloy. Strange, what is this? It looks quite magical. I've never seen such a skateboard before. After observing it for a moment, Lin Feng murmured, "Is this a skateboard or a shield? It feels more like an ancient shield." Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly froze, recalling something. That's right, I heard those foreign warriors mention they were looking for the Gale shield. This can't be the Gale shield, can it? Thinking this, he immediately used his smart wristwatch to log into the warrior forum. On the forum, Lin Feng began to search for posts related to the Gale shield. The Gale shield first appeared a century ago. It was the personal weapon of the first-generation Master Simons, boasting extremely strong defensive capabilities and was known as the world's strongest shield. Many scientists and human warriors have studied it, but none have been able to identify its materials. There are rumors that this shield is not of Earth origin, and it is highly likely to come from outer space. After Simon's death, the Gale shield's whereabouts became unknown. There are rumors it was lost in Huaxia. A master once offered 5 billion for information about the Gale shield, but to no avail. After reading several related posts, Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock as he compared the pictures inside. He was utterly astonished. Because the shield in his hand was the Gale shield from the pictures. Holy crap, I have obtained the Gale shield worth 500 billion. Lin Feng was so excited that he could hardly speak. Those foreign warriors must have confirmed the exact location of the Gale shield, which is why they led the beasts away from this mountain. Unexpectedly, I encountered the flying beasts. In the end, I was the lucky one who benefited from their misfortune and obtained this priceless treasure. Overjoyed, Lin Feng examined the shield, and then drew out his glass sword, striking it against the Gale shield. Clang! The glass sword vibrated, and Lin Feng's arm went numb. He discovered that the Gale shield was genuinely solid, incredibly tough. He had just unleashed his full power in a furious slash, only to find that the Gale shield remained utterly unscathed while his own arm throbbed with pain. This is absurd. Lin Feng was only a golden 4-star now, yet the power of a golden 4-star could reach over 1 million. Just now he had unleashed his full potential. Combined with the enhancement of the Shrank Longsword, his explosive power had clearly surpassed that of a golden warrior, easily exceeding 2 million kg. But even with 400,000 pounds of force directed at the Gale shield, it was futile. This defense was incredibly formidable. You truly live up to being the world's #1 shield. I shall take you in from now on. After the testing, Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction, but then something miraculous happened. Just as he reached to pick up the Gale shield, the shield suddenly began to move on its own. It spun joyfully around Lin Feng, as if it possessed intelligence, resembling an obedient little dog. What the hell, can you actually understand human speech? This scene nearly scared Lin Feng to the point of losing control. Upon saying this, the Gale shield appeared to comprehend, rotating to hover beneath Lin Feng's feet. It seemed to be inviting Lin Feng to step on it, ready to carry him into the sky. Lin Feng was overjoyed and immediately jumped onto the Gale shield, beginning to control its flight with his mental power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Gale shield took off, suddenly accelerating at breakneck speed, faster than the wind. It was more than 3 times faster than Lin Feng's previous flying speed. It nearly reached 1,000 milliseconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he flew atop the Gale shield, Lin Feng felt as if his eardrums might burst from the sheer force. However, Lin Feng quickly adapted to this speed of flight, the discomfort in his body gradually subsiding. He made a significant discovery. While riding the Gale shield, his mental energy seemed to be barely consumed. Incredible. So wondrous. This discovery filled Lin Feng with immense joy, as it was almost zero consumption. Ha ha ha, my flying speed rivals that of a master warrior. Who can compare with me? Lin Feng was brimming with confidence after acquiring the Gale, shield, his self-assurance, sword, and he began to head back home. About 20 minutes later, Lin Feng caught up with the beast tide from earlier. At this point, he began to control his way into the fray, wielding the Zilong golden spear to slay the demonic beasts. With the help of the Gale shield, Lin Feng was like a fish in water, completely unafraid of being overwhelmed by the tide of demonic beasts. Ding defeated a Golden Realm demonic beast, upgrade points 10,000. Ding defeated a Golden Realm demonic beast, upgrade points 9,500. Ding ding. After half an hour, Lin Feng had slain nearly 400 Golden Realm demonic beasts. He intended to continue hunting, but upon seeing a military aircraft flying in from a distance, he abandoned that thought. The army had arrived. With the military coming to suppress the beast tide, there would certainly be warriors coming to provide support. Remaining here would likely expose him. He now possessed myriad treasures worth a fortune and could not afford to be exposed to public scrutiny. Piloting the Gale shield, Lin Feng soared towards Gaoliang City. Damn it, Carl has failed. What happened? Did the Huaxiao authorities intervene? Outside of Huaxia, far across the ocean in the Western Alliance. The Western Alliance, composed of Western warriors and humans, gathered to combat the demonic beasts seeking survival. In a base city of the Western Alliance within the Rot family, an elderly man nearing 70, upon reviewing the latest emails, exploded in fury. Beside him stood a tall man dressed in noble attire. The elder said it was not the Huaxiao authorities that intervened. When Carl arrived at the target location, the Huaxiao officials had not yet arrived, but the Gale shield had vanished. Someone has taken our belongings. Damn it. To take what belongs to us right under Carl's nose. Could it be that a master warrior intervened? No, this news is known only to us, and the Huaxiao masters have been in the underground city. They wouldn't have time to meddle in this. The tall man's eyelids twitched. This loss exceeds 500 billion, damn it. 500 billion. The elder scoffed. You still underestimate the value of the Gale shield. In my eyes, it is priceless. Not only have we lost the Gale shield, but we've also lost 7 platinum warriors, which is truly not worth it. Failing to catch the chicken and losing the rice, the elder was furious, commanding, you must send someone to investigate in Huaxiao immediately. Oh, we must find that person. That is our property and cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Understood, Lord Father. The tall man was sweating. The father was angry, and the consequences would be severe. Back in Huaxiao, Lin Feng returned to Gaoliang and immediately headed to the Warrior Mall to sell his items. His spatial bags were now full. If he didn't sell, he wouldn't be able to fit anything more. Manager Lu, seeing Lin Feng, greeted him with utmost politeness. Mr. Lin, welcome. How much have you gained this time? You can tally it up yourself. Oh, after you finish, please settle the account with me. Lin Feng tossed 3 spatial bags onto the ground, startling Manager Lu. So many beast cores from Golden Realm demonic beasts. God, is that the core of the Diamond Ape King? Manager Lu was utterly shocked. In the Silver and Golden Realms, others would only occasionally harvest a few golden cores. But Lin Feng, with a single haul, brought in golden cores along with the core of the Platinum Diamond Ape King. These were beast cores that were in high demand worldwide. Ultimately, after a meticulous count, Manager Lu, holding a calculator, smiled and said, Lin Feng, you are going to make a fortune this time. The total price for all these items is 1,115,933,100. 1.1 billion. Upon hearing the price, Lin Feng was taken aback. He never expected these beast cores to be so valuable. However, after looking again, he realized there were indeed tens of thousands of beast cores, so under 10 billion was truly unreasonable. That's right, I'll calculate for you and give you 1,116,000, but I currently don't have that much cash. The union needs to transfer the funds over before I can give it to you. Manager Lu was exceedingly polite. If he resold the items, he could earn at least 5 million or more, which was a significant amount for an ordinary person like him. All right, then you can give it to me once you receive the payment. I'm off now. Sure, take care. Not long after returning home, Lin Feng received a transfer of 1,116,000. An enormous sum. In fact, Lin Feng still had the Shrank Sword and the Gale Shield among other unexpected items that he hadn't sold yet. These two he intended to keep for himself. He quickly logged into the Warrior Mall to repay the borrowed amount of 20 or 30 million, which was not much for Lin Feng. Next, Lin Feng checked the price of the Shrank Sword and discovered it was called the Thunder Knight Sword, weighing about 10,000 pounds, suitable for warriors above the master level. The Thunder Knight Sword is already out of print. If I sell it now, I estimate it could fetch around 3 billion. Other Shrank weapons generally range from 1 to 10 billion. I shall keep this sword to save the trouble of switching to another Shrank weapon later. After thinking it over, Lin Feng decided to purchase a martial technique to enhance the power of the Thunder Knight Sword. It must be a sword technique. With great enthusiasm, Lin Feng purchased a martial technique called Thunderous Sword Art. If perfected, this technique could increase his attack power by 300. Moreover, during an attack, it automatically adds 3 bolts of lightning, each inflicting an extra 5 damage to the enemy. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng felt incredibly impressed. If he could master this, it would be akin to cheating. The Thunderous Sword art was priced at 500 million and was created by the powerhouse Lei, yet its sales were dismal. However, poor sales do not equate to low power. For instance, the Gale Step technique significantly enhanced Lin Feng's speed, allowing him to escape much more swiftly. With the remaining money, Lin Feng bought 100 Great Blood Recovery pills, spending a total of 50 million. This should suffice. I can dominate Gaoliang City now, without any problem. Feeling quite satisfied, Lin Feng entered the martial arts hall to begin his closed-door training. When the afternoon delivery arrived, he started practicing the Thunderous Sword art. Ding detected that the host possesses a sword technique. Would you like to practice? Practice. Ding practicing now. Familiar processes and familiar scenes began to delve into Lin Feng's mind, aiding him in absorbing the moves of the Thunderous Sword art. Before long, Lin Feng comprehended the essence of the Thunderous Sword art. Ding Thunderous Sword art practice completed currently at the entry-level stage. That was quick, much faster than last time. He sighed in admiration and demonstrated the Thunderous Sword art against the testing device. Out. Boom. A sword strike unleashed faint lightning from the blade, simultaneously igniting a thunderous sound, causing the entire sealed training room to tremble. With a thunderous noise, Lin Feng was astonished and pleased, saying, "Incredible." It unleashed a bolt of lightning. This strike produced over 2 million in power. The number displayed on the screen was 2136879 kg, which brought Lin Feng immense joy. He then frantically consumed blood recovery pills. Gulp, gulp, he stuffed the pills into his mouth as if they were free, stopping only when his stomach felt fiery hot. If someone had watched, they would likely have been horrified by Lin Feng's actions. Even a master warrior wouldn't dare to treat blood recovery pills like food. If one couldn't digest them, they would risk bursting their blood vessels and dying. However, Lin Feng's physique was different. With the system's assistance in digestion, more was better for him. Moreover, Lin Feng's absorption ability was exceptionally strong. If others' absorption capacity was like a large barrel, his was akin to an ocean, able to encompass everything. There's a change. I hope this breakthrough makes me significantly stronger. He thought to himself as he closed his eyes and began meditating. A day later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. At that moment, a bright black light flickered forth and Lin Feng's pupils sparkled like stars, full of vitality. Additionally, his skin had become much fairer and his overall demeanor elevated to a new level, almost as if he had transformed into a different person. Has it begun? Lin Feng's chi was full and his mental state began to stack and erupt. Silver 1 star. Silver 2 star. Silver 3 star. Silver 4 star. When he reached Silver 4 star, the growth halted. Lin Feng exhaled, saying, "Just 2 more realms to go. It seems I need to spend my upgrade points." He checked his upgrade points, finding 230,000. System, upgrade my mental state. Ding, command accepted, beginning to enhance mental state. Silver 5 star. Gold 1 star. Boom. With a violent explosion in his head, Lin Feng's realm skyrocketed to Gold 1 star, but his upgrade points were now completely depleted. Yet Lin Feng didn't mind. After his mental state was enhanced, it would strengthen his spiritual power, and utilizing that for combat would be the true path. He could kill from a distance. With that thought, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. Host Lin Feng. Speed 280 milliseconds. Power 130000 kg. Mental state Gold 1 star 2999500. Cultivation Realm Gold 4 star 0. Upgrade points 0. Martial techniques Divine Dragon Spear Art Proficient level 0. Attack 80. Extreme Burst Fist Art Minor Success level 0. Base Attack 50. Gale Step Minor Success level 0. Base Speed 40. Thunderous Sword Art Entry level 0. Attack 65. Lin Feng was very pleased with the displayed attributes. After reaching Gold 4 star, his power had significantly increased. With a peak punch, he could likely unleash an explosion of 2 to 3 million. And when he ascended to Platinum Warrior, he would attempt to use the Strength Thunder Sword as a weapon. After all, he wasn't quite suited to use the Thunder Sword yet. As for speed, Lin Feng completely disregarded it. With the Gale Shield, as long as his chi was sufficiently robust, his speed could soar past 1,000. It was as fast as drinking water. Without a master-level warrior, one could hardly see his taillights. After finishing his training, Lin Feng emerged from the martial arts hall. At that moment, a mentor from the martial arts hall approached, saying, "Lin Feng, Su the Overseer has been looking for you for a while and couldn't reach you." "Su the Overseer is looking for me." Lin Feng pondered and opened his smartwatch. Several emails had accumulated inside, all from Su the Overseer. Lin Feng opened them one by one. "Lin Feng, the World Newcomer Challenge is about to begin. Do you want to sign up? Please reply. Are you there? Where have you run off to? Are you lost? If you don't sign up soon, there won't be any chances left. Lin Feng, where are you? The Huaxiao officials asked me to invite you to participate. If you receive this, please come to the headquarters in Yanjing to find me. 3 consecutive messages were all from Su the overseer looking for Lin Feng. Another competition. Well, I should check it out. After all, the officials are looking for me, so they likely have high expectations for me. Lin Feng didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he returned home for a day, chatted with his parents, and then assessed Lin Xiaoyu's strength. Lin Feng was slightly shocked by Lin Xiaoyu's progress, as she had already reached the strength of a bronze 2-star warrior. Quite impressive. Xiao, by what realm has my brother reached? Lin Xiaoyu asked curiously after Lin Feng left. From the pendant on her chest, a voice emerged. Damn it, your brother seems to be nearing the platinum realm. So fast. Didn't you say I would catch up to my brother in 3 months? What do we do now? Lin Xiaoyu was very anxious, wanting to surpass her brother and show off. I only improve 1 star in a week, yet my brother has advanced several stars. Don't worry, little master. With me around, barring any accidents, we will surpass your brother. After all, I am the strongest in the universe. The cold electronic voice of Xiaobai replied. As Lin Feng stepped out, he coincidentally met the Peanut Squad returning, and Wang Dali had also awakened. They agreed to meet in a private room at a restaurant to catch up. Dude, what kind of medicine did you take? You've reached the gold realm. I said this kid has immense potential. Just a month and a half ago, he was still a novice. Now he can crush us all. You're impressive, man. Don't forget us when you become successful as a spiritual master in the future. Even winning first place in the Huaxia Newcomer Challenge, what a freak. The members of the Peanut Squad, after seeing Lin Feng's realm, couldn't help but express their astonishment, teasing him one after another. Haha, thanks for taking me out into the world, brothers. I, Lin Feng, am certainly not an ungrateful person. After a meal filled with laughter and drinks, everyone returned home. Finally, Lin Feng approached Wang Dali alone and said, Old Wang, here's 30 million. You won't be able to go out for the next 6 months, but don't let your cultivation fall behind, otherwise it would be a waste of the best time. Buy more pills to supplement yourself. Lin Feng, how can this be? 30 million is no small amount. A hint of shock flashed in Wang Dali's eyes. You're contributing to the team. Besides, I'm not short on money right now, so take it. That's it. I'm heading to Yanjing. Now, let's keep in touch. After handing the card to old Wang, Lin Feng quickly left, and Wang Dali watched Lin Feng's back, a tear glistening in his eyes. 30 million is not much for Lin Feng, as he knows that spiritual masters can earn money quickly, making 300 to 400 million a month with ease. But for someone like him, a silver-tier warrior, it represents the profits from 2 outings. If he has no income for 6 months, he won't have the money to buy pills to maintain his current state. It is known that the prime age for warriors is between 20 and 30. This is the period when one can improve the fastest. If he wastes half a year, his cultivation will fall behind others, and he may never become a golden core warrior. Thus, the 30 million is extremely important to Lin Feng. In his heart, he has already regarded Lin Feng as a brother. Beijing. At the headquarters building of the martial arts school, Lin Feng met with Elder Su. In Elder Su's office, there was also a middle-aged man dressed in official attire whose dignified appearance caught Lin Feng's attention as he entered. Lin Feng did not think much and walked directly in, asking, Elder Su, did you call me for something? Elder Su stood up, and Lin Feng then noticed that Elder Su was somewhat inconvenienced in his leg, limping slightly. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly asked, Elder Su, what happened to you? I was ambushed overseas last time, and the injury I sustained is expected to take another month to heal. Elder Su replied with a smile, his tone relaxed. Let me introduce you. This is Commander Chen Zhenglong, a 4-star general of the official ranks. A 4-star general. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, having heard of the title of generals in the military, where 5-star generals are the most esteemed, with only masters able to achieve such honor. 4-star generals, on the other hand, possess strength above platinum and earn their title through remarkable military achievements. Lin Feng performed a respectful greeting, and Commander Chen Zhenglong leisurely stood up, saying, Lin Feng, I've been keeping an eye on you since you participated in the Huaxia Newcomers Challenge. I didn't expect that in such a short time you've made another breakthrough. And if I'm not mistaken, you are a Golden Core warrior, right? Lin Feng replied, You flatter me, but I have indeed stepped into the Golden Core realm. Lin Feng did not deny it. Upon hearing this, Su Zhao gasped in disbelief, staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. A Golden Core warrior, and it has only been half a month. How is it so easy to break through from silver to gold? It's like cheating. Haha, Lin Feng, you truly deserve the title of Huaxia's #1 genius. To speak frankly, I'm here today to discuss something with you. Commander Chen, please go ahead. I would like to invite you to represent Huaxia in the Global Newcomers Challenge, also known as the Martial Arts Tournament, Commander Chen Zhenglong stated straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused and said, Global Newcomers Challenge. I'm all ears. After some explanation, Lin Feng understood that this was a global competition for newcomers. Not only does it involve wilderness survival assessments, but there are also arena battles with a terrifying death rate of 20%. The death rate is extremely high, and the difficulty of the assessments is significant. This battle serves as a rite of passage for newcomer warriors, regarded as the Dragon Gate of Warriors. Seeing Lin Feng's interest, Commander Chen Zhenglong patiently explained the final prize pool has 30 billion for the champion, 20 billion for the runner-up, and 10 billion for the third place. I also want to inform you that Huaxia has ranked at the bottom for 9 consecutive years, so this is a battle for dignity. If we finish at the bottom for 10 years in a row, it will become a huge joke. 9 consecutive years at the bottom. Lin Feng raised his head saying, "How is that possible? I must have misheard." Logically speaking, Huaxia is vast and rich with numerous strong warriors and an abundance of talented individuals among the younger generation. They are not inferior to the foreign generation, and at the very least, they should be able to achieve a 7th or 8th place. How can they continuously rank at the bottom? Lin Feng, this is true. Although there are many newcomers in Huaxia, many talented warriors from prestigious martial arts schools are unwilling to risk their lives to participate in such high-risk competitions. Su Ao spoke up. Moreover, the talented warriors trained by the government have more important tasks to carry out, so the strongest have not been the ones to participate in previous years. Commander Chen Zhenglong continued. Another reason is that the talented newcomers in Huaxia are too proud. In the past, noble geniuses have gone refusing to cooperate with their teammates, resulting in their teammates' deaths. Additionally, there are more and more spiritual masters abroad. Take the Western Alliance and the African Alliance, for instance. Every year, they manage to unearth a spiritual master, and our number of participants is simply insufficient. I understand now. I will participate. Lin Feng suddenly made his decision, and the two exchanged smiles and nodded in delight. With you on our side, we can rest easy. With your strength, I believe winning first place will not be a difficult task. Commander Chen Zhenglong patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. 3 days later, Lin Feng boarded a warship flying abroad with Commander Chen Zhenglong. On the plane, there were also 4 other participants from Huaxia, all over 20 years old. Lin Feng, being the youngest, attracted the attention of the 4, but one person seemed to come from a noble background, sitting alone and looking down on everyone. Lin Feng did not pay much attention to others. The reason he participated in the competition was to bring honor to his country. As a warrior of Huaxia, how could he not fight for national glory? On the warship, Lin Feng originally thought this was a matter concerning the warrior world and should not attract much attention. Little did he know that just as he closed his eyes to rest, he received a call from his parents. "Xiao Feng, are you going abroad to participate in that martial arts competition?" "Mom and Dad, how did you find out?" The whole of Huaxia knows. 3 days ago, the official news was released stating that the most outstanding talented warriors from all over Huaxia would decide to participate in the Global Newcomers Challenge. I was wondering who that person was, and it turned out to be you. Lin Dong's tone became increasingly excited, and his mother Wang Xiaoyan looked anxious. "Xiao Feng, you must pay attention to safety and absolutely cannot get into any trouble. I'm so famous." Lin Feng did not expect this, then smiled. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll bring the championship trophy back for you." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng quickly browsed the news online, and indeed his news had been trending for the past few days. The most talented warrior in Huaxia represents Huaxia in battle. Will he break the 10-year bottom ranking? Spokespeople from the Western Alliance and African Alliance mockingly pointed out that they will join forces to ensure Huaxia suffers a 10th consecutive defeat. Lin Feng's identity unveiled, the light of Huaxia's newcomers attracting attention from the martial arts community. Shocking news: the Global Newcomers Challenge will be publicly broadcasted live, with an estimated 1 billion people in Huaxia watching. Will the records be broken? Various news reports made Lin Feng feel as though he had suddenly become the center of national attention. His expression tightened. It seemed the whole world was looking forward to bestowing Huaxia with a shameful gift. "I bear the honor of Huaxia and the expectations of many. This time, let me end the 9 consecutive defeats and lead Huaxia to the top." The warship landed at a base, and after disembarking, Lin Feng and the others saw many warriors and participants from various countries arriving. These talents had blonde hair, green eyes, and dark skin. There were even some with frizzy hair, a diverse range of appearances, each with their own charm. 5 contestants from Huaxia entered the competition base. At that moment, a foreign man dressed in an officer's uniform approached and greeted Chen Zhenglong. "Officer Chen, why hasn't your partner joined you this year? Are you afraid to face 10 consecutive defeats?" He was the officer representing the Western Alliance. Chen Zhenglong chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, we are here to win the championship this year, not to come in last." Haha, the Huaxia team truly has lofty aspirations. The non-aligned alliance will ensure you get what you wish for. At this moment, another officer with dark skin approached, clearly the representative of the non-aligned alliance. Today, both the non-aligned alliance and the Western Alliance are powerful. In the past generation, they might not have been able to compete with Huaxia, but now they have nearly caught up. In the past decade, they have developed rapidly with talented martial artists emerging in all fields, truly a gathering of exceptional individuals showing signs of surpassing Huaxia. With their momentum, their words were filled with confidence, not putting Chen Zhenglong in their sights. Who will win is still uncertain. Chen Zhenglong smiled slightly, and Lin Feng and the others became indignant. It seems that people from various places are quite envious of Huaxia's martial arts, all thinking about suppressing them. It's truly despicable. Previously, Lin Feng had no idea what the situation abroad was like, but now it seems that competition among martial artists is also quite fierce. Especially when it escalates to a national level, the sense of honor and responsibility becomes even stronger. During the clandestine exchange of glances, an officer dressed in the attire of the Asian Alliance arrived. Several officers from the Asian Alliance spoke politely, greeting Chen Jinglong. "Hello, officer. Chen, long time no see." Chen Jinglong nodded. After chatting for a while, the officer from the Asian Alliance suddenly said, "Officer Chen, Huaxia is no longer the Huaxia of the past. The martial arts situation has changed. If you do not join our Asian Alliance, it will be difficult for you to continue." "Hehe, on what basis do you say that?" Chen Jinglong scoffed. "In terms of territory and martial arts masters, Huaxia's land area is comparable to the Western Alliance, surpassing the non-aligned alliance. The two giants of the human race are both in Huaxia, and among the top 10 martial arts academies globally, Huaxia's Super Martial Arts Academy and Thunder Martial Arts Academy hold the top 2 positions." "Are you, Officer Chen, being overly self-assured?" The mixed-race officer from the Asian Alliance chuckled. "The previous generation was impressive, but what about this one? Do you believe Huaxia can continue to develop without joining the Asian Alliance? In the past decade, both the Western Alliance and non-aligned alliance have each trained over a dozen spiritual masters. And our Asian Alliance has even brought 2 talented spiritual masters this year, while Huaxia has stagnated for 10 years. This time we are all striving for first place in the assessment. You know we won't go easy on you, right? So what? We'll see the true ability in the competition." The mixed-race officer's attitude suddenly turned unfriendly. Chen Jinglong responded with a smile, shifting his gaze to Lin Feng. "If all goes as expected, the competition will start in the afternoon. You should head to the base's lounge to rest, and come back when you hear the announcement." Chen Jinglong turned to Lin Feng and the others, saying, "As the team leader, I do not have the authority to enter the players' resting area, but you will be able to see you all during the live broadcast after the competition. By the way, this assessment places great emphasis on teamwork. We are a team, and Lin Feng will be the captain for this competition." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, not refusing. The other 3 agreed without objections. Only the rich disciple remained silent, crossing his arms and appearing quite arrogant. Before boarding the warship, Lin Feng had looked at the profiles of his teammates and learned that this young man was a disciple from a prominent family in Yinjing named Lu Xiaolong. Lu Xiaolong was not an ordinary rich heir. His grandfather, father, and mother were all martial arts masters, enjoying a high reputation in Huaxia, far superior to the Zhou family in Modu. However, his personality was extremely arrogant. Born with a golden key coupled with his extraordinary talent, he had always stood out among his peers, leading him to rarely converse with others. Or rather, among his peers, very few caught his eye. Now, hearing that Lin Feng was the team captain, the competitive Lu Xiaolong naturally displayed a displeased expression. Seeing this, Chen Jinglong spoke. "Lu Xiaolong, this is an order. During combat, we must prioritize teamwork and cooperate with teammates. Do you understand?" "Understood, but if you want me to obey him, he must be stronger than me, otherwise he has no right to command me." After Lu Xiaolong finished speaking, he walked towards the lounge with his arms crossed. Chen Jinglong shook his head, finding it incredibly difficult to tame disciples from such prominent families. If it weren't for his grandfather strongly recommending him to participate for the glory of the country, Chen Jinglong would not have considered bringing him along. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, it was deep into the night. It was supposed to be bedtime, but many people in Huaxia were still awake, either glued to their televisions or checking their smartwatches in anticipation of the live broadcast. The live broadcast will start in an hour. I've heard that this year's newcomers from Huaxia are impressive and have a chance to win the championship. The one named Lin Feng is said to be a spiritual master. Not long ago, the Zhou family from Modu even placed a bounty on him. I didn't expect him to be competing abroad now, but that's impressive. The annual gathering of geniuses is a must-watch. If we lose again, it will mark 10 consecutive defeats. Oh, what a pity. Tonight, I will stay up all night to watch the matches. Huaxia martial artists are the best. People from all over the country were focused on this global event, and in Gaoliang City, many citizens spontaneously gathered in the streets to watch the big screen, waiting for the competition to begin. Lin Feng is our role model in Gaoliang City. He is the most talented genius in all of Huaxia. I believe he will win. Lin Feng is awesome. 666. Lin Feng's parents and Lin Xiaoyu were nervously watching at home. Wang Xiaoyan anxiously said, "So many people have pinned their hopes on our son. Do you think Xiaofeng feels a lot of pressure?" "It's our Lin family's honor that Xiaofeng fights for the country. Even if he loses, it's still a glorious defeat. I believe Xiaofeng won't lose. He has always been strong. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Brother's strength is incredibly strong. Participating in this kind of competition is like a dimensional strike. He won't lose." Lin Xiaoyu explained, "My brother is still a very powerful spiritual master. I didn't know before, but now I do. It's hard for him to lose." Meanwhile, at the highest level base of the Huaxia military, the security was tight, heavily guarded, and filled with various automated scanning infrared devices. This is where the top brass of the Huaxia military hold meetings. Only the most distinguished officers are allowed to enter, holding esteemed positions. At this moment in the conference hall, an elderly man with white hair and 5 golden stars on his shoulders sat at the head, addressing the 7 or 8 officers below. Gentlemen, there is bad news from the underground caves. Yesterday, another city opened in the underground caves, and we lost 70,000 soldiers in battle, with 12 masters perishing in a single confrontation. And this is not the worst part. The most critical issue is that research has revealed that another underground cave may open in Jiangnan province. In the coming days, we must prepare for a full-scale assault. Upon hearing this, the several officials below displayed expressions of shock, their faces growing serious. Currently, we have already opened 3 cave entrances within our territory. If more caves appear, it will pose a tremendous challenge for us. Relying solely on our military, it is simply impossible to suppress the creatures within the caves. What shall we do? Indeed, aside from the creatures inside the caves, the beasts outside have become increasingly active in recent years, and we are likely facing an unprecedented disaster. Everyone looked at each other helplessly. The white-haired elders said, "Next month, I will personally venture into the cave. If you can't contact me while I'm inside, all decisions made above will be your collective responsibility." Commander, how can this be? You are our pillar of support. What if? There's no what if. Currently, Lu and Lei are both in closed-door meditation. We must hold the caves until they emerge. The white-haired elder's gaze was firm. In a few days, masters will arrive to provide support. Everyone need not panic. We will take it step by step. The crowd nodded, resigned to this course of action. For them, the greatest threat was not the beasts on the surface, but the creatures within the caves. Those terrifying entities had troubled society for decades. If it weren't for the government continuously suppressing the news, the entire human society would have descended into chaos. People would be in a state of panic. In the West Alliance, at the base for the Global Rookie Challenge, Lin Feng and others were sitting in a designated lounge waiting for the notification of the competition. I'm Zhang Feng, and this is my younger brother Zhang Lin. Lin Feng, I've heard about you. You joined the Super Martial Arts Academy and are this year's most formidable newcomer. At that moment, 2 similarly looking youths from the Huaxia team approached to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled back, being humble. The group began to familiarize themselves with one another, learning about each other's fighting styles. Through conversation, they got to know each other better. Another girl named Kong Feifei from Jiangbei province was beautiful and very easygoing. By the way, Lu Zilong, what are your strengths? The first round will be a stage battle. Oh, let's discuss. Few bronze newbies aren't even worthy of being compared to me. You're just dragging me down. Zhang Feng tried to befriend Lu Zilong, but was met with humiliation from Lu Zilong. You guys can discuss all you wanted, just don't involve me. Lu Zilong, with a cold face, walked out of the lounge without even glancing at Lin Feng and the others. TCH, how arrogant. Who does he think he is? Just because he comes from a prestigious family. Lin Feng is a mentalist. He isn't as arrogant as he is. Kong Feifei stood up for everyone. Lin Feng also felt somewhat displeased with him, lacking teamwork. He thought that it would be better to let him act alone in the competition. Not long after, a commotion arose outside. What's happening? Let's go check it out. Lin Feng and the others exited the lounge and saw a fight breaking out in the corridor. One person was being pinned to the ground by a young man, receiving punches and kicks without the ability to fight back. Upon closer inspection, everyone was stunned, for the one being beaten was none other than Lu Zilong. You dare hit me? After receiving a slap, Lu Zilong couldn't help but want to fight back, but the opponent was far too powerful. He only possessed the strength of a silver 2-star, while the foreign man before him was a silver 4-star, extremely formidable. He was simply no match, and after a few moves he was thrown to the ground, being stepped on. Hit him. The Huaxia contestants really don't know when to stop. How dare you stand against James? You really don't know what's good for you. James is the captain of our West Alliance's second team. Tisk kid, are you going to submit or not? If you don't submit, get up and fight me. The burly James slapped Lu Zilong again, and with a loud smack, Lu Zilong's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to fight back. It was his first time encountering such a ruthless character. After bumping into the opponent earlier, he was pinned to the ground and brutally beaten. It was truly not worth it. Look, the little guy from Huaxia doesn't even dare to fight back. Haha, what a weakling. Lu Zilong became the target of ridicule, and laughter erupted. Lu Zilong, who had been knocked down, felt utterly humiliated, truly losing all face. Hearing this, Lin Feng and the others were displeased. He said, enough. He is the weakest among us, and you use your strongest to bully our weakest. Is that honorable? Lu Zilong looked at Lin Feng, his eyes momentarily frozen, as if he had seen a savior. Kid, are you going to help him? Jameis' gaze fell on Lin Feng, who smiled slightly, and said, I won't help Trash, but if you bully Trash, you needn't use our Huaxia's name to defame us. Your Huaxia team is full of trash. My words are not unfounded, right? James completely disregarded Lin Feng, directly insulting him to his face. However, just as he finished speaking, in the next moment a fist slammed into James' abdomen. Bang! James didn't even have time to react before he flew out like a pig, instantly knocked unconscious. What? Everyone was stunned by this scene, their expressions filled with shock as they stared at Lin Feng. Heavens, James is a silver 4-star warrior, yet he was taken down by a single punch. Who is this guy? What incredible strength! Not only were the other team members whispering, but even Zhang Feng and the others were dumbfounded. With a glint in his eyes, Lin Feng looked undeterred by the gazes of others and said, "If I hear anyone dare to defame Huaxiao again, I will make you all lie on the ground like dead dogs. Do you understand? Let's go." Lin Feng led the way back, while the other martial artist teams wore grim expressions. The Huaxiao warriors were too arrogant. If it weren't for our West Alliance's first team members not arriving, yet how could he be so arrogant? In the first stage battle, we will definitely take him down. Some West Alliance contestants remained unconvinced, making empty boasts. Others nodded in agreement as the West Alliance had 3 teams competing and the strongest batch had yet to arrive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the Huaxiao team stealing the spotlight. Back in the lounge after Lin Feng and the others returned, Lu Zilong also came back, but his expression when looking at Lin Feng and the others was now much more respectful. He approached flatteringly and said, "Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Thanks to you, or else I would have been in serious trouble." You're mistaken. I didn't help you, I did it for our country's reputation." Lin Feng coldly replied, "Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Why did you not dare to fight back when you were beaten? Someone like you is not even worthy to be called trash. Don't think too highly of yourself." "Exactly. Lu Zilong, you only embarrass our Huaxia team. Earlier you were indifferent to us. I thought you were so impressive coming from a prestigious family, but it turns out you're just a coward." The others chimed in, causing Lu Zilong to lower his head. "All participating contestants, please gather at the arena. The arena battles will commence in 1 minute." At that moment, the announcement echoed through the base, indicating that the competition was about to begin. The arena of the base. It is vast, comparable to the size of a football field. In the center, a stage made of special materials has already been constructed. Surrounding the arena are numerous cameras specifically set up for a global live broadcast. At this moment, many people around the world are watching this match. Look quickly, the match is about to begin. Wow, why does the Western Alliance have so many contestants, 3 or 4 teams? The African Alliance has a lot, and why is the Asian Alliance led by a guy from India? We only have 1 small team from Huaxia, it's quite precarious. No more talking, I support our Huaxia team. In the square of Gaoliang City, when Lin Feng and the others appeared, they immediately drew cheers from the crowd, becoming the center of attention. In the commander's lounge of the joint base for the competition, Chun Zhonglong looked up at the screen, his expression solemn. If they finish at the bottom again this time, it would be utterly embarrassing. This would also indicate that Huaxia would be on a downward spiral. It seems like many people are watching us. Just now Lin Feng beat up a guy from the Western Alliance, so they will definitely retaliate against us. What are we afraid of? Just fight them. Lu Zilong, don't stick too close to me, or others will think we are too familiar. Do you want to embarrass yourself? Lu Zilong was pushed to the back with Lin Feng leading the way, attracting the attention of other alliance contestants. They all felt the hostile glares directed at them, but Lin Feng remained unfazed. He came here to win the championship, not to care about others' expressions. Whoever dares to challenge him, he will defeat them. The rules of the competition are very simple. Soon there will be random draws to determine the first, second, and third groups of teams. A voice from the broadcast was explaining the rules. Each team will face off against the others in its group, with the winners earning points based on their victories. The specifics are. After the explanation, everyone understood the rules. In essence, each team represents the whole and sends out contestants to battle the other teams within the group. They can engage in a round-robin format or have one person fight through 15 matches. In conclusion, after competing in 15 matches against the 3 teams in their group, the team with the most victories will be the first place in that group. Lin Feng and his team were placed in the first group, which also included the second team from the Western Alliance and 1 team each from the African Alliance and Asian Alliance. In the first match, the Huaxia team will face the African Alliance team. Please send 1 contestant from each side to the stage to compete. A host stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Over here in the Huaxia team, Zhang Lin asked, the African Alliance team is the strongest. I have seen their data. They have 1 silver 5-star, 1 silver 4-star, and the other 3 are silver 3 stars. By the way, Lin Feng, what is your level? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. He was likely a silver 5-star, but since this was a team battle, relying solely on Lin Feng was obviously unrealistic. They were all a bit nervous. They were all at the silver level, but the overall strength of the opponent was stronger than theirs. They needed to discuss a strategy, ideally using a tactic similar to the one used in the tale of Tianji's horse racing. Me? I'm about the same as them. Lin Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, a contestant from the African Alliance had already stepped onto the stage. As soon as he arrived, he shouted towards Lin Feng's side. What are the Huaxia guys discussing? Are you planning on discussing how to swim back after losing? Quick, get someone up here and finish the match. Ha! At this, the entire audience erupted in laughter. This contestant from the African Alliance was named Alut, a silver 5-star, extremely strong, and a mentalist. With Alut on stage, it seemed likely he would wipe out a whole team, which was very humiliating. Unknown, the Huaxia contestant was likely not his opponent. Everyone was waiting to see the Huaxia team's embarrassment. It's too unfair. Exactly, this guy is used to being arrogant. So what if he is a mentalist? Can he really take on 5 opponents in a row? Quick, go up and take him down. In Huaxia, in front of the large screen, countless people were indignant, waiting for the Huaxia contestant to take care of the African Alliance guy. Lin Feng, who had been relatively calm, suddenly felt displeased upon hearing the taunts from the stage. He turned to Zhang Feng and the others and said, "I'll go. I can't stand it anymore, you all just watch." With that, Lin Feng walked up to the stage. This kid is doomed. Just now he defeated James. Let's see how he dies this time. Contestants from the Western Alliance were gleefully anticipating Lin Feng's defeat. However, as the battle began, Alut's expression changed drastically before he could even make a move, because Lin Feng was already in front of him, throwing a punch. So fast. Alut was secretly alarmed and quickly used his mental power to control a shield to block in front of himself. In this match, any weapons could be used. It was a completely open fight. But in front of Lin Feng, any shield was worthless. He unleashed a powerful punch, and with a bang, the shield shattered, sending Alut flying like a kite with a severed string. The crowd only heard a tremendous sound, and then on the stage there was only one person left. That was Lin Feng. Did he lose? What the heck just happened? So fast, what kind of speed is this? This guy excels in speed, but it's too fast. Not just fast, he just shattered a clever defensive shield with one punch. Quick, check if Alut is dead. The crowd's mouths dropped open, nearly large enough to fit 3 eggs. Everyone was genuinely shocked by Lin Feng's strike. Even the shield couldn't withstand it. What kind of monster is this? A mentalist. This is the African Alliance's top guy? Is this all they've got? After the fight, Lin Feng glanced at the fallen Alut below, his eyes filled with disdain. Why does the African Alliance only produce trash? Who is the next trash? Come up. He beckoned to the contestants from the African Alliance, igniting their anger. Arrogant. Lin Feng so arrogant. In the lounge, Chen Zhenglong was also stunned, shocked by Lin Feng's skills. As a fellow mentalist, Lin Feng had defeated his opponent in an instant, which was definitely abnormal. In contrast, the commanders in the other lounges from the African Alliance looked horrified, as if facing a great enemy. They were all petrified, and the bread in their hands suddenly lost its taste. Lin Feng is amazing. 666. This is the demeanor of Huaxia martial artists. Go Lin Feng. Haha, they can't laugh now. Lin Feng is the strongest genius I have ever seen. In Huaxia, after witnessing this scene, everyone felt a great sense of relief and began to celebrate. Lin Feng's teammates were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape. The competition continued. Contestants from the African Alliance came up one after another, all sent flying by Lin Feng's punch with no power to fight back. In a single round, Lin Feng single-handedly took down a whole team from the African Alliance. This left the other teams completely stunned. What the hell is this? Did one person really take down an entire team from the Alliance? Lin Feng is too formidable. What should we do when we face the Huaxia team? The first group of teams was in a state of nervous chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's Huaxia team had already scored 5 points. Next up is the Asia Alliance's third team against the Western Alliance's second team. Please prepare both teams, and allow the Huaxia team and Alliance team to rest for a moment in preparation for the next round of matches. Seeing that there was no business for him, Lin Feng stepped down from the stage, noticing the astonished and incredulous expressions of Zhang Feng and Hong Fei. Lin Feng, you are incredible. You didn't give us a chance to show off at all, Zhang Feng remarked. Lin Feng chuckled. Since we are fighting, we have no reason to lose. We must win all our matches, especially since we still have to face 2 teams. We can't be careless. That's right, winning a match only gives 1 point. You can easily score 15 points, Zhang Lin praised Lin Feng, while Lu Zilong was ignored on the side. The situation was a bit awkward. Previously, he had expressed disdain for being associated with Lin Feng, but now Lin Feng's performance had completely conquered the martial artist teams here, far surpassing Lu Zilong. Lu Zilong was mocked for his failed bravado, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He had become an outcast in the Huaxia team. Whether he was there or not made no difference, and he could be considered completely useless. Half an hour later, after the other 2 teams finished, the Huaxia team faced the Western Alliance's second team again after a brief rest. The captain of the Western Alliance's second team, James, was hesitant to go up first because the contestant sent by Huaxia was still Lin Feng. He had just been schooled by Lin Feng back at the base and had no courage to take the stage. In the end, Lin Feng easily crushed the Western Alliance's second team, and in the final match, he took down James, rendering him incapacitated. With a single punch, the extreme explosion fist increased his attack power by 50, delivering over 200 kg of force, leaving James battered and unconscious on the ground. Does the Huaxiao team have any prestige now? After challenging the Western Alliance's second team, Lin Feng smiled, faintly casting a very contemptuous glance. Other teams looked at Lin Feng with deep anger, wishing they could rush onto the stage to beat him up. Damn Huaxiao team, this guy is too arrogant. In previous years, we were the ones dominating them. This year, they are so cocky. After tomorrow's wilderness survival match, I will personally take him down. Just an ignorant ant, how fast can he be in front of me and Doobie? A handsome man looked at Lin Feng on stage, shaking his head repeatedly. Alute is the weakest spiritual teacher. Even I can easily take him down. That Huaxia kid up there won't last long. When others heard this, they all turned to look at the man. If anyone else said such words, they would surely laugh at his arrogance. But coming from this handsome man, it was not surprising, for he was Ross. Ross, the best newcomer in the Western Alliance this year, a silver 5-star spiritual teacher who had previously single-handedly killed 2 Golden Realm demon beasts, shocking the Western Alliance. Tomorrow he would take the stage in the Demon Beast Forest, and Lin Feng and the Huaxia team would undoubtedly face death. Oh, is there someone who still refuses to accept this? Hearing someone shouting from below, Lin Feng smiled slightly, and then directed his anger towards the Asia Alliance's third team. Bang! 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 The contestants from the Asia Alliance were not very strong, since they were from the third tier, the strongest only being silver 4-star, and Lin Feng knocked them down with just 2 punches. After 5 matches, Lin Feng emerged victorious without a scratch. At this moment, he kicked a player wearing a tall hat from the A3 team, saying fiercely, "Anyone who is dissatisfied, the next match will be like this. If you have the ability, come and knock me down, not the other way around. Otherwise, just shut your mouth." Being a cowardly loser is not something to be proud of. After speaking, Lin Feng stepped down from the ring, having won all 15 matches. As for Lin Feng's opponents, they were in dire straits. Some were severely injured, and whether they could participate in tomorrow's survival match was uncertain. Lin Feng was ruthless. Only by being strong could others fear you. If you show mercy, others would think you are easy to bully, so you must be fierce. Lin Feng had crippled several contestants as a warning to them. My brother is amazing. Oh yeah, what a relief. The contestants from Xiaofeng's team are quite ordinary, yet he has won 15 matches in a row. Ha, what a kid. He truly is my son Lin Dong. At home, the family was delighted for Lin Feng, cheering loudly. At the female dormitory of Magic City Martial University, Xia Shaoling nervously watched the live stream and finally revealed a sweet smile when Lin Feng achieved a clean sweep. On the other side, Zhang Lang was also following the event. Lin Feng is truly amazing, but as his brother, I can't fall behind, I can't embarrass him. After saying this, Zhang Lang walked into the training room, sweating profusely as he trained diligently. The arena matches continued until dusk, with the Huaxiao team ranking the highest. And the most representative figure of the Huaxiao team was none other than Lin Feng. He fought alone, undefeated, which was extremely terrifying. It could be said that he single-handedly upheld the Huaxiao team. There were also 2 other martial artists similar to Lin Feng. They were Doobie and Ross from the Western Alliance's first team. Both were extremely talented. Although they didn't have Lin Feng's swift kills, they also left their opponents reeling. Both of them were spiritual teachers capable of controlling weapons in battle, which was very impressive. However, this astonishment only occurred among the other contestants. Lin Feng glanced over and found it quite boring, even feeling sleepy. The opponent's spiritual power was too weak, likely only at the bronze 1-star or 2-star level, presenting no threat to Lin Feng at all. He could defeat them anytime he wanted. After the matches ended, the teams returned to their respective bases. As soon as Lin Feng and the others returned, they received a call from Chun Jinglong. Lin Feng, you did wonderfully, ha. You have accumulated 15 points, which almost guarantees that we will not be at the bottom this time. With a little effort tomorrow, we can enter the top 3 or even take the championship. Let's keep it up. Lin Feng and the others nodded, understanding that it was indeed too early to celebrate. Although there was little chance of coming in last, their goal was to win the championship. Tomorrow's wilderness survival match would be even more challenging. At night, the Alliance began sending rules and videos about tomorrow's match to the contestants in each martial artist team. It's too cruel. Mark the demon beasts at various points in the Demon Beast Forest, and then send all our contestants to kill them. Each bronze beast core is 1 point, silver beast core is 2 points, and golden beast core is 3 points. Kills of irrelevant demon beasts will not count towards points, rendering them invalid. After a night of silence, early the next morning, all the contestants were brought aboard the warship and soon began to be dropped from the air. The drop location, of course, was the Beast Forest. The Beast Forest was filled with towering trees and numerous green peaks, home to various fierce beasts, and has been the location for competitions throughout the years. The competition lasts only 24 hours. The team that earns the most points, combined with points from the arena battles, will ultimately be crowned the champion. A warm reminder: once you fall into the Beast Forest, there will be life-threatening dangers, so all contestants must be cautious. Good luck to everyone. The broadcast echoed as teams were dropped one by one in various locations, while Lin Feng's team from Huaxiao was dropped on a mountain peak in the southwest. As soon as the five landed before they could assess their surroundings, a towering, three-meter-tall rampaging bear charged at them. Lin Feng, quick on his feet, swiftly thrust his spear. With a piercing sound, the over-tintin rampaging bear was instantly killed by Lin Feng's spear, blood gushing forth. "Lin Feng, you are too fast," Zhang Feng exclaimed in admiration, acknowledging Lin Feng's unmatched reflexes. This rampaging bear was about the strength of a silver tier 3 beast, but couldn't withstand his thrust. If it were them, it would definitely take some time to eliminate it. Everyone check your smart wristbands. The beasts are about to respawn. Prepare to engage. Lin Feng instructed the group. Don't fall behind, or being alone will lead to a grim fate. Previous videos have shown that this place is free for killing. Stay alert. Understood. Several nodded while Lu Zilong stood awkwardly following behind the others, but not being welcomed. Before long, a red dot appeared on everyone's electronic wristbands. The beasts have respawned. 4 silver tier beasts are 50 miles ahead. Let's hurry over. Seeing the red, everyone realized it marked the official beasts they needed to kill in order to obtain beast cores and accumulate points. The Huaxiao team quickened their pace, but the journey was not smooth, encountering numerous beasts. Unfortunately, they were weak and were almost instantly killed by Lin Feng. When Lin Feng and the others reached the site, they found 4 beasts lying on the ground resting. It's 4 rift tigers. You guys keep watch. Alert me immediately. If anything happens, I'll handle them myself. Lin Feng transformed into a streak of lightning, darting forward with his divine spear and pierced a sleeping rift tiger. Roar! The rift tiger let out a wail and bled to death, while the other 3 rift tigers, hearing the commotion, quickly rose and lunged towards the human in front of them. Light on his feet, Lin Feng barely took a moment. In the next heartbeat, his spear danced swiftly, dispatching the 3 rift tigers. Facing beasts of the silver tier, Lin Feng made it seem as easy as drinking water. Let's not forget he was currently at the golden stage. Participating in such competitions was like using a lower dimension to crush them. Wow, Lin Feng, your skills. That speed. We are all astonished by you. Who exactly are you? Are you hiding your identity? That's amazing, taking down 4 rift tigers single-handedly. Lin Feng, take my knee away. The Huaxiao team was once again deeply shocked, unable to find words to describe Lin Feng's monstrous talent. He was truly winning effortlessly. The few of them hardly exerted themselves. Just then Lin Feng's ears twitched slightly, and his gaze fell on a concealed spot in the bushes, commanding, "Come out, don't hide." Indeed, a small team was hiding in the bushes, very well concealed. If Lin Feng hadn't spotted them, the other members of the Huaxiao team wouldn't have known that another team had already set up an ambush here. The others quietly admired Lin Feng's extraordinary awareness and quickly heightened their vigilance. At that moment, the team of martial artists discovered by Lin Feng politely stated, "We have no intention of conflicting with you. Now that the beasts have been killed by you, the beast cores are yours." "Then that's best." Lin Feng scoffed, took the beast core, and continued towards the next respawn point. More red dots appeared on their wristbands, and Lin Feng and the others hastily killed over 10 beasts. At the 4th respawn point beneath a massive waterfall and deep lake, Lin Feng and the others arrived here and found it had already been occupied. It's the contestants from the Non-Alliance Team 2 and the Asia Alliance Team 1. What should we do? Hong Feifei and the others looked to Lin Feng. However, the situation indicated that the beasts were in the water and neither of the 2 teams that had reached here had gone down to kill them. Lin Feng replied calmly, "Whoever has the capability to kill the beasts gets to claim it. We will take our share too." To ensure they secured the championship, Lin Feng didn't want to miss any points. They also reached the lake's edge at this time, and the contestants from Non-Alliance Team and Asia Alliance Team turned to look at them. One member of the Non-Alliance Team spoke up. "We arrived here first. The beasts should rightfully be ours. I advise everyone to follow the rules and not seek unnecessary trouble. In that case, we will yield this place to you and take our leave." The team leader of Asia Alliance Team smiled slightly and actually turned to leave. At this moment, only Lin Feng and the Non-Alliance Team remained. Lin Feng ignored them completely and jumped directly into the lake, ready to kill the beasts. Looking for death, the leader of the Non-Alliance Team was unwilling to back down and dove into the water while the others engaged in battle on the shore. Beneath the surface, Lin Feng had just entered the water when he encountered several blood-red-eyed tyrant crocodiles. The tyrant crocodile had strength close to silver tier for a fierce beast with a bite force that could reach 100,000 pounds. If bitten, escaping its jaws would be impossible. Before Lin Feng could make a move, he sensed someone pursuing him from behind. The leader of the Non-Alliance Team swung a massive axe towards Lin Feng, who did not even glance back, instead controlling his shadow blades with mental force and swiftly killing the leader of Non-Alliance Team 2. With a gurgle, blood flowed from his neck, quickly staining the water's surface red. The tyrant crocodiles, sensing the scent of blood, immediately stirred, with 5 or 6 giant crocodiles charging madly towards Lin Feng, their entire nest mobilized. Just in time, Lin Feng brandished the golden dragon spear, thrusting fiercely, slaughtering at the bottom of the lake. In less than a minute, all 6 tyrant crocodiles were killed, and the lake's surface turned a deep crimson. Tisk, your team leader has already been killed by our boss. Waxi, as ants prepare to meet your death. Members of the non-alliance team too spoke with a fierce glare, their eyes filled with malice. At that moment, the Asia Alliance team, which had just left, suddenly returned, smiling at the group, saying, "Perfect. You two can weaken each other, and we will reap the benefits. Thank you for the generous gift. You said that the well water does not interfere with the river water, right?" The members of the second team of the non-alliance, upon seeing their opponent's return, trembled in their gaze, and Zhang Feng and the others secretly felt that something was wrong. They were already at a disadvantage, and after engaging with the non-alliance members, each of them had sustained some injuries, with Lu Zilong being particularly badly hurt, barely able to lift his head. Now out of nowhere, someone like Cheng Yaojin appeared. How should they deal with this? This was the first team of the Asia Alliance, which included a mentalist, making it the strongest team in the Asia Alliance. A few of them felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Tisk, this is a competition, little ones. You can use any means to accumulate points. You are all adults, you wouldn't be so naive, would you? The captain of the Asia Alliance team was a tall man who stepped out from the crowd and said to the members of the second team of the non-alliance, "After you finish off the Huaxia team, if you voluntarily concede, we can spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng, Zhang Lin, and Hong Feifei all slightly twitched their faces. They were actually using others to do their dirty work. How ruthless. Fine, we agree to eliminate the Huaxia team as long as you let us have a way out. The teammates of the second team of the non-alliance began to rush towards Zhang Feng and the others. Just as they felt helpless, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the lake. In the next moment, a figure flew out from the surface of the water. Lin Feng emerged without a drop of water on him, turning into a shadow that dashed towards the members of the second team of the non-alliance. "I originally wanted to let you go, but you insisted on seeking your own death." The golden spear in Zilong's hand flickered like a spirit snake, and its tremendous explosive force surged towards one person. The person's face was filled with fear as he hurriedly drew his sword to block. Unfortunately, the gap between him and Lin Feng was like heaven and earth. With one thrust, blood splattered. Splat. One spear, one kill. Subsequently, the members of the second team of the non-alliance prepared to flee, but how could they escape under Lin Feng's swift movement technique? Their speed was simply on a different level. In less than 10 seconds, 3 figures fell to the ground, annihilated. Lin Feng is back. Great. Zhang Feng and the others felt a sense of relief, as if they had seen a lifeline, smiling at the sight of Lin Feng. On the other hand, the members of the first team of the Asia Alliance were the complete opposite. Upon seeing Lin Feng, all 5 of them were stunned. Lin Feng alone had killed 4 people, including the captain of the non-alliance team in the water, which could be considered a complete team wipe. Hiss! A chill surged from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads, causing them to shiver all over. In the next moment, Lin Feng approached the members of the first team of the Asia Alliance, and a few of them quickly retreated. The team leader said, "Friends from Huaxia, we mean you no harm. Everything here belongs to you. We will leave now." "Leave?" Lin Feng chuckled lightly, saying, "Just now you threatened the members of the non-alliance team to kill my teammates, and now you want to leave just like that? Do you take us for fools? Don't let them go, Lin Feng. They are treacherous and playing tricks on us. Exactly, if it weren't for you, we might have already been killed by them. They are not good people." Zhang Feng and the others walked over and said. The members of the first team of the Asia Alliance frowned, and suddenly the team leader drew his sword and slashed at Lin Feng's forehead. The speed was extremely fast, and he simultaneously used mental energy to control the sword to stab at Lin Feng. "Playing tricks with me? You're still too naive." It turned out Lin Feng had long been on guard. Before the opponent could strike, his shadow-flying blade had already shot out like lightning, piercing into the opponent's body. Swish, swish, swish. All 5 were slain by the shadow-flying blades, their combat suits torn and unable to withstand the sharpness of the shadow-flying blades. Before they could even act, they were wiped out. Monster. Lu Zilong was utterly in awe of Lin Feng, wishing he could kneel down and worship him. Another entire team wiped out, how terrifying. Moreover, the opponent also had a mentalist, but in front of Lin Feng, they were like little dogs, only capable of being crushed. Truly, a king had mingled with the bronze, rampaging and killing with ease. "Let's clean up the battlefield and head to the next refresh point," Lin Feng said, and a few of them began to search the enemy's weapons and beast cores before leaving the scene. "Damn it, they killed our teammates. This kid is ruthless. Huaxiao is bullying us too much. Damn it, we must join forces to stop their tyrannical behavior." In the command lounge, the commanders of the non-alliance and the Asia Alliance gathered together to discuss plans to attack the Huaxia team. Lin Feng killed their genius contestant, which was a heavy blow to them. One must know cultivating a genius requires immense resources and effort. As for mentalists, it costs hundreds of billions to train them, making them priceless. Yet Lin Feng effortlessly killed their genius, completely wiping them out, without letting any escape. This is truly arrogant. The upcoming refresh points were firmly occupied by Lin Feng and his team, making it nearly impossible to encounter other teams. But the quieter it became, the more it indicated that something big was about to happen. A storm is brewing, everyone be careful, I have a bad feeling about this. Zhang Feng cautiously guarded against danger, and the others did not dare to relax for a moment. After several hours, new beasts refreshed, and the Huaxiao team headed towards the marked location. Here stood a giant cliff. Lin Feng and the others arrived and found that several beasts had already been slain by someone. We're late and missed this hunt. Another team of warriors got there first. What a disappointment. Lin Feng shook his head, but at that moment he released his mental energy and suddenly spoke. Someone is coming. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, a team of warriors appeared behind them. First team of the West Alliance. No, there are people on both sides. It seems today we are being surrounded. 3 teams in total. He surprised. Unexpected. Ross Dolby and others walked over, their bloodthirsty aura, erupting, clearly not here for a friendly visit. Huaxiao team, you are too arrogant and disregarding others. Today you all shall remain here, not one shall escape. Our non-alliance will not be bullied. If anyone is to blame, it is you, Huaxiao team, for being too overbearing. Hand over the beast cores, and we will give you a quick death. Zhang Feng and the others turned pale, but only Lin Feng appeared indifferent. He smiled lightly and said, do you want to fight me unknown or all together? He's so arrogant, facing death and not afraid. Ross' eyes were filled with anger. You said I'm facing death, does being afraid even matter? Lin Feng said, besides, a bunch of small fry doesn't have the qualification to make me afraid. You say we are just a bunch of useless people. Upon hearing these words from Lin Feng's mouth, Ross was furious. As a mentalist and the most talented contender from the Western Alliance this year, how could he tolerate such slander? On normal days, everyone treated him with utmost respect, but now someone openly insulted him. Ross was livid. Lin Feng shook his head and said, no, you misunderstand me. I meant to say that you yourself are the useless one. The others at best are just rotten fish and shrimp. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Single combat. Zhang Lin exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Feng, there are over a dozen of them. Exactly, I will take them on alone. You all just stay back. It's hard for me to protect you while fighting. Against trash do I need to be polite? After saying this, Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Feng and the others, saying, you all take care, I will go challenge them. With that, Lin Feng charged out like lightning, his speed astonishing. Zhang Feng and the others were left dumbfounded. Lin Feng was so impulsive. Be careful, his speed is incredible. Yes, I will use mental power, he shouldn't dare to act recklessly. Ross and Doobie exchanged glances and also dashed forward. The next moment, a fierce battle erupted in the arena. Bang! Bang! In less than a short time, the two figures were sent flying back in disarray. Everyone looked closely and was stunned, for Ross and Doobie had already been beaten to the ground, coughing incessantly. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He is at the golden core stage. Ross pointed at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with terror, unable to speak as he clutched his chest. Doobie looked regretful and exclaimed in shock. Not only that, he is also a mentalist, and his dual cultivation level is even higher than ours. With that, everyone trembled in fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Now you realize it's too late, isn't it? Lin Feng smiled, having completely crushed the two in both speed and strength. What kind of genius could withstand him? His extreme burst fist unleashed a force exceeding 4 million pounds. How could these silver-tier fighters resist? At this moment, Ross and Doobie could only endure the beating, not daring to look up at Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the two step by step. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances and slowly retreated, no one daring to intervene. You useless bunch, spineless cowards, stop him. Quick, someone, you cowards are losing our face in the Western Alliance. Seeing Lin Feng approach, Ross and Doobie were dumbfounded, venting their frustration at their teammates from the Western Alliance. At such a critical moment, their teammates were too scared to take action, which was utterly humiliating. As Lin Feng approached, Ross suddenly turned red with anger, then knelt down before Lin Feng, bowing his head and saying, Lin Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have opposed you. Please show mercy and let me go. I swear there won't be a next time. I beg you, spare me. This action left Doobie next to him dumbfounded. Could a man of the Western Alliance lack such dignity? Ross, you are a disgrace to the Western Alliance, begging for mercy first. Doobie also quickly knelt and pleaded, and I also admit my mistake. Lin Feng, you are a respected opponent. Please let me off and I will give you the beast core. Everyone, what? What is this? To say the harshest words, but then to plead for mercy. This is absurd. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Is this the true face of the Western Alliance? You all are worthy of being martial artists. Martial artists should ride the wind and break the waves, possessing their own dignity. They should not kneel and beg for mercy upon facing threats, living in shame. This way they are destined to never become masters. One should know that those masters have endured hardships and have hearts that have entered a realm of unbreakable resolve. Yet Ross and Doobie, as respectable mentalists, abandoned their dignity to plead for mercy. This truly disgraces the name of martial artists. However, it's also understandable. Most martial artists are ordinary people, flesh and blood. Being human, they fear death. Those who truly do not fear death are determined individuals. Only such people can achieve greatness. And the reason ordinary martial artists are considered ordinary is exactly because their minds are unstable. Lin Feng, we concede. The beast core is yours, spare us, we voluntarily withdraw. Ross looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. However, how could Lin Feng give them the opportunity? He coldly said, I already gave you a chance on the arena before, and you insisted on provoking us time and again. So be it. The previous humiliations to the reputation of my Huaxiao, how can I let that go? If I forgive you, then I would be a sinner of Huaxiao, unable to represent my nation in forgiving shameless people. His tone carried a hint of killing intent. Since you have insulted my country, be prepared to pay the price. Huaxiao is not a place where just anyone can slander. After finishing his words, Lin Feng summoned a long spear, the Zilong golden spear, and thrust it forward. Swoosh! Ross' face turned horrified, retreating, but he couldn't withstand Lin Feng's speed as a spear pierced through his heart, sending Ross flying. Damn! Doobie was terrified, scrambling to escape. The others followed suit, scattering like birds and beasts. Lin Feng was ruthless, his speed astounding. At the golden core stage, they were simply incapable of resistance. Even if they all attacked together, it would be like a mayfly shaking a tree, only leading to their demise. The next moment, Doobie felt a chill behind him as the cold spear pierced through his heart. He could see the bloody spearhead sharp and glimmering. A mentalist. You are too weak. After killing Doobie, Lin Feng shook his head. He lamented the solitary pursuit of invincibility. Lin Feng, they have escaped. What should we do? The others had already fled far away. Zhang Feng and the others looked at Lin Feng, unsure whether to chase or not. Lin Feng smiled and said, you all clean up the battlefield. No one else is allowed to escape from my grasp. Saying this, he turned into a shadow, simultaneously using mental power to scan. Soon screams echoed from all directions. Lin Feng's shadow blades killed invisibly, with some people not even knowing how they died. Due to the excessive bloodshed in the second outdoor survival challenge, it was not broadcast to the public and ordinary people could not see it. Only the officials from various alliances in the lounge had the chance to see it. When the officials from the non-allied sub-alliance and Western Alliance witnessed this scene, they all jumped up from the sofa. He has killed our contestants. No, Ross and Doobie have actually been eliminated by him in an instant. My God, this guy. How could a golden core martial artist, especially a mentalist, be possible? Damn, quickly cancel the match. The officials shouted frantically. These deceased were all geniuses nurtured by their respective alliances. Now they had been completely annihilated by Lin Feng. Not only that, after they witnessed the annihilation of 3 small teams in one breath and collected the beast cores, Lin Feng continued. Now it's confirmed that we are in first place. However, there are still a few teams from the opposing side that are quite arrogant. I think we need to teach them a lesson, or else these alliances will think that Huaxiao is easy to bully. Lin Feng, what are you planning to do? Hong Feifei asked as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled gently and instructed them to apologize. After speaking, Lin Feng transformed into a shadow and darted away, beginning his search for other martial artist teams. At this moment, the members of the Western Alliance's 3 teams were hunting monsters when suddenly a figure charged towards them. Enemies. The 5 reacted extremely quickly, instinctively beginning to retreat, while the venomous spider they had entangled was also freed, attempting to escape. At this time, as the golden spear was unleashed, the spider was completely pierced, suspended in midair. Lin Feng casually took the beast core, then smiled lightly. Thank you all for leaving the venomous spider for me. Is it you? Lin Feng, what do you want? The captain of the Western Alliance team looked at Lin Feng and questioned, didn't you see that we were hunting monsters? What does it mean for you to come in and steal our prey? It was supposed to be their catch, yet Lin Feng intervened, which angered everyone. The group frowned, but Lin Feng nonchalantly replied, what do you mean by that? Then let me tell you my purpose for coming here right now, he said with a fierce tone, suddenly charging towards the captain of the Western Alliance at lightning speed. The captain of the Western Alliance was shocked. When had he seen such speed? He prepared to draw his weapon against Lin Feng, but before his hand could reach his pocket, he was suddenly lifted into the air. With Lin Feng's hand around his neck, the captain was raised, his throat cut off from air, and his complexion turned ashen. Now do you know what I came here for? Lin Feng asked with a light chuckle. The others quickly surrounded him, yet in the face of Lin Feng, they dared not act. Lin Feng is so powerful. They could see that Lin Feng dared to come alone, which meant he had confidence. The 4 stood aside, not daring to make any small movements. The captain struggled to say, what do you want? Let me go. Let you go? That's fine, just apologize to Huaxiao in front of the camera and forfeit automatically. Lin Feng pointed at the flying camera drone in the sky and said, "Otherwise your only fate will be death." Death. The tone was incredibly cold, devoid of any warmth. This sent chills down everyone's spine. At this moment the captain was released by Lin Feng and dropped onto the ground with a thud. He coughed and ultimately dared not defy Lin Feng's words. Bowing to the camera, he said, "We were wrong, we should not have insulted Huaxia. We are cowards." "I'm very obedient. Hand over the beast cores, and then leave," Lin Feng said coldly, and the five quickly handed over their belongings and pressed the forfeit button. At this moment such scenes replayed across various places in the monster-infested jungle. Those who dared to resist were all shot dead by Lin Feng, their heads hanging from trees as a warning. From this point on no one dared to fight back, and all the contestants were thoroughly defeated by Lin Feng. "I'm so furious, I'm absolutely furious. This kid is cruel and unjust. He not only massacres innocents, but also insults the name of our Western Alliance. When he comes out, I will definitely teach him a good lesson." "That's right, Lin Feng from Huaxia is the most shameless contestant I've ever seen. Huaxia must give us an explanation." Various voices of denunciation arose, and Lin Feng's actions sparked the dissatisfaction of the base officials. After several hours, the competition finally ended, and the Huaxia team, led by Lin Feng, unsurprisingly became the champions of this competition. I announced that the champion of this competition is the Huaxia team, and this year's MVP is contestant Lin Feng. Inside the base, all surviving contestants gathered together with the Huaxia team, naturally occupying the central position, while the contestants from other alliances could only feel awe and shame. They hardly dared to look at Lin Feng and the others. They had been thoroughly humiliated by Lin Feng within. Lin Feng was simply a killing machine, instilling fear in everyone. When the results came out, Lin Feng and the others smiled lightly. "Yay, we won. Finally, Huaxia is not at the bottom. Lin Feng, you truly are a hero of Huaxia. Ha ha ha, we won effortlessly. Without Lin Feng, we might not have survived to walk out of here. Lin Feng, you truly deserve the MVP." Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin, along with Hong Feifei, continuously surrounded Lin Feng, cheering for him. They were under great pressure, representing the younger generation of Huaxia in this competition. When they arrived at the base, they realized that their level was only at best mid-tier, and the gap with the first-tier contestants from other alliances was still quite large. If it weren't for Lin Feng's unexpected emergence providing them with a surprise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. Now, not only did they avoid finishing last after 10 consecutive years, but they also crushed the competition to win the championship. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. This championship was worth its weight in gold. No amount of money could buy it. The most tempting aspect was that they would receive a championship prize of 3 billion, which was an enormous sum for teenagers in their teens and 20s. When they returned, they would surely bring glory to their ancestors. Tears welled up in Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin's eyes, and Hong Feifei also hugged Lin Feng, cheering, while Lu Zilong felt extremely awkward. He had contributed little throughout, not even participating in the cleanup of the battlefield, effectively remaining outside the Huaxia team. Without clinging to the Huaxia team, he wouldn't have survived. Now that they had won, he still felt out of place. This proud young master participating in this competition had been hit hard. Wait a minute, the Huaxia team has no regard for competition, killing innocents indiscriminately. I suggest disqualifying them from this competition. At that moment, officials from various alliances entered, and at this time, Chun Zhenglong stepped into the room, stating sternly, "You should be ashamed. In past competitions, there have always been injuries or deaths. Our Huaxia team has someone crippled almost every year. Why don't you speak about how ruthless you are? This time our Huaxia team won the competition based on strength, and you stand up to protest. How shameless can you be? Is this the Western Alliance or the non-alliance? Key Director Chen, your Lin Feng has killed nearly 10 of our people, and it was intentional. Is this kind of behavior commendable?" The official from the Western Alliance retorted. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled slightly. "There are no rules against killing in the competition. Oh, on the contrary, we are encouraged to compete and use all means to obtain beast cores. Is it wrong for me to reasonably utilize the competition rules? Instead, the useless contestants you sent, so many of them, can't defeat just one of me. Don't you feel ashamed? If I were that incompetent, I would have found a hole to hide in long ago. How could I still have the face to stand here? Moreover, your so-called geniuses are just a pile of trash in front of me. What kind of alliance breeds what kind of trash? This is the Western Alliance. Let me tell you, if you are not convinced, let them come out for a onion duel. I can take on 100. The loser dies. Do you dare? I Lin Feng am here. Who dares to be unconvinced? Come out and fight me." Lin Feng spoke, arrogantly calling out to the crowd, completely ignoring the officials from various alliances. Immediately, a dominant aura emanated from Lin Feng, and the faces of the contestants on the scene turned pale. Not only that, after they witnessed the annihilation of 3 small teams in one breath and collected the beast cores, Lin Feng continued, "Now it's confirmed that we are in first place. However, there are still a few teams from the opposing side that are quite arrogant. I think we need to teach them a lesson, or else these alliances will think that Huaxia is easy to bully. Lin Feng, what are you planning to do? Hong Feifei asked as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled gently and instructed them to apologize. After speaking, Lin Feng transformed into a shadow and darted away, beginning his search for other martial artist teams. At this moment, the members of the Western Alliance's 3 teams were hunting monsters when suddenly a figure charged towards them. Enemies. The 5 reacted extremely quickly, instinctively beginning to retreat, while the venomous spider they had entangled was also freed, attempting to escape. At this time, as the golden spear was unleashed, the spider was completely pierced, suspended in midair. Lin Feng casually took the beast core, then smiled lightly. Thank you all for leaving the venomous spider for me. Is it you? Lin Feng, what do you want? The captain of the Western Alliance team looked at Lin Feng and questioned, didn't you see that we were hunting monsters? What does it mean for you to come in and steal our prey? It was supposed to be their catch, yet Lin Feng intervened, which angered everyone. The group frowned, but Lin Feng nonchalantly replied, what do you mean by that? Then let me tell you my purpose for coming here right now, he said with a fierce tone, suddenly charging towards the captain of the Western Alliance at lightning speed. The captain of the Western Alliance was shocked. When had he seen such speed? He prepared to draw his weapon against Lin Feng, but before his hand could reach his pocket, he was suddenly lifted into the air. With Lin Feng's hand around his neck, the captain was raised, his throat cut off from air, and his complexion turned ashen. Now do you know what I came here for? Lin Feng asked with a light chuckle. The others quickly surrounded him, yet in the face of Lin Feng, they dared not act. Lin Feng is so powerful. They could see that Lin Feng dared to come alone, which meant he had confidence. The 4 stood aside, not daring to make any small movements. The captain struggled to say, what do you want? Let me go. Let you go? That's fine, just apologize to Huaxiao in front of the camera and forfeit automatically. Lin Feng pointed at the flying camera drone in the sky and said, otherwise your only fate will be death. Death. The tone was incredibly cold, devoid of any warmth. This sent chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, the captain was released by Lin Feng and dropped onto the ground with a thud. He coughed and ultimately dared not defy Lin Feng's words. Bowing to the camera, he said, we were wrong, we should not have insulted Huaxia. We are cowards. I'm very obedient. Hand over the beast cores, and then leave. Lin Feng said coldly, and the 5 quickly handed over their belongings and pressed the forfeit button. At this moment, such scenes replayed across various places in the monster-infested jungle. Those who dared to resist were all shot dead by Lin Feng, their heads hanging from trees as a warning. From this point on, no one dared to fight back, and all the contestants were thoroughly defeated by Lin Feng. I'm so furious, I'm absolutely furious. This kid is cruel and unjust. He not only massacres innocents, but also insults the name of our Western Alliance. When he comes out, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. That's right, Lin Feng from Huaxia is the most shameless contestant I've ever seen. Huaxia must give us an explanation. Various voices of denunciation arose, and Lin Feng's actions sparked the dissatisfaction of the base officials. After several hours, the competition finally ended, and the Huaxia team, led by Lin Feng, unsurprisingly became the champions of this competition. I announce that the champion of this competition is the Huaxia team, and this year's MVP is contestant Lin Feng. Inside the base, all surviving contestants gathered together with the Huaxia team, naturally occupying the central position, while the contestants from other alliances could only feel awe and shame. They hardly dared to look at Lin Feng and the others. They had been thoroughly humiliated by Lin Feng within. Lin Feng was simply a killing machine, instilling fear in everyone. When the results came out, Lin Feng and the others smiled lightly. Yay, we won. Finally, Huaxia is not at the bottom. Lin Feng, you truly are a hero of Huaxia. Ha ha ha, we won effortlessly. Without Lin Feng, we might not have survived to walk out of here. Lin Feng, you truly deserve the MVP. Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin, along with Hong Feifei, continuously surrounded Lin Feng, cheering for him. They were under great pressure, representing the younger generation of Huaxia in this competition. When they arrived at the base, they realized that their level was only at best mid-tier, and the gap with the first-tier contestants from other alliances was still quite large. If it weren't for Lin Feng's unexpected emergence providing them with a surprise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. Now, not only did they avoid finishing last after 10 consecutive years, but they also crushed the competition to win the championship. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. This championship was worth its weight in gold. No amount of money could buy it. The most tempting aspect was that they would receive a championship prize of 3 billion, which was an enormous sum for teenagers in their teens and 20s. When they returned, they would surely bring glory to their ancestors. Tears welled up in Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin's eyes, and Hong Feifei also hugged Lin Feng, cheering, while Lu Zilong felt extremely awkward. He had contributed little throughout, not even participating in the cleanup of the battlefield, effectively remaining outside the Huaxia team. Without clinging to the Huaxia team, he wouldn't have survived. Now that they had won, he still felt out of place. This proud young master participating in this competition had been hit hard. Wait a minute, the Huaxia team has no regard for competition, killing innocents indiscriminately. I suggest disqualifying them from this competition. At that moment, officials from various alliances entered, and at this time, Chun Zhenglong stepped into the room, stating sternly, "You should be ashamed. In past competitions, there have always been injuries or deaths. Our Huaxia team has someone crippled almost every year. Why don't you speak about how ruthless you are? This time, our Huaxia team won the competition based on strength, and you stand up to protest. How shameless can you be? Is this the Western Alliance or the non-alliance? He director Chinyer Lin Feng has killed nearly 10 of our people, and it was intentional. Is this kind of behavior commendable?" The official from the Western Alliance retorted. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled slightly. "There are no rules against killing in the competition. Oh, on the contrary, we are encouraged to compete and use all means to obtain beast cores. Is it wrong for me to reasonably utilize the competition rules? Instead, the useless contestants you sent, so many of them can't defeat just one of me. Don't you feel ashamed? If I were that incompetent, I would have found a hole to hide in long ago. How could I still have the face to stand here? Moreover, your so-called geniuses are just a pile of trash in front of me. What kind of alliance breeds what kind of trash? This is the Western Alliance. Let me tell you, if you are not convinced, let them come out for a onion duel. I can take on 100. The loser dies. Do you dare? I Lin Feng am here. Who dares to be unconvinced come out and fight me?" Lin Feng spoke, arrogantly calling out to the crowd, completely ignoring the officials from various alliances. Immediately, a dominant aura emanated from Lin Feng, and the faces of the contestants on the scene turned pale. It is important to know that the governor of Yinjing is a master of the realm. Such a master is rarely seen in person, yet today, he has come specifically to welcome them, which is a tremendous honor. However, Deng Fei is quite low-key. He managed to conceal his identity earlier. Otherwise, the common people would surely swarm to see the master. Today's protagonists are Lin Feng and the others, and he does not wish to steal their thunder. "Serving the country is our duty," Chun Zhenglong said with a smile. "The greatest credit goes to the contestants in this event." As he spoke, he pushed Lin Feng forward. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Deng Fei squinted slightly, and then praised him. "Indeed, Lin Feng is exceptionally gifted. The future is yours. I didn't possess such abilities when I was your age, haha. You flatter me, Governor. It is all thanks to the team. I am merely adding the finishing touch." Lin Feng was very humble. Everywhere they passed, cheers erupted. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in a Tang suit approached Lin Feng and the others with several companions. Seeing the elderly man, Chun Zhenglong also became respectful. "Old Lu, you've come too." "Congratulations, Director Chun, you all did well." Old Lu smiled. It turns out that Old Lu was a former key commander in the battle against the tide of demon beasts who later ascended to master and then suppressed the creatures in the underworld. 10 years ago, he was crippled in both legs and suffered from health issues, so he had to retire and return to farming. He now spends his days leisurely in Yinjing, respected and enjoying the treatment of a hero. The Lu Zilong who teamed up with Lin Feng and the others in the competition is Old Liu's grandson. Old Lu came to welcome his grandson. Old Lu stood upright in front of his grandson and laughed heartily. "Zilong, you have not let me down. You have finally brought home the championship. You are now a little hero of Huaxia." However, Lu Zilong's face was grim and he remained silent. Seeing this, Old Lu asked, "What's wrong? Are you injured, Grandpa?" Lu Zilong hesitated, a hint of guilt appearing on his face. In fact, he did not get along well with Lin Feng and the other teammates. Moreover, due to his arrogance and disdain for others, he was taught a lesson, and it was Lin Feng who ultimately saved his dignity. In the finals, Lu Zilong was merely an outsider. One could say that this victory of the Huaxia team had nothing to do with him. Now being welcomed by thousands only made Lu Zilong feel uncomfortable. He realized that he had been too arrogant in the past, looking down on everyone. Now the situation was completely the opposite. He only enjoyed this treatment because of Lin Feng and the others. In other words, he was unworthy of his position. Furthermore, before they set out, his family had high expectations of Lu Zilong, and under such circumstances he felt utterly ashamed. Finally, Lu Zilong gritted his teeth and lifted his head, saying, "Grandpa, I have decided. I want to join the military." "You want to enlist?" Old Lu and the others flashed looks of surprise. Being a soldier is a very dangerous thing. In this environment, one never knows when a war between humans and demon beasts might erupt, and there is always the risk of losing one's life. And now, after returning from the competition, the pampered grandson claims he wants to enlist. Oh, what is going on? "Grandpa, I have made up my mind. I want to serve the country." Lu Zilong's expression was resolute. "I was blind in the past, too arrogant, unaware that there are greater powers beyond my own. Now I want to truly temper myself. I want to become an outstanding warrior." "Ha ha ha, good. My grandson has finally grown up." Old Lu laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Zilong, you have not embarrassed me. You want to enlist, and I wholeheartedly support you." Hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment, then walked over and patted Lu Zilong on the shoulder, saying with a smile, "Congratulations on your redemption. If you falter from now on, it would be disappointing to me. You are still a man. Lu Zilong, you have earned the right to be my friend now. Fight like a man and go for it, brother." Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin also came over to congratulate Lu Zilong. Lu Zilong indeed impressed them. A temporary failure does not equate to defeat. However, if he loses his fighting spirit from now on, then he will truly be doomed. Warriors ride the winds and break the waves. At this moment in the Western Alliance, within the Roth family, the high-ranking members of the Roth family were watching the footage of the Global Newcomer Challenge. After it was over, Carl stood up from his chair and pointed at Lin Feng, saying, "Father, it was this kid who showed up on site. I suspect that the Gale shield is already in his hands." "Are you sure it was him?" Father Roth's eyes narrowed slightly. Carl nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am absolutely sure. He is a mentalist, and I was careless that day. Moreover, I just had someone analyze his footprints in the Demon Beast Forest, and they matched those in the cave of Huaxiao. The Gale shield must be in his possession." Upon hearing this, everyone grew angry, and finally Father Roth said, "Send someone to kill him provided that the Gale shield is secured first." "Kill him, Father, this. No need to worry, just make sure to handle it cleanly, and the Gale shield must be brought back, understood?" Father Roth took out a cigar and lit it. "If necessary, go to the Hunter Association to find someone to do it." "Understood," Carl replied and exited. Killing Lin Feng carries significant risks, but the Gale shield is a priceless treasure and even more tempting. In Gaoliang City, Lin Feng has returned. However, he remained exceptionally low-key and did not reveal his whereabouts. Now the streets and alleys of Gaoliang City are filled with posters of Lin Feng and news of his championship victory. In fact, Lin Feng is now the absolute celebrity of Gaoliang City. As for the 3 billion prize money, the Huaxiao team has already divided it. Each person received 600 million, perfectly splitting it. Originally, Lu Zilong refused to accept the prize, but Lin Feng and the others insisted on giving him a share as he is a team member. As long as he shows up, he will receive it. Additionally, the Super Martial Arts Hall independently rewarded Lin Feng 50 million. Overall, Lin Feng earned over 650 million in total. Besides the money, there are also various scattered rewards: 20 blood chi pills, 30 body refinement pills, and several sets of Clevel combat suits. In summary, Lin Feng can now live worry-free for the rest of his life. Lin Feng, the headquarters, has decided to formally appoint you as an elder of the Super Martial Arts Hall. You may work at headquarters or remotely from home, and you'll receive greater discounts when shopping in the future. When our Deputy Hall Master returns, this will be announced globally. Lin Feng, just wait to accept the worship of thousands. Ha! Just as he returned home and sat down, Su Ao called, leaving Lin Feng utterly astonished. The Super Martial Arts Hall actually appointed him to a position as an elder, and he was promoted again. Regarding the promotion, Lin Feng did not think much about it. He knew his position in the Super Martial Arts Hall best. The Super Rookie King, he was outstanding enough to be recognized worldwide. He did not care much for personal honors. What position he held was not significant. When Lin Feng returned home that evening, Lin Dong, Wang Xiaoyun, and Lin Xiaoyu were all pleasantly surprised. Lin Dong, who hadn't touched alcohol for 30 to 40 years, specially bought some to celebrate. "Son, you truly have not brought shame to our Lin family. Today my boss even came to check on me, saying you are a hero of our Huaxia, our Gaoliang City. Ha. Also, your dad got promoted. He was directly transferred to the security department as the head of security. With your name, no one dares to cause trouble there." Wang Xiaoyun continued to speak, her eyes filled with tears of pride. Lin Feng smiled sincerely and said, "Mom and Dad, your son will become even better. Just wait to be praised by others." "Elder brother, what realm are you at now?" the little girl asked, munching on a chicken leg, her eyes rolling around eagerly. Lin Feng pretended to be modest, saying, "About close to Platinum realm, I suppose." "What a Platinum?" The chicken leg in the little girl's hand suddenly lost its allure. She had been training like mad these past few days, initially thinking she could close the gap with her elder brother, but little did she know her brother was nearing the Platinum realm. If she hadn't heard it for herself, Lin Xiaoyu might not have believed it. A Platinum warrior could be considered strong globally. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lin Feng took Lin Xiaoyu to the Martial Arts Hall to test her progress over the past few days. The little girl approached the strength testing device, making preparatory movements with great seriousness before delivering a punch that registered over 1800. Close to bronze 2 stars. Lin Feng thought in disbelief as he glanced at his sister. This little girl must have some secrets. One must know that it is impossible for a normal person to be so impressive while still in high school. It is known that even some exceptionally gifted geniuses need to be 18 or 19 years old to become warriors. Those who can break through to bronze 2 or 3 stars during their university years are already among the elite. Yet now Lin Xiaoyu was only 14, but she had already unleashed a punch with a force of 1800. This was definitely not simple. "Brother, am I amazing? Praise me quickly." Lin Xiaoyu, with her pitifully cute demeanor, clung to Lin Feng. He smiled wryly and said, "Your strength is too weak. You need to train harder. Don't be lazy in the future. I will guide you again in a few days." These past few days, aside from spending time with his parents, Lin Feng had been at the Martial Arts Hall guiding Lin Xiaoyu's training. Moreover, he generously supplied Lin Xiaoyu with numerous healing pills and sufficient nutrition, and after 3 days, she reached her breakthrough threshold. She was almost ready to break through. One day Lin Feng went to the market to buy groceries and suddenly heard someone calling for him. Lin Feng. Turning around, he saw Zhang Lang's parents and greeted, "Hello Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang." However, Lin Feng noticed that Zhang's parents looked a bit uneasy, glancing at each other as if they had something to say. Lin Feng asked, "Uncle, Aunt, what's wrong? If there's anything, just tell me." Suddenly Aunt Zhang bent down and bowed to Lin Feng, choking with emotion. "Lin Feng, a friend of Lang, told me last night that he had an accident in Modu, and now we can't get in touch with him. Lin Feng, you are a warrior now. How can you help me find out what happened to Lang? I beg you. Aunt, please get up first." Lin Feng hurriedly helped Aunt Zhang up. A mother worries when her son is far away. It seemed Zhang Lang's parents hadn't slept well these past few days. He nodded and said, "Uncle, Aunt, don't worry. Lang and I are brothers. I will take care of this." "Thank you so much, Lin Feng, thank you. We owe you a great deal, Lin Feng. I can't thank you enough." Uncle and Aunt Zhang expressed their gratitude with tears. Lin Feng quickly said it was unnecessary. After buying groceries, Lin Feng headed straight for Modu. Half an hour later, the passenger transport ship landed in Modu. Meanwhile, in a hospital room at a martial artist hospital, Zhang Lang lay on the bed, gazing at the sunset outside the window. The setting sun cast a glow on his face, making him appear somewhat haggard. On the hospital bed was a report detailing Zhang Lang's injuries, multiple shattering fractures throughout his body, and it would take at least 2 years before he could walk again. "I am finished for life," he lamented. "I only wish I hadn't disappointed my parents or Lin Feng and the others." Zhang Lang was filled with sorrow. He had borne his family's hopes, aspiring to become a warrior, and traveled to Modu for his studies. He had a world of possibilities in his heart. Yet an accident a few days ago had severed his martial path. After so long of hard work, it ultimately led to despair. One can imagine how desolate Zhang Lang felt. Moreover, he kept this incident from his parents just to spare them the pain and worry. "Mom, Dad, brothers. I'm sorry." A flicker of despair flashed in Zhang Lang's eyes. Suddenly, at that moment, a familiar aura made Zhang Lang's heart tremble. Lang. As he turned around, a figure appeared before him. It was the figure he was most familiar with. Lin Feng. "How come you?" In that instant, Zhang Lang's tearful eyes began to blur. In a foreign land, in a moment of solitude, his best brother appeared before him like a dream. "Brother, I'm here," Lin Feng said as he walked over and asked, "How are you?" Lin Feng, "I am afraid I have no hope of becoming a warrior in this lifetime." Zhang Lang spoke with his head down, feeling very dejected. Lin Feng patted Zhang Lang's shoulder, feeling slightly bitter inside. Afterward, Zhang Lang recounted everything that had happened. Upon hearing, a surge of anger erupted within Lin Feng. "Zhou family. Yes, they wanted me to call you to Modu, saying they wanted to capture you alive. I didn't do as they asked, so they crippled me." Zhang Lang warned Lin Feng. "You must be careful of them. The old master of the Zhou family is a grandmaster, but he is not currently with them. They might send people to intercept you." Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. You just focus on healing, cover the medical expenses. This is all because of me, so I should take care of it. They'll come see you again tomorrow." After saying that, Lin Feng burst out the door, and at that moment, a brilliant light flashed across the skies of Modu. Soon after, at the Zhou family in Modu, a figure appeared, a murderous aura enveloping the entire Dongpu region, causing all members of the Zhou family to emerge. Zhou family had come out and faced death. This figure hovered in midair, the voice booming with rage. Hearing the call, Zhou Taotian frowned and stepped out. Upon seeing Lin Feng's figure, a name flashed quickly in his mind. "You are Lin Feng." His eyes widened. "Lin Feng, our Zhou family has been looking for you, yet you have come to walk into the trap yourself." At the same time, 2 foreign men appeared beside Zhou Taotian. Zhou Taotian said, "Gentlemen, this person is Lin Feng, the one you, the Rot family, are looking for." "Haha, thank you, Mr. Zhou, for helping to lure this rascal here. On behalf of the Rot family, I thank your Zhou family." One of them spoke in heavily accented Chinese. At this moment, the gaze of the 2 foreign men fell upon Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng seemed to recall something, angrily stating, "I never expected your Zhou family to be so despicable. As the saying goes, misfortune does not harm family, yet you collude with foreigners to harm my friends. Today I will make your Zhou family pay the price." "Hee Lin Feng, you dare to be arrogant when your death is at hand." A powerful member of the Rot family advanced towards Lin Feng, saying, "Hand over the Gale shield, or you will die without a complete corpse. You seek death." Seeing the opponent strike, Lin Feng did not hold back, launching a powerful punch towards that person. Boom. In an instant, the 2 fists collided. Lin Feng unleashed a double amplification, the extreme burst fist, exhibiting over 4 million units of strength. With a loud explosion, both fighters staggered back, the martial artist's face revealing a profound surprise. "Aren't you only at the Golden Realm? How could you withstand my punch? Stop your nonsense." Lin Feng employed the Gale steps, his speed reaching its peak. Thud thud. The two fists collided in an overlap, and in an instant the platinum martial artist found himself unable to defend, falling into a passive state. Seeing this, another martial artist joined the fight against Lin Feng. He swung a large knife down at Lin Feng, a casual strike that surprisingly wielded over 5 million pounds of force. So fond of sneak attacks, Lin Feng summoned the Zilong golden spear and thrust it horizontally with great force. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, causing the platinum martial artist's hands to tremble, emitting a buzzing noise. A grade weapon. You are only in the golden realm. How is this possible? He was incredulous, as grade weapons were typically wielded by martial artists above the platinum realm. Yet Lin Feng continued to defy their expectations. Before he could recover from his shock, Lin Feng executed the divine dragon spear technique, the engulfs, and force incredibly bizarre, causing him to fall into a disadvantage. The three erupted into battle, Lin Feng's spear strike amplifying his attack by 80. His mastery of this technique was already at an expert level. Each thrust was lethal, and Lin Feng also summoned the Gale Shield to assist in combat. His current speed was an advantage, reaching over 1,000 meters per second, striking the two platinum martial artists until they were left reeling. However, the platinum martial artists were no pushovers. They could not touch Lin Feng in offense, but their defense was surprisingly solid, blocking many of Lin Feng's deadly moves. Damn, this kid has the Gale Shield, but we cannot harm him at all. His speed is too fast. The intel was wrong. This guy has completely mastered the Gale Shield, and his strength is not inferior to us platinum martial artists. What kind of monster is he? The two exchanged glances, a sense of retreat brewing in their hearts. On this side, after Lin Feng's thrust yielded no result, he sheathed the Zilong golden spear and took out the thunderblade, continuing to strike at the two. With a swing of the sword, thunder erupted. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded as the two flickered, one of them holding the knife horizontally in front to block. But in the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck towards him from the blade, leaving him in despair. Finally, that platinum martial artist let out a shriek, his body sent flying crashing to the ground, his hands drenched in blood, trembling incessantly, as if afflicted with dementia. The knife was also cleaved in two. His companion, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. This sword even has lightning attached to it. Moreover, the previous strength was incredibly formidable. This sword is actually an grade treasure. Damn, the intel was wrong. We underestimated you. The remaining platinum martial artist's face turned grim, while Zhou Taotian and the others from the Zhou family were equally shocked. This guy Lin Feng actually defeated a platinum martial artist. And it didn't stop there. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng, controlling the Gale Shield, suddenly appeared behind the platinum martial artist. Die! A sword fell, thunder crashing. Boom! That platinum martial artist was sent flying like a kite, meeting his demise. Lin Feng showed no mercy, using the thunder blade out of necessity. Finally, with a fierce resolve, two sword sounds rang out, both opponents gasping their last breaths. Kill! He killed two platinum martial artists. How is this possible? No. Heaven without Grandpa here, what should we do? After Lin Feng had executed the two who were barely hanging on, he set his sights on Zhou Taotian. With a swift movement, Lin Feng appeared before Zhou Taotian, the thunder sword technique in motion, a sword of thunder. Everyone get back! Zhou Taotian shouted, his foot trembling, retreating before the sword fell. Boom! Instantly, the Zhou family mansion was cleaved in two by Lin Feng's strike. Lin Feng, you harm the innocent, is it? Shut your damn mouth. Lin Feng, like a crazed beast, punched down towards the Zhou family's mansion. Oh, at that moment, how could the Zhou family's building withstand it? It collapsed with a loud crash, turning into ruins. Meanwhile, Zhou Taotian clawed towards Lin Feng. His iron-like claws, if they connected, would cost Lin Feng a great price. Unfortunately, would Lin Feng fall for it? His reactions were incredibly swift. A sword cut down, leaving Zhou Taotian stunned, hastily retreating. Boom, boom. The visible lightning left Zhou Taotian in horror, unable to calm down for a long while. This sword technique is too powerful. It is impossible to approach. Moreover, with the Gale Shield in hand, it was extremely difficult to touch Lin Feng. Die for me. Lin Feng offered no chances, charging towards Zhou Taotian, who was too weak to defend himself. In just a few exchanges, he was already exhausted. He was a platinum martial artist, but his vitality was too weak, while Lin Feng was like an unyielding war god, unleashing a barrage of attacks without rest. Ultimately, Zhou Taotian let down his guard and was brutally pierced by Lin Feng's shadow flying blade. Swish, swish, swish. 3 blades penetrated Zhou Taotian's body. Even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough to save him. Family head. Husband. At the moment Zhou Taotian fell, countless members of the Zhou family were plunged into despair. At this time, Lin Feng stepped on Zhou Taotian's corpse, saying, "Tell your old master, it was I, Lin Feng, who killed him. If you are unconvinced, come find me in Gaoyang anytime. I will let you off today, but if any harm comes to my friends or family, I will slaughter every member of the Zhou family. Mark my words, I do not wish to say it twice." After saying this, Lin Feng stepped on the Gale Shield and departed from the skies above Dongpu. Before long, the Zhou family attracted the attention of all of Modu, their mansion flattened by a powerful man, and the Zhou family had met his end. In Magic City, within less than 30 minutes, countless media reporters gathered outside the Zhou family broadcasting various reports. This news swept through the entire Magic City like a tornado, creating a tremendous uproar even throughout all of Huaxia. Who did the Zhou family offend? The family head has been killed. The old master will surely go mad upon his return. Yes, eyewitnesses claim that the one who flattened the Zhou family is Lin Feng, though we cannot verify its truth. Is that true? Can Lin Feng really defeat a platinum warrior? No way. The news has been confirmed. Someone saw Lin Feng arriving at the Zhou family on a shield-like flying device. Not only did he kill the family head, but he also killed 2 foreign warriors prior, both of whom were platinum. Wow, that's terrifying. It seems that although Lin Feng is young, he shouldn't be easily provoked. The Zhou family has landed themselves in serious trouble. Whispers filled the air, and in Magic City, almost no one was unaware. The Zhou family offended Lin Feng and suffered dire consequences. The family head has been slain, and a warning has been issued. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not wipe out the Zhou family entirely, otherwise all of Huaxia would be shocked. Lin Feng chose to spare the other members of the Zhou family out of a remaining shred of moral integrity. He believed that disaster should not befall the innocent. The orders given by the Zhou family head should be borne solely by him. If he had killed the women and children of the Zhou family, he would have become a true monster. Moreover, Huaxia is not without laws. Warriors are not above the law. If one goes too far, it will attract the attention of the Investigation Bureau and the authorities. At that time, unnecessary trouble would arise. Furthermore, if the old master of the Zhou family returns and seeks revenge on his family, when would this cycle of vengeance end? Thus, Lin Feng only killed Zhou Taitian. If the old master remains unsatisfied, then they can settle it with a confrontation later. At this moment, within the prestigious Magic City Martial University, many students were still discussing the news they had just seen. While I didn't expect Lin Feng to be so ruthless, it seems he is not to be trifled with. Achieving Platinum Warrior status at such a young age, who can withstand that? Even the Zhou family has been toppled. I heard our vice principal personally visited to invite him. If he joins our university, wouldn't our magic martial become the most renowned martial university in Huaxia and even globally? A female student gazed at Lin Feng's photo, her heart transformed into a heart shape. At this moment, in a private girls' dormitory, a girl with a ponytail and knee-high socks leaned over the railing. Xie Xiaoling supported her chin with both hands, her gaze vacant occasionally, filled with worry and urgency. Still can't get through a Lin Feng, should be okay, right? She glanced at her smartwatch. The call she made received no response, and she couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. No, I need to check on him. Oh, what if he's injured? The more she thought, the more uneasy she felt, just as Xie Xiaoling was about to head out toward Dongpu District. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing right before Xie Xiaoling. Upon seeing this person, surprise flashed in her eyes as she almost shouted, "Ah, Lin Feng, is it really you? Hi Xiaoling, long time no see." The person was indeed Lin Feng, who had just killed Zhou Taitian and was now heading straight to the Martial University aboard the Gale Shield. Using his spiritual sense, he located Xie Xiaoling's position. "Lin Feng, come in quickly," Xie Xiaoling said, and Lin Feng entered the dormitory, which was fortunately her private room. As soon as Lin Feng entered, Xie Xiaoling anxiously asked, "Are you okay? I saw the news, or I heard you went to the Zhou family." "Haha, I made it to the headlines that quickly." Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. "I indeed went to the Zhou family to seek justice. They harmed my friend, so I made them pay a price. However, I believe the Zhou family will very likely send people to hunt me down, and the airport will probably be on lockdown." Lin Feng teased Xie Xiaoling, who immediately shivered. "Ah, then what should we do?" "Don't worry, I was joking." Lin Feng smiled, faintly noticing Xie Xiaoling's worried expression, and then asked, "Why are you so anxious about me?" "Of course I'm anxious about you. You've offended a master." Xie Xiaoling stammered, her face showing a hint of blush. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "If I get wanted by the entire Magic City tonight, I won't have anywhere to go. You can stay here. They shouldn't invade the Martial University." Xie Xiaoling's voice was dreamy. The Martial University is a sacred place protected by the authorities. Even the Zhou family cannot cause trouble here, for the strength of the Martial University is not insignificant. Lin Feng readily agreed, "All right." Thus the sky gradually darkened, and Lin Feng and Xie Xiaoling spent their first night together. Both felt slightly nervous, even at a loss for what to do. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up to find that Xie Xiaoling had already prepared breakfast. "You're awake. Are you going back today?" Xie Xiaoling said shyly. "Yes, I need to return to Gaoliang City. Oh, I have some matters to attend to." Lin Feng nodded. "By the way, Xiaoling, this is a vitality blood pill I bought for you. Use it for cultivation. You have reached the threshold of a warrior, so you should be close to a breakthrough. Take care of yourself. Okay, you should hurry and leave. A friend is coming to find me soon, and it wouldn't be good if someone else saw you." Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no choice but to leave, unable to speak of what happened last night. Meanwhile, Xie Shaoling placed her hands over her heart, feeling a warm sensation inside, and a sweet smile formed on her face. At the warrior hospital, Lin Feng arrived at Zhang Lang's hospital room. Upon seeing him, Zhang Lang practically jumped out of bed. Lin Feng, did you really kill the head of the Zhou family? Yes, I just taught them a lesson if they won't dare to touch you again. What about you? Don't worry about me. I am now an attendant of the Super Martial Institute. It won't be so easy for the Zhou family to touch me. If they dare to come, I will destroy their entire family. Hearing this, Zhang Lang sighed with relief. With Lin Feng as an attendant of the Martial Institute, he had a strong backing. The Zhou family truly had no standing to challenge the Super Martial Institute. Focus on your recovery. After I return, I'll have the doctors from the Super Martial Institute come to treat you. They will definitely help you get better. Lin Feng, you have given me a new lease on life. Ooh, I owe you too much. Zhang Lang was speechless with gratitude, not knowing what to say. Lin Feng had been so good to him, even better than a biological brother. Without Lin Feng, he might have even considered ending his own life. We are brothers, who I won't forget you just because I have achieved success. Lin Feng comforted softly. After returning, Lin Feng went straight to Yinjing, the headquarters of the Super Martial Institute. Attendant Su, is there any medicine that can treat a warrior's disability? You might try buying a few revitalizing body pills. They can regenerate bone marrow, though they are a bit pricey. How much? In the office, Lin Feng asked, and Attendant Su thought for a moment before holding up one finger. 100 billion per pill. 100 billion. After the price was spoken by Steward Su, Lin Feng found himself in a bit of a dilemma. 100 billion is not a small sum, but for him at the moment, it is not considered excessive either. Steward Su said the rejuvenation body refining pill is currently the most advanced medicine in the world. It can regenerate bone marrow and bring life back to the deceased. Even those who are completely shattered can recover within a week. You mentioned that your friend is almost disabled. This pill would be most suitable for him. Unfortunately, it is not something you can just buy. The rejuvenation body refining pill has miraculous restorative effects. In addition to various precious herbs, it requires special energy materials for its refinement, which can only be found beneath the caverns. Caverns? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. What kind of place is that? It's a mysterious place, one that you cannot comprehend. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang from outside the door. Lin Feng looked up and saw a man dressed in a Super Martial Arts Academy cloak, striding in confidently, exuding a powerful aura of vitality. Master, Lin Feng thought to himself. This middle-aged man's strength must be at least that of a master. I have met the town commander. Upon seeing this person, Steward Su immediately greeted him respectfully. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart shook violently. Town commander. Lin Feng also slightly bowed, saying, Greetings, town commander. No need for formalities. Lin Feng, you wish to purchase the rejuvenation body refining pill, correct? The town commander Lu Nanfeng asked in a tone as if he were an old acquaintance of Lin Feng. If you need it, I happen to know a friend at a biotechnology company who can procure one for you. Thank you, town commander, but right now. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward, intending to mention that he didn't have enough money. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Nanfeng saw through Lin Feng and laughed heartily, saying, haha, it's no problem. You can use it first and pay the academy back when you have the money. Thank you, town commander. Lin Feng was extremely grateful. He did not refuse. Right now, he desperately needed the rejuvenation body refining pill, and it was worth spending any amount. Brotherhood is priceless. Lin Feng looked at Lu Nanfeng with gratitude in his eyes, while his heart trembled with excitement. The town commander is one of the strongest individuals in every martial arts academy. He had heard that every academy has a group of founders who fight alongside the headmaster, true martial arts masters whose strength surpasses common reasoning. As far as Lin Feng knew, the Super Martial Arts Academy only had 4 town commanders who are rarely seen and are very mysterious. Now one had suddenly appeared before Lin Feng, and it would be a lie to say he was not excited. Similarly, Lu Nanfeng was observing Lin Feng, piercing through him with a glance. He smiled and said, not bad. At 16, you are at the golden stage. Furthermore, you are also a mental energy master. What makes us prouder is that the Gale Shield is in your hands, Lin Feng. I must say you are truly a genius, rare in 100 years in the Super Martial Arts Academy. You flatter me, town commander. Lin Feng cupped his fists and humbly replied. He blue comes from indigo and surpasses it. Lin Feng, I believe you will not disappoint the Super Martial Arts Academy. Lu Nanfeng said, from today onwards you will be the youngest steward in the history of the Super Martial Arts Academy. Regarding that old man from the Zhou family in Modu, he wouldn't dare to touch a single hair on you or your friend, so you can rest assured. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy as he nodded. Following that, Lin Feng inquired further about the Rote family and the caverns with Lu Nanfeng. The Rote family is currently the largest family in the world, wielding immense power in the Western Alliance. Lu Nanfeng sat down and took a sip of coffee. But you need not worry too much. Our Super Martial Arts Academy is not to be underestimated. The Gale Shield is something you obtain by chance, and they cannot snatch it away from you. As long as you are in Huaxia, you will be quite safe. As for the caverns, it is a new world. New world. The creatures inside are very mysterious. Currently, the greatest threat to humanity comes from the cavern creatures. Lin Feng continued, I came out this time to assist the officials in recruiting human martial artists to join forces with other martial arts academies to explore the caverns. To be precise, it would be more appropriate to describe it as suppression. Do we need martial artists to go suppress them? Lin Feng was even more curious. Town commanders are figures above masters, yet they cannot solve the creatures of the caverns. What kind of terrifying existence could be lurking within? Recently, the caverns have been experiencing frequent disturbances. Lin Feng, what you know now is just the tip of the iceberg. Once your strength increases, you will naturally have the chance to see it for yourself. However, the situation is worsening, and whether we can wait for that day remains uncertain. Lin Feng's expression suddenly became solemn. In any case, the current situation is not optimistic. According to the predictions of the headmaster, if all goes as expected, Huaxiao will soon face a great calamity. A great calamity. If you can improve, do your best to raise your cultivation level. Lin Feng calmly said, then looked at Suao. Steward Su, inform all martial artists above the platinum level in the academy to gather at the official alliance base tomorrow night. Understood. Suao's expression also turned grave. The town commander personally returning from the caverns with platinum level martial artists indicates that something significant is about to happen. The next day, the news of Lin Feng becoming the steward of the Super Martial Arts Academy was announced worldwide, causing a tremendous reaction within Huaxia. At this moment, the martial arts community in Huaxia was facing a massive crisis, with nearly all platinum-level martial artists returning to their respective academies. Even the principals and senior officials of major universities had vanished without a trace. Lin Feng returned to Gaoliang City. Today was his 17th birthday. In the evening, his family held a simple celebration, but afterward Lin Feng suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Mom, Dad, don't go to work tomorrow. Let me teach you martial arts. Martial arts. Lin Feng's parents looked at him in disbelief as if they had misheard. Lin Feng said, that's right. Practicing martial arts can strengthen your body, and there are many benefits to becoming a martial artist. In the future, when I am not around, you can protect yourselves. Xiaofeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Why are you mentioning not being around? Wang Xiaoyan complained. Eventually, after Lin Feng's persistent persuasion, they decided to practice martial arts. On that day, Lin Feng received a call from Zhang Lang stating that he had already received the rejuvenation body refining pill that was sent over last night and could now walk. That's great. Those great vitality pills cost 500,000 each. Brother, keep it up, and you can pay me back when you earn money. Lin Feng joked. The next day, he began teaching his parents martial arts. Although their talent was quite average, with Lin Feng personally instructing and the aid of the pills, Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyan quickly managed to perform basic training. 3 days later, Lin Xiaoyu brought good news that he had broken through to the Bronze 2-star in the Martial Arts Academy. Xiao, by how much longer do you think it will take for me to become a silver-level martial artist? Lin Xiaoyu asked while hiding in the Martial Arts Academy, speaking to the pendant on her chest. A ethereal voice replied, young master, based on my observations, you will achieve silver level at the latest within 3 months, and once my injuries gradually recover, you will definitely surpass your brother in a short time. Xiao Bai, you need to recover quickly. Oh, I'm counting on you to help me soar. Don't worry, my lord. Once I fully recover, your brother will definitely look at you with new eyes, and he will kneel down to offer you his respect. The voice from the pendant carried a hint of pride, and Lin Xiaoyu was quite excited as well. On the day she surpasses her brother, he will surely be left dumbfounded. As her parents' cultivation gradually fell into place, Lin Feng could only buy the lowest grade pills for his mother and father to aid their practice. With everything back on track, Lin Feng received a call from Suao. Su Elder, what's wrong? Suao sounded very anxious. Lin Feng, you need to come to the headquarters right away. Okay. Lin Feng directly summoned the wind shield and headed towards the headquarters in Yanjing. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the headquarters. Almost at the top level, Lin Feng stepped inside, where there was a very unusual cultivation room. Suao led Lin Feng through a series of identity verifications to gain access. Su Elder, what do you need me for? Lin Feng, I will be going down to the underground cave tomorrow, and all members of the Super Martial Arts Academy rank Platinum and above will also enter the cave. The academy will be entrusted to you in the meantime. Suao was unwilling to waste time on small talk. You must cooperate with the official operations. Our academy master predicts that something big will happen in the next few days, so whatever happens, do not panic. Everything is happening so suddenly. Lin Feng paused for a moment before finally nodding. All right. Also, the town commander instructed me to open the energy cultivation room for you to absorb. The energy substances inside are incredibly rich and very suitable for martial artists above the master level. Although you have not reached the master level, the town commander may have opened it for you because you are a spiritual mind master. Absorb as much of the energy as you can. Using facial recognition, Suao activated a device that resembled a space capsule or a steam chamber, emitting a red glow. Lin Feng felt an immense sense of wonder. Thank you, Su Elder, for conveying this information. He did not hold back, knowing this was indeed a valuable opportunity. He stepped inside and closed the door. The first sensation he felt upon entering the energy cultivation room was coolness and refreshment. It was as if a gentle spring breeze was blowing, invigorating his cells and blood vessels. He closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy substances. Before long, Lin Feng felt his body heating up with a warm current flowing through his meridians. This sensation was so magical. After a while, Lin Feng felt like a phone being charged, continuously absorbing the red energy. Ding! Absorbing inferior red crystal energy upgrade points, 1000. Ding! Absorbing inferior red crystal energy upgrade points, 19000. Inferior red crystal energy. Lin Feng's system sent a notification that momentarily stunned him. What kind of energy is this? He had never even heard of it. He opened his eyes and glanced around, noticing that beneath the floor of the cultivation chamber were 3 half-damaged red crystals. If nothing else, the entire cultivation chamber was built around these few crystals with the energy emanating from them. These tiny energy crystals have such abundant energy, it's truly astonishing, Lin Feng remarked in disbelief, absorbing every moment. This speed was extraordinarily fast. Meanwhile, in the West Alliance, the Rot family. Damn worthless fools, a bunch of good for nothings. Father Rot was furious, slamming the table, causing the platinum martial artists in the entire hall to feel nearly suffocated. I instructed you to ensure everything was foolproof, yet you repeatedly failed. Did I train you just to sit around? Father Rot spoke with burning anger. A voice came from below. Foodies, souls of foodies, eating is all we do. Slap. Before the person could finish, Father Rot slapped him away. Don't pull any jokes in front of me, or you won't be able to come back. From now on, no one can make any sudden moves until Roy returns, then we can act. Below, discussions immediately erupted. Is Lord Roy coming back? Great. With Lord Roy returning from the underground cave, we surely won't fail again. The Rot family will rise again. Roy is not only a well-known name in the Rot family, but also a significant figure throughout the West Alliance. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what kind of surprises Lord Roy would bring upon his return. In Huaxia, night had fallen and the moon was bright, but the stars sparse. The ordinary citizens of Huaxia had already fallen into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to them, a great disaster was quietly approaching. At this moment, within the Huaxia military base, 4 commanders, donned with 5-star insignias, sat together watching a screen. The screen displayed countless demon beasts descending from the northwest, moving at a moderate pace, seemingly gathering the beasts. The incident occurred suddenly. It is estimated that within 3 days the beast tide will descend, directly invading Jiangnan province. At that time, the 300 million people of Jiangnan will face an assault. Moreover, if the beast tide is not suppressed, other provinces like Jiangxing will also fall. If that happens, Huaxia will truly be finished. The expressions of the few were extremely grave. A relatively young and handsome commander looked at another figure on the screen and asked, Governor, sure, what level is the beast tide determined by the higher-ups? To be frank, it is classified as its level. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the 4 present instantly turned pale, trembling slightly. Its level beast tide is comparable to the level of beast tides during the Great Catastrophe. Since humanity established a new order, we in Huaxia have never experienced a beast tide of this level. Currently, our 2 major human leaders are secluding themselves, and the experts of various martial arts academies have entered the underground to shed blood. We can only rely on our manpower to suppress it. At this moment, several officers spoke up, and finally one officer stood and said, I propose we immediately call for conscription to prepare for the worst. The other 3 officers nodded in agreement. That's the only way. This time we don't know how many soldiers will be sacrificed. With the commander absent, we cannot retreat. One day later, at the headquarters of the Super Martial Arts Academy, Lin Feng's absorption had also reached its conclusion. He shuddered, and the moment he opened his eyes, a beam of white light shot from them. The light was extraordinarily bright, and his eyes became sharp. At that moment, he glanced at his attribute panel. Host Lin Feng. Speed 380 milliseconds. Strength 266,000 kg. Mental Realm Silver 5 stars 2999500. Cultivation Realm Gold 5 stars 0. Upgrade points 2398230. Martial Arts Divine Dragon Spear Technique Mastery Level 0. Attack 80. Extreme Explosive Fist Technique Minor Achievement Level 0. Basic Attack 50. Swift Wind Step Technique Minor Achievement Level 0. Basic Speed 40. Thunder Sword Technique Entry Level 0. Attack 65. 23 million points of upgrade points is the most I've ever had. I didn't expect such a tiny crystal to provide so much energy. If I were to hunt demon beasts outside, it would probably take months to gather this much. What exactly are these crystals? He murmured to himself, it's time to upgrade. I currently possess only a golden 5-star level, but with the application of various martial techniques and a full force eruption, it is sufficient to slay a platinum realm warrior. Moreover, according to the system's assessment, defeating stronger warriors or beasts of the same realm will exponentially increase the experience points. Lin Feng analyzed carefully. After I upgrade to the platinum realm, I will become stronger. In the future, slaying monsters and warriors of the same realm will significantly reduce the experience points required for leveling up. I don't know how many experience points the next upgrade will need. I might as well hold off on upgrading my realm for now and work on enhancing my spiritual realm first. System, upgrade my spiritual realm, spending 10 million experience points for the upgrade. He spoke to the system, which responded, ding, command received, upgrading spiritual realm now. Ding, the spiritual realm is upgrading. Silver 5-star, golden 1-star, golden 2-star, golden 3-star, golden 4-star. Lin Feng's spiritual realm rapidly broke through the golden level, and his blood energy became even more robust. He felt a slight tremor in his body, as if he had entered a new spiritual world. Just a slight perception of his mental power revealed everything within a 5-kilometer radius. With each major realm I transcend, my spiritual mental power becomes more formidable, and killing techniques like Shadow Flying Blade will also see a significant increase in power. It seems the role of spiritual mental power is becoming increasingly important. He sighed, realizing that leveling up to golden 4-star with 10 million was quite a bargain. System, fully upgrade my extreme explosion fist technique. Ding, command received, upgrading. Soon Lin Feng's experience points were continuously deducted, ultimately spending nearly 6 million experience points to elevate the extreme explosion fist to its peak realm. Ding, the extreme explosion fist has reached completion base attack power 80. Ding, the extreme explosion fist has reached proficiency base attack power 150. Ding, the extreme explosion fist has reached perfection base attack power 300. When this result emerged, even Lin Feng himself was somewhat taken aback, feeling a surge of anxiety. As expected of a martial art created by a giant among the human race, Lin Feng's base attack power had soared to an astonishing 798,000. The combat power of a platinum warrior generally ranges from 2 to 10 million. A combat power exceeding 10 million can be certified as a master. My current base combat power is already around the platinum 4-star level. He murmured to himself, still having no intention of upgrading his realm, but instead he gleefully said, system, continue using the remaining experience points to enhance my thunderstorm sword technique. Ding, command received, upgrading. Soon Lin Feng's thunderstorm sword technique upgraded from beginner to small success, then from small success to great success. It ultimately reached the proficiency realm and would not be upgraded further, because the experience points were insufficient, with just over 170,000 remaining. To elevate the thunderstorm sword technique from proficiency to perfection, at least 3 million experience points were needed, which was even more than the previous upgrades. It was unbearable. Ding, the thunderstorm sword technique has reached proficiency. Casting this sword technique grants 280 attack power. In the future, using the thunderstorm sword, I can unleash 280 attack power, but the limitation lies in using a sword. With other weapons, the explosive power will not be as high. Lin Feng was somewhat dissatisfied at this moment. He glanced at the swift wind step technique and had no plans for an upgrade. With the swift wind shield in hand, using spiritual mental power to control, it allowed him to surpass the realm of masters. There was no need to spend experience points to enhance his speed anymore. Ding, it has been detected that the divine dragon spear technique is no longer suitable for the host. It is recommended to disassemble it, which will yield 500 experience points. Lin Feng looked confused. This thing can still be disassembled. He looked at the golden dragon spear in his hand and thought that it was indeed not quite suitable for use anymore. His overall strength had already reached the platinum realm, while the golden dragon spear's usage range was for golden and platinum levels, and at the rate he was upgrading, he wouldn't be able to use this spear technique for much longer. Disassemble it. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decided to follow the system's suggestion and proceed with the disassembly. Ding, the divine dragon spear technique has been successfully disassembled, and currently only the knowledge of the spear technique learned by the host will be retained. This spear technique cannot be further enhanced. Fortunately, the divine dragon spear technique I learned is still preserved at the proficiency level, just that it can't be enhanced further, which isn't too much of a loss. It turns out it does not erase the knowledge of the divine dragon spear technique Lin Feng learned, which made him feel it was worth it. At this moment, his experience points increased by 500,000, and he immediately used it to upgrade his spiritual realm. Because the spiritual realm was just a little short. Ultimately, Lin Feng's spiritual realm was upgraded to golden 5-star, aligning with his cultivation realm. Panel. Lin Feng summoned the attribute panel. Host Lin Feng. Speed 410 milliseconds. Strength 310000 kg. Spiritual Realm Golden 5 stars 0. Cultivation Realm Platinum 1 star 0. Experience points 168071. Martial Techniques Divine Dragon Spear Technique Proficiency level cannot be enhanced. Attack 80. Extreme Explosion Fist Perfection Level Base Attack 300. Swift Wind Step Technique Small Success Level 0 Base Speed 40. Thunderstorm Sword Technique Proficiency Level 0 Attack 280. My base attack power has reached 31000, and with the maximum power of the Extreme Explosion Fist, I can unleash 930 combat power infinitely close to mastering. And as for the Thunderstorm Sword Technique, it can explode with 868 combat power, along with 3 lightning bolts, each capable of adding 5 additional damage. Not at all weaker than the Extreme Explosion Fist. Lin Feng calculated and could not deny that this upgrade was perfectly timed. In the Golden Realm, a full force strike was already nearing mastery, and he could completely face Platinum Realm opponents without fear. With the Swift Wind Shield, even a master would not be able to contend with Lin Feng. These 3 inferior crystals contain an enormous amount of energy. It's a pity that I have absorbed all the energy, otherwise I could stay a few more days. Lin Feng glanced sideways and saw that the red crystal had dimmed, losing its color and luster. This type of red crystal fascinated Lin Feng. He would need to excavate such things for cultivation in the future, which would be 10 times more cost-effective than slaying beasts. Elder Lin, the officer, is looking for you. As Lin Feng stepped out of the training room, a young figure dressed in military uniform approached him. This person stood tall and handsome. When Lin Feng saw the 4 stars on his shoulder, he was momentarily surprised. Because a 4-star officer represents a high-ranking commander within the military, it is said that there are only 4 officers in all of China who possess 4 stars. The highest commander wears 5 stars. You are Lin Feng the Elder, right? Hello, I am Yunantian from the military. The young man in his 30s extended his hand, remarkably polite. Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng couldn't help but pause. Officer Yunanshan, one of the 4 generals of the military. It is said he is the son of the highest commander Yi Qingshan, who entered mastery at the age of 28, hailed as the #1 genius in China. Lin Feng never expected that Yunantian would come to find him. Something significant must have occurred. He smiled lightly and said, "What does Officer Yi want with me?" Yunantian nodded slightly and said solemnly, "This matter is quite lengthy. Let's sit down and discuss it." What? Enslevel Beast Tide. In the office, Lin Feng's expression hardened upon hearing Yunanshan's words. Usually small-scale beast tides would make it to the news, requiring warriors to suppress them. As for Clevel beast tides, they are enough to attract the military's attention. At least 10,000 warriors would be dispatched to resist the beast tide in order to suppress it. And Enslevel beast tide is, to put it plainly, almost equivalent to the ferocity seen at the onset of the calamity. Moreover, during the early stages of the calamity, the beasts had not yet mutated into their formidable forms, and their combat power was not as fierce as that of today's beasts, making resistance much easier. Now that a new order has been established globally, if a beast tide were to erupt, Lin Feng couldn't imagine what the world would become. Yunantian spoke solemnly. Once the beast tide breaks through the defensive city, it will move south directly towards Jiangnan province. At that time, at least 300 million common people will suffer. I have come here hoping that the Super Martial Arts Academy can provide some manpower to assist in resisting the beast tide. Besides warriors, we will also recruit soldiers, externally planning to enlist 5 million for logistical support. Unless absolutely necessary, they won't need to face the beasts directly in battle. Every word from Yunantian carried a hint of sincerity. Of course, if the situation worsens and becomes uncontrollable, we may have to pay with lives. As he spoke, he gently lowered his head, seemingly unable to bear the harsh truth. Provide manpower. Lin Feng did not hesitate, directly stating, "Rest assured, Director Yi, although the higher-ups of the academy are not present, as a steward of the academy, I have the authority to make decisions. When the country is in trouble, every citizen has a responsibility. As warriors, we should stand up to resist the beast tide. I will immediately gather the warriors of the Super Martial Arts Academy to head to the official front lines and follow your command." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yunantian couldn't help but lift his head, seemingly surprised by Lin Feng's prompt agreement. "Good, with your Super Martial Arts Academy leading the way, I believe other academies won't refuse. Thank you. I will first express my gratitude on behalf of Huaxia." Yunantian sincerely bowed, while Lin Feng quickly insisted it was unnecessary. Additionally, the recruitment announcement released last night had mediocre results. "Lin Feng, if you could you also take the initiative?" Yunantian said. "In some aspects, warriors have more influence than the official channels. I'm counting on you." "That's no problem," Lin Feng assured, patting his chest. After sending off Yunanshan, someone from the Super Martial Arts Academy approached and said, "Steward Lin, our platinum-level warriors have already entered the underground. If we rush other members to resist the beast tide, any losses might severely weaken the academy. It would be too much of a blow to our strength." Lin Feng shook his head and said, protecting our homeland is a warrior's mission. My orders have been issued. All members of Huaxiao nationality within the academy must return to participate in resisting the beast tide. Anyone unwilling to return will have their membership in the academy revoked. I don't care what excuses they have, the Super Martial Arts Academy does not accept cowards, let alone those who abandon their own country. The executor's face flashed with a hint of fear as he said, I will handle it immediately. Lin Feng was even more iron-fisted than he had imagined, truly tough. At the same time, the Huaxiao government announced it would recruit 10 million soldiers nationwide, hoping for enthusiastic participation from Huaxiao men. In an instant, this news created a tremendous uproar worldwide akin to a nuclear bomb. In order to combat the impending level beast tide, Huaxiao is recruiting 10 million soldiers nationwide. The situation is urgent. I believe this recruitment announcement from Huaxiao is absurd. How could they enlist 10 million soldiers in just 3 days? Huaxia's leadership is overly confident in its populace. The Western Alliance Daily reported that experts analyzed that if the beast tide erupted, not only would Huaxiao be unable to complete the recruitment task, but the national strength would also suffer a severe blow. No country can manage to recruit 10 million soldiers in such a short time. This is not an ordinary number. The Asia Alliance Express reported that the Huaxiao side has made exaggerated claims about the nationwide enlistment, while the actual progress is slow, suggesting a possible exaggeration of facts. At that time, this recruitment will become a global joke, waiting for Huaxiao to be slapped in the face. Unsurprisingly, the recruitment matter drew mostly derision and mockery. Worldwide, there are very few alliances and countries that believe Huaxiao can enlist 10 million soldiers in 3 days. Because that number is simply too immense. 10 million is more than the total population of some countries combined. In the face of mockery, the Huaxiao government remained unfazed. At this moment, Lin Feng was stepping on the windshield heading towards Jiangnan Province. Jiangnan Province, Jinling City. This is the capital city of Jiangnan Province, 10 times more prosperous than Lin Feng's hometown Gaoyang City. It is a large city with a population of over 10 million. After the government's recruitment task was announced, recruitment registration points were set up across the country. Cities in Jiangnan Province were no exception, with many recruitment registration points established in the center of Jinling City. Occasionally, some people were queuing, but not many. A few skinny little brat are going to enlist. Do you even know what you're facing? Those are beasts. In the square, several small thugs mocked a young man who came to enlist. Leave the fighting against the beasts to the warriors. Why should we ordinary folks join the commotion? Besides, if you can't even beat me, wouldn't enlisting just be a burden? Fool, wasting your life away, have you lost your mind? Exactly, enlisting carries life-threatening risks. I see these fools don't even understand what a beast tide is. Some of those preparing to register were thoroughly mocked, but no one dared to retort these two. Because these two were former academy students who, although kicked out later, still had some background, so no one dared to provoke them. You want to enlist? I bet you wouldn't even know how you died just charging in blindly. Your head must be broken. Seeing the scrawny boy still in line, the thugs became even more brazen. Suddenly, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Look, a warrior is coming. Wow, so fast. As the crowd fell silent, a young figure appeared in the square. Lin Feng glanced at the troublemaking thugs and coldly said, You worthless scoundrels, the country is in crisis, and every citizen has a responsibility. At least they have taken action to prove they are men, while you two. Sneering from behind, do you feel proud? Lin Feng seized both of them. Not contributing to the country is one thing, but causing trouble here. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think your behavior is impressive? Bang! He violently threw them, and they instantly flew out, crashing onto the ground, causing the floor to crack. They screamed in pain, clearly having broken a few bones. Everyone, I am Lin Feng. I have already registered to combat the beast tide, and I will lead our warriors into battle to protect your safety. At this moment, Lin Feng addressed the crowd. Rest assured, any issues will be borne by the warriors and soldiers. This is the faith of the warriors, the faith of the soldiers. People like these cowards do not deserve to be called men. They are even worse than dogs. If everyone were to fear like them, Huaxiao would have no support, the nation would perish and homes would be lost. The target of this beast tide is Jiangnan Province. Lin Feng's voice was loud, carrying a hint of indignation. Now the country is using all its strength to protect us in Jiangnan Province, and as people of Jiangnan, how can we remain indifferent? Let us take action and protect our homeland. Lin Feng. Is that really Lin Feng? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm seeing my idol. It's truly Lin Feng, the one who helped our Huaxiao team win the rookie challenge. At that moment, everyone caught sight of Lin Feng, and they couldn't help but express their astonishment. Various looks of admiration and envy were directed at Lin Feng, filled with utmost respect. Lin Feng is right. A man should protect his home and country. I must enlist. I will enlist too, to defend Jiangnan, to protect Huaxiao, and to safeguard my home. Quick sign up. If we delay any longer, the spots will be filled. Soon more and more people gathered in the square, eagerly registering for enlistment. Instantly, a wave of enlistment swept across the entire Jinling city. Countless eligible individuals headed towards the registration point to enlist. In an ordinary university dormitory, a male student, after seeing the recruitment news, set down his mouse and said to his dorm mates, "Hey guys, have you heard about the recruitment news? Any thoughts? No way are they really recruiting. What's there to think about? It's an urgent recruitment. They must be preparing to resist the beast tide. I'm definitely enlisting. Wait for me, mouse, I'm going too. Let's go." Numerous university students began to leave school to sign up. They are students, but they also have a dream of serving in the military. As the saying goes, regretting enlisting lasts for a moment, but regretting not enlisting lasts a lifetime. Who doesn't want to etch an unforgettable experience into their life? Mom, ever since Dad sacrificed himself, you have been the pillar of our family, raising me and supporting me until I graduated from university. My current job is stable. In an ordinary family, a young man nearing 30 said, "Since childhood, I have longed to be like my father, aspiring to become a soldier, but I missed that opportunity. Now the country has relaxed its conditions. Anyone aged 18 to 32 can enlist, so I want to seize this chance to fulfill my dream." The young man, standing at 6 feet tall, had a stable job after graduating from university and bore the family's responsibilities on his shoulders. Already the pillar of the family, upon hearing the recruitment news, he was immediately filled with passionate fervor, speaking to his mother. Hearing her son's words, the woman nodded. "Yes, son, you are as great as your father. Go ahead." The young man, with tears in his eyes, knelt down and bowed 3 times before rushing out. Once recruited, there would be no chance for farewell. He was ready to join the military at any moment to serve his country. Watching his tall figure, the woman hid behind the door, tears streaming down her aged face. "Alyang, our son has grown up. Just look how much he resembles you." In Gaoliang City today, millions of young men took to the streets, forming long lines with every registration point overflowing. "I must enlist just like Lin Feng to become the pride of Gaoliang. Haha, I got selected. Mom and Dad, I'm off." Lin Feng has called for action, and now the whole country is scrambling to enlist. We cannot let Gaoliang down. Gaoliang men are valiant. Armored vehicles transported those selected to the airport. One by one, warships took off carrying these new recruits to military bases. All right, the recruitment quota for Gaoliang City is now full. Everyone please head home. What? It's not even been half a day, and it's already full. I want to go. Oh, I want the commander to see me look at me. Is this a joke? Even Erdan got selected. Why am I not qualified? I want to enlist. Quickly, when the staff announced that the quota was full, it sparked much discussion among the crowd. Some were utterly disappointed. They were eager to serve their country, but had no opportunity. It's so frustrating. Not just Gaoliang City, but even other cities began to announce that their recruitment quotas had been sufficiently filled. In the afternoon, Huaxiao announced that the recruitment mission had been completed. When this news spread, everyone in the world was stunned. How is this possible? Is Huaxiao fabricating this? Quickly send a reporter to check. I can't believe Huaxiao could complete the mission. In less than half a day, they recruited 10 million. What a joke. My federation has a population of 1 billion, and recruiting 200,000 would at least take a month. How can Huaxiao do it? It must be false information. Huaxiao is known for exaggeration. In my opinion, it's just fabrication. Many reporters rushed to Huaxiao for live global broadcasts. When armored vehicles transported new recruits and warships soared through the sky, they finally fell silent. All across Huaxiao, various large military bases rarely open to the public were filled with newcomers who had not yet changed into military uniforms. I can't believe this is real. There are too many people in Huaxiao, and it seems many are dissatisfied for not being selected. This is terrifying. There are not just 10 million, I estimate there are over 100 million ordinary people applying. What is their purpose? Don't they know that war can lead to death? As various alliances abroad were astonished within Huaxiao, a super martial arts school announced that all Huaxiao members would charge into the battlefield to combat the demon beasts. All Huaxiao members of the Thunder Martial Arts School must report to the military base before tomorrow afternoon. The Flying Eagle Martial Arts School plans to organize 5,000 martial artist members to join the fight and stop the beast tide. The Fierce Dragon Martial Arts School promises to do everything possible to assist the military in eliminating the demon beasts, even if it means going to the front lines to fight. Each martial arts school issued announcements stirring the hearts of all Huaxiao people, filled with excitement. Mom and Dad, this battle against the beast tide may take some time. You stay at the martial arts school and train, Lin Feng said to his parents upon returning home. The two elders nodded. Such is the mission of a martial artist, and they had become accustomed to it. If Lin Feng were to retreat because of this, it would be a disgrace to the name of a martial artist. Xiaoyu, you should also try to elevate your level. You don't have to come with me this time against the beast tide. If anything unexpected happens, you can stay in Gaoliang to protect the people here. Okay, I understand. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, understanding. Brother, you must be careful. Don't worry, your brother is invincible across the world. 2 days later, the beast tide officially erupted with 30,000 martial artists and aspiring martial artists from various major martial arts schools coming to assist. Along with the military's own martial artists, the total was about 40,000. Meanwhile, ordinary soldiers had prepared 500,000 ready to move at various military bases as warships descended from above and well-equipped soldiers assembled orderly in the square. Boom, boom, boom. About 500 kilometers away, battles had already erupted with explosions ringing out deafeningly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long-range shells whistled overhead, huge flames flickered, and at this moment Lin Feng and the others arrived here. Director, has the battle already begun? Lin Feng soared in on his gale, shield his figure elegant clad in a grade combat suit that gave him a certain charm under the night sky. Many stewards from various martial arts schools gazed at Lin Feng with intense focus. I never expected a steward from the super martial arts school to be so young. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The blue is derived from the indigo and surpasses it. If you had joined our Thunder Martial Arts School back, then it would have been great. Lin Feng, on behalf of the Fierce Dragon Martial Arts School, I welcome you. The representatives from each martial arts school treated Lin Feng with great courtesy. After all, they had long heard of Lin Feng's reputation, a young prodigy who had made waves across the world. Moreover, the shield he stood upon was the renowned Gale Shield. How could one who wields the Gale Shield be an ordinary person? The martial arts community holds great respect for genuine talents. At this moment, Yi Nantian nodded, saying, yes, the battle has erupted 500 miles away, and our frontline troops are already resisting. I trouble you all to take action. No need to be polite. In the face of disaster, we martial artists should take the lead. Lin Feng slightly clasped his fists in respect, saying, seniors, I will go ahead. The command of the martial artists is up to you. With that, Lin Feng stepped on the Gale Shield and shot forward like a streak of light. At this moment, 500 kilometers outside the city under siege, a swarm of monstrous beasts surged forth. Some were flying, some burrowing underground, and others crawled, a dazzling variety of forms. Howls filled the air. Roars echoed. Boom, boom. The roars of various beasts and the trembling of the earth resounded as 100 high-speed tanks lined up at the front. A commander shouted, brothers, annihilate the beasts. We cannot let them approach the city under siege. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery-colored shells were launched in unison, lighting up the sky. As the shells struck the monstrous beasts, the front row of surging beasts instantly caught fire, some exploding on the spot. The warriors driving the high-speed tanks, watching the beasts outside like ants, felt their scalps tingling. They had participated in many great battles, but it was their first time facing such a multitude of beasts. Judging by their numbers, there are at least 100,000 beasts attacking this time, most of which are above the Silver Realm. Let's fight. We cannot retreat and must hold until reinforcements arrive. Fire. Light infantry gunners, prepare. Bring out the Blue Fox laser guns. The commander continuously directed, and after a round of tank bombardment, the charging beasts in the front were left bloodied and mangled. Some soldiers drew out Blue Fox laser guns, which were extremely powerful and could easily penetrate steel and concrete, specifically developed to combat beasts. Data. Alloy bullets were loaded as hundreds of Blue Fox laser guns continuously fired their rate of fire comparable to a Gatling gun. Numerous beasts were pierced through their massive bodies, flying out in a display of sheer power. Roar. However, the tide of beasts was ferocious. These warriors began to retreat. In less than 2 minutes, tanks were destroyed and the beasts surged into the trenches, wreaking havoc. Screams of humans echoed as the beasts gained the upper hand. Ordinary martial artists proved to be insignificant against the tide of beasts. After all, their capabilities were limited. They could only suppress with firepower. Kill. Gunners stepped forward and cover the retreat. At this moment, 7 or 8 rocket launchers were brought out, furiously firing shells that shook the heavens and the earth. Boom. The ground exploded into massive craters over 100 meters wide, a terrifying sight. But the beasts became more frenzied as they surged through the night, rampaging through the human ranks, toppling countless tanks and armored vehicles. Many human warriors were killed. Only endless screams echoed, resonating through the night sky. Hold on a little longer. We must defend this place until the reinforcements arrive. Boom. At this moment, a Silver Realm beast broke through the tank defenses and charged towards the commander. The commander swung his blade and instantly sliced the beast before him. At this moment, the defense line completely collapsed and casualties among the soldiers exceeded 10,000. Shaolin, hurry, give this to my mother. At this moment, a soldier was pinned under a tank, unable to move his lower body. He took off the necklace from his chest to give to the soldier who came to rescue him. The soldier, named Shaolin, said, Brother Wang, I won't leave. I want to take you back. Hurry up, you fool, you will die. Brother Wang forcefully pushed Shaolin aside, and just then a beast had already spotted the two, its massive jaws aimed for Brother Wang beneath the tank. Shaolin screamed with all his might, no, Brother Wang. He and Brother Wang were from the same hometown, from the same city. They had served in the military for 5 years and had become good friends, their bond immeasurable. But just moments ago, Brother Wong had been pinned by the tank to save Xiao Lin, effectively sacrificing his life for him. Seeing Brother Wong about to be devoured, Xiao Lin couldn't help but shed tears. At that moment, a figure fell from the sky, witnessing the scene and directly swinging a fist down. Boom. The beast exploded instantly, its massive body flying away obliterated. It's a martial artist. The martial artist has arrived. Brother Wong opened his eyes, seeing himself safe and sound, and smiled. Xiao Lin also looked astonished, feeling relieved. Glancing at the two, Lin Feng lifted the tank, rescuing Brother Wong, saying, "You've worked hard. We will take over here. Thank you for saving me." Brother Wong was overwhelmed with gratitude and retreated with Xiao Lin. At this moment, figures of martial artists flickered in from the distance. Meanwhile, blue warships sped through the sky, bombarding the ground with various shells, unleashing a barrage on the swarm of beasts. Kill. Lin Feng showed no hesitation as a diamond wolf charged at him. He swung his sword fiercely. Swish. The wolf was cleaved in two like a dead dog. These low-tier beasts were insignificant to Lin Feng. With one sword, he cut through a beast, plunging into the tide of beasts and commencing a ruthless slaughter. Swish, swish, swish. Ding. Killed a bronze beast, upgrade points 100. Ding. Killed a silver beast, upgrade points 700. Ding. Killed a silver beast, upgrade points 900. With every swing of Lin Feng's sword, he could slay a group of beasts, achieving a staggering feat of one cut for 909 netanin, even more exaggerated. Martial artists are truly formidable, entering the beast horde and rampaging. It's incredible. He is Lin Feng, the #1 genius of Huaxia. We're lucky he's here. Indeed, let's cover him with firepower, brothers. Don't slack off fire. Other martial artists arrived, entering the battlefield and clashing with the beasts. As the strong practitioners from various martial arts schools had almost all entered the underground caves, the martial artists who had arrived were certainly not very powerful. Tens of thousands of martial artists surged into the beast horde, yet they appeared insufficient against the 70 to 80,000 ferocious beasts. Only warriors above the Golden Realm could be considered fierce, able to kill 3 or 4 beasts in a short time. It can be said that the beasts were not easy to deal with. It was still quite challenging. At this moment, only Lin Feng could continuously slay beasts. With a swing of his glass sword, no matter the rank of the beast, they would all howl in agony. Meanwhile, Lin Feng utilized his mental power to control his shadow blades, which spun like killing machines among the horde of beasts. Swish, swish, swish. The ground was littered with fallen beasts, many of which were sliced into pieces by the shadow blades, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. Meanwhile, some human warriors were torn apart, their entrails devoured by the beasts, showcasing the brutality of the battle. Kill. The fighting was fierce. At this moment, a massive warship flew overhead, extending 2 energy pulse cannons. Charging energy. Fire. Boom. 2 red beams shot into the dark horde of beasts, instantly causing massive casualties, with hundreds of beasts reduced to mincemeat. The ground trembled violently, and everyone felt a deafening buzz in their ears, overwhelmed by the shock. It's a small energy pulse cannon. Fantastic, the energy pulse cannon has been deployed. If the energy pulse cannon cannot stop the wave of beasts, we will likely have to resort to nuclear weapons. But once nuclear weapons are used, the entire Northwest will be unable to develop further. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom, boom. Various explosions and howls of weapons erupted, dust flying as the beasts were blown apart, leaving no recognizable remains. This energy pulse cannon had a power comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Moreover, it was non-polluting, with the only drawback being that it required pulse energy, taking almost 30 seconds to recharge before firing again. 100,000 beasts. Leave it to me. Lin Feng showed no signs of retreat, continuing to enter the beast horde and slay them. After several hours, the wave of beasts was finally nearly exterminated, with very few left. However, the defense line was already severely damaged, and the battlefield was filled with smoke and chaos. Ding. Slayed a golden beast, upgrade points 9,300. Ding. Slayed a silver beast, upgrade points 1103. Ding. Slayed a silver beast. Ding. Slayed a silver beast. The sounds echoed in Lin Feng's mind. He simply chose to ignore them, immersed entirely in the slaughter, forgetting his fatigue. With the Gale Shield in hand, Lin Feng was not worried about his stamina. He flew swiftly through the air, leaving a path of fallen beasts in his wake. The beasts fell like dominoes, collapsing as if in a rout. By 4 or 5 in the morning, the sky began to brighten, and the battle finally came to a halt. The 100,000 beasts on the battlefield had all been annihilated. Lin Feng also flew back from a distance. Huff, 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 finally done. Lin Feng, you were incredible. The rest of us old-timers couldn't keep up with your pace at all. I saw you chasing down the beasts. Lin Feng, what realm have you reached? The seniors from other martial arts schools had been watching Lin Feng's performance last night, discovering that he could slay beasts effortlessly. Everyone was puzzled about Lin Feng's realm. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his cheek and smiled lightly, saying, Just the Golden Realm, not that strong. What? You alone killed at least 10,000 beasts, and that's not strong. An elder was almost shocked by Lin Feng's words. The young people nowadays were truly formidable. They really had no regard for martial ethics. In reality, this wave of beasts was a fierce battle for others. But for Lin Feng, it was a bounty feast. With a sword for each little beast, Lin Feng accumulated over 15 million upgrade points in one night. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised by this outcome. He hadn't expected that slaughtering these small nuisances would yield so many points. Thank you all for your support. The wave of beasts has temporarily retreated. I believe we can lift the alert tomorrow. Yi Nantian appeared on the battlefield expressing his gratitude to the crowd. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. After tallying the losses, over 700 martial artists had perished and more than 20,000 were injured. This battle was extremely brutal. On the soldiers' side, the losses were also significant, with about 40 to 50,000 casualties and over 500 armored vehicles and tanks lost. There were also considerable losses among the warships and fighter jets used for aerial strikes. This loss was anticipated. In any case, the martial artists and soldiers have made contributions for humanity, and we will remember all of you. Yi Nantian addressed the crowd when suddenly an alarm sounded from a distance. Report, Commander Yi, there's unusual activity in the beast forest 3,000 miles away. A large number of beasts are heading this way. Approximately how many? Commander Yi, we must prepare. The voice on the phone trembled, and soon he answered, about 1 million beasts. What? Who? Hearing this number, Yi Nantian's expression darkened. The other martial artists and soldiers present also had their faces twitching, their brows furrowing deeply. 1 million beasts, what kind of concept is that? They couldn't believe it. Even if the beasts stood still for them to kill, it would take them 3 days and nights. Humans do get fatigued, and after last night's intense battle, everyone had fought for over 8 hours, feeling more exhausted than workers. Not to mention the soldiers' physical and mental fatigue. Even the martial artists who were stronger than ordinary people were starting to struggle, and a large portion of them were injured. If they had to fight again, it would surely lead to massive losses. This time it seemed they would be overwhelmed. Everyone's faces turned ashen, and they could hardly come up with any solutions. Yi Nantian opened his wristwatch and dialed a number. All commanders, a new wave of beast tide has erupted, and the defensive city is likely to fall. I regret to inform everyone that we must prepare for the implementation of Plan B. In the video, the other 3 commanders looked serious, silent, some holding their heads, others pulling their hair, seemingly unwilling to accept. Commander Yi, what is Plan B? An official from the Thunder Martial School stepped forward to ask. Yi Nantian shook his head and sighed, abandon Jiangnan. What? No, absolutely not. The official from the Thunder Martial School repeatedly waved his hands. Jiangnan has a population of hundreds of millions. If we abandon it, it will lead to a river of blood, and there will truly be corpses everywhere then. Why don't we evacuate the population? Using warships and passenger planes for transport would take at least 5 days, while currently the beasts are advancing at a speed that would see them enter Jiangnan province in about 10 hours. Yi Nantian's face was grim. I'm sorry, but before that, even if I must die, I will hold back the tide of beasts. The orders from above are that even if we die, we must buy time for the people of Jiangnan to escape. Everyone lowered their heads. Unless the powerful warriors from the underground caves emerged, they would not be able to stop the million-strong wave of beasts. Today there is no hope. Yi Nantian glanced at Lin Feng and the others, saying, the martial artists are the future of the nation. You are the hope of humanity. Please strive harder in your pursuit of martial arts and continue to protect humanity. He walked to the top of the city wall, stepping on the alloy floor, addressing the crowd below. 5 million soldiers of the defensive city, listen up. The martial artists are the hope of humanity. The tide of beasts is surging towards us. Our mission is to cover the retreat of the martial artists and preserve hope for Huaxia. Are you afraid? Not afraid. The 5 million soldiers below roared, shaking the heavens. Who are we? Huaxia warriors. What is our mission? To defend our home and country. Yi Nantian's voice was mighty. Are the sons of Huaxia willing to fight? Fight! 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 The martial artists below stood in formation, their postures straight, each soldier's face marked with determination, ready for sacrifice. The sons of Huaxia without a coward among them. 500,000 warriors shall march to the front lines tonight to engage in a monumental battle. Every bullet is already loaded. Hundreds of warships are illuminated at the base. Destruction-class fighter jets, laser tanks, energy pulse cannons, and various high-tech weapons are all ready for deployment. Everything will be thrown into the battlefield using blood to buy time for humanity. Everyone can see the resolve etched on each other's faces. Tens of thousands of warriors felt a deep astonishment in their hearts. It is said that warriors are brave and fearless, the pillars supporting humanity. But these ordinary soldiers are the greatest of all. They know their own weaknesses, yet remain undaunted. They did not choose to flee, but instead bought time for others to escape. The expressions on their faces revealed a sense of melancholy. At this moment Lin Feng stepped forward and said, "Everyone, I Lin Feng fear no beast. In this great war I believe we will achieve victory. Warriors will always stand by your side. We will fight together until the very last moment." He shouted at the warriors as warriors, if we leave at this moment, it would truly be shameful. Death is not to be feared, but a cowardly death is. Moreover, I promise that I will personally turn the tide and suppress this beast wave. All I need from you is a little bit of help. Of course, if anyone wishes to leave, I will not force you. Lin Feng's gaze was incredibly resolute, his voice booming like a bell, his expression calm and composed as ever. It seemed that with him present, everything could be entrusted to him. Many warriors looked over, some secretly wavering. These ordinary warriors had limited strength and felt helpless against the wave of beasts. Yet at this moment a figure emerged from the crowd and said, "Lin Feng, I support you. I will fight alongside you. Brothers, we all support you. No matter what happens, our peanut team is a united whole." Looking towards the four figures, Lin Feng recognized the familiar faces. They were Li Wu, Mu Qing, the gunsmith Abo, and Wang Dali, who was still injured, dragging one arm as they approached. In fact, the four had already agreed to participate in this battle when the official call was made. Old Wang, brother Wu, sister Mu Qing, and Abo, you all. Lin Feng smiled slightly, words failing him. Haha, we are brothers, and how could the Super Martial Arts Academy lose face? If this gets out, how will we live? Li Wu came over and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. They exchanged smiles, everything unspoken. Brothers always support you at your most critical moments. The Super Martial Arts Academy will not back down. We stand with the 500,000 warriors. Thunder Martial Arts Academy, follow my command. We will surely survive. Eagle Martial Arts Academy, even if we die, we must hold the line. I cannot afford to lose face. Voices rang out, filled with fervor. At this moment Lin Feng was equally resolute. He said to the system, upgrade my realm immediately, the faster the better. Ding, command received, upgrading. Soon a transformation began to take place within Lin Feng's body. The previously calm aura suddenly became extraordinary. A vast energy surged into the skies, and at this moment his body felt as though it had gained tenfold weight. Golden 5 stars. Platinum 1 star. Boom. When he broke through, the entire defensive city experienced a tremendous uproar, a surging and intimidating aura that drew everyone's attention. He has broken through. Lin Feng actually chose this moment to break through. What? Lin Feng has stepped into the Platinum realm. Representatives from various martial arts academies along with Yi Nantian and others wore expressions of shock. They looked at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. Having just endured a fierce battle in a state of physical and mental exhaustion, he could still achieve a breakthrough into the Platinum realm. How terrifying that was. Even Yi Nantian's heart twitched violently. Lin Feng truly was the most monstrous genius he had ever seen. He understood Lin Feng's intention behind breaking through in front of everyone. That was to boost everyone's morale. Not only that, after reaching Platinum, Lin Feng advanced to 1 star, directly elevating to Platinum 2 stars before halting his breakthrough. At this moment, a white light erupted from his eyes. Originally, I intended to hold back my realm, but now the situation no longer allows me to do so. Lin Feng must break through to Platinum, raising his basic combat power to over 10 million in order to unleash the strongest fighting capability. Although this would greatly consume his vitality. But for now it was a matter of taking a gamble. Moreover, this greatly inspired everyone's resolve. Everyone, I have broken through to the Platinum realm. Follow me to slay the beasts. Lin Feng shouted to the crowd, the battle knows no end. Kill. After saying this, Lin Feng stepped onto the Gale shield, transforming into a black shadow that raced towards the dawn. He was like the break of dawn, bringing a sense of stability and new hope. As the sun rose, warships lifted off from the base and hundreds of fighter jets streaked across the sky, creating a thunderous sound. On the ground, tanks, armored vehicles, and various land weapons moved out to meet the battle. Yi Nantian, a martial arts master, led the warriors to confront the wave of beasts. Meanwhile, all across the country the scene was being broadcast live. How terrifying the wave of 1,000,000 beasts! Their combat power is even more frightening than 1,000,000 warriors. Are we in Jiangnan going to be overrun? I don't want to die. The military has already dispatched warships. When will it be our turn to leave? Look, they haven't given up. There are warriors flying in the sky. It is Lin Feng. What is he planning to do? It seems he is heading towards the wave of beasts. The warriors are not retreating. The soldiers are not leaving. They still intend to fight. Not only in Huaxiao, but also the Global Alliance held their breath upon seeing the actions of the Huaxiao warriors and soldiers. One must understand, 1,000,000 beast wave is not so easily suppressed. And now Huaxiao, lacking powerful warriors, has resolutely chosen to resist. What courage that is. Brother. In Gaoliang City at the Super Martial Arts Academy, Lin Xiaoyu watched the live broadcast, already stunned into silence. She could only close her eyes and silently pray that her brother could turn danger into safety and break free from his cocoon to become a butterfly. Meanwhile, at Devil City Martial University, Zhang Lang looked at the screen, his expression frozen. On the other side, Xie Ziling's eyes were filled with tears, brimming with worry. This was her boyfriend, steadfast and fearless, bearing the hopes of Jiangnan. Soon in the footage, Lin Feng arrived 1,000 miles away and began his slaughter. Kill. This was a vast plain. Lin Feng leaped down, stepping on the gale shield, swinging his sword instantly, cleaving dozens of beasts in half. Lin Feng has opened the curtain of battle. Ding, killing the bronze beast, experience points 100. Ding, killing the bronze beast, experience points 200. Ding, killing the silver beast, experience points 350. Lin Feng discovered that after breaking through to the platinum realm, killing beasts had become much easier. However, the rewards and experience points had also significantly decreased. This is the downside of upgrading to the platinum realm. If he had remained in the golden realm, he could have gained an additional 100 or 200 experience points for each beast he killed. Damn system. Lin Feng cursed quietly. However, Lin Feng could now easily unleash 3 to 4 million in combat power with a single strike, and with one swing of his sword, he could almost slay several beasts. These bronze and silver beasts are numerous, but they can't take a hit. Their defenses are too weak. Soon another figure soared through the air. Yi Nantian plunged into the beast tide, delivering a punch that reverberated with explosive force. Boom. With a single punch from a master, hundreds of beasts were instantly obliterated. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly, saying, "Officer, don't you use a weapon? This guy is truly fierce in hand-to-hand combat. Fighting barehanded is faster," Yi Nantian replied. As he spoke, a pair of two-headed black panthers lunged at him. He unleashed a punch, and a terrifying shockwave erupted from his fist. In an instant, he shattered the approaching beasts. The two of them continued their slaughter amidst the beast tide. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop too many beasts as the sheer number was overwhelming. Before long, the battleships and fighter jets had arrived on the battlefield with rocket artillery and various missiles bombarding the ground, causing continuous explosions. Some beasts were blown into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells rained down, filling the sky with flying aircraft. The entire ground became a sea of flames. Energy pulse cannons erupted like volcanic explosions. Bang! An energy pulse shot out, striking from several kilometers away, cutting a path of light like a laser. The beast tied along the path was completely annihilated, leaving no trace behind. However, some beasts with extremely strong defenses broke through the hail of bullets, heading straight for the defensive city. "Brothers, the beasts are coming. Quick, suppress them with firepower. Requesting air support. Warriors, prepare." First came a round after round of hot weapon firebombing. In the sky, other military bases had fighter jets and battleships coming to assist, and the shells fell like a torrential rain. Boom, boom, dong, long, long. Various explosions echoed through the sky. Ultimately, beasts and warriors clashed together, with tens of thousands of warriors charging into the beasts, engaging in fierce combat. And at the very center of the beast tide, Lin Feng and Yi Nantian were engaged in extreme slaughter. Kill. Lin Feng controlled the shadow flying blade, transforming into a machine of slaughter, continuously harvesting the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A woo. Roar. A woo. The shadow flying blade spun through the air, resembling a meat grinder, dismembering any beasts within 100 meters. It was terrifying. Meanwhile, Lin Feng unleashed the thunderbolt sword technique, with thunder cracking in the sky. With a single sword strike, hundreds of beasts fell. How can this kid be faster than me? Yi Nantian glanced at Lin Feng, intentionally nearly frightened. Lin Feng's strength was not any weaker than his own. It must be noted that the strength of a platinum warrior ranges from 2 million to 10 million. Lin Feng had just broken through to platinum 2-star with a maximum strength of only 4 million. Yet now, with each swing of his sword, he could unleash at least 4 million in power. This was extremely terrifying. Moreover, even Lin Feng's casual punch was the extreme explosive fist, creating tremors in the ground and directly killing a large number of beasts. This power must exceed 5 million, and it might even soar to 10 million. Yi Nantian found it incomprehensible. "Officer, Yi'll leave this to you. There are still hundreds of thousands of beasts behind. The outbreak of this beast tide is no coincidence." Lin Feng slashed down 20 beasts with a single sword, addressing Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian asked, "What do you mean?" "Capture the leader first. If the beast king isn't killed, the beast tide cannot be extinguished. Even if we fight here for 3 days and nights, we might not be able to kill them all. At that time, the defensive line will surely be broken and Jiangnan province will fall." Lin Feng looked into the distance, sensing something, then said, "I can detect a massive beast aura from 100 miles away." "Lin Feng, are you going to slay the beast king?" Upon realizing Lin Feng's intention, Yi Nantian immediately said, "No, it's too dangerous. You can't do it alone. Trust me, there's no other way now. I must go." Lin Feng said, "You hold this position. They'll take care of the beast king. Please." After saying this, Lin Feng soared into the sky, stepping on the wind shield and heading far away. He gazed at the endless beast tide, feeling heavy-hearted. There were too many, far too many. 100,000 beast tide, mostly of silver rank. Once they surged into the city, even with many warriors, they would be unable to stop them. And as for ordinary people, even less could be said. By then his family, his sister, his friends, and the common folk would only end up as prey for the beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 shadow flying blades followed Lin Feng's figure, as wherever he passed beasts fell one after another as swiftly as machines felling trees. In less than a minute, Lin Feng's accumulated experience points had already reached over 10 million. Hoo. Lin Feng was also somewhat tired and quickly took out a great blood chi pill and swallowed it to replenish his energy. Fortunately, my spiritual realm has already risen to golden 5-star. If I had still been stuck in the silver realm, I could only have held out for a few more hours of battle. No matter, I still have plenty of great blood chi pills. Let's kill first and show respect. While soaring in the sky, Lin Feng suddenly furrowed his brow tightly and turned back. Golden level beasts, are these the beast generals? He sensed the aura of golden beasts and quickly locked onto a massive beast towering several dozen meters high. This beast had the body of a tyrannosaurus, but the head of a lion with long, sharp teeth that looked incredibly fierce. Kill. Lin Feng's long sword fell with a thunderous sound, and that charging golden-level beast was instantly slain, its head flying off. Oh whoa! Roar. After Lin Feng killed this golden-level beast, the surrounding beasts all looked at him, baring their fangs and claws. Unfortunately, they couldn't fly and had no way to deal with Lin Feng. Indeed, my suspicion was correct. There are many golden-level beast generals in this beast tide. It seems that the beast's intelligence is also growing stronger. I can't worry about that now. Killing the Beast King is the priority. Lin Feng transformed into a shadow and continued forward. Meanwhile, the official government of Huaxia continued to summon warriors to the front lines for battle. The war ahead is urgent. We urgently need warriors to suppress it. All warriors are urged to actively participate in the battle. However, their presence is usually not so strong. Not coming out to act does not mean there are none. At this moment, all scattered warriors in China have received the call to arms, and soon warriors began to express their willingness to join the fight. If Jiangnan province falls, then the next step will be other provinces. Therefore, even if it requires mobilizing the whole nation, we cannot afford to lose Jiangnan. They will spare no effort. In the beast battlefield, the beasts have already breached the warriors' lines and are engaged in mutual slaughter. The number of these beasts has greatly reduced after bombardments and other firepower strikes, with only a fraction managing to break through. For the time being, they can still hold the line. Lin Feng, like a shooting star, raced through the sky and eventually arrived 100 miles away. The moment he arrived, indeed, a beast with a human body and a dog's head was commanding the army, advancing toward the human race with calm confidence. This must be the beast, Lin Feng thought, unaware that a beast over 100 meters tall, comparable to a tall building, also took notice of him. From above, it looked like a towering tree, incredibly dazzling and eye-catching, undeniably the most formidable beast among many. Hoo. The dog-headed beast, upon seeing a human in the sky, immediately emitted a terrifying sound, its fearsome, beastly eyes fixed on Lin Feng. This sound was like it came from the abyss, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. You little beast, with your mere platinum, what confidence do you have to attack the human base? Lin Feng shouted lightly, taking a step forward and charging down toward the dog-headed beast. This source of calamity must be eliminated. He swung his strength sword down at the beast, and a thunderous boom erupted. Seeing this, the dog-headed beast crossed its arms in front of itself to block. Bang! Thud! In that instant, Lin Feng's arm trembled slightly, while the dog-headed beast staggered back a few steps, its massive body moving, as if an earthquake had struck, crushing several beasts beneath its feet. Such impressive defense to withstand my strike. Lin Feng raised his gaze, revealing a look of astonishment. The dog-headed beast mirrored his expression, letting out a hissing sound, seemingly rebuking Lin Feng for lacking martial ethics, instantly resorting to violence. How despicable! Kill again. Boom. The thunderous sound erupted as Lin Feng unleashed the full force of the thunderous night, striking down with a sword accompanied by roaring thunder. His explosive power surged to 280, unleashing over 10 million pounds of force that smashed down. The dog-headed beast attempted to block with bare hands, but the outcome was already beyond comprehension. Its arms were severed by Lin Feng's strike, causing it to howl in pain. Hoo. In its fury, the dog-headed beast suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a green venom toward Lin Feng. Hiss! Lin Feng light, as a swallow moved swiftly like a gale, evading the attack with ease. The mist venom splashed onto the ground, hitting hundreds of beasts and immediately producing a hissing, corrosive sound. What a terrifying corrosive power! In no time, the previously fierce beasts ceased their struggles, turning to piles of white bones. Lin Feng's heart tightened. This venom's lethality is no less than that of lava. If he were to get even a bit on him, he would likely be doomed. It seems you only know how to spray venom. If that is the case, why not surrender? Having seen through the dog-headed beast's killing move, Lin Feng was undeterred by its massive size. It would only be subject to beating. The gale shield spun continuously as Lin Feng circled behind the dog-headed beast and struck down with his sword. Bang! A huge sound erupted from the dog-headed beast's back as if a dam had burst, blood gushing from its back. In pain, the dog-headed beast could only let out a wail, unable to keep up with Lin Feng's speed. It was like a cow being stung by a fly, utterly helpless against Lin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The Thunder Sword technique unleashed a series of explosive strikes, and after about 10 blows the dog-headed beast finally succumbed, battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground. It struggled in agony, its eyes locked onto the human in the sky, spewing venom uncontrollably, as if a volcano had erupted, but unfortunately Lin Feng was far too fast. It was as if he was racing to his grandmother's house. The dog-headed beast's venom engulfed thousands of its kind within a kilometer radius, causing countless beasts to suffer its misfire and perish on the spot. Lin Feng wasted no more time, seizing the opportunity to dive down and cleave off the dog-headed beast's head with one strike. The massive head detached like a boulder from the dog's neck and rolled onto the plain. At this moment, countless beasts howled in despair. A whoa, roar. The closest beasts to the dog head all howled to the sky, seemingly conveying a message only they could understand. Ding. Platinum beast slain, upgrade points 500,000. Only 500,000 too little. Lin Feng was not satisfied with this upgrade point. If he had kept his level at Golden Realm, he could have earned at least 2 million upgrade points. Unfortunately, there is no if. Without advancing his realm, his blood energy and basic combat power would not rise, making it impossible for Lin Feng to sustain prolonged combat. However, Lin Feng was somewhat disappointed with the dog-headed beast's combat power. He had expected a fierce battle, but to his surprise, the dog-headed beast's strength was only around Platinum 2 stars. Lin Feng nearly dispatched it without breaking a sweat. The other beasts are also experience points. Oh, I can't let them all escape. After dealing with the dog-headed beast, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the other beasts as he pursued them with his sword, beginning a merciless slaughter fest. Those beasts, upon seeing Lin Feng, fled in panic like they had seen a ghost as fast as they could. Meanwhile, on the defensive city side, human warriors were locked in fierce combat with the beasts. The beast army was at the gates, and the bombardments couldn't halt their advance. The situation is growing increasingly dire. Even human battleships were crushed by the beasts wielding giant stones, and ordinary soldiers had already fallen. Wave after wave of soldiers surged from behind, frantically firing lasers amidst the battlefield's smoke and blood as the warriors gradually lost their strength and began to fall. The situation is worsening. In less than 10 minutes, our defensive city will be completely lost. At that time, Jiangnan will be finished. Charge! Even if we die, we must not let these beasts step into Jiangnan. The soldiers threw themselves into battle, charging with their guns as a giant beast stomped down, splattering human blood everywhere. There's nothing we can do. Yes, we are about to lose. We have done our best. Li Wu, Mu Qing, and others were battered and bruised with hardly a clean spot on their bodies, gazing at the beast's assault on the alloy gates of the defensive city with despair in their eyes. Suddenly, at that moment, all the beasts ceased their attack, raising their heads to the sky, and collectively let out a mournful howl. A whoa! Roar! Hiss hiss! After the howling, these beasts unexpectedly turned around and started to retreat. Did the demon beasts go mad? What happened? Could it be signaling something? Everyone, do not let your guard down, kill them. The human warriors and fighters were stunned for half a second, then they plunged into battle, directly slaying the fierce demon beasts that howled to the sky. At this moment, all the demon beasts turned back like ants on a hot pan, retreating at high speed. Everyone was bewildered. Those damned creatures actually retreated. Why did the demon beast tide suddenly retreat? Could it be? Someone speculated quietly in their heart, but since the demon beasts had retreated, it was a good thing. Much better than fighting to the death. After a while, Yinan Tian also sensed the unusual movements of the demon beasts, and he was overjoyed. Haha, could it be that Lin Feng has slain the Beast King? That's wonderful. He really did it. Feeling very emotional, Yinan Tian was extremely excited and hurriedly moved forward. Masters, due to their blood power being dozens of times higher than that of platinum warriors, could fly in the air. So Yinan Tian was not worried about being surrounded by demon beasts. He flew for about 100 miles and saw a plain where countless demon beasts were forming a vortex. There were tens of thousands, 20,000 demon beasts. Even Yinan Tian could not count how many there were. What is going on? If I fall into it, I won't die, but I will lose half my life. Why are the demon beasts doing this? Suddenly, as he looked closely, his expression froze. Lin Feng. In the center of the vortex, a figure was playing with the clouds and the sun. That person was none other than Lin Feng. He also saw that not far from Lin Feng, a giant beast with a human body and a dog head was lying on the ground like a salted fish. Countless demon beasts surrounded it, howling as if lamenting. The Beast King was truly slain by Lin Feng. Yinan Tian trembled at the sight and moved closer to the terrifying vortex of demon beasts. At an altitude of about 100 meters, Yin and Tian stopped, realizing that Lin Feng was slaying demon beasts, killing dozens with a single sword. So many. Lin Feng. Yin and Tian suddenly realized something was wrong. Lin Feng was actually trapped by the demon beasts. The demon beasts were using a sea of people tactic to entangle Lin Feng. With one misstep, Lin Feng could meet a tragic end. He was about to descend to help break the encirclement when Lin Feng also saw Yin and Tian and waved his hand, saying, "No need to come down. They have lost their backbone and are attacking me madly now. I am attracting their fire. If I go out, these demon beasts will direct their fury at others." Understood. Yin and Tian instantly grasped the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng had killed the Beast King, inciting the wrath of the demon beasts and drawing their attacks, using this to relieve the pressure on the defensive city. "But you will die," Yin and Tian said with reluctance, knowing that if Lin Feng exhausted his strength, he would become food for the demon beasts. This idea was extremely dangerous. "Ha, don't worry about me. Ooh, I can hold on," Lin Feng said. "Just let the battleships provide long-range support. Right now the demon beasts are going crazy. They won't kill anyone, just bomb them with fighter jets." "Okay, hold on. If you can't take it anymore, let me know." Yin and Tian immediately returned. Ding killed a silver demon beast, upgrade points 200. Ding killed a gold tier demon beast, upgrade points 1000. Ding. Lin Feng was almost at a rate of 999 per second. He was currently enjoying himself and had no intention of leaving. After sending Yin and Tian away, Lin Feng continued his slaughter. His pace of harvesting was incredibly fast. After all, with spiritual power assisting him, an inscribed sword in hand, no matter how many demon beasts there were, what did it matter? As Lin Feng was killing demon beasts in the vortex, the hearts of all warriors and fighters tightened. Lin Feng, he chose this method to attract fire for us. So far there's no other way. Hopefully the battleships and fighter jets can provide help. Look, the footage is out. Lin Feng is so fierce. At the same time, a flying camera quickly captured Lin Feng's image, filming his every move from all angles. Lin Feng charged into the tide of beasts, single-handedly blocking hundreds of thousands of demon beasts. With a sword that thundered and blood that drenched the world. I don't know how long Lin Feng can hold on. We should quickly rearrange defenses. Everyone get in position to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Yes, hurry up, carry the wounded back, call the battleships to prepare for shooting. People began to get busy to ensure that if Lin Feng encountered any mishap, they could take over the situation. Too ruthless, Lin Feng, too ruthless. Brothers, keep it up. If it weren't for Lin Feng, we might have already fallen. Brother, you must hold on. Li Wu, Mu Qing, and others from the Peanut Squad held their breath, not daring to exhale. In the footage, Lin Feng, though weak, swung his sword wildly. Even masters couldn't achieve such a high-frequency battle. Lin Feng upheld the dignity of the warriors, sustaining the hope of the defensive city. For the people of Huaxia, he had become the pillar of Jiangnan province. Quick look, we haven't been defeated. The demon beasts are all going after Lin Feng. Lin Feng killed the Beast King, seemingly attracting all the demon beasts to attack him. Oh my, there are too many. Lin Feng, hold on, you must not fall. People across the nation were focused on the latest news from the battlefield, all eyes glued to the screen, watching Lin Feng's actions. With a frail body yet immense strength, this young boy bore the hopes of Jiangnan province. Brother, Mom, and Dad, look, my brother is still resisting. Xiaofeng, how can he? Sigh Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaoyu pointed at Lin Feng, her eyes wide open, without blinking, while Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyun lowered their heads, tears streaming down their faces. They had thought that Lin Feng would have an easier time in battle, but who would have thought their son would be so alone on the battlefield? Lin Feng fought alone, causing the hearts of both elders to hang in worry, unable to let go. No one knew how many citizens had spontaneously gathered on the streets to watch Lin Feng slaughter the demon beasts, all silent, praying for Lin Feng to persist. At the official base, countless officers and soldiers wished they could personally step onto the battlefield to slay the demon beasts, but unfortunately, they had important duties and could only watch Lin Feng kill. Latest news, Lin Feng chose to enter the demon beast horde to attract their attacks in order to buy time. Experts predict that Lin Feng has already slain over 100,000 demon beasts. Lin Feng continues, he has not fallen. Even reporters watching the frontline footage couldn't help but choke up. And at the center of the vortex, Lin Feng was killing wildly, as if he had gone mad. Come, kill as many as you can. Damn it, just go for it, haha, come on. He did not stop, feeling his stamina declining. He immediately swallowed a large blood recovery pill. 3 hours later, the demon beast corpses around Lin Feng had piled up like a mountain. He continued to provoke the demon beasts in another location, causing blood to flow like a river at the scene. The plain has turned into a sea of blood. The beast horde has been reduced to mere flesh. Wherever Lin Feng passes, everything is laid waste. The terrifying power of thunder could slay hundreds of beasts with a single sword strike, Regardless of whether they were silver or gold rank, none could withstand Lin Feng's sword. With strength approaching that of a grandmaster, Lin Feng's descent is akin to a dimensional strike. Moreover, he seems to be on a cheat mode, continuously consuming blood vitality pills to replenish his stamina and stabilize his condition. This is the most abnormal aspect. Damn, Lin Feng has been killing for 5 hours already. So fierce. Battleships and fighter jets can only kill tens of thousands of beasts, but Lin Feng has managed to keep killing for 5 hours straight. What kind of madman is he? I underestimated my brother. Not only does he not have body odor, but he is also a genuine king. Li Wu and the others were almost stunned by Lin Feng. Is this guy even human? They watched Lin Feng perform astonishing feats, continually exceeding their expectations. Lin Feng is undoubtedly the most monstrous genius they have ever seen. There is no one like him. Lin Feng truly is the light of China. Haha, he will undoubtedly become the 5th powerhouse of the human race. 666. Oh, Lin Feng is awesome. His slaughter of beasts is so ruthless, it's easier than eating. I can't imagine how Lin Feng has managed to endure this. I am in awe. At that moment, everyone in China and abroad who was following this beast-tied battle shook their heads in admiration of Lin Feng. However, many martial artists looked on with dark expressions, seemingly filled with deep concern for Lin Feng, as if they couldn't allow Lin Feng to rise. Among them, Pope Wrote was watching the live stream. As he saw the news report, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His face wrinkled enough to crush a mosquito. Damn it, if this kid isn't eliminated, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Lin Feng, I will make you pay the price. If anyone despised Lin Feng the most, it would be Pope Wrote. Lin Feng not only took away the Gale shield that rightfully belonged to him, but he also killed their platinum-ranked warrior. Now with such monstrous talent, he has become unnaturally strong. Once Lin Feng rises, could they let him go? Thus Pope Wrote's intent to kill is resolute. As soon as his most outstanding son Roy returns, it will be Lin Feng's death sentence. In the beast battle arena, after consuming more than 10 blood vitality pills, Lin Feng has achieved astonishing slaughter. He has persisted for over 10 hours, killing continuously from morning until afternoon, until a hint of dusk shone upon Lin Feng. His hand began to tremble slightly. Come on, roar. 3 ironclad sawtooth beasts opened their mouths wide, recklessly attacking Lin Feng, only to be slain by his sword. At this moment, sensing a small ironclad sawtooth beast sneaking up from behind, Lin Feng swiftly turned and sent it to meet the king of hell with a single sword strike. A family should be united. After this sword strike, Lin Feng suddenly froze in place, motionless. Other beasts saw the opportunity and surged toward him like a tide. However, at that moment, Lin Feng smiled, for just now his mental realm had broken through during the battle. He did not use upgrade points to break through, it was a natural advancement. In an instant, Lin Feng's mental realm broke through the platinum rank, stepping into a new height. Haha, just in time, how wonderful. Lin Feng was overjoyed, showing no signs of fatigue. I love delivering heads the most, bring it on. Swish. With a single sword strike within 1,000 meters, Lin Feng laid waste like a typhoon, passing through instantly, slaying thousands of beasts. At that moment, Yinantian appeared in midair, looking down at Lin Feng with an expression of utter shock. This Lin Feng, was he even fighting? It was entirely one-sided slaughter. This blood energy, this power, this speed. Not at all inferior to him as a grandmaster. What a terrifying genius. Finally, the 5th batch of reinforcements arrived. After over 10 rounds of intense bombardment, the million beasts were already showing signs of dwindling. After a few more hours, when the sky had completely darkened, less than 50,000 beasts remained, and the vast plain was piled high with the corpses of beasts. In the large pit, blood pooled in mounds. Occasionally half-dead beasts struggled among the piles, only to be finished off by the arriving warriors. There are still less than 5% of the beasts left. Haha, Lin Feng has done it. That's great. Lin Feng is so fierce. Lin Feng is our savior. Lin Feng successfully resisted the beast tide, achieving the incredible, challenging the impossible. He is history, a legend. With Lin Feng's rise, China will gain more voice in the world. On the battlefield, after Lin Feng killed several remaining beasts, he lay exhausted in the blood-soaked ground, gazing at the night sky, feeling a heaviness in his eyes. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng closed his eyes, clearly hearing his own breathing. He had some injuries, but none were life-threatening. The upgrade points exceeded 90 million. I lost out on at least 3 to 4 times more. Otherwise, I could have stepped into the Grandmaster realm by now, right? He glanced at his attributes panel, complaining while lamenting. Today has been a tremendous harvest, nearing 100 million upgrade points, enough for Lin Feng to level up several times. But the only regret is that if he had not been stuck at the gold rank, slaying a million beasts could have yielded several 100 million upgrade points, directly propelling him to the peak of his life. Did he really need to celebrate with tears here? Just as he was about to collect the beast cores, he was suddenly dumbfounded, because he discovered that all these beasts had no cores at all. Lin Feng's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, utterly baffled. At this moment, Yinantian walked over, seeing through Lin Feng's confusion, and said, Lin Feng, don't dwell on the beast cores. Before every beast tied, the beasts automatically destroy their own cores to prevent humans from retrieving them for the purpose of refining pills. I see. Lin Feng sighed. Yinantian asked, are you all right? I'm fine. Haha, Lin Feng, you have truly amazed me. Do you know you are the strongest genius I have ever seen? Yinantian patted Lin Feng's shoulder, his emotions becoming excited. You saved the lives of millions of warriors. You saved Jiangnan province. On behalf of China, thank you. Lin Feng smiled lightly, and then an astonishing cheer erupted from afar. At that moment in Gaoliang City, everyone watching the live stream upon seeing Lin Feng's incredible slaughter all breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, they all began to cheer and shout in unison. The entire Jiangnan province erupted in celebration overnight, spreading the news and rejoicing. They had truly escaped death. This time was too dangerous. Without Lin Feng, their lives might have ended forever. Lin Feng is mighty. Lin Feng is my idol. He is our great benefactor. Huff, we won. Lin Feng single-handedly slaughtered nearly 1 million beasts. Impressive. If he turned to writing novels, I would definitely gift him and wouldn't urge updates. The crowd was so excited they could hardly contain themselves, all cheering for this hard-won victory. Meanwhile, at Lin Feng's home, his parents were in tears, tightly embracing each other, feeling as if a weight had finally been lifted. Mom and Dad, there are underage children here. Is it really appropriate for you to hug like this? Lin Xiaoyu's shy voice came from behind. All of Huaxia is celebrating Lin Feng's victory. At the same time, countless people find it hard to believe he truly accomplished what others deemed impossible. Persisting for a day amid the fierce battle, Lin Feng has overturned humanity's perception of warriors. What kind of powerful being is he? At this moment, within the martial arts community, countless organizations and prominent families are studying footage of Lin Feng. Yet they cannot deduce the reasons behind Lin Feng's repeated transcendence of limits. He single-handedly held back the tide of 1 million demon beasts, reversing the situation. Lin Feng, who propped up a collapsing building and turned the tide at this moment, became renowned across the land. However, despite achieving victory in battle, the human race has still paid a tremendous price. This wave of demon beast invasion has resulted in the sacrifice of over 3,000 martial artists, with more than 30,000 injured. They charged to the front lines, naturally unable to escape death, with only a few thousand stronger martial artists able to save themselves. All major martial arts schools suffered heavy losses. Ordinary warriors faced casualties of nearly 500,000, a terrifying number, as the area outside the defensive city was densely packed with people. Corpses, mutilated, one-armed, severed limbs, with internal organs exposed. The scene was one of various tragedies. Dozens of battle machines were destroyed, and tanks and armored vehicles were also devastated to varying degrees. The losses from this battle were too severe. People could not find joy. All soldiers and martial artists removed their hats in mourning for the fallen warriors. Today, the sky is overcast, mirroring the somber mood post-battle, as everyone remains silent. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned to the Super Martial Arts School and sat on the sofa. After such a great battle, it was impossible not to feel exhausted. If it weren't for the support of the Great Qi Blood Pill and his subsequent mental breakthrough, Lin Feng would have likely already exhausted his body and collapsed amid the tide of demon beasts. So my mental strength would break through when I approach my limits. This could be considered an eruption of my potential. Lin Feng murmured softly. The situation is still unstable. System, use all my upgrade points to help me elevate my cultivation level. Ding, command accepted. Lin Feng began to notice changes in his body. In the past, during every breakthrough, he would sweep away all fatigue. This time was no exception. His cultivation level began to soar rapidly, and Lin Feng remained steadfast. Platinum 2 stars. Platinum 3 stars. Platinum 4 stars. After continuously rising through 3 levels, Lin Feng's upgrade points were completely exhausted. In the Platinum realm, each minor breakthrough costs tens of millions of upgrade points. And for me to reach Platinum 5 stars now, I don't even know how long it will take. It's becoming increasingly difficult to break through. It seems having a cheat isn't as easy as it appears. Lin Feng muttered to himself, suddenly feeling a bit of admiration for those master martial artists. Even with a cheat, he found the path of martial arts to be exceptionally arduous. And those guys have no cheats, yet they can still reach mastery. What kind of talent does it take to achieve such greatness? Especially Yi Nanshan, who at around 40 has already advanced to master level. His martial arts talent is truly terrifying. Lin Feng wondered if he also had some kind of cheat. Not pondering on that further, after attaining Platinum 4 stars, Lin Feng eagerly summoned his attribute panel. Host Lin Feng. Speed 450 milliseconds. Strength 8 million kilograms. Mental Realm Platinum 1 star 0500. Cultivation Realm Platinum 4 stars 0296600. Upgrade points 270,000. Martial skills Divine Dragon Spear Technique Mastery level unable to upgrade, attack 80. Extreme Burst Fist Technique Perfection Level Base Attack 300 Swift Wind Step Technique Minor Success Level 050 Base Speed 40 Thunder Sword Technique Mastery Level 03000 Attack 280 Lin Feng felt somewhat astonished by his own strength. It is said that above Platinum, every minor breakthrough increases battle power by 2 million. Platinum 5 stars could roughly unleash between 8 million to 9 million in strength. If a single punch could break 10 million, that would be the coveted master realm everyone dreams of. Yet Lin Feng's base battle power has already reached 8 million. If this strength were to fully erupt, it would reach the power of a master. Just thinking about it sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. Though not yet at the master realm, his strength has already surpassed that of a master. The tide of beasts has been repelled. My task is complete. It's time to go home and rest for a few days. My parents must be quite worried about me, right? As Lin Feng was thinking this, he suddenly received a video call from Yi Nantian. Lin Feng, I must tell you some bad news. On the other end of the line, Yi Nantian's expression was grim. A trace of unease flickered in Lin Feng's heart as he asked, Director Yi, what is it? This wave of demon beasts has not yet ended. The million beasts are merely the main force. Yi Nantian's voice trembled slightly, as if recounting something dreadful. Our scientists have predicted that in the Demon Beast Mountain range, many demon beasts have suddenly emerged, preparing for a second offensive. In other words, the victory we achieved yesterday was merely the first phase of victory. What? Lin Feng stood up in shock. Another beast wave is about to erupt. Yes, I believe you wouldn't be too interested in the reasons behind it, as this is top secret. Yi Nantian shook his head, smiling bitterly. This pertains to some unknown secrets of the human race and the survival of all humanity. However, considering you are a martial artist and led the victory of the first phase, your identity is special, so I can clearly tell you that Jiangnan province is preparing to open a new underground cave. Underground cave. Lin Feng was very puzzled, as the previous steward Su and one of the super martial arts school's protectors Lu Nanfeng had mentioned this term before. However, Lin Feng did not know what the underground cave was and what kind of creatures existed within it. Yi Nantian said, the creatures in the underground cave are 1,000 times more terrifying than these demon beasts. All platinum and master martial artists of Huaxiao will enter the underground cave with the purpose of suppressing the new humans inside. Once a new entrance to the underground cave opens, it will be a very troubling matter. Each entrance requires several masters and dozens of platinum martial artists to hold the fort. Just think about how terrifying the things inside must be. If any creature from the underground cave were to emerge, all of humanity, whether in Huaxiao, the West Alliance, or any other allied base, would face a catastrophic disaster. So terrifying. It seems it truly won't be easy to deal with. Lin Feng felt a mix of surprise and concern and added, but why are the demon beasts rushing into the underground cave at all costs? Since the creatures in the underground cave are so terrifying, wouldn't the demon beasts be walking to their doom? Because the demon beasts are also seeking mutation. Yi Nantian's expression was extremely serious. Inside, there are many special substances, among which one type of energy substance known as the red energy crystal can provide considerable energy to humans. If ordinary demon beasts obtain it, they can directly mutate into master-level demon beasts, undergoing a second mutation. Red energy crystal. Lin Feng suddenly froze for a moment, recalling that he had absorbed it some time ago. That thing was indeed a high-quality item. After Yi Nantian's patient explanation, Lin Feng finally understood that the beast attacks were intended to storm the underground caverns. Once they enter the caverns, they will undergo a second evolution akin to a human warrior, stepping directly from bronze to master. Not to mention the beasts, even an ordinary person would likely rush in recklessly upon learning this. In the past, the authorities did not disclose the existence of the caverns to the public precisely for this reason. The caverns are more dangerous and brutal than the beasts. If this were to spread, all of humanity would fall into a panic and society would struggle to maintain stability. Some secrets truly cannot be leaked. It seems the pressure from the higher-ups is far greater than that faced by a warrior like Lin Feng. Lin Feng, we have decided to send warriors into the beast forest to eliminate the beasts and prevent them from forming a tide. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. If they form a tide, it will be even harder for us to resist. Lin Feng replied. There are many warriors in Huaxiao, but they are still lives. We should minimize losses as much as possible. Moreover, creating fighter jets, warships, and the like requires a vast amount of resources, so we should save where we can. Director, you send me the location of the Beast Mountain range. I will scout ahead, and if the situation seems feasible, then we can let the warrior team in. All right, Lin Feng, we will not forget the contributions you have made for our country. When the situation improves, we will grant you the highest rewards and honors. Yi Nantian said with excitement. Having a warrior like Lin Feng who stands for the country and its people certainly resolved many troubles. It is not an exaggeration to call Lin Feng a hero of Huaxia. After purchasing a large quantity of vital blood pills, Lin Feng spent another 100 million to acquire a set of a class combat gear. His previous class combat gear had already been damaged by 80% in battle. Wearing it again would not only provide no defensive effect, but would also be embarrassing for Lin Feng. As a prestigious platinum warrior, how could he not dress appropriately? Stepping onto the wind shield, Lin Feng soared through the sky above the base, heading towards the distant forest, while also calling home to report his safety. He even took the opportunity to brag to Lin Xiaoyu, saying, "Your brother made it onto TV, even more impressive than Kunkin." Today, the members of the Rot family were exceptionally cheerful. All the high-ranking officials sat in the conference hall, as if waiting for something. The patriarch of the Rot family gazed solemnly at the door, and the next moment a middle-aged man dressed in a suit slowly walked in. His strides were regal, and every movement exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. "Father, I have returned." Upon entering, he slightly bowed to the patriarch, who nodded and smiled with admiration, saying, "Roy, it seems your strength has improved again." "Father, I acquired some energy substances in the caverns. In less than 3 months, I will be able to break through to the transformation realm, at which point I will become the 3rd transformation realm master of the Western Alliance." With these words, everyone in the family displayed expressions of joy. Roy's rapid growth and strength was truly remarkable. It should be noted that Roy is only 45 this year, yet he is nearing the transformation realm. Such a rare talent in a century can only be compared to Yi Nanshan, the war god of Huaxia. "Very well, Roy, the wind shield has appeared in Huaxia." The patriarch pulled out a photo, saying, "This kid is named Lin Feng. His strength is around the platinum level, but he is incredibly terrifying, so be cautious. Kill him and obtain the wind shield. It will enhance your abilities in the caverns immensely." "I understand, a mere platinum is easily dealt with." Roy did not take Lin Feng seriously. He was unaware that Lin Feng had recently defeated 1,000,000 beast tide, setting a new limit for warriors. As Roy departed, the patriarch's gaze was filled with disdain. "Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, you cannot keep what does not belong to you, no matter what." One day later, at the Beast Mountain Range, Lin Feng rode the wind shield and arrived here. The Beast Mountain Range is the dwelling place of the beasts, and the number of beasts here is enormous, countless. It exceeds the total number of all beasts in Beast City by hundreds of times, and they are incredibly fierce. This mountain range is dense with forests. Towering peaks reach for the sky, and as far as the eye can see, the colors of black and green blend. Even the hottest midday sun cannot penetrate its depths. It feels eerie, dark, and cold. This was Lin Feng's first impression upon arriving. Ordinary warriors would not dare to venture into the beast forest. After all, the uncertainties here are too many. Without spiritual sense to assist, it is better not to act recklessly. As soon as he landed, he heard the roars of beasts. Turning around, he saw a massive soft creature raising its head behind him, making hissing sounds. It was an 8-legged giant python. Lin Feng recognized this type of python. The 8-legged giant python produces sharp and powerful claws upon its first evolution. If it evolves a second time, it might even transform into a true dragon. The long snake flicked its tongue, its massive tongue lunging towards Lin Feng. Before it, humans appeared minuscule, too insignificant. However, Lin Feng was not an easy target. With a swing of his sword, a domineering and wild force surged forth from the blade. With just one strike, the 8-legged giant python was split in half, its skin torn. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to care. He no longer looked at the golden beast core, stepping away. Before long, he heard the sound of upgrading points being collected in his mind. Meanwhile, the wind shield continued to weave through the jungle, and Lin Feng encountered more and more beasts, some in clusters of 3 or 5. Some were in groups of dozens or hundreds, quietly waiting for the Beast King's command. Lin Feng offered them no chance. Wherever the wind shield passed, it turned into a wasteland, swiftly carving a clear path through the forest. Along the way, corpses piled up one after another. The undeveloped beasts weren't enough for Lin Feng to kill, serving merely to sharpen his skills. In just half a day, Lin Feng collected 7 million upgrading points. The harvest was not insignificant. Meanwhile, danger quietly approached. A figure appeared at one side of the Beast Mountain Range, glancing over before swaggering inside. This person was none other than Roy from the Western Alliance, here to eliminate the ungrateful Huaxiao prodigy Lin Feng. With the wind shield moving at the speed of wind, the stronger Lin Feng's spiritual sense, the faster the wind shield became. Now he was traveling at a speed of 1,000 meters per second, and finally, after another day, Lin Feng gathered 30 million upgrading points by the second morning. Still not enough. The golden beasts of the Beast Mountain Range are too few, far less than the beast tide. Lin Feng shook his head in complaint. At that moment, his body suddenly stiffened and his brows furrowed deeply. Boom. This was because a dangerous aura was approaching from behind. A figure directly raised a fist and struck from behind. Lin Feng's foot trembled slightly, and he quickly sidestepped as the massive trees beside him were shattered and uprooted by a single punch. Interesting, no wonder you are the #1 talent of Huaxiao, the steward of the Super Martial Academy. As Lin Feng turned around, a foreign man stepped into his view. Roy smirked slightly, a chilling, killing intent emanating from him. Upon seeing this man, Lin Feng felt a jolt of surprise. He had not sensed the man's aura earlier. What a terrifying individual. At that moment, Lin Feng had a bad feeling. This was a formidable opponent, an incredibly strong adversary. To his astonishment, Lin Feng could not detect the presence of the opponent with his mental power. He was truly shocked. As a mentalist, how could the other party approach him unnoticed from behind? Lin Feng hand over the Gale shield, and I will grant you a swift end. Roy said with a smile, treating Lin Feng as if he were a pet that could be killed while showing no sign of defense. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, you are already standing with one foot in the grave, yet you still make such brainless jokes. Do you wish to laugh me to death and inherit my debts? Look at what you were saying. Whether I hand it over or not, I am still going to die. Why should I give it to you for nothing? You truly are a mindless joker, always making cold jokes. Kid, it seems you lack awareness. Do you know I am? Roy's words suddenly trailed off. Because Lin Feng had unexpectedly taken the initiative to attack, swinging his sword toward Roy. Roy raised his hand to block, and in an instant a loud crash echoed as both figures were sent reeling backward. Roy's gloves suddenly tore apart, and he looked on in disbelief, and glass sword comparable to a master's power. Actions speak louder than words. Lin Feng, you are remarkable. Lin Feng did not waste words in a fight. Where is the time for chatter? Those who talk too much are often villains who tend to meet swift ends. Roy moved swiftly, the ground echoing with thuds as his footprints sank deep into the earth, a violent aura enveloping Lin Feng. This is bad, a master. Lin Feng thought to himself, realizing the opponent was a master. The power of a master is too strong. The force unleashed during battle could destroy the earth. He gripped his Thunder Knight sword tightly, waiting for Roy to strike with his bare hands, and swung his own sword, employing the Thunder Strike sword technique, a single move filled with thunder. Boom. Bang. The two clashed again. Lin Feng's arm shook as his tiger's mouth split open instantly. The opponent's power was overwhelming. For the first time, he felt the terror of a master. It seemed that unknown combat against a master was futile. He could not win. Kid, are you starting to feel fear? As if seeing through Lin Feng's inner thoughts, Roy's speed increased, transforming into a flickering phantom. He launched a direct punch toward Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng's figure flickered. He thought he could dodge this punch, but he did not realize that Roy's speed matched his own. Faster than lightning. Not good. Lin Feng's expression turned shocked as he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang. A sound of metal reverberated and Lin Feng's body was blasted backward, crashing violently into a large tree. Bang, bang, bang. The towering ancient tree could not withstand this force, and after crashing through more than a dozen trees, Lin Feng's figure finally came to a stop. Cough, cough. He felt a tightness in his chest. The opponent's power was truly domineering. If it weren't for the protection of the A-class combat suit, Lin Feng would undoubtedly be injured. Now, thanks to his physical prowess and the combat suit, he managed to dissipate 90% of the opponent's strength, leaving him unharmed. My. Seeing Lin Feng still able to stand normally, a hint of surprise flashed in Roy's eyes. This guy was definitely not normal. He was a master close to the peak of mastery. His casual strength ranged from 20 to 40 million. How could an ordinary platinum warrior withstand a blow from him? This was illogical. As he pondered, Lin Feng was not one to hesitate. He charged upward with his sword, aiming to strike at Roy's head. He stepped on the Gale shield, moving at breakneck speed, looking for death. Seeing Lin Feng daring to attack, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. As Lin Feng's long sword fell, he simply raised his hands to block. However, how could Roy comprehend Lin Feng's intentions? The Thunder Strike sword technique erupted to its fullest extent, and Lin Feng forcibly increased his strength by 280. Boom. At the moment the thunder sounded, Roy's formerly calm face trembled violently, for he sensed the overwhelming power that was about to strike. Block it. Thud. This time it was Roy who was sent flying. His arm emitted cracking sounds, clearly indicating that the bones from his arm to his shoulder had shattered. The strength of Lin Feng's previous sword strike after amplification reached over 22 million. It was his strongest blow. Yet Roy as a master managed to withstand this sword strike without dying. Damn, this guy has a tough life. A chilling realization struck. The defense of a master was extraordinarily strong. Kid, I have to say you've changed my perception of you. Roy's expression was extremely grim. Lin Feng, a mere platinum-level warrior, had actually shattered one of his arms. A powerful aura erupted from Roy. He was furious. In the next moment, he flashed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng dared not slacken his efforts, raising his sword, unleashing the strongest force with each strike. Thud, thud, thud. The two exchanged blows, flattening every corner in the southeast, southwest, and beyond. In the Beast Mountain range, countless beasts were startled, fleeing in panic. The originally lush and tall forest was now stripped bare. Every time a section of the forest fell, an explosion would echo nearby. If this battle occurred in a city, it would likely devastate more than half of it. Lin Feng was not a master, yet he was infinitely close to one. Roy in turn was infinitely close to the peak of mastery. The destructive force of their battle was immense. Extreme burst divine fist. Heavenly net brutal fist. Bang. The fists of the two collided. Lin Feng's Thunder Knight technique was no longer effective, and he resorted to the extreme burst divine fist, while the opponent was also proficient in fist techniques. As their fists made contact, an invisible force erupted around them, causing the ground to shatter repeatedly. Boom. The entire ground exploded as if 1,000 landmines had detonated simultaneously, the sound deafening. The two were once again sent flying. This time Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Roy's expression turned incredulous shock visible on his face. He looked at Lin Feng with murderous intent. This child must die. After the battle, Lin Feng's vitality was rapidly depleting. He had exchanged more than 10 punches, each being the strongest enhancement of the extreme burst divine fist. The force of 25 million was surging forth enough to exhaust even a bull. Moreover, he noticed that Roy's expression was not particularly severe, his aura still stable. What kind of master was this? He was quite formidable. Today he had encountered a true opponent. Kid, are you out of steam? I don't know what kind of enhancing technique you used, but in front of me you won't last long. Say your last words. Lin Feng's martial technique was extraordinary, the enhancement power beyond belief. Roy noticed Lin Feng's fatigued state and smirked with disdain. My last words are for you to let me go. Will you help me with that? Lin Feng said earnestly. All right, I'll pretend you never said that. Roy did not engage in further banter with Lin Feng to avoid complications, directly charging at him. How could I not run if I can't win? Are you implying I'm foolish? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered, damn, he almost forgot he had the Gale Shield. The best plan is to retreat. He leaped onto the Gale Shield, flying away at high speed. Roy, who had just missed a punch, stared blankly for a moment at this scene, then felt his lungs nearly explode with anger. He had witnessed Lin Feng's monstrous strength and innate talent in martial arts, but he never expected Lin Feng to be so shameless. Yet in Roy's eyes, Lin Feng could not escape his grasp. He was exceedingly confident. With a whoosh, Lin Feng, stepping on the Gale Shield, flew through the Beast Mountain range, while Roy relentlessly pursued him from behind. At this moment, Lin Feng wanted to accelerate, but suddenly found himself in trouble. A major issue. My mental power. Lin Feng attempted to use his mental power to increase the speed of the Gale Shield, but his mental strength was diminishing. This was highly abnormal. Lin Feng had never imagined that his mental power would be ineffective. It wasn't that it was entirely ineffective, but it was about a third slower than usual. He could no longer reach a speed of 1,000 meters per second. Meanwhile, Roy as a master was like a wild beast, fiercely roaring as he followed closely behind Lin Feng. Damn it, what trick did he use on me? Why is my mental power suppressed? Lin Feng suspected that Roy had employed some kind of technique against him, causing him to be unable to fly at top speed. As a result, it became very difficult for him to escape from Roy's pursuit. Two figures darted and flickered, and after nearly an hour of flight, they swept over a vast lake shrouded in thick, white mist with visibility extremely low. As the two figures passed, it was as if two speedboats were drifting through the water, creating massive waves. Suddenly, Lin Feng's consciousness attempted to extend outward, and his expression turned pale. Gurgle, gurgle. The water in the lake began to inexplicably boil, and the two stopped in unison. There was no longer any fleeing or chasing, because the lake had undergone a strange disturbance. At the same time, an invisible and inexplicable terrifying aura surged toward the two. This aura was incredibly overwhelming and intensely sinister. Not only did Lin Feng's face turn pale, but Roy also frowned tightly, his eyes fixed ahead. In an instant, a pair of eyes radiating purple light appeared within the thick fog. Bang! As the lake rippled and waves soared, the two saw a massive silver serpent covered in scales blocking their path. The moment it appeared, it caused quite a stir in the entire lake. Lin Feng hurriedly dodged, and Roy, equally disturbed, quickly retreated to the side. This giant serpent clad in silver armor had eyes that resembled abyssal depths, piercing through to the two, making Lin Feng involuntarily shiver. Beast King. Roy's expression began to tremble. He could distinctly sense that this several hundred-meter-long serpent had an aura comparable to his own. Extremely strong. A master-level beast was indeed a true Beast King. Now this is just perfect, let's chase, we've encountered a big fellow. Lin Feng said, I won't waste time with you, you handle this one. Goodbye. As he spoke, he quickly slipped away, and Roy cursed before attempting to chase after him. However, Roy did not immediately pursue Lin Feng. Instead, he looked at the serpent's forehead where there was an object radiating red light. As he focused his eyes, his expression immediately turned ecstatic. So that's how it is, there's a treasure here, I didn't expect that. Beast blocking my path will have consequences. I'll reluctantly take your treasure. This glowing red object was worth far more than Lin Feng in his eyes. Lin Feng could be killed at any time, but once the beast escaped, it would be hard to find again. This unseen-a-lifetime opportunity was not one Roy wished to miss. Thus Roy flashed toward the giant serpent. Sizzle, sizzle. The giant serpent extended its tongue and lunged at Roy. In this way, the beast king that commanded the world engaged in battle with the intruding human. Meanwhile, Lin Feng cleverly slipped away far enough and noticed that Roy had not followed. With Roy's speed, escaping from the beast king should be a trivial matter. Why isn't he chasing me? This felt off. Lin Feng sensed something was wrong. The value of the Gale Shield surpassed 500 billion, and Roy's intention was precisely to obtain the Gale Shield. Now that he had fled, Roy should be pursuing him. It felt a bit unusual. Lin Feng felt uncomfortable if he wasn't being attacked for a day. After a while, Lin Feng noticed that all the beasts in the Beast Mountain range seemed to be heading toward the large lake. A gathering of beasts. The giant serpent was the beast king of the Beast Mountain range, issuing orders and gathering its subjects. That fool must have clashed with the beast king. Lin Feng speculated, but upon further thought, he felt something was amiss. No, he wouldn't linger there for no reason. There must be some benefits. I need to go back. Wait, my mental power has returned to normal. Lin Feng discovered that his mental power had restored, enabling him to reach a speed of 1,000 meters per second once again. Indeed, he determined that there must be something peculiar about Roy that interfered with his mental power. Once Lin Feng left a certain range, he was no longer affected by that thing. With caution, Lin Feng began to sneak back. Several kilometers away, Lin Feng started to observe, and indeed his suspicions were confirmed. Roy was engaged in a fierce battle with the giant serpent, and below numerous beasts had gathered, joining the fray. The sounds of battle echoed from afar, exceedingly intense. Fight, just fight. The more intense you are, the happier I will be. Lin Feng was in no rush. The giant serpent was a master-level beast, and it was clear that Roy would find it challenging to eliminate the beast king effortlessly. On this side, the battle between Roy and the giant serpent was nearing its end. With a single explosive punch, he caused a shockwave, unleashing violent power against the silver scales, causing pieces to shatter and fall away. Sizzle, sizzle. The giant serpent thrashed in the lake, its blood staining the surface red, appearing to be in great pain. It had underestimated this human before it, whose strength was approaching that of a breakthrough master. Indeed, it should not be provoked. Beast, where do you think you're escaping to? Seeing the giant serpent dive into the water, Roy wasted no time in pursuing, entering the water. Shortly after, a mournful beast cry echoed from the lake's depths. In the water, Roy was seen holding a crystal radiating red light, wearing a smile on his face. Haha, finally got it. Once I absorb this piece and spend some time, I will completely break through to become a breakthrough master. However, before he could revel in his success, suddenly from the dark lake bottom, an even larger shadow surged toward him at high speed. There's another one. Roy sensed danger and hurriedly shot toward the water's surface. In his current state, he certainly could not handle another beast king and had no choice but to leave the water. At that moment, Lin Feng, seeing no movement, stepped lightly into the air above the deep lake. When Roy emerged from the water, Lin Feng was momentarily startled, and then without a second thought, he struck down with a punch. The extreme burst fist unleashed power exceeding 30 million. Lin Feng you. Roy had no time to defend and fell directly into the water. In the next moment, a giant serpent quickly coiled around Roy's body, dragging him into the depths. Lin Feng, you scared me. I didn't expect this guy to still be alive. Luckily, my reaction was fast enough. In the water, Roy's inner thoughts were, Lin Feng, you scheming little bastard, I will never rest until we are at each other's throats. After a fierce battle, he had expended tremendous effort to obtain the coveted treasure, only to be ambushed by Lin Feng as soon as he came out. Roy felt utterly frustrated. In the pitch-black depths of the water, where one could not see a finger in front, Roy was locked in a fierce battle with the giant serpent, creating massive waves around them. He realized that this giant serpent was even more ferocious than the previous one, its power explosively overwhelming. Get away from me. Roy unleashed all his strength, forcefully prying apart the enormous body of the serpent, managing to escape from its grasp. However, the giant serpent was not to be underestimated. A master-level beast, it attacked Roy relentlessly, leaving him no chance to escape. Its mate had been killed by humans, and it sought revenge, determined not to let this insignificant human go. Above the lake, Lin Feng quietly watched the tumultuous waters, a mere spectator. Not his concern at all. You can fight as you please. I regard you as a mere muggle. I'm just here to enjoy the show. Though Roy was strong, facing two giant serpent kings, even if he managed to escape, he would likely be severely injured. At that point, Lin Feng would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, finding joy in aiding others. Damn, it can fight this fiercely. I didn't expect this guy to be so troublesome. Tisk, I should take 2 big chi recovery pills to replenish my strength first. The sounds of battle echoed from below, shaking the entire lake, the ground trembling as countless beasts raised their heads by the lakeside, howling as if cheering on their beast king. Meanwhile, Lin Feng unhurriedly popped 2 chi recovery pills into his mouth. The fight with Roy had taken a toll on him. He needed to replenish some energy. After watching for about 5 or 6 minutes, the commotion below gradually subsided. At that moment, Lin Feng mustered his courage and leaped into the lake. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Feng dove swiftly, extending his mental power outward. At a depth of 100 meters, he spotted the giant serpent devouring Roy. The serpent's body had a portion of its skin-torn blood gushing out like it was free of cost. Impressive to be able to pierce the body of a master-level giant serpent. I must say this guy's fighting power is truly tenacious. But what good does it do? Lin Feng was the final victor. He had stumbled upon a great opportunity. As he approached Roy and the giant serpent, just as he was about to strike, Roy suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Feng, I will kill you. At the moment Roy attacked Lin Feng, the injured giant serpent opened its massive mouth like a whirlpool, sucking Roy in. No. In the final moment, Roy pressed a button saying, Huaxia Beast Mountain Range. Red energy crystal. Before he could finish, he was swallowed whole by the beast. There was no further movement, while Lin Feng quick-witted activated the Gale Shield and swiftly left the area of the whirlpool. Seeing that a human was still moving under its nose, the giant serpent let out a furious roar, producing a sound akin to sonar. Aya! Lin Feng felt as if his ears might burst. What a terrifying beast king! Even in such a state, it could still consume a master. Its vitality was astonishingly resilient. However, although the giant serpent roared at Lin Feng, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it turned and continued to dive deeper into the dark waters. My! Lin Feng felt slightly puzzled. The giant serpent was fleeing. Then he thought, so it was afraid. The giant serpent must have sustained severe injuries and did not want to engage Lin Feng any longer. Since that was the case, Lin Feng would not miss this opportunity. He quickly pursued the giant serpent, determined not to let this beast king escape. Otherwise, once its injuries healed, it would organize a second beast tide, and the situation would become even more dire. Take advantage of its illness to claim its life. As the giant serpent bled profusely, its speed began to wane. In less than a minute, Lin Feng caught up to it, wielding the Thunder Knight sword to strike down. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Lin Feng's sword struck true, causing the giant serpent to writhe in pain, its long body twisting and rolling like a child throwing a tantrum, quite restless. Seeing his attack take effect, Lin Feng couldn't help but show a hint of joy and continued to pursue and strike the giant serpent. Each strike unleashed tremendous power. After 7 or 8 strikes, the giant serpent finally fell, plummeting into a stone cave within a divine lake. This cave was pitch dark, icy cold, exuding a sinister and terrifying aura. Yet for Lin Feng, a young man with unparalleled skill and courage, as long as there were benefits, nothing was to be feared. He ventured inside and found the giant serpent barely alive, its skin torn and bloodied, its deep-set eyes slowly closing, devoid of any further movement. Ding! Master-level beast slain. Upgrade points 15000. 15 million points received. So much. Lin Feng was overjoyed. 15 million upgrade points were equivalent to him slaying hundreds of thousands of ordinary beasts. The Beast King truly lived up to its name, its death yielding such a substantial contribution. Lin Feng had struck it rich. Lin Feng cut open the Beast King's abdomen and extracted the beast core. Right, that guy should still be undigested. Let's see what valuable items are inside. He began to open the belly of the giant serpent. As expected, Roy's body was covered in gastric acid and had not yet been dissolved. After searching, Lin Feng ultimately found a golden box, so poor yet calls itself a master. Forget it, it'll just take it for now. As he stored the box away, Lin Feng was about to leave, when suddenly his eyes caught sight of something shimmering beneath his feet. A red glow. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer look, and in the next moment, he was overjoyed. Damn, a red energy crystal. This small pile of shimmering red items was indeed red energy crystals, just like the ones he absorbed in the martial arts hall, exuding a rich energy. Without a second thought, Lin Feng gathered them all, quickly counting 6 pieces in total. After securing them, Lin Feng did not linger, bursting out of the water and returning to the shore, where he found a quiet place. 6 pieces of incomplete red energy crystals. Fantastic. Such treasures are gifts from heaven, Lin Feng said excitedly, and opened the golden box he had obtained from Roy. Inside, he found another piece of incomplete red energy crystal. At this point, Lin Feng understood the reason these 2 giant serpents could become beast kings was due to their absorption of the energy from red energy crystals. This was a land of opportunity, truly deserving of the title Beast Mountain Range, with such treasures hidden within. What is this tiny grain? Lin Feng picked up a grain the size of sand from the golden box and examined it closely. Suddenly, his expression changed. When he took out this item, his mental power noticeably weakened. So this tiny thing is the culprit that harmed me. How strange. I must take it away, or it would be terrible if it were to leak out. Lin Feng resolutely placed it into his pocket and then began to refine the red energy crystals. This trip turned out to be quite profitable. Not only did he inadvertently slay the Beast King, but he also acquired 7 red energy crystals. Once refined successfully, he would wake up smiling in his dreams. In the Western Alliance, the Rot family awaited news. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as everyone was eager for Roy to return with the Gale shield, eager to witness its splendor. Before long, a voice message from Roy popped up in Father Rot's email. In the Huaxia Monster Beast Mountain Range, a red energy crystal. A red energy crystal. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Wasn't the red energy crystal a product exclusive to the underground? Why would Master Roy suddenly mention this? Father Rot's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed with delight, "Surely Roy has discovered something valuable." He hurriedly dialed Roy's video call, but after a long time no one answered, leaving him without the expected response. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he seemed to gain clarity as excitement lit up his eyes. "I understand Roy must have found the red energy crystal and now needs us to assist in its excavation. You all hurry up and set off. Don't let this matter be delayed. Contact Roy when you arrive, but do not expose his whereabouts or identity to avoid attracting the attention of the Huaxia government." Understood. With the red energy crystal, this is fantastic. We must fulfill our mission. 7 or 8 platinum warriors excitedly set off for Huaxia. A day later, in the Huaxia Monster Beast Mountain Range, a group of platinum warriors appeared at the designated location conveyed by Roy. However, they were dumbfounded to find a disfigured corpse floating on the lake's surface. It's Master Roy. The group of platinum warriors couldn't help but twitch their faces, their bodies stiffening. Master Roy is dead. What happened? What on earth happened? Master Roy, he couldn't have died at Lin Feng's hands, could he? They dared not hide the truth and immediately informed Father Rot of Roy's death. Meanwhile, Father Rot was drinking coffee when he heard the news, and the cup slipped from his hand. Crash. What are you saying? My son dead. He stood in shock for a minute, then roared in fury, "Kill that kid for me. You must kill him or you won't be coming back." The platinum warriors of the Rot family felt Father Rot's fury, and each one of them trembled in fear. Father Rot's anger would have severe consequences. Things had escalated dramatically. The crowd was worried and troubled, pondering how to handle the situation. If Lin Feng could kill Master Roy, it indicated that Lin Feng's strength had already reached the level of a grandmaster. A grandmaster who would dare to confront him. It was akin to walking into death. As they paced back and forth with uncertainty, a sudden tremendous roar echoed from the mountaintop. Oh! This sound carried an ethereal quality reminiscent of a ghost from the abyss, terrifying in its intensity. It's a grandmaster-level monster. The crowd was astonished as the overwhelming aura surged, striking deep into their hearts. If it wasn't the Beast King, it would be strange. It was undoubtedly the Beast King. Right, let's provoke the Beast King on the mountain and let it seek out that Lin Feng kid. This way we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Good idea. Otherwise, if we confront Lin Feng directly, we would only meet our demise. It's better to profit from the chaos. The 7 platinum warriors soared above the mountain, knowing there must be some fearsome Beast King lurking below. One of them took out a blue rocket launcher-like weapon and aimed it at the mountain, firing. Boom. In an instant, half of the mountain was blown apart. They all looked down, and as the smoke cleared, they indeed saw a bull-headed monster sleeping within. The monster, disturbed from its slumber, opened its eyes, and a terrifying glare shot up to the heavens, issuing an ancient growl. "Damn humans daring to disturb my rest." The 7 platinum warriors were dumbfounded upon seeing the enormous monster, and one of them trembled, saying, It's the bull demon. The bull demon. This type of monster was from the Great Cataclysm era, with only a dozen having been discovered throughout history, each one a grandmaster-level entity. Now a bull demon had actually awakened. Wonderful. This means that Lin Feng will surely perish. Let's go. The group showed no fear. Instead, they left without hesitation. After all, the bull demon was not in the Western Alliance, and it had nothing to do with them. As long as they could kill Lin Feng, that was enough. Within the mountains, the sleeping bull demon awakened, resembling an ancient beast as it rose, its size comparable to a mountain. In fact, it was even more towering than the mountain. The bull demon scanned the monster beast mountain range, then its gaze fell upon the lake, saying, "Since your Beast King is dead, allow me to lead you in attacking the human cities." If anyone heard the bull demon speak, they would surely be terrified, for a grandmaster-level monster could talk. In fact, this situation was not unusual. Many monsters possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. Soon the entire monster beast mountain range began to stir. Awoo, awoo, aru, roar. Countless monsters began to rally, submitting to their new king, following the bull demon as they advanced toward the distant human cities. They all aimed for the place their hearts called out to, which was naturally Jiangnan province. Huaxia military base. At this moment, 4 4-star generals witnessed this scene and promptly mobilized defenses. Quick. What is that? A beast tide, a new beast tide. Oh no, a beast tide has erupted. What is happening? Impossible. According to our predictions, the monsters couldn't possibly gather for at least another month. How could this violate the usual patterns and habits of the beasts? This is bad. Quickly sound this level alarm. Inside the base, the generals frantically issued commands, and Yi Nantian felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if facing a formidable enemy. He tried to contact Lin Feng, unaware that he was unable to reach him. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that Lin Feng? No, it can't be. Lin Feng is agile and would not fail in the monster beast mountain range. He shook his head, dismissing this immature thought. If Lin Feng were to fail, it would mean that Huaxia had lost a super genius. Yet with the monsters once again stirring a beast tide and Lin Feng missing, one couldn't help but think of the worst. Within half a day, the beast tide drew near the defensive city, and all martial arts schools across Huaxia were in a state of high tension. Just finished one wave of battle, and now another comes. What should we do? All members of the Thunder Martial Arts School follow me to kill and provide support. The beast tide has erupted again, and the government requests all martial artists to provide assistance. Announcing once more, the beast tide has suddenly erupted. In the scene, the beast tide surged fiercely, and amidst millions of beasts, a towering giant approached, its human body and bull head resembling an ancient demon, leaving onlookers pale. This monster was indeed a Grandmaster-level beast. It was incomparably stronger than the previous platinum dog-headed beast king. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was meditating and refining in a secluded cave within the monster beast mountain range. With his eyes tightly shut, he was oblivious to all the commotion around him, as if he had entered a realm untouched by the outside world. Ding. Absorbing the defective red energy crystal upgrade points 2000. Ding. Absorbing the defective red energy crystal upgrade points 37236. Ding. Streams of energy were frantically absorbed into Lin Feng's body, his face increasingly greedy. 7 pieces of red energy crystals were a delight beyond measure. As he tirelessly absorbed the energy, Lin Feng's injuries began to heal automatically. Some wounds from the battle slowly mended. He was utterly astonished. This thing could actually heal wounds. How powerful is this? Moreover, Lin Feng's physical form started to gain weight, as if countless iron atoms were sprouting within his flesh, constantly filling it, making his limbs incredibly heavy. At the human base, thousands of warriors rushed to the battlefield for support, while the defensive city built by the military had already erupted into a fierce battle. Thousands of warships and fighter jets continuously dropped ammunition over the army of beasts, turning the entire plain into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, 1,000,000 soldiers gathered again, attempting to block the onslaught with various firearms. Unfortunately, under the leadership of the Bull Demon King, these beasts were ferocious beyond measure. Soon the first batch of soldiers sent to exterminate the beasts and their warships were devoured and defeated by the beasts. Bang! Roar! The sounds of beasts, the clash of battle, the cries of agony appeared vividly on the screen. Countless civilians witnessing this scene turned pale. They had just achieved their first stage of victory. But what followed was the second wave of the beast tide's attack. One moment paradise, the next moment hell. A wave of despair washed over everyone. Even within the base, warships had been dispatched to Jiangnan province, beginning to evacuate the crowd. Are we going to lose? It's very possible, though otherwise the authorities wouldn't have issued a notice for us to retreat from Jiangnan province. Alas, it seems the beasts are unstoppable. The warriors have done their best. The crowd was disheartened. Each person began packing their belongings, waiting for the warships to arrive. In Gaoliang City, whether it was Lin Feng's parents Lin Xiaoyu or other ordinary citizens, they all fell into a panic. The beasts have launched a counterattack. The warriors have sacrificed many. What can we use to resist now? The official warships have also suffered significant losses. We can only pray. Lin Feng has disappeared without a trace. Could it be that his injuries haven't healed and he needs to recuperate? Without him, the front line is left vulnerable. At this moment in the live broadcast, the battle was exceptionally fierce, with numerous soldiers charging in with laser guns only to be torn apart and thrown out. In short, it was brutally cruel. In less than half a day, over 100,000 soldiers had perished and the warriors had suffered a crushing defeat, retreating from the front line. The steward of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall said, "It's hopeless. This bull demon is an invincible existence. These beasts are too ferocious. We simply don't have enough manpower." Just now he attempted to approach the bull demon, but couldn't even get close, and was thrown out, almost losing his life. Representatives from various martial arts halls and numerous warriors wore somber expressions, expressing their powerlessness. They had truly done their best. If they continued to fight, the casualties would be even more horrific. It might even lead to the extinction of the warriors. One day later, the defensive city was breached, with 300,000 warriors perishing, and land weapons like tanks and armored vehicles were basically sent to their doom. The alloy defensive city was invaded by the beast army. The next morning, 20 warships were lost, all shot down by the bull demon, and the second defensive city continued to fall. Following that, the third, fourth, and fifth cities all fell with countless casualties. Commander, if this continues, in less than half a day, Jiangnan province will truly be attacked. We must find a solution. A warrior spoke to Yi Nanshan, who had just returned from the battlefield covered in blood. He said the only option is to enter the underground caves and call for help. However, the conditions in the caves are even harsher, and I'm not confident about bringing anyone back for support. The crowd fell silent as 1,000,000 warriors in the base were prepared to face death, ready for sacrifice. In this day and a half, they had already lost 50 to 60,000 brothers and comrades. And the beast tide came fiercely growing stronger with each battle. They truly felt at their wits' end. What awaited them was death or escape. Over here, after a day and night passed, Lin Feng finally refined all 7 defective red energy crystals. At this moment, he stood up, gently stepped down, and found the ground had become incredibly fragile, as if he were stepping on plastic, producing a cracking sound. My weight has reached at least 1,000 kilograms. I never expected that this thing would have such a benefit, enhancing my physical quality to a whole new level. Huh. Lin Feng couldn't hide his joy. When he looked at his attribute panel, he was instantly shocked. After refining the 7 pieces of red energy crystals, his upgrade points had exceeded 400 million. While that's a bit overwhelming. 400 million upgrade points. Not wasting any time, filled with joy, Lin Feng exclaimed, "System, upgrade my cultivation level to master." Ding. Command received, upgrading in progress. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the system announced. Ding. Upgrade complete. Lin Feng's realm began to break through imperceptibly. First, his combat power skyrocketed. 9 million, 10 million, 20 million. The speed of increase in combat power was truly faster than breaking a barrier, changing so rapidly that it left Lin Feng somewhat caught off guard. Finally, his realm broke through from platinum 5 stars directly to master. Boom. The entire towering mountain trembled, leaves were shaken off the ground, the clouds in the sky quivered, and the surroundings vibrated incessantly. A tremendous force of blood and energy enveloped the mountain, as if everything within was filled with the essence of a master. Lin Feng's body continuously strengthened, growing heavier and heavier, his weight increasing from 1,000 kg to 2,000 kilograms. Moreover, there were still signs of further enhancement. As he broke through to master, Lin Feng caused the earth to tremble, as if celebrating the emergence of another master among the human race. Masters of great power, harmony between heaven and earth. When Lin Feng looked at his combat power again, he found it had stabilized at 20 million kilograms. 20 million kilograms. It should be noted that breaking 1 million combat power equated to being a master. He was now comparable to 2 masters. In high spirits, brimming with joy, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Haha, great. However, after breaking through to master, aside from the significant change in physical quality, the consumption of upgrade points was no joke. Oh, just a moment ago, he had spent 300 million upgrade points. Money flows like water. Lin Feng didn't feel distressed and continued, "System, help me fully upgrade the Thunderblade technique, then use everything to enhance my mental realm." Ding. Command received, upgrading in progress. Ding. Thunderblade technique upgrade complete, currently at full mastery, increasing attack power by 360, with 3 lightning bolts each adding 5 attack power. Ding. Mental realm is upgrading. Platinum 2 stars. Platinum 3 stars. Platinum 4 stars. Ding. Insufficient upgrade points, upgrade halted. At the moment the upgrade points were exhausted, Lin Feng's spiritual realm halted at platinum 4 stars. He tried it out, and now he could freely control all the things here. Hundreds of towering trees were uprooted by Lin Feng, using his mental power, floating in midair. It resembled a forest in the sky, incredibly magical. With joy, Lin Feng glanced at the attribute panel. Host Lin Feng. Speed, 500 milliseconds. Strength, 200 kg. Storage space expanding. Spiritual realm platinum 4 stars, 010000. Cultivation realm grandmaster 0500. Upgrade points 0. Martial arts divine dragon spear technique mastery level cannot be improved, attack 80. Extreme blast fist technique perfection level basic attack 300. Gale step technique small success level 0 basic speed 40. Thunder sword technique perfection level sword attack 380. Lin Feng. Storage space. What is this? Not choosing to ask the system, Lin Feng pondered. Based on his years of reading novels, this must be a space that can hold many things. With such a space, there would be no need to carry any expandable bags. The astute Lin Feng nodded. It must be like that. He raised his head and walked out of the cave, only to find that it was exceptionally quiet outside. There were no traces or sounds of demon beasts. So many missed calls. Lin Feng opened the latest email sent by Yi Nanshan. Lin Feng, the tide of demon beasts has erupted. The true Beast King has appeared. Are you okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He continued reading the second email, which was sent by Lin Xiaoyu. Brother, where are you? Are you alright? Please reply. The demon beasts are about to destroy Jiangnan. What? The beast tide has erupted again. Lin Feng looked towards the distance. Without thinking, he directly flew towards the defensive city on the Gale Shield. Amidst the endless sounds of battle and the roars of beasts, the defensive city was being breached one after another. These alloy defense walls built at great expense by the Chinese government could withstand ordinary demon beasts, but against a million-strong army, they seemed insignificant. Especially the Beast King Neo, whose killing intent, surged upon awakening, had already personally killed dozens of gold-level warriors. Moreover, several warships and Dongfeng fighter jets fell victim to him, torn apart. The Grandmaster Beast King could leap 1,000 meters into the sky, reaching the moon in the ninth heaven. Terrifying indeed. Chinese warriors faced perilous crises, and in the official base, each one looked pale as paper, devoid of color, hardly daring to watch these scenes. The brutal slaughter continued. After the demon beasts invaded the defensive city, they went on a rampage, destroying everything. Those warriors who could not retreat were torn apart and devoured. The land was stained with blood. Too terrifying. Jiangnan province is doomed. Where are the other warriors? Why haven't they come out? Does our country not take these beast tides seriously? Aren't there supposed to be many grandmasters? Across the nation, people express their fears and questions. There are plenty of grandmasters in China, many of whom are renowned, so why aren't they stepping forward? Instead, they relied on ordinary warriors to sacrifice themselves, which is too cruel, too brutal. Ordinary warriors, even if they went, would be of no use. In fact, ordinary people had no idea about the existence of the underground caverns, otherwise they would not think this way. 700 kilometers away from Jiangnan province stood the last defensive city. This defensive city was equipped with 7 or 8 mid-level energy pulse cannons, continuously firing energy beams, blue light, streaking across the sky, instantly killing thousands of demon beasts. The warship squad and fighter jets took off, unleashing maximum firepower laser beams raining down the earth, exploding, and the demon beasts were like ants on a hot pan. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the demon beasts exploded, their innards flying, yet the demon beasts still did not stop crazily attacking the last defensive city. Once this city falls, they would march straight into Jiangnan, occupying the cities of humanity, waiting for the call of the underground caverns. These demon beasts had already plotted their scheme, frantically assaulting humanity. Jiangnan has already evacuated 2/3 of its population, and many people are still waiting for transport. Our warships are in dire straits. Utilize all aerial resources to evacuate the civilians. We absolutely cannot let them suffer an invasion by the demon beasts. Commander, the higher-ups have suggested that if the situation becomes uncontrollable, we will launch the Nanfeng series sky rockets. No, the Nanfeng sky rockets have too much destructive power. Jiangnan province will also be affected. At that time, the radioactive fallout and pollution will be severe, and it will be uninhabitable for 100 years. Yi Nantian shook his head, denying the higher-ups' suggestion for the first time. It must be noted that the Nanfeng sky rockets are a modified version of the Dongfeng series with lethality enhanced by more than 10 times compared to Dongfeng. Once the Nanfeng sky rockets are launched, the impact will be immense. It is estimated that Jiangnan province will be destroyed, more than half uninhabitable for a century. At that moment, Neo was already approaching the defensive city. Yi Nantian watched as the warriors kept falling and suddenly spoke. Everyone, it is already too late to withdraw from the defensive city. A person must die. It can be lighter than a feather or heavier than Mount Tai. Even if I, Yi Nantian, perish today, I have no regrets. All you heroic warriors, take up your weapons and fight these beasts. Fight! 3 million warriors roared with righteous indignation, already determined to sacrifice themselves for the country. As long as they could buy time for the civilians to escape, they would have no regrets, even if it cost them their lives. Soon the army of demon beasts was already 10 miles away. Everyone, separated by the thick defensive walls, could hear the deafening roar and the trembling of the earth. Everyone's face showed a hint of tension and panic. But more than that was determination. Farewell, comrades and officers. At the base headquarters, 3 4-star officers looked at the farewell scene of Yi Nantian, all silent. All the staff also fell silent. Countless civilians stared at the screen, their breaths almost stopping. 3 million warriors were about to pay the cost of their lives. The familiar Yi commander led the charge. The great hero fights for the country and the people. Just as everyone was preparing for battle, suddenly a series of thunderous sounds came from afar. Boom, boom. Following that, the wailing of demon beasts echoed out. Yi Nantian stepped onto the city wall and saw in the hazy vision a figure holding a long sword standing in front of the tide of beasts. With one sword strike, countless beasts exploded. Countless demon beasts, upon seeing this human blocking their way, instantly became agitated and charged towards Lin Feng. There were long claws slashing, massive palms flattening, and enormous beast fists smashing down from the air. Get lost! Lin Feng shouted, unleashing his grandmaster power. In an instant, thunder rumbled, and all the demon beasts were slashed away by his sword. Some demon beasts that leaped towards him were cut down midair. In less than a minute, Lin Feng had killed over 50,000 demon beasts, the speed of slaughter reaching an extreme. The assistance of the shadow flying blades allowed him to move freely on the battlefield. Woo! At this moment Mo noticed this human, named Lin Feng, letting out two sounds resembling a ship's horn. Then all the demon beasts began to retreat, voluntarily parting to the sides. And Mo, surrounded by countless beasts, stepped forward. Unknown. The bull demon stood several tens of feet tall, covered in light yellow fur that made him appear like a wild man devoid of intelligence. His prominent bull head was a testament to his name, the bull demon of the cataclysm. It's Lin Feng. Lin Feng has returned. Great. Lin Feng is going to duel the bull demon, everyone look. As Lin Feng appeared before the million-strong beast Tide, Yinantian, and the other martial artists were taken aback, their expressions finally relaxing somewhat. Humans are so insignificant, you should not block my path. The bull demon emitted a somber voice, and upon opening his mouth, it was as if a ship's horn was blaring, overwhelmingly vast. The bull demon. Master level. Lin Feng's eyes swiftly scanned the bull demon, feeling unsurprised. Without master-level strength, he could not command a million beasts. Today I shall use your blood to sacrifice to my million-strong beast army. Roar! The bull demon shouted at the sky, and several fighter jets circling above were instantly shattered into pieces. For a moment, all the fighter jets dared not enter this area. The other beasts also consciously retreated behind the bull demon, seemingly obeying the Beast King's command. Come! Lin Feng wasted no time. He drew his sword and charged at the bull demon. At that moment, the bull demon took a deep breath, and as Lin Feng swung his sword, it suddenly exhaled. Whoosh! In an instant, an endless gale howled, the powerful impact crashing down on Lin Feng like a skyscraper. So powerful. Lin Feng's expression tightened, his long sword trembling as the sound of thunder erupted. Boom! The sword cleaved through the fierce winds, driving straight into the bull demon. Just as he was about to succeed, the bull demon reacted faster than expected, raising its old and sturdy arm like a deep mountain, its massive fist crashing down onto Lin Feng's sword blade. With a thunderous sound, the shockwave erupted between the two. Lin Feng's arm twisted slightly, while the bull demon's expression involuntarily stiffened, turning solemn. It intentionally glanced at its own fist, discovering a wound had opened, blood gushing forth. In contrast, Lin Feng appeared remarkably calm, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Roar! The bull demon, enraged, pounded its chest and feet, then relentlessly struck Lin Feng with both fists. Bang! 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 Before the towering bull demon, Lin Feng resembled a mosquito, small, yet exceptionally agile. He darted swiftly, the gale shield beneath him ensuring he remained unharmed, nimble, and fast. So fast it was astonishing. Each punch from the bull demon missed, crashing into the ground, causing the earth to quake and dust to billow. After dozens of exchanges, Lin Feng did not hold back. He circled to the top of the bull demon, unleashing the thunder sword technique with a ferocious onslaught. The bull demon was relatively agile as well. Upon sensing Lin Feng's presence, it immediately activated its defense, opening its mouth to unleash an incredibly fierce air shockwave aimed at blowing Lin Feng away. Die for me! Lin Feng's Lei Shao stirred, rolling with thunderous force, the violent power surging like a tidal wave, fiercely countering. Boom! When the thunder sword technique clashed with the bull demon's shockwave, the entire sky trembled. White clouds shifted, the ground cracked as two immense forces collided, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to split. Sizzle! The three bolts of lightning accompanying the thunder sword technique were formidable, penetrating the shockwave and striking the bull demon in the face. In the next moment, three visible wounds appeared on the bull demon's face, blood spouting forth as it let out a terrifying wail. Woo! Furious! The bull demon went completely berserk, engaging Lin Feng in a fierce battle. Lin Feng did not let up, attacking with both sword and shadow blades, overwhelming the bull demon with almost no chance to retaliate. This scene caused Yinantian and the others to shudder. He exclaimed in horror, Lin Feng has already reached the master level. What? How could it be? Just a few days ago, didn't he just break through to platinum rank? How could he reach master level so quickly? Officer Yi, you must be mistaken. The Thunder Martial Arts Academy and several other officials looked over in unison, with disbelief etched on their faces. No doubt about it, I would never mistake it, Yinantian said excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration. His aura is characteristic of a master. Moreover, think about it, if Lin Feng did not possess master-level strength, how could he single-handedly resist the bull demon? The others nodded repeatedly, finding his reasoning sound. Lin Feng was indeed overpowering the bull demon in this battle of man versus beast, and he appeared remarkably relaxed. The onlookers grew increasingly curious about Lin Feng, all eyes glued to the large screen in Alloy City, where countless soldiers cheered him on, fists clenched in support. Hope long absent shone on their faces. Across the country, countless people watched Lin Feng's every move as he fiercely battled the Beast King. Lin Xiaoyu's family held their breath, silently watching Lin Feng fend off the beast, tied their hearts racing as they felt as if they were there in person. The flame of hope reignited. On the battlefield, Lin Feng and the bull demon had been fighting for 7 or 8 minutes, each sword strike bursting with incredible power. Die for me. The long sword danced like a serpent, moving at breakneck speed, wielding a calm sword intent as it swung freely. With one strike, the bull demon was sent crashing down, leaving a massive pit in the earth. Upon closer inspection, one would notice countless wounds on the bull demon's body, bleeding profusely, while Lin Feng remained unscathed. Roar! The giant beast roared directly, seizing a small hill and hurling it at Lin Feng. In a split second, Lin Feng effortlessly dodged, his speed astounding. It's your turn to die. Lin Feng decided not to prolong the battle. The bull demon was far from being his match, and there was no need to toy with it. With a burst of thunder, the bull demon struggled and flipped, but Lin Feng took advantage of the moment to launch a series of stabs around it. Sizzle! Sizzle! Sword strikes fell like rain, blood splattering everywhere. Ultimately, Lin Feng leaped into the air, raising his fist heavily towards the bull demon's head. Ultimate Explosion Fist. The Ultimate Explosion Fist, an extreme burst of power, carried 60 million pounds of force crashing down from the sky. Boom! The bull demon instinctively raised its hand to shield its head, but it was all in vain. As the punch landed, the ground trembled within a 10-mile radius, causing the heavens to quake and the earth to split. Roar! The bull demon let out its final wail, its head shattered like porcelain, unable to regenerate. Lin Feng had exploded the bull demon. Boom! The echo resonated in the air, reaching the defensive city, where 300,000 soldiers stood up in unison, cheering in celebration. Lin Feng has won. He has killed the bull demon. It's unbelievable. Good. Well done, Lin Feng actually won. He killed the bull demon and saved us. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng is amazing. In my heart, he is already comparable to the human race's giants. As expected of the steward of our Super Martial Arts Academy, Lin Feng can take over as the headmaster in the future. Many people excitedly embraced each other, shedding tears of joy. The members of the Super Martial Arts Academy compared Lin Feng to the giants, raising him very high. Everyone believed that Lin Feng could grow into a giant in the future, defending the human race. This scene was broadcasted across the country by flying surveillance drones, and many people were overwhelmed with excitement, once again captivated by Lin Feng's extraordinary performance. They could no longer describe the shock in their hearts. Everything was amidst those rolling tears. Meanwhile, over on the battlefield, although Lin Feng had killed the bull demon, his battle was not yet over. Ding! Master level monster killed. Upgrade points 600. 600,000 upgrade points were just a drop in the bucket for Lin Feng, hardly worth mentioning. The strength of this bull demon was definitely above that of the giant serpent beast king. Illogically speaking, the upgrade points should be much more than that of the giant serpent. However, when Lin Feng killed the giant serpent, he was only at the platinum realm, while now he was at the master realm, so naturally his gains were significantly reduced. Ignoring these thoughts, he turned his gaze to the swarming monsters and began a slaughter. Although the upgrade points aren't much, it's better than having none. If I don't eliminate you all, you'll think humans are easy to bully. To prevent future troubles, Lin Feng began his killing spree. With a single sword strike, thousands of monsters simultaneously exploded and perished, and as his mental realm increased, the power of the shadow flying blade reached new heights. In less than 10 seconds, tens of thousands of monsters fell. These monsters were a disorganized mob. At this moment, with the bull demon king dead, they lost their backbone and began to flee in panic, having no thoughts of attacking. Without a leader, they were merely a swarm of ants. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lin Feng transformed into a reaper, flying swiftly and killing at an incredible speed, leaving this group of monsters with nowhere to escape. In just 10 minutes, he had annihilated hundreds of thousands of monsters. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What a prodigy! What a freak! The last time Lin Feng faced 1,000,000 monsters, it was a precarious situation, and the killing was quite difficult. Yet, just a week later, facing the same situation, the results were entirely different. After achieving the master realm, Lin Feng was incredibly strong, too strong. In 20 minutes, 1,000,000 monsters that could not escape were all slaughtered, once again covering the ground with monster corpses. This time they could only use fire to burn them. Otherwise, the cleanup would be too troublesome. With sweat on his forehead, Lin Feng, slaying 1,000,000 monsters was not that easy. He consumed a large amount of vitality, and after taking a few major vitality pills, his complexion improved somewhat. At this moment, he returned to the defensive city. Lin Feng, have you reached the master realm? As soon as he returned, Enantion eagerly asked. Everyone gazed intently at Lin Feng, wanting to know the answer. Well, to be honest, I have indeed stepped into the master realm. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng replied. There was nothing to hide about reaching the master realm. Hiss, that's too fast, Lin Feng, you are too fast. Yes, Lin Feng, you are the fastest man I have ever seen. This breakthrough speed is terrifying. Even I have to view you in a new light. Yi Nanshan, feeling inferior, said with slight pleasure. However, your becoming a master is also a blessing for us in Huaxia. Having one more master is better than having one more enemy. Lin Feng's strength is unfathomable, and he will surely achieve great things in the future. How much damage did we sustain in this beast tide? At this moment, Lin Feng curiously asked. As he rushed back, he discovered that many newly built defensive cities had been breached with numerous corpses of soldiers and warriors lying on the ground looking quite tragic. Speaking of this, Yinantian lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "We dispatched 11 divisions and 3 Air Force battalions, and none returned. Almost 6 to 70,000 soldiers sacrificed in the battles over these 2 days. Furthermore, out of the 23,000 warriors who came to support, over 1,000 were sacrificed, and most of the others were injured." At this point, all the soldiers at the scene stood at attention, saluting in the direction of the distance, as if bidding farewell to their fallen brothers and comrades. The warriors were also in poor condition, with many missing arms and legs that would take at least a year or 2 for them to recover. Hearing these horrifying numbers, Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. It was my negligence. I thought that killing the Beast King would end everything, but I didn't expect another Beast King to emerge. No, Lin Feng, I believe this beast tide was artificially instigated. Yi Nanshan's wristwatch displayed a projected image. In the image, 7 foreign warriors wearing flight combat suits emerged from the Monster Mountain range, appearing furtive, as if they were carefully afraid of being discovered. Not long after they emerged from the Monster Mountain range, news of the beast tide rising came. I believe this matter is closely related to them. Yi Nantian speculated and sighed. It's a pity they brought professional jamming devices and the surveillance drones couldn't capture their information, otherwise we would definitely have exposed them. However, once the satellite data comes out, I believe we will identify them. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng's expression was filled with anger. Foreigners. So that's it, it's them. At that moment, a name flashed through Lin Feng's mind. The Roth family. Roy is from the Roth family, and before he died, he pressed some signal. Indeed, it must be them. After realizing this, a terrifying rage erupted within Lin Feng. He said to Yi Nanshan, "He'll leave the rest to you. I have to handle some things," and drag the culprit out. "Lin Feng, where are you going?" Seeing Lin Feng fly away in a hurry, Yi Nantian called after him. The final words came back, "For revenge." For revenge. Lin Feng's target was the Western Alliance, the Roth family. Having indirectly caused the deaths of so many warriors in Huaxia, Lin Feng would definitely annihilate the Roth family. At the same time, at the Roth manor, the Roth patriarch looked at the mangled body lying in the coffin, weeping bitterly. "My dear Roy, my beloved child, you have always been my pride. Now you have died in Huaxia for the Roth family. God will bless you." Having seen countless storms, the Roth patriarch could not bear the pain of losing a son, and with bloodshot eyes he looked into the distance and declared, "Lin Feng, I will definitely tear you to shreds." He did not know that a figure was also flying from the distant east at high speed. This figure passed through the white clouds, darting past many warships, leaving a long trail of clouds and a menacing sound wave that stunned countless people. The Western Alliance. An air defense base. Several officials responsible for aerial defense were conducting their daily observations on the ground using telescopes. Suddenly, a streak of light shot past directly above the base, accompanied by a piercing, shrill sonic boom. Huff! The entire staff at the base, upon hearing the sound of the sonic boom, was stunned, instinctively covering their ears to protect their eardrums from bursting. "There's an intruder. Damn it, who has the audacity to do this? Issue a warning immediately." A commanding officer looked up in rage, and soon an ultrasonic message was transmitted to the sky. "Listen up, people above. You are in the territory of the Western Alliance, and you have violated our airspace. Please return immediately and withdraw from the Western Alliance. Warning, warning, I repeat." The person flying at high speed was no ordinary individual, but the formidable Lin Feng. Upon hearing the warning, Lin Feng paid no heed. His anger was boiling. Whoever stood in his way would perish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After elevating his mental realm to platinum, Lin Feng's speed had reached its peak, surpassing multiple times the speed of sound. If he were not wearing combat gear, his entire outfit could have caught fire due to atmospheric friction. He shot through the sky like a meteor, heading towards a marked destination. The Roth family. After losing Roy, the heir to the Roth family, the family fell into darkness. The atmosphere today was particularly solemn and heavy. I never expected Lord Roy to be killed. What kind of powerful individuals are there in Huaxia? They say the land is vast and rich, but how could it be that even a master nearing the transformation realm couldn't escape entanglement? Who knows? In any case, that kid Lin Feng will definitely face the personal retribution of our Roth patriarch, and then we will see his pathetic expression as he kneels and begs for mercy. At this moment, 2 golden warriors of the Roth family were chatting casually. One of them, puffing on a cigar, looked indignant. "Huaxia has become increasingly arrogant in recent years, frequently opposing our Western Alliance. It's said that Lin Feng killed several of our spiritual masters in the global newcomer competition. What use is arrogance? I dare say he won't survive this month." Once the rot patriarch decides to kill, his wrath is something a mere kid like him cannot endure. As the two continued to bicker, a streak of light flew across the sky, producing a whooshing sound, prompting both to curiously look up. The figure resembled a high-speed battleship resonating with the heavens and earth, exuding an imposing aura. Just as they were about to ask who it was, the streak of light descended towards them. Lin Feng landed outside the entrance of the Rot Manor with a thunderous crash, causing the trees and flowers within a 100-meter radius to bend and prostrate due to the atmospheric pressure. "Who are you?" The two golden warriors, seeing someone suddenly descend, immediately became vigilant, shouting, "This is the Rot family. No warrior may step in without the patriarch's invitation. Get lost." Although the world was dominated by warriors, the Rot family held considerable power within the Western Alliance. Generally, any warrior daring to intrude without consent was courting death. "Where is the Rot patriarch?" Lin Feng, uninterested in wasting words, stepped forward with his hands behind his back. "Do you not understand human speech?" One warrior, seeing Lin Feng's unyielding stride, immediately shouted angrily and charged at him. Invading the Rot family was a display of madness and warranted punishment. In the next moment, Lin Feng swung his fist, crashing down. In the blink of an eye, the golden warrior was sent flying, crashing hard against a wall. The wall shattered and the warrior's chest caved in, leaving a deep fist imprint, a gruesome sight. With a single punch, he killed the golden warrior. Hiss! The remaining golden warrior, witnessing this scene, trembled and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Listen carefully, I am Lin Feng. You know me, right?" Lin Feng walked over with his hands behind his back. "Oh, so your name is Lin Feng. Then it's nothing to worry about." The man turned to leave. "I will report to the family head immediately. Please wait a moment." Just as he finished speaking, he sensed a murderous intent behind him. Before he could turn around, he was sent flying by a massive fist. Boom! Like a sandbag, he flew out, struggling before death, saying, "I was careless, I didn't dodge." In Lin Feng's eyes, these golden warriors were no more than ants, not worth his attention. He walked into the Rot Manor with his hands behind his back. Many members of the Rot family, upon seeing the young man with an Eastern appearance, immediately recalled a name. "Who is the fool who dares to invade my Rot family?" "It's Lin Feng. Lin Feng is here, damn it, get rid of him quickly." Immediately, dozens of warriors surrounded him, while some quickly left to report to the Rot patriarch. It must be said the Rot family's strength was indeed formidable, with over 20 warriors at the platinum level alone. In addition, there were over 100 warriors at the golden, silver, and bronze levels combined. Such a force anywhere else would be an overwhelming presence. No wonder the Rot family had the audacity to act against Lin Feng. "Since you all have come, then, let's die together." Lin Feng, barehanded, transformed into a shadow and charged into the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. With a punch that unleashed 1,000,000 pounds of force, the domineering power left these platinum and golden warriors utterly defenseless. Without employing the extreme burst fist technique, he could easily kill platinum warriors with a single punch. When Lin Feng released his internal energy, the horror was unimaginable. Each punch shook the heavens and earth, akin to the simultaneous release of 10 ferocious tigers, the pressure annihilating a group of warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Various figures flew in all directions, and every warrior struck by Lin Feng perished in an explosion of their bodies. The fate of the Rot family members was like that of balloons. Impossible to escape death. "What is this thing? Run. He is a master. Retreat," called the patriarch. In less than half a minute, Lin Feng had killed over 50 warriors, with all the platinum warriors perishing. Seeing Lin Feng kill, as if he were slaughtering chickens, these minor characters no longer dared to be defiant, immediately falling into chaos and fleeing in all directions. "Think you can escape? Not a chance." Remembering the lives of hundreds of thousands of Huaxiao warriors, Lin Feng could not suppress his murderous intent. Shadow blade shot out from behind. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The crisp sound of piercing echoed as over 100 heads flew into the air in various corners of the Rot Manor, then fell to the ground. The headless corpses were like fountains, blood gushing forth, turning the entire Rot Manor a vivid crimson. At this moment, several women and elderly individuals curled up in a corner. When Lin Feng's gaze fell upon them, they sat up in fright with a gasp. "Stop!" Just as Lin Feng was about to annihilate everyone, an old voice, deep and magnetic, sounded from behind. The Pope of the Rot family, draped in a coat, scanned the surroundings with fury. Upon witnessing the slaughter of the Rot family's warriors, his eyes nearly blazed with fire. He glared and shouted, "Lin Feng, my grandson has nothing to do with this. Do not commit indiscriminate murder." Oh, the old fox finally shows himself. Lin Feng would not let any member of the Rot family escape. He controlled the shadow blades to strike with lightning speed. With a hiss, several individuals curled up in a corner all died instantly. In that moment, the Pope of the Rot family was utterly enraged. This was his grandson, his only grandson. Today he was killed right before him. An ocean of hatred surged within him. Without a word, the Pope drew a massive axe and charged at Lin Feng. With a thud, the axe's power was incredibly violent, crafted from a special material he had obtained during his youth in the underground. At least it was a true treasure of grade or above. Coupled with the body of the master, the Pope's combined might brought down an axe, carrying an overwhelming pressure upon Lin Feng. Get lost. Lin Feng was not merciful. The lives of hundreds of thousands of warriors could not be lost in vain. He summoned Thunder Knight, unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom. The giant axe clashed with the long sword, and instantly the surrounding buildings shattered under the pressure, collapsing immediately. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng executed a terrifying strike. The Pope's lips tightened as he wielded the giant axe, striking with a desperate force, unleashing black radiance that rushed toward Lin Feng. Boom. As the immense power collided, the Pope was forced back, incredulously lifting his head. Lin Feng's strength was astonishing, too powerful. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained motionless, unaffected by all sorts of flashy moves. In the face of absolute power, even the most elegant actions were futile. His previous thunderous sword technique had utilized 100% enhancement. Let's not forget his maximum enhancement could reach 300%. It seems you have achieved master status. My son's death must be due to you, right? The Pope spoke in a deep voice, his gaze piercing Lin Feng, the murderous intent resolute. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. If I die, so be it. There's no need for so much talk. Today I will use your blood to honor the souls of 600,000 warriors of Huaxia. Arrogant. The two surged into battle, once more. Thud, thud, thud. Various ferocious powers erupted in the space, and soon the entire Rot Manor was shattered. Concrete and steel structures were all flattened. Tiger's roar sinks the ship. Roar. The sound of a tiger's roar reverberated across the sky as the Pope's giant axe struck down a black tiger, crashing toward Lin Feng's soul, leaving him momentarily stunned. With a sudden expansion of spiritual power, Lin Feng dispelled the illusion. Thunder Knight summoned the might of lightning, and Lin Feng swung his sword horizontally, causing thunder to explode. The peak enhancement power pushed Lin Feng's strength to over 60 million. The ultimate amplification was unleashed without reservation. Thud. At the moment their powers clashed, the entire Rot Manor was leveled by the invisible shockwave. All survivors within were ruthlessly exterminated, unable to withstand this terrifying strike. The power of a master is extraordinarily violent. Within several miles, it was as if a strong typhoon had swept through, leaving devastation in its wake. Every living creature was annihilated, mercilessly purging. Puff. Amidst the intense shockwave, the Pope felt a sharp pain in his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs throbbed painfully. So fierce, Lin Feng's power was too fierce. Logically, as fellow masters, he should have been able to fight back, yet his earlier exhaustive strike was unable to match Lin Feng. He was simply no match for Lin Feng. His vitality began to wane, his body was injured, while Lin Feng stood unscathed, even floating in midair with radiant energy. With cold, indifferent eyes staring at the Pope of the Rot family, Lin Feng's murderous intent was palpable. Just as Lin Feng was about to send the Pope to his end, the next moment the Pope turned and fled. If he didn't run, his life would be forfeit. The Pope had experienced many battles, always undefeated, yet now he was reduced to being chased by a mere youth. It was too humiliating. Flee. Can you escape? Lin Feng took a step forward. The Gale Shield understood his intent, propelling Lin Feng forward. The Pope's speed was not slow. He would have been a sensational presence in the martial arts world, but before the Gale Shield, he appeared to be moving at a snail's pace. Die for me. Lin Feng swung his sword at the Pope's back, and the Pope turned to block with his giant axe. Bang! He was sent flying several kilometers away. Thus Lin Feng relentlessly pursued the Pope through the bustling streets of the West Alliance, causing numerous buildings to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. These skyscrapers were like mud, exploding one after another in the chase between the two masters. It was as terrifying as bombs demolishing a city. Countless civilians shopping on the streets fled in panic, seeking refuge in underground shelters. The battle of masters is truly fierce. I never expected the Pope of the Rot family would meet such a fate. Who is it that hunts him down? It seems to be someone from the east. They are too fierce. The battle of masters wreaks havoc, and it is we the common people who suffer. The officials must be on their way if they need to stop this battle, or we will never have a peaceful day again. Many people watched the surveillance screens, fear gripping their hearts. In the end, the exhausted Pope could no longer fly, a weary in body and spirit. After receiving a strike from Lin Feng, he plummeted from the sky. Bang! The concrete ground was smashed into a pit over 100 meters wide, and the Pope was instantly buried under the rubble. At this moment, Lin Feng showed no intention of letting him go. He swiftly chased after and pulled the Pope out of the pit with one hand. This is the price for provoking my wrath. Bang! He grabbed the Pope's head and slammed it hard against the ground, instantly causing the Pope to feel dizzy, his eyes flickering with brilliance. How will you repay the 60,000 souls? Bang! Again he slammed the Pope's head into the ground cracked, and the Pope was powerless to fight back, feeling only profound humiliation inside. Lin Feng had actually forced a revered master to kneel and bow. The humiliation was the greatest of his life. So disgraceful. All dignity lost. Old man, are you still unconvinced? Bang, bang, bang. After several heavy blows, the Pope's head was nearly smashed to pieces, almost unrecognizable, before Lin Feng finally threw him aside. The liberated Pope had long since lost his life, beaten to death. This master, once feared in the West Alliance and renowned worldwide, today lay dead in the streets. Having killed the Pope, Lin Feng did not leave the West Alliance immediately, but returned to the Rot Manor to loot valuable items. Ding, defeat the Master Realm enemy, upgrade points 450,000. During the flight, Lin Feng unintentionally heard the sound of rewards in his mind. Coupled with the numerous platinum-level martial artists he had just slain, Lin Feng had earned over 1 million upgrade points. Of course, 1 million is now a trivial amount for him. It is nothing more than dust beneath his fingernails. Meanwhile, solar energy was also contributing to Lin Feng's upgrade points, albeit in much smaller amounts, nearly negligible. Just a few dozen points in an hour. If he relied on solar energy to upgrade, he would probably still be waiting by the time he was buried. With a slight shake of his head, Lin Feng returned to the Rot Manor. His mental power was released, and strands of spiritual energy began to scan the surroundings. Lin Feng discovered some martial artists' equipment, among which combat suits and clevel and blevel weapons were the majority. In such a deeply rooted century-old family, a basement was inevitable. Lin Feng cleared the rubble and entered the basement. In the basement, there were many fine wines, each valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars, but Lin Feng had no interest in alcohol and smashed them all with a punch. What intrigued him the most were the great blood chi pills, ordinary blood chi pills, and other refining pills totaling over 5,000. The Rot family was indeed wealthy. The total value of all the pills was at least several billion. The cores of platinum beasts are also here. Since these things would only be taken by others, I might as well take them for myself. After finishing the search, Lin Feng's attribute panel suddenly displayed a prompt: 2 million upgrade points can unlock storage space. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng followed the prompt and unlocked the storage space. Ding, the storage space has been opened, deducting 2,000 upgrade points. The storage space could hold items, and Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised that this feature had truly been activated. Upon opening it, he found a space of about 500 square meters capable of holding many items. Lin Feng stored all the valuable and useful items from the basement into the storage space. However, as Lin Feng emerged from the basement, several low-altitude fighter jets appeared above him. These fighter jets were newly developed and were among the most powerful of their kind globally. Their firepower could instantly annihilate silver beasts. Attention, Chinese martial artists below. We are from the Western Alliance Air Defense Security Department. Please drop your weapons and surrender immediately, or we will engage in firepower strikes. On the fighter jet, a martial artist dressed in Western Alliance military attire warned Lin Feng below, having just chased him for invading their airspace. Efficiency, one could say, was not slow. However, not long after the warning, a black flying blade shot out suddenly. Bang! A low-altitude fighter jet exploded without warning, plummeting and causing dozens of casualties. Seeing this scene, the members on the other jets were terrified, their faces changing rapidly, growing increasingly pale. Damn it, this guy is strong. Fire rockets at him. With a burst of gunfire, blue flame laser bullets pierced through the rubble, targeting Lin Feng, unleashing 500 laser strikes per second, leaving no room to breathe. What a hassle! Lin Feng had originally not intended to deal with these soldiers, but since they provoked him, he saw no reason to hold back. The Gale Shield acted as a barrier in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. Countless laser beams struck the Gale Shield, producing drum-like sounds. The torrential laser fire could not harm a single hair on Lin Feng. Fire missiles. Quickly use missiles to blow him up. The commander was furious. Hundreds of missiles bombarded Lin Feng simultaneously, yet they were still blocked by Lin Feng's Gale Shield. Boom, boom. After several rounds of bombardment, Lin Feng remained unscathed. At this moment, everyone was trembling, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. A bunch of ants. Shadow flying blades shot from his hand as Lin Feng turned to leave, not looking back. Before long, screams and explosions echoed behind him, and ultimately all 5 low-altitude fighter jets exploded and crashed, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Western Alliance, bustling market. Lin Feng returned here, glanced at the axe in the hands of the Rot Patriarch, and then stored it away. At this moment, the crowd watching around was frightened and hurriedly hid, not daring to face the great demon that Lin Feng had become. So ruthless, Lin Feng had left the Rot Patriarch bloodied and mangled, and now, with the body still warm, he came to take away his weapon. The Chinese martial artists are too fierce, aren't they? After securing the weapon, Lin Feng did not linger and took off at supersonic speed. Western Alliance Air Defense Center. On the path Lin Feng had intruded, they had already deployed dozens of fighter jets and hundreds of tracking missiles prepared to intercept Lin Feng and hold him accountable. However, the moment Lin Feng killed the Rot Patriarch and flattened the Rot family, the three-star general at the Air Defense Center suddenly issued an order: all fighter jets return, evacuate the airspace immediately. Withdraw all tracking missiles, hurry. A top pilot in the fighter jet asked in confusion, General, why? This pilot had experienced dozens of battles and knew fighter jets like the back of his hand, confident that this formation could intercept the invading martial artist. Now that the defense line was set, why would the general order a retreat? All the fighter pilots were puzzled. Because he killed the Rot Patriarch and obliterated the Rot family, and he also annihilated the fighter squad we sent to investigate. We are no match for him, he is a master. The three-star general exclaimed hoarsely, quickly retreat, do not engage in any attacks against him. However, just as these words were transmitted, Lin Feng had already flown into this area from a great height. He saw many fighter jets blocking the way ahead, so he waved his hand holding the thunderstorm. Boom! The long sword summoned lightning, and 3 bolts of lightning erupted, bombarding the fighter jets. At that moment, the top pilot was the first to bear the brunt. In an instant of shock, his eyes widened in terror. In the next second, nearly 100 fighter jets exploded simultaneously, as if a wildfire had swept through, all annihilated by Lin Feng alone. The might of the master, who can withstand it? It's over, it's over. The three-star general broke out in a cold sweat, having lost nearly 100 fighter jets in one blow, an incredible loss. Like ants, Lin Feng shook his head lightly and continued forward, ultimately flying out of the Western Alliance without any pressure. Half an hour later, major global media outlets were flooded with a news report. Breaking news: the Rot family, ranked among the top 3 in the Western Alliance, unfortunately faced annihilation half an hour ago, with all 264 members killed. The Chinese martial artist single-handedly entered the Western Alliance, slaughtering the Rot Patriarch in the bustling market. Footage circulated, igniting public outrage. Shockingly, the renowned Rot master engaged in battle with the rising star Lin Feng, only to be brutally killed lying dead in the streets. Currently, the Western Alliance has dispatched personnel to investigate and condemn the rampage in the market, stating that they will bring the perpetrator to justice. At this moment, Lin Feng had already returned to the Super Martial Arts Hall, sitting on the sofa to count his spoils. If it weren't for his excessive force that destroyed the air defense fighter jets, Lin Feng would have wanted to bring a few back to play with, as they could sell for a hefty price. Lin Feng single-handedly stormed into the Western Alliance, and the news of the annihilation of the Rot family spread like a plague among the various alliances. Almost everyone in the Western Alliance, the Non-Alliance, and the Asian Alliance was utterly horrified by this incident. Who in the world is unaware of the Rot family's influence? They were as renowned as the Buffett family before the Great Catastrophe. Their impact felt across the entire globe. Moreover, the patriarch of the Rot family was a seasoned master, and his son was an up-and-coming new master. If nothing unexpected occurred, the Rot family would become the world's largest family within the next decade. But now it was all gone, everything was gone. The Rot family was wiped out by the newcomer Lin Feng, leaving not a single survivor. Everyone was deeply contemplating what the Rot family had done to offend Lin Feng, leading to their tragic annihilation. At the same time, countless people began to develop a new perspective on this terrifying newcomer. He was no longer a newcomer. He had become a renowned master warrior. Warriors worldwide knew that Lin Feng had killed the patriarch of the Rot family, and his strength was undoubtedly at the master level. In fact, he was even stronger than the average master. Who would have thought that just 2 short months later, he would transform from the Golden Realm to a master warrior? This rate of advancement is simply unbelievable. Indeed, this person is too formidable. Fortunately, we didn't sever ties with him or completely offend Huaxia, otherwise it would be us in the Asian Alliance suffering the consequences now. They say Huaxia hasn't produced any promising young talent in nearly a decade, but with just Lin Feng, he is enough to crush warriors from around the globe who have been active for almost 30 years. Masters must not be insulted. We should be more courteous to Huaxia from now on and be a bit more restrained. The upper echelons of the world were conversing, astonished by Lin Feng's actions. Such a powerful warrior must be treated with caution. If one were not careful and offended him, given Lin Feng's vengeful nature, they might find themselves facing annihilation at his hands one day. Meanwhile, at the Western Alliance's advanced base, a high-level meeting was being held in the evening. Damn it, damn it. A 4-star officer slammed the table angrily. That damn Lin Feng, just a mere brat from Huaxia, brazenly entering and exiting our Western Alliance. Does he not regard us at all? Release the news. Lin Feng's actions have severely infringed upon the interests of the Western Alliance. We will make him pay the price he deserves. Director Kevin is right. The Rot family was a crucial pillar of the Western Alliance, and they cannot be killed by those Huaxia warriors without cause. We must seek justice. I agree with Director Kevin. Immediately convene a press conference to apply pressure on Huaxia, demanding they hand over the perpetrator. The officers collectively voiced their agreement, determined to make Lin Feng pay. The Western Alliance has always been at the center of the globe, surpassing others in both technology and martial arts. How dare Huaxiao oppose them? Not to mention the Rot family's abundance of talent, which was of great significance to the Western Alliance. Lin Feng's reckless intrusion leading to the destruction of over 100 fighter jets was enough to incite public outrage. Lin Feng must not be let off the hook. The next day, the Western Alliance released statements demanding Huaxia to surrender the perpetrator. However, Lin Feng did not pay attention to the news. He had returned to Gaoyang City. As soon as Lin Feng returned, he was met with a grand welcome from the citizens of Gaoyang City, a scene of throngs of people and streets overflowing with excitement. This left Lin Feng somewhat taken aback. He never realized he had such prestige. Lin Feng, you are the pride of Huaxia. Lin Feng, you are amazing. I saw the news. Not only did you fend off the new wave of beast tides, but you also eradicated the Rot family. Lin Feng, you are our great benefactor. Many were cheering and shouting. Lin Feng, accustomed to such attention, simply acknowledged them briefly before returning home. At home, as soon as Lin Feng entered, his parents rushed to greet him. Wang Xiaoyan hugged Lin Feng tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Son, how could you cause such a huge commotion? I was so worried about you. Mom, your son can now defeat anyone in the world. No one can hurt me. Lin Feng boasted, rest assured your son is now a legendary master. Really, son, are you really a master now? Wang Xiaoyan's face lit up with surprise, and Lin Dong also looked eager. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu stood nearby, looking dazed, her big eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Of course, my master-level strength is unmatched. Lin Feng said this to reassure his parents. After some more chatter, the two elders finally felt relieved. They were also martial artists and understood that a master was the strongest existence in the world, so they no longer worried about Lin Feng. By the way, Xiaoyu, has your realm improved at all? Lin Feng patted Lin Xiaoyu's little head and asked. The little girl nodded but couldn't muster any joy. Brother, I'm already at the bronze 3-star level. Well, that's not bad. Lin Feng glanced at her and smiled lightly. Under the scan of his spiritual sense, he confirmed that Lin Xiaoyu was not lying. This little girl was indeed improving rapidly. Although not as fast as his own extraordinary progress, she could still be considered a genius in the martial arts world. She was only 14, just starting her first year of high school. Tomorrow we will go to the martial arts school to train. I want to assess your training results. Lin Feng said before heading to his room. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu stood there looking bitter. Xiaobai, didn't you say that once you recover, I would quickly be able to surpass my brother? Look at my brother now, he's already a master. The last time he came back, he was just at the platinum level. Do I still have hope to surpass him? Cough, cough, well, little master. I just recently recovered, so don't rush, your talent is no less than your brother's. An electronic voice from the pendant comforted Lin Xiaoyu. In a few days, he will definitely see you in a new light. There is nothing in this world stronger than me. I can assist you in becoming a new star in the martial arts world, ensuring you surpass your brother within 6 months. Last time it was 3 months, this time it's 6 months. Is the next time going to be 12 months? Lin Xiaoyu murmured. Xiaobai quickly replied, of course not. I keep my word, just wait and see. Your brother is really not that strong in my world. Even a dog raised by my servant is stronger than him. Another day passed, and the Super Martial Arts School responded to the Western Alliance's comments. Lin Feng can annihilate one Rot family, so he can annihilate a second. Welcome to target the Super Martial Arts School. What? Lin Feng woke up and saw the announcement from the Super Martial Arts School, instantly stunned. Wait, I didn't release any news. Who posted this? Is it really okay to make me so high profile? Upon investigation, he found it was posted by General Lu Nanfeng, who had surprisingly returned and was so domineering, truly deserving of being a general. Lin Feng admired him immensely. This was a big shot, far more ostentatious than him. The Super Martial Arts School coming forward for him was truly worth it. Days passed as Lin Feng trained Lin Xiaoyu when he suddenly received a call from Lu Nanfeng. Lin Feng, do you have any interest in taking a stroll over to the border island? General Lu, is there something going on? Lin Feng asked. Lu Nanfeng replied calmly. It's nothing you can't know. A relic has appeared over there, and it seems a dungeon is about to open. If we hurry over, we should be able to excavate some treasures. Treasures? Hearing there were benefits, Lin Feng immediately agreed. Alright, I'll gather at the headquarters shortly. Lin Feng had checked relevant information. Before a dungeon opened, a large number of treasures would usually manifest, and those lucky enough could obtain various weapons, making it a great opportunity for treasure hunting. This time Lin Feng was very much looking forward to collecting more. After all, his Lei Xiao was only level and had severely fallen behind his capabilities. It was time for an upgrade. Lin Feng, there's no need to rush. No one has unearthed any treasures yet. Let's wait for others to assess if there is any danger before we set off in a few days. On the other end of the video, Lu Nanfeng smiled and said, before the cave opens, there may be deadly dangers. We don't need to take unnecessary risks. Indeed, the town general is truly cunning. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up, but suddenly realized he misspoke and quickly corrected himself. I meant to say he is astute and possesses foresight. Lu Nanfeng responded with a playful expression. Due to the delay in their departure, Lin Feng bought a copy of the wind step technique for Lin Xiaoyu to practice. Over the past few days with various prompts, the little girl learned it quite quickly. In less than 2 days, she had memorized the basic steps and could perform the most fundamental techniques. Speed of 56 meters per second, strength of 3,200. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's test results, Lin Feng felt somewhat dissatisfied and admonished her in a tone befitting a mentor. You are the worst disciple I've taught. You're already at bronze 3-star, why does it seem like a game to you? Look at the other warriors, which one is not better than you? I'm a grandmaster. If others discover that the grandmaster's sister is so mediocre, where would I put my face? Brother, let's not talk about me. Who under 20 in the entire martial arts school is better than me? Lin Xiaoyu, unwilling to be reprimanded, retorted confidently. Besides, our parents are old and not as strong as I am. Why don't you criticize them? That's an exception. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. This little girl is learning the wrong things and is now able to rebut him. It's truly becoming more and more concerning. In any case, make sure to practice diligently these days. Don't be lazy. By the time I return next, you must have mastered at least 30% of the wind step technique. Also, feel free to consume any Dan pills you want. Don't hold back. Your brother is quite wealthy now, so just use them generously. Saying this, Lin Feng thought for a moment and took out a set of Kraid combat gear he had scavenged from the Rote family and handed it to Lin Xiaoyu, advising her. This is brand new combat gear gifted to me by foreign friends. I have no use for it, so take it and adapt to it in advance. The combat gear can be set to various modes. In training mode, it becomes heavy, making it very suitable for warriors. Lin Xiaoyu could no longer continue with these basic practices. It was time to increase the difficulty. Otherwise, growth would be too slow. The next day, Lin Feng went to the Alliance Mall building to sell dozens of sets of combat gear and various platinum and gold weapons obtained from the Rote family. Most of them were between grade and Kraid. Since they were secondhand, the prices were not too high. The total comes to 18 billion. What do you think? Manager Lu welcomed Lin Feng with a smile, not daring to engage in any deceitful behavior. Lin Feng was no longer the young genius of the past. He single-handedly destroyed the Rote family and killed a grandmaster, becoming a world-renowned warrior whom everyone regarded with deference. Especially someone like Manager Lu, a businessman, had to show even more respect to Lin Feng. All right, just transfer the money to my account, Lin Feng casually replied, showing little interest in the money. To him, money was merely a number. After selling what needed to be sold, Lin Feng headed to the headquarters of the Yanjing Martial Arts School. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Lu Nanfeng stared at him intently, as if he didn't recognize him, wanting to scrutinize Lin Feng thoroughly. Feeling somewhat uneasy under such a gaze, Lin Feng cautiously said, Town General Lu, if you keep looking at me like that, I might get a bit nervous. I'm still a young bachelor. Lu Nanfeng said, Lin Feng, I returned the day before yesterday and heard that you have become a grandmaster. Lu Nanfeng looked radiant and said, I didn't expect they weren't lying to me. You really have entered the ranks of grandmasters. You broke through too quickly, didn't you? He also suspected that Lin Feng might have some secrets, but he didn't inquire further. Lin Feng humbly replied, It's just so-so. By the way, Town General Lu, why did you suddenly return from the cave? Have you settled the matters down there? It's said that the situation in the cave is very severe, and even the beast tide couldn't spare any strong warriors to suppress it. So how could Town General Lu have time to come back? With a hint of doubt, Lin Feng listened as Lu Nanfeng said, It has improved a bit. This time I returned specifically to dig for treasures with you. Moreover, the head of the school should be waking up soon. I returned to welcome the head. The head is coming out. Lin Feng felt a flicker of joy. He held immense admiration for the head of the super martial arts school. This person is the strongest figure of the human race, and so far he has never seen him in person. All right, let's go. Su Ao and the others are waiting for us over there. It's just the right time to depart today. The two prepared for a moment before heading toward the marked location. Their destination for this journey was an archipelago known as Qindaozhou. Qindaozhou is situated between Huaxia and the Alliance of Asia, belonging to a group of islands at the border of Huaxia. The two streaked across the sky like two thunder battleships. Shortly after leaving Huaxia, the two arrived above Qindaozhou. Looking down, hundreds of islands came into view. Beneath the islands was the vast blue sea. This way, the two finally landed on the first island, which was also the largest island in Qindaozhou. As soon as they landed, Su Ao and other members of the Super Martial Arts School gathered to meet them, a group of about 10 people. Lu Nanfeng got straight to the point. Su Ji, sure, how is the exploration going? Any findings? Su Ao gently shook his head and lamented, Alas, many people from other alliances have come in these days. Not only have grandmasters arrived, but even grandmasters have been mobilized. We found nothing. It's said that the non-alliance and Western alliance have obtained several pieces of red energy crystals. As Su Ao spoke of the red energy crystals being taken by the Western alliance, the expressions of him and his companions turned somber. No worries, it's not too late for us to set off now. Lin Feng said. At that moment, two groups of warriors suddenly approached. Oh, isn't that the Grandmaster of the Super Martial Arts School? What a coincidence. The speaker wore a black cloak with the insignia of the Western Alliance, clearly someone of status. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, Grandmaster Turner, if you and the Western Alliance can come, why can't we? The Grandmasters knew each other and had met before in the cave, so they were familiar with one another. Oh, I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand Grandmaster Liu. Grandmaster Turner replied with a smile. However, we have teamed up with friends from the non-alliance. If we manage to dig up the treasures, first don't blame us. At this, a dark-skinned guy stepped forward and mockingly said, I've seen your Huaxiao warriors for 3 days now, and not even a single hair has been found. Why do you keep sending such incapable people? Can't you send someone useful? Could it be that the Super Martial Arts School is made up of this kind of trash? As he said this, the expressions of Su Shi and others immediately darkened. They had been ridiculed. Hearing this, Lin Feng calmly spoke. I advise you to swallow the words you just said, otherwise you won't have a good outcome. Do you believe me? This statement, carrying a hint of cold questioning, drew the attention of everyone from the non-alliance and Western Alliance. In an instant, both groups turned their gazes in unison. The muscular middle-aged black man who spoke directed his question at Lin Feng, saying, Kid, when an adult is speaking, what business do you have interrupting? Do you know who I am? This one is Master Embiid. Kid, you are the first to dare to speak to Master Embiid like this. Master Turner stood nearby, crossing his arms and coldly laughing, his eyes wandering over Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, scoffed disdainfully and replied coldly, I don't care who you are, my name is Lin Feng. If you're not satisfied, come at me. Arrogant. Lin Feng so arrogant. Upon hearing his words, everyone from the non-alliance and the Western Alliance exchanged glances revealing traces of anger. Turner remained unbothered and smiled, saying, Oh, so you are Lin Feng. I heard that while we were away you made quite a name for yourself. By the way, everyone says you are the new leader of the Huaxia generation. In these days of treasure hunting, you better show some real action, or you might end up with nothing and return empty-handed. Kid, watch your words. You're only fit to act tough. Hasn't anyone taught you to show some respect when facing a master? Embiid warned Lin Feng. In the end, both groups managed to restrain themselves from fighting. After all, everyone was there to seek treasure, and it was unnecessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle, otherwise someone with ill intentions might take advantage of the situation. Moreover, both the non-alliance and the Western Alliance had several spiritual practitioners among them determined to find treasures, while the Huaxiao martial artists would return empty-handed only to be shown off in front of them. To provoke the Huaxiao warriors. No need to pay them any mind. Oh, let's go find the red energy crystals, Lin Feng instructed, and the group began to form smaller teams to search for the red energy crystals. I am a spiritual practitioner. I will scan for them quickly. Contact me if needed. Lin Feng, with his special identity, directly boarded the wind shield and circled the island. There's one here. Indeed, with Lin Feng's spiritual power, now able to cover a radius of 10 miles, he quickly sensed a treasure underground and began to dig. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Feng dug at an incredible speed, and before long, at about 300 meters underground, he unearthed a defective red energy crystal. Wow, a red energy crystal, a good find. Lin Feng stored it in his spatial storage and continued to dig. In a short while, Lin Feng had thoroughly searched the entire island. He did not find another red energy crystal, but he did come across a few weapons, although they were not worth much. Most were between B and C grades, likely left behind by warriors during the early stages of the Great Cataclysm. This island has already been claimed by the non-alliance and the Western Alliance. I can only pick up the scraps. No, I need to scan islands they haven't set foot on to get ahead. Lin Feng did not linger any longer and set off for the second island, where he discovered another red energy crystal, still defective and not complete. Then to the third, fourth, and fifth islands. Lin Feng moved at lightning speed, covering a vast area, and within 10 minutes had searched a small island, collecting several red energy crystals. Damn, how is this kid's flying speed so fast? And he seems to be a spiritual practitioner as well. What uses speed? If his spiritual power is weak, what can he unearth? It's just futile effort, worthless. We have 4 spiritual practitioners. Could he possibly be stronger than us? Someone scoffed, but the next moment a man from the Western Alliance suddenly narrowed his eyes, saying, Wait, it seems he has dug out a red energy crystal. Just one. What's so impressive about that? It's just luck. A few people stubbornly insisted that Lin Feng finding the red energy crystal was merely a matter of luck. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with these guys. He had no intention of provoking them, and there was no need to waste time on them. His goal was to unearth treasures. Captain Liu, there's a red energy crystal about 3 kilometers to your left. Go check it out. Su, there's one at the 96.45 position. A move quickly. Don't let them get it first. Lin Feng used his thoughts to scan, discovering some that were farther away, notifying his teammates to dig and leaving no opportunity for others. Lin Feng, your senses are incredibly sharp. There really is one here. I've dug it out. Haha Lin Feng, you truly are a spiritual practitioner. You scanned it from so far away, well done. Soon Lin Feng received feedback from his teammates. Thus, through cooperation, Lin Feng continuously unearthed red energy crystals, and with his spiritual power extended, almost no treasure could escape his grasp. Damn, there are more than 10 here, we've struck it rich. One island saw Lin Feng unearth 12 red energy crystals, at once making him ecstatic. In these few days, the total depth Lin Feng had dug was several hundred kilometers, and he had ultimately searched through hundreds of islands, directly collecting 135 red energy crystals. Haha, this is truly a lot. Oh, I'm rich, I'm rich. Looking at the quantity stored in his spatial storage, Lin Feng grinned widely. It must be said that this place was indeed a treasure trove. Even one red energy crystal could sustain him for half a day. With over 100, Lin Feng could hardly imagine the immense gain he would have. If he could describe his current feelings in one word, it would be overjoyed and unexpected. Captain Liu, I have searched all the islands. I estimate all the red energy crystals have been unearthed. Good, then let's gather. The members of the Super Martial Hall arrived at the first island to regroup. Lu Nanfeng addressed everyone. We've unearthed 4 in total. How did the other teams fare? I have 3 here. We got 2 each. The group's haul was not substantial. Combined, the 4 teams had only 11 crystals. Many of them were unearthed thanks to Lin Feng's guidance. Without his instructions, they might have returned empty-handed. For ordinary people, it was indeed very difficult to dig. Haha, no need to panic. I have 132 here. Seeing everyone looking disappointed, Lin Feng took out a pile of red energy crystals. Immediately, Lu Nanfeng and Su Ao's eyes widened in shock. Lin Feng, you have way too many, right? Over 100. Wow, Lin Feng, you're amazing. Are you buying in bulk? They were all in awe of Lin Feng, the most outstanding spiritual practitioner who had harvested so many. It was truly astonishing. However, at that moment, the warriors from the Non-Alliance and the Western Alliance stepped forward with Turner and Embiid expressing envy, saying, "Everyone, this was discovered by us first. All gains should be split 50-50. We found a total of 20 red energy crystals. How many did you Huaxiao find? Show us." Oh, dividing by head count is the fairest. Dividing by head count. Lu Nanfeng frowned while Lin Feng directly waved his hand, saying, "Have you been digging so much that you've gone crazy?" With greedy eyes fixed on the red energy crystal in Lin Feng's hand, Turner swallowed hard. They had put in considerable effort over the past few days, but had only managed to mine a few red crystals. Lin Feng, on the other hand, repeatedly reaped rewards right under their noses, making them truly envious. Now that it was time to get a piece of the pie, they were eager to scoop up some benefits. After all, they were numerous and confident in their own strength. Hey, let's not speak too absolutely. Lin Feng's irritation didn't cause Turner to lose control. He added, "Don't forget, this is the border of Huaxia. If nothing goes awry, a new dungeon will open here. If we provide a little momentum beforehand, what do you think will happen?" Master Turner is indeed correct. I don't mind using some means to open the dungeon early. Master Embiid, crossing his arms, scoffed. "When that happens, you will be the first to face the creatures from the dungeon, having nothing to do with us. But with so many martial artists from Huaxiao, you should be able to resist, right? Why not try opening it right now?" His words carried a hint of threat, indicating that if they wouldn't share, he would take action to open the dungeon. Coincidentally, this was the border island of Huaxiao, the closest to Huaxia. Once the new dungeon opened, Huaxiao would definitely send powerful figures to suppress it, otherwise it would face a tremendous crisis. It was a blatant threat. Embiid and Turner smirked, reveling in their perceived advantage. Meanwhile, Su Ao and Lu Nanfeng's expressions turned serious, sharing. The opposing side had about 50 to 60 people. If the red energy crystals were divided, they would get nothing. They were outright robbing them. Damn it. The warriors from the Super Martial Arts Hall felt extremely uneasy, a surge of anger building within them. Hey, make your decision quickly, what do you say? At that moment, seeing that Lu Nanfeng and the others had not reacted, Embiid stepped forward and said with a smile, "Captain Liu, you are the captain of the Super Martial Arts Hall. If you don't speak up, it will be hard to resolve this." Upon hearing this, Lu Nanfeng clenched his fists but did not act. Besides Embiid and Turner, there was also a master among them. Additionally, there were 4 platinum-level spiritual masters present, and with Turner being a captain of the Western Alliance, their overall strength was superior. He couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, it would lead to serious trouble. Hard to resolve. Just as Embiid finished speaking, a figure lunged out. "Then I think we might as well not resolve it." An angry voice rang out as Lin Feng instantly appeared before Embiid and delivered a powerful punch. "You?" Just a moment ago, Embiid had been feeling smug, but upon seeing Lin Feng's approach, his eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected this kid to be so fast. Before he could react, Lin Feng's punch sent him flying. Bang! The black figure was hurled dozens of meters away. As Embiid began to regain consciousness in the air and was about to speak, Lin Feng had already appeared behind him. "Damn you, I have endured for long enough." Lin Feng's explosive punch accumulated power to its peak, exceeding 50 million in force, striking hard at Embiid's back. "Defend." In a flurry, Embiid could only employ his master-level defense, but he had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. The overwhelming force of the punch knocked Embiid to the ground, shattering all defense. What masterly might! It was completely obliterated. Embiid collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Amidst the rising dust and flying debris, a large pit was created in the ground, and Embiid lay there like a dead dog, motionless. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. How fierce! Lin Feng was incredibly fierce. He unexpectedly landed several punches on Embiid, leaving him powerless to retaliate. The speed of the attacks was too fast, comparable to a master. It should be noted that Embiid was a renowned master, a figure of great renown capable of reaching the heavens and treading the earth, a top-tier expert among martial artists. Such overwhelming might was not to be insulted. Yet now it was as if Embiid had lost all dignity. Before Lin Feng, he appeared as a child facing an adult, utterly weak and pitiful. Lin Feng, how dare you! At this moment, Turner and several others from the Western Alliance glanced over, a master eager to act, their auras surging as they prepared to strike at Lin Feng. Who dares to move? Am I Lu Nanfeng without face? At this moment, Lu Nanfeng refused to back down, his own master-level aura erupting. In an instant, two master-level auras clashed in the space, creating a series of sonic booms. Turner slightly trembled, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Lin Feng approached the large pit unhurried, observing Embiid, who despite enduring a blow of over 50 million force was still somewhat alive, not too badly injured. Lin Feng lifted Embiid with one hand, gripping his neck and raising him into the air, saying calmly, "Arrogant weren't you, just very arrogant. Do you know I've wanted to hit you for a long time, little thing? Jump, jump. Why aren't you jumping anymore?" Embiid's face turned cold, revealing a pallor. Lin Feng's strength far surpassed his. How could this guy surpass him by so much? Filled with astonishment, Embiid could not make sense of it, his head spinning. In his view, Lin Feng's strength had already entered the master tier. This guy was hiding too deeply. Embiid's face turned red, veins bulging, clearly suffering from Lin Feng's beating. Seeing this, Turner shouted, "Lin Feng, let Embiid go now." "I'll let him go. Sure." Lin Feng smiled lightly, then seized Embiid's head and slammed it hard against the ground. Bang! The ground where Lin Feng stood cracked apart, Embiid's head ringing as he nearly became dazed. Lin Feng, with an innocent smile, said, "I've let him go. Do you seniors have any strange requests?" Although this action seemed casual, he had utilized a 300 power increase, delivering 60 million force. That Embiid's head did not burst open was a miracle of the world. This guy truly was like a tough nut, Lin Feng thought to himself. Lin Feng, stop. That's enough. Whether it was Turner or the experts from the Western Alliance, upon seeing Lin Feng escalate matters, they immediately began to reprimand him. "You told me to let him go, and I've done as you requested. Oh, what else do you want?" Ignoring the furious gazes of Turner and the others, Lin Feng chuckled. "I've heard that many of you are masters. Is this all you've got? Masters, is this all?" Lin Feng laughed while ruthlessly trampling Embiid's face with his foot, the ground collapsing several meters. Embiid felt despair, cursing Lin Feng 1,000 times. This guy was tormenting him. So ruthless. At that moment, a bag fell from Embiid's body. Lin Feng picked it up and saw 6 red energy crystals inside. He took them out and said, "You wanted to share? Then let's share. I have no objections. These 6 red energy crystals will serve as my welcome gift." Watching Lin Feng pocket the red energy crystals that belonged to them, Turner and the others were left dumbfounded. "By the way, you can stay here and share. We at the Super Martial Arts Hall won't participate. After all, a piece or half a piece isn't worth it." Lin Feng wore a smile. Having already beaten Embiid into submission and collected 6 red crystals, he no longer needed to pursue the matter. After all, he was a generous person. "Lin Feng, how audacious. Do you dare to seize our red crystal?" The strong members of the Federation and the Western Alliance were displeased. This guy Lin Feng brazenly collected Enbide's red energy crystal right before their eyes, acting all righteous and aggrieved. What a shameless fellow. Ah, this is where your grammatical error lies. How can one say seize in matters of scholars? Lin Feng explained, "Initially you proposed to share, and now that we are opting out, aren't we saving you a great deal? Surely you wouldn't insist that we stay and share your red energy crystals, would you?" "No way. No way. How could that be acceptable? What do you mean share our crystals? It's sharing among everyone." "Sorry, I can't hear you." "You." Turner was on the verge of exploding. "I have never seen such an arrogant newcomer. Lin Feng, you have already violated the rules of the Master's realm." "Well, now you have." Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "If you're not satisfied, feel free to beat me up. I'm not that impressive, really. It would be best if you called in a few more masters and whatnot to surround me. I'm itching for a fight, come on." "You." Seeing Lin Feng's arrogant demeanor, Turner was infuriated, having run out of words to counter him. This guy was too slick with his tongue. Moreover, his strength was definitely above that of an ordinary master, and he might even be a transformation master. Just thinking about it was quite terrifying. They could not fall for Lin Feng's tricks. Oh, any rash action could lead to dire consequences. Federation Master, is this your level? You should go get a few black guys to carry your coffin back home. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Finally, Lin Feng spat at Invincible, and with a loud spit swaggered back to Lu Nanfeng's side. At that moment, Lu Nanfeng and the others felt a sense of relief. Oh, Lin Feng's impulsiveness was indeed immensely satisfying. He actually took out Invincible in an instant, and everyone looked at Lin Feng with newfound respect, his image becoming even more mysterious. They had no idea how this guy cultivated his strength was truly hard to fathom. Haha, Master Turner, we'll take our leave. First, no need to accompany us. At this time, Lu Nanfeng smiled at Turner, saying you all can stay here to share. We didn't gain much, so we feel ashamed to remain. Feel free to come to our super martial hall for tea sometime. Turner felt utterly humiliated, and at that moment Lin Feng stepped forward saying, Elder, remember, next time if you want to threaten me, make sure you know your own weight before acting, otherwise you'll leave empty-handed. Also, don't let me run into you again. If I do, I'll hit you every time. After saying this, Lu Nanfeng and Lin Feng boarded the battleship that had long been prepared and left Qian Island. Staring at the Huaxia battleship as it set sail, Turner and his group felt tremendous discomfort, their frustration palpable. They had intended to mock Huaxia, but ended up being tricked by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, without provocation, took out Invincible, showcasing absolute strength while humiliating him to his face. This guy was not to be trifled with. Impulsive and ruthless. Invincible was helped up from the pit, his face twisted in anger. Lin Feng, I will not let you off. Once I return, when my brother is back, we will seek justice from Huaxia. Turner's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Today, he and Lin Feng had completely become enemies. When his transformation brother returns, it will be the day Lin Feng pays the price. By then, the Super Martial Hall will not be able to help him. Back at the Super Martial Hall, Lin Feng and the others began to allocate the spoils from this treasure hunt. Lin Feng, you were the main force. Almost all the red energy crystals were excavated by you, so you take the lion's share, 90%. Lu Nanfeng laid out the distribution plan. The rest of us will split what's left. Hearing Lu Nanfeng's words, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. 90%. That's 128 pieces. Lin Feng thought to keep 128 pieces for himself. Oh, honestly, this share was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that getting 70% would be good enough, but Lu Nanfeng promised to give him 90% straight away. In the end, Lin Feng did not decline and accepted 128 pieces of red energy crystals, as he indeed needed them to enhance his strength. The remaining 15 pieces were to be divided among the 11 others, almost one piece for each. This yield was still acceptable to everyone. Usually only masters were qualified to enjoy the red energy crystals in the martial hall. Now that even platinum warriors got some, it was a good thing. Just after they finished dividing the red energy crystals, Lu Nanfeng suddenly furrowed his brow. The others looked at him in confusion, wondering if Turner dared to bring people to attack the headquarters of the Super Martial Hall. In the next moment, Lu Nanfeng revealed a hint of surprise, saying, haha, the Hall Master is out of seclusion. Let's go, Lin Feng, let's welcome the Hall Master. The Hall Master? Lin Feng and the others were deeply astonished. This legendary figure, known for a long time, was finally about to awaken. Following Lu Nanfeng, Lin Feng flew through the air and arrived at a secluded mountain range. At the mountain's peak, they could clearly see a human-built base. Lu Nanfeng and Lin Feng landed in front of the base, which seemed somewhat quiet and desolate. Seldom visited by man. Lu Nanfeng said, this is the private base of the giant. Ordinary people cannot step here. Only a select few from our Super Martial Hall are qualified to come. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not long after, an immense aura suddenly spread from the base, causing the surrounding flowers and trees to bow instantly, with fierce winds howling and clouds swirling. So powerful, Lin Feng muttered to himself. This aura was even more terrifying and intense than that of a transformation master. Just as Lin Feng's gaze slightly focused, the gate of the base opened, and a middle-aged man, wearing a red cloak of the Super Martial Hall, walked out from within. He was radiant and exuded an aura of dominance. Every gesture carried an irresistible pressure, as if he were the king of heaven and earth. The giant has emerged. We welcome the Hall Master out of seclusion. Upon seeing this person, Lu Nanfeng hurriedly bowed slightly, his expression excited, and Lin Feng also clasped his fists in respect. This person was a giant of the human race, the Hall Master of the Super Martial Hall, Lu Mubai. And behind Lu Mubai was another middle-aged man, wearing a purple cloak, his eyes like withered lightning radiating an overwhelming aura. Although his presence was lesser than Lu Mubai's, it was still significant. Congratulations, Giant Xiao, for emerging from seclusion. Lu Nanfeng also bowed to the man behind Lu Mubai named Xiao Quanglei. Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Two giants emerging together. Lu Mubai, Xiao Quanglei. These two are both giants of the human race in Huaxia. Xiao Quanglei is the headmaster of the Thunder Martial Hall. I never expected today to witness the grandeur of both giants. Truly, it is a stroke of immense luck. When Lin Feng was very small, still a child, he had already heard rumors about the giants of the human race. He knew that these giants were the backbone of humanity, the most formidable warriors in the world. They were true legends living in this world. Upon meeting the two giants Lu Mubai and Xiao Quanglei today, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Indeed, the world does not deceive me. These two giants are truly powerful. They seemed unfathomable, making Lin Feng feel exceedingly small. Standing before these two giants, he felt as if he was a bright moon against fireflies unable to shine in comparison. A feeling of inadequacy arose from his heart. Looking at Lu Nanfeng again, he noticed that even his demeanor had lowered a notch, as if he held immense respect for the giants of humanity, a respect that came from the heart. Lu Junjiang need not be too courteous, Lu Mubai, appearing to be in his 40s, said gently. He turned to Xiao Quanglei behind him and asked, Xiao, have you refined all 300 inferior crystals? Thanks to Brother Liu's guidance, I managed to refine 300 red crystals in a year. Haha, my strength has more than doubled now. Xiao Quanglei laughed heartily, giving an impression of generosity. For Lin Feng, he did not carry the demeanor of a giant at all. At this moment, both Lu Mubai and Xiao Quanglei noticed Lin Feng. Suddenly, both were taken aback, and Lu Mubai asked, Who is this? Master, this is Lin Feng, the new disciple we recruited this year for our super martial arts hall. Lu Nanfeng introduced Lin Feng with a hint of delight, saying, Lin Feng is a rare genius who appears once in a century. I can see that. Lu Mubai's gaze shifted lightly, somewhat satisfied. At this age to achieve the rank of master is indeed impressive. Even Xiao and I did not possess such talent. How peculiar. Xiao Quanglei looked at Lin Feng, unable to hide his astonishment. Young man, I have never seen such talent before. You two giants flatter me. It is merely luck, and I still have a long way to go, Lin Feng replied modestly, not allowing pride to swell within him. Haha, let's head back and see your true talent, Lin Feng. Lu Mubai laughed heartily, admiring Lin Feng even more. A super genius like Lin Feng is 10 times more formidable than they were in their youth. This lad's future will undoubtedly be anything but mediocre. He must be cultivated well. Brother Lu, I'll head back to the martial arts hall to take care of some matters, Xiao Quanglei said before leaping away like a rocket soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon, incredibly swift. Lin Feng was startled. Indeed, he was a giant. The speed of his flight was comparable to his own fastest speed, with the gale shield not at all inferior. So terrifying. At that moment, Lu Mubai also took to the skies, his physical body crossing the void, transforming into a streak of light much like a meteor. If Lu Mubai had not deliberately slowed down, Lu Nanfeng would not have been able to keep up, and Lin Feng's speed was also rapid, the enhancement from the gale shield surprising Lu Mubai. In less than a few minutes, the three returned to the Super Martial Arts Hall. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, Master. At this moment, hundreds of martial artists in the headquarters bowed to Lu Mubai, who nodded slightly and entered his office. Lin Feng, I heard you obtained a lot of red energy crystals. I'll lend you my private training room for your cultivation. Upon returning, Lu Mubai said with a smile, and Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. The master was not as imposing and aloof as he had imagined. Instead, he was particularly friendly towards him. Thank you, Master. Then Lin Feng inquired about the underground caves and red energy crystals. It turned out that red energy crystals were products from the underground caves, a special energy substance that could provide martial artists with a large amount of energy. Countless martial artists entered the underground caves to obtain red crystals and various resources. Most of the red crystals on the surface were left over from the time of the Great Catastrophe and have already been largely searched through. Lu Mubai said solemnly, I came out of seclusion this time to take you all into the underground caves to experience the environment there. By the way, Lin Feng, you are still a spirit master, right? Yes, Master, I am a spirit master. Lin Feng nodded, not hiding anything. That's good. You should absorb as much energy from the crystals as possible. The more you can absorb, the better. It is best to enhance your spiritual power, as the underground caves are very mysterious, and without strong spiritual power, it is hard to survive there. Lu Mubai instructed, we will set off for the underground caves in a week. Great. Lin Feng felt immense anticipation. He would finally get to experience the legendary underground caves. With over 100 red crystals in hand, Lin Feng walked into the specially crafted training room. He began to absorb the energy within the red crystals, waves of energy enveloping him, refining his body. Meanwhile, in the airspace at the border of Huaxia, hundreds of martial artists flew through the air, densely packed and dark, resembling migrating birds. The immense pressure made the entire Huaxia border feel the strain. If someone were to approach this group, they would be utterly astonished. For this group represented the highest level of the martial arts world from the Western Alliance and the African Alliance, with 6 masters and 25 platinum warriors flying together. Brother, that kid from the Super Martial Arts Hall not only snatched our red energy crystals, but also claimed that no one from our Western Alliance could stand against him. You must help us seek justice. While flying, Turner spoke to the man in black before him. The man in black had a gloomy gaze, cold as a black mamba, exuding an air of menace. This man was the leader of their Western Alliance, a renowned transformation master in the martial arts community Tranquil Fort. He was also the most established transformation master in the Western Alliance, and few in the world dared to cross him. Humph, just a mere commander from the Super Martial Arts Hall has bullied you all to this extent, though our Western Alliance's reputation has truly been tarnished. Tranquil Fort snorted coldly, and a few of them bowed their heads like quails, not daring to retort. Turner thought to himself that he would make Lin Feng pay for this. He would humiliate him in front of all of Huaxia to avenge the grudge from Thousand Islands continent. Suddenly a voice reached Tranquil Fort's ears. Brother Tranquil, come back quickly, the giant of Huaxia has awakened. What? Tranquil Fort immediately hit the brakes and stopped in midair. Upon seeing the message from his friend, he turned around and hurried back. Today's weather is not suitable for entering Huaxia. We should leave. Brother, what happened? Turner looked at Tranquil Fort in confusion. Do you still want revenge? The giants Lu and Xiao have emerged from seclusion. Are you trying to get me killed? Revenge? Forget it. Tranquil Fort scolded and swiftly turned to escape, cold sweat continuously beating on his forehead. The others, upon hearing this, instantly felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling. The giant has awakened. No one dared to linger any longer, each following Tranquil Fort in retreat. The awakening of the giant meant that they would be like mayflies attempting to shake a tree, surely to meet their demise. They must understand that this was a world-class powerhouse. With a single slap, he could send them flying from the Yangtze River to the Amazon River. The way they arrived was formidable, but their retreat was utterly disgraceful, leaving without a moment's hesitation. In the cultivation room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground. It was the third day since he entered, with 126 red energy crystals placed before him, while strands of energy continuously flowed into his body, greedily absorbed by Lin Feng. These red energies roamed and refined within Lin Feng's body, tirelessly enhancing his cellular molecules. The speed of absorption was maddening. Every moment, every second was maintained. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would certainly be terrified to the point of wetting their pants. Because Lin Feng's absorption speed was truly monstrous. Almost half of the red crystals piled in front of him had lost their luster, dimming significantly. Clearly, this small fraction of red crystals had already been absorbed, becoming defective. Lin Feng remained calm and continued to practice diligently. Days passed without the notion of time, and finally on the 7th day, as Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, the last crystal, emitting a faint glow among the pile, finally turned into waste. This also signified that Lin Feng had officially completed this round of cultivation, having refined all 126 red crystals. Is it over? Upon sensing the silence, Lin Feng opened his eyes, feeling an indescribable coolness, as if he had just consumed a mint candy. This sensation was beyond words. Lin Feng glanced at his attribute panel, and to his astonishment, his upgrade points had reached a terrifying 3 billion. 3 billion, really? Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This was far too much. It was no surprise, as he had only used 7 red crystals at the platinum level to gain over 400 million upgrade points. Now, with over 100 crystals absorbed at the master realm, the gains were reduced significantly, but 3 billion was still reasonable. Right, I should raise my mental realm first. After all, the curator mentioned going into the underground, and mental acuity is crucial. Lin Feng spoke to the system, upgrade my mental realm to master. Ding, command received, upgrading. With the command issued, in the next moment, Lin Feng's mental realm began to rise slowly like flowing water. Platinum 5 stars. Master. Boom. At the moment of breaking through to master, a buzzing sound filled Lin Feng's head, as if a balloon had exploded next to his ear, exceedingly piercing. It wouldn't damage my head, would it? With this sudden occurrence, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Damage elsewhere was fine, but if his head were compromised, that would be the end. However, after the sound subsided for a brief moment, Lin Feng's realm clarified, and all negative sensations were completely swept away. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, resembling the legendary golden eyes that could see through everything. It seemed that nothing could escape his gaze. Moreover, within a radius of over 10 kilometers from the headquarters building, he could perceive everything. If Lin Feng's mental power was like a small pond before, after entering the master realm, it transformed into an ocean. He could access all information, making it impossible for anything within nearly 10 kilometers to evade him. This was the true power of a mental master. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that as long as he wished, he could easily lift a 50 or 60-story building with his mental power. After breaking through to master, the upgrade points he spent were considerable. Continuously enhancing 2 realms had already consumed nearly 20 billion upgrade points. There were still 11 billion upgrade points remaining on the attribute panel. It must be said that advancing the mental realm was indeed much more challenging than the cultivation realm. Thinking about how many billions of upgrade points would be required to advance to the realm of transformation in the future, Lin Feng shook his head. Just as he was lamenting his financial emptiness, a voice startled him. Ding, detecting that the mental realm has reached the passing line, gaining lightning attribute. Do you wish to awaken the lightning attribute? Lightning attribute. What is that? Hearing the system suddenly mention this, Lin Feng was immediately puzzled. However, he didn't think much of it. The lightning attribute was probably a good thing. Awaken it. Awakening lightning attribute requires deducting 1 billion upgrade points. Proceed with deduction. Deduct. With a firm resolve, Lin Feng did not hesitate and boldly proceeded with the awakening. Ding, lightning attribute is awakening. Ding, lightning attribute has been awakened. As the words finished, Lin Feng's body emitted crackling sounds, as if he had become the lightning king Yang, possessing the ability to control lightning at any moment. It's easy. Lin Feng extended his hand, and with a thought, a ball of blue lightning appeared in his palm, the tangible lightning visible to the naked eye, making Lin Feng laugh. Haha, I didn't expect that. I have already mastered the power of lightning. He quickly glanced at his attribute panel. Host Lin Feng. Speed, 500 milliseconds. Strength, 200,000 kg. Storage space, small space. Mental Realm Master 050. Cultivation, Realm Master 050. Upgrade points, 169,00711. Attributes: Lightning, low-level explosive power 400. Martial skills: Divine Dragon Spear Technique Mastery, Realm unable to enhance attack 80. Extreme Explosion Fist Technique Perfection, Realm base attack 300. Swift Wind Step Technique Minor Success, Realm 050. Base speed 40. Thunder Sword Technique Perfection, Realm sword attack 380. 400% explosive power. Lin Feng was stunned. Was the lightning attribute really this overbearing? With one strike, wouldn't that unleash 80 million in power? Moreover, lightning was not a physical attack. As long as there was a conductor, it could be transmitted, and with a careless mistake, one could be electrocuted, making it akin to a large-scale attack. Best for fighting in groups. Lin Feng tried, gathering a bolt of lightning in his palm, gazing at the blue electricity, feeling the impulse to throw it out. However, he ultimately restrained himself. If he accidentally destroyed the headquarters building, it would be a big deal. After preparing everything, Lin Feng found he no longer had upgrade points to advance his cultivation realm, so he exited his seclusion. Outside, Lu Mubai and others happened to be in the office. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge from the cultivation room, they asked Lin Feng, "Your timing is impeccable. Today marks exactly the 7th day. By the way, how many red crystals did you absorb? You can save the others for later. There's no rush. After all, the energy in these things remains constant, and with your more than 100 crystals conservatively estimated, they could last 2 to 3 years. Considering Lin Feng was a mental master, Lu Mubai believed his absorption speed would be faster than that of ordinary martial artists, so he thought Lin Feng could finish within 3 years. 3 to 5 years. Curator, I have already absorbed all my red crystals in these few days. Lin Feng replied sincerely. What? Lu Mubai and Lu Nanfeng stood up from their chairs, looking at him as if he were a stranger, excitedly asking Lin Feng, "You're not joking, are you? You mean to say you've refined all 100 plus red crystals?" "Yes, they're all right here." Seeing their shocked and disbelieving expressions, Lin Feng brought out the dull red crystals before them. Now Lu Mubai and the others were utterly stunned. Even this giant took over a year to refine 100 red crystals. Yet Lin Feng managed to complete it in just 7 days. What kind of terrifying existence was he? Lu Mubai scrutinized Lin Feng with a skeptical gaze, finding it hard to believe. He realized he had underestimated this newly joined super genius and firmly believed that Lin Feng would surpass both himself and Lei in the future, even reaching the level of those old monsters in the underground and shouldering the banner of humanity. There was no excessive shock. The surprises Lin Feng brought to them were simply too many. They were at a loss as to how to face the impact of such surprises. "We are about to enter the underground cavern, Lin Feng. Do you need to prepare anything?" "I am ready." Lin Feng had a storage space and had taken quite a few pills from the Luot family last time, which should be sufficient. At his level as a warrior, there was no need for him to eat, so he didn't need to bring any food. "All right, everyone, let's set off." 4 figures streaked across the sky, and Lin Feng followed Lu Mubai to a heavily guarded base outside of Yinjing. This base was made entirely of alloy, employing the highest technology for patrol systems to provide maximum defense. Before entering, identity verification was required. At the entrance of the base, after a round of infrared scanning that identified the warrior's identity, they were finally allowed inside. The reason for this measure was to prevent ordinary people from slipping in and leaking information about the underground cavern. Of course, someone like Lu Mubai, a giant in the field, did not need to be scanned, and no one dared to impersonate him. Walking through a corridor lined with laser guns, Lin Feng felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. It was said that the underground cavern was extremely dangerous, and no one knew what lay within. This underground cavern was discovered 2 years ago. We humans have temporarily controlled the entrances, but have not fully seized control. Our mission this time is to try to conquer the city within this underground cavern. Lu Mubai continued as he walked. Lin Feng, once inside, aside from familiar warriors, do not trust any other warriors, especially those from abroad. It's best to avoid any contact. The environment inside is not like the outside. Human hearts are hard to read. Lu Mubai spoke seriously, and a screen appeared before Lin Feng. He continued, the appearance of the beings in the underground cavern is similar to ours, but one key difference is that their blood is blue. Their language is also different, and many of them are stronger than humans. You must be careful, do not underestimate or take them lightly. Lin Feng nodded, indicating his understanding, and he was becoming increasingly interested in the underground cavern. Also, once inside the cavern, all firearms will become ineffective, guns, bombs, and so forth cannot be used. So amazing. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. It is indeed amazing, Lu Mubai replied with a faint smile. There are even more wonders awaiting you. Once you enter, you will understand. Until you experience it yourself, no amount of explanation will suffice. Lin Feng nodded, inwardly agreeing with this reasoning. Finally, after spending a little over a minute, they arrived at the end of the corridor. At the end stood 2 rows of armed soldiers guarding a high-tech alloy door, alert and watchful. Lin Feng deliberately scanned the area and discovered that these soldiers were all warriors. It seemed the authorities really took the underground cavern seriously. We have seen the giant, the soldiers said, glancing at Lu Mubai with admiration, and then they took out a card to swipe and opened the alloy door. The alloy door slowly opened, revealing what looked like a teleportation array inside. Step onto it, Lu Mubai instructed, stepping onto the platform himself. Lin Feng followed, and after all 4 were on, Lu Nanfeng took out a piece of broken red crystal and placed it into a slot on the platform. Transmitting. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng felt a flash of white in his eyes, as if his body were caught in a tornado spinning violently. However, this situation didn't last long, and the 4 of them soon found themselves in an underground world. This world was reminiscent of ancient times, Lin Feng and the others seemed to be in a relatively flat wilderness, while the sky was overcast with no sun in sight. Is there even a sky here? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Isn't this an underground cavern? Why does it feel like they've crossed over? This is truly marvelous. What's so surprising? This is the underground world, not a basement. You need to understand the difference between the two, Lu Mubai said as a group of figures approached. Big brother, we have discovered several new energy sources. Should we go seize them? The newcomers were none other than Xiao Quanglei and the experts from the Thunder Martial Arts School. Some of them were grandmasters. This lineup would be enough to dominate outside. Yet there were so many grandmasters clustered together in the underground cavern. Good, we are in need of red crystals, Lu Mubai nodded, and then looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, your strength is considerable, you don't need to go with them. You can accompany Lu Junjiang to hunt in City No. 11. Xiao, my brother, we will split into 2 groups, Lu Mubai and Xiao Quanglei each led several experts away from the original location. At this moment, Lu Nanfeng took Lin Feng to City No. 11. On the way, Lin Feng noticed that the speed of flight had slowed considerably, as if swimming through water, causing him to express his surprise. Lu Nanfeng said, don't fly, the consumption of blood energy is immense here, nearly 3 times that of the outside. Lin Feng nodded, realizing the truth in this. Along the way, through inquiries, Lin Feng learned that the cities within the underground cavern were named numerically for easier remembrance. After nearly 30 minutes of travel, Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at City No. 11, which indeed resembled an ancient city constructed of thick bricks and towering 20 meters high. On the city walls, there were even Huaxiao warriors stationed, some even wielding swords and knives, creating a strong sense of ceremony. Ilgo asked them to open the gate. Just as Lu Nanfeng was about to speak, suddenly the gate opened and 8 warriors stepped out from inside. Lu Junjiang. Master Shin, where are you headed? Lu Nanfeng looked at the elder in front, who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s with graying hair, yet he was exceptionally spirited, not at all resembling an elderly person, but rather possessing the authority of a grandmaster. Shin Baiyang said, we discovered underground warriors in the wasteland west of City No. 13, and we are going to provide support. Lu Junjiang, would you like to join us? Moreover, there will be a share of red crystals. All right. Lu Nanfeng agreed without hesitation, as they were all old acquaintances. In times of need, they would certainly help each other. Furthermore, being able to share red crystals was not a bad thing at all. By the way, this young man is coming to the underground for the first time. Is he all right? Master Shun, he is even stronger than I am. If he can't handle it, he will have to manage somehow. Lu Nanfeng chuckled, at which point one of the platinum warriors beside Shin Baiyang said, how, which of these newcomers isn't scared out of their wits during their first battle? Just don't hold us back. All right, enough of that. We are all Huaxiao people, well, let's go together. It will also allow him to witness and gain experience, Shin Baiyang stated, and everyone found it hard to openly exclude Lin Feng, so they set off together. Lin Feng didn't mind. There was no need to create a tense atmosphere right from the start. Soon they arrived at the wasteland near City No. 13. This was a desolate forest, and upon their arrival a battle was erupting within. Hurry and provide support. Hearing the sounds of fighting, Shun Baiyang, Lu Nanfeng, and the others rushed in. Lin Feng glanced over and saw a human warrior being blasted away by a tall warrior with a single punch exploding on the spot. It seems the opponent has quite a few strong fighters. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. In the next moment, a figure dashed in front of Lin Feng. The figure was almost indistinguishable from a human. Upon seeing Lin Feng, it began chattering in an unintelligible language. Coolly, are you in a hurry? Lin Feng replied, GG. Samida. The other party responded with a confused expression. Due to the language barrier, the figure immediately recognized Lin Feng as a human warrior, transforming its hand into a sharp blade and lunging at Lin Feng, chanting, Coolly Kakasala. Damn, who knows what you're saying? Lin Feng didn't bother with further conversation, throwing a punch and sending the figure flying before it could reach him. Boom. Ding killed a golden warrior, upgrade points 1000. The golden warriors of these underground caves possess considerable strength. However, the experience points from defeating them are rather mediocre, comparable to those of the beasts in the outside world. Lin Feng felt somewhat disappointed as he had initially expected to gain significant rewards. Over there, two groups of people were already locked in fierce combat, fighting fiercely, with many collapsing to the ground. As expected, Shun Baiyang and Lu Nanfeng demonstrated their mastery. The two quickly gained the upper hand on the battlefield, as if moving through an uninhabited realm, controlling the situation. Kurikasha. As Lin Feng observed the battle, suddenly several humans from the underground seemed to have noticed him, and 7 or 8 warriors rushed towards him. These warriors, armed with long blades, moved with remarkable speed, swiftly closing in on Lin Feng, their massive blades descending without hesitation. Kurikasha. Lin Feng mimicked the phrase naturally, not intending to be captured easily. He unleashed his mental energy, sending out 7 shadow blades spinning and striking. Sizzle. Before those large blades could fall, a group of underground warriors was brutally slaughtered, reduced to a state akin to sashimi. Ding killed a silver warrior, experience points 300. Ding killed a silver warrior. Silver warriors. Lin Feng was taken aback. His opponents were becoming increasingly weaker. Looking over, he noticed that the opposing side had a considerable number of platinum warriors stationed, ruthless and vicious, having already killed several human warriors. If not for the support of Lu Nanfeng and Shun Baiyang, the human warriors from the 13 cities would have likely been annihilated. Lin Feng was no idle bystander. Upon joining the battle, he quickly cleared the underground warriors, with 7 or 8 platinum warriors being torn apart by Lu Nanfeng and Shun Baiyang. The crisis averted. Quick searched their bodies for any red crystals. After the killing, everyone was too tired to rest and began to clean up the battlefield. A total of 9 red crystals. After the final sweep, they had collected 9 red crystals. At this time, a platinum warrior from the 13 cities said, Master Shin, General Lu, we are grateful for your timely arrival, otherwise we would have been in serious trouble this time. The remaining few expressed their lingering fears while also conveying their gratitude to Shun Baiyang and Lu Nanfeng. Shun Baiyang, being realistic, replied, we take 60 of the red crystals, and you take 40. Sound fair? Naturally fair. The platinum warrior agreed, understanding that in the underground it was all about resources. One couldn't criticize others for being pragmatic. Without resources, most people would be reluctant to assist you unless they were very good friends. A platinum warrior who had previously criticized Lin Feng shot him a glance, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Feng receiving a share of the red crystals. For a newcomer like Lin Feng to receive a share on his first visit was quite a stretch. However, he did not express his thoughts. Just then Lin Feng furrowed his brow tightly, sensing a wave of dangerous energy. He suddenly exclaimed, not good, we have a formidable enemy. PSH, what formidable enemy? The strong ones were just killed by us, you just sat back and watched. The platinum warrior finally found an opportunity to taunt Lin Feng, crossing his arms with a sneer. However, before he could finish his sentence, a series of footsteps echoed around them, thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, hundreds of underground warriors surged from all directions, gradually encircling Lin Feng and the others. Lu Nanfeng and Shun Baiyang's expressions tightened instinctively. Suddenly Shun Baiyang's face changed, and he exclaimed, this is bad. They have a transformation realm master. Not just that there are at least 4 or more masters, they must have been scheming all along. We have fallen into their trap. Lu Nanfeng gritted his teeth, shocked that the enemy had ambushed them here. Looking at the human warriors, besides Lu Nanfeng and Shun Baiyang, the others were merely at the platinum and golden levels. Of course, Lin Feng was also a dual-core master, but everyone else besides Lu Nanfeng was unaware. In an instant, over 10 human warriors felt a sense of urgency, sensing calamity approaching. The fact that the enemy could surround them indicated they were well prepared, and deploying a transformation realm master was rare in such a small underground city. Lin Feng, however, did not feel overly anxious. Aside from having stronger defenses, the underground warriors were not fundamentally different from human warriors. With his strength, he should be able to win easily. Kurikasha. At this moment, among the underground warriors, a transformation realm master dressed in military attire commanded his subordinates, and with a single order, over 100 warriors launched an assault on the human warriors. We're doomed. Oh, we might end up dead here. What bad luck. Oh, I should have known not to come. What's the use in saying that? We need to find a way to break out. That's the only way. Others were in a panic, but only Shun Baiyong remained calm. He glanced at Lu Nanfeng and said, General Lu, deal with the transformation realm master, he'll handle the rest. We'll escape as many as we can. All right. Lu Nanfeng nodded. At this point, the two groups had already engaged in battle. A commander-level transformation realm master immediately entangled, with Lu Nanfeng seemingly sensing Lu Nanfeng's transformation realm aura. Others were fighting their own battles, with Shun Baiyong engaged with a master. Lin Feng decided not to sit idly by, though if he continued to watch, the human warriors would soon be wiped out. Kill. He summoned his Thunder Knight, just as several mixed golden and platinum warriors surged towards him. These underground warriors attacked fiercely, targeting Lin Feng directly. Lin Feng swept out with his sword, producing a thunderous explosion boom. In an instant, 7 or 8 underground warriors fell to the ground lifeless. The other underground warriors, noticing Lin Feng's formidable strength, all turned to look. Soon 5 platinum warriors joined forces to strike, understanding the need to eliminate the strong first. Curry, are you scared? Curry your head. The enemy shouted something, but Lin Feng completely could not understand. Once Thunder Knight was unleashed under the onslaught of the Thunder Sword technique, how could they stand a chance? With a single sword strike, 5 figures were blasted apart, instantly severed into multiple pieces. Blue blood splattered on the ground, like paint, leaving Lin Feng somewhat astonished. Indeed, they were blue blood beings. Damn, so fierce. The other human warriors who were fighting hard were taken aback upon witnessing Lin Feng's lethal strike. Especially the platinum warrior who had previously looked down on Lin Feng, who almost wet himself in fear. Lin Feng had actually killed a platinum warrior in a single strike. This guy was truly a hidden dragon. On this side, upon realizing Lin Feng's extraordinary prowess, the underground warriors finally took him seriously. After 2 masters had killed 5 or 6 human warriors, they finally turned their attention towards Lin Feng. Swish, swish, swish. The terrifying aura of vitality erupted, startling the crowd. Shun Baiyong, who was engaged with a master, raised an eyebrow and warned, Kid, if you don't want to die, run fast. Having been entangled by the enemy's master, escaping seemed unlikely. However, instead of fleeing, Lin Feng took a step forward and charged towards the 2 underground masters. Run. In Lin Feng's dictionary, the words escape have never existed since the moment he was born. To him, the 2 masters are nothing but delicacies, points for leveling up. He was too excited to even consider escaping. The 2 masters from the abyss were coming together, taking Lin Feng very seriously, their blood chi surging with immense pressure. One of them unleashed a fierce punch directly targeting Lin Feng's face, the visible pressure causing Lin Feng's eyes to flicker. Extreme Burst Divine Fist. He wasted no time launching the Extreme Burst Divine Fist, and the moment their fists collided, both were sent flying backward. Such a strong blood chi. Lin Feng was greatly alarmed. The opponent's blood chi was overwhelmingly rich, far surpassing that of outside martial artists. The abyss martial artists were indeed not to be underestimated. Before Lin Feng could think too much, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind him, the second master coming to attack. This person wielded a white spear, unexpectedly appearing behind Lin Feng and thrusting it out with incredible speed. Just as he thought he had succeeded, a shield appeared behind Lin Feng. Bang! The spear struck the shield, unable to penetrate, and was unexpectedly blocked. Curry Wuji. The master was clearly taken aback, astonished that there was a weapon capable of withstanding a master's strike. Incredible. He seemed to grow angry, and the spear lunged toward Lin Feng again. But Lin Feng was no fool. He had already reacted, summoning the Zilong Golden Spear, calmly saying, Do you have the qualifications to play with guns? With the Zilong Golden Spear in hand, the 2 spear blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Instantly, a clanging sound echoed as Lin Feng unleashed the Dragon God Spear technique to its fullest, an 80% increase in attack power, enough to trouble his opponent. Swish! A spear shadow, powerful and heavy, broke through the opponent's spear, aiming directly at the core. The master's gaze trembled, hastily discarding his spear and retreating rapidly from the danger zone. Thinking of escaping, is that possible? Just as Lin Feng prepared to pursue the advantage, another overwhelming punch surged toward him, moving with lightning speed. Seeking death. The tip of Lin Feng's Zilong Golden Spear twisted, a murderous intent building up as the sharp spearhead collided with the fist. Bang! However, to Lin Feng's surprise, his Zilong Golden Spear was actually shattered by a single punch. Yet, even in its destruction, it caused considerable trouble for the opponent, deep blue blood marks appeared on the master's fist, the wound torn open, and his expression twisted in pain. "Curry, can you just shut up?" Just as the master was about to erupt in anger, Lin Feng ignored his nonsense, his footsteps trembling as he appeared before him with an even more bizarre speed. The extreme burst divine fist slammed down without courtesy. The opponent hurriedly raised his palm to defend, but the clash sent a figure flying backward violently. Boom. At that moment, the hill of the desolate forest was flattened by him, causing a significant tremor. Lin Feng gave him no chance to retaliate, seizing the moment to appear before him in a second, swinging his fist to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Thus a scene unfolded. Lin Feng pinned down the Abyss Master frantically, pummeling him, leaving the opponent with no means to fight back. This sight stunned all the Abyss martial artists. A human martial artist was this fierce. It was beyond their imagination. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Feng was engaged in a fierce battle with a transformation master, the explosive sounds echoing through the skies with earth-shattering blasts. Those below could feel the terrifying blood qi spreading, impacting their hearts. Similarly, the battle between Shen Baiyang and another Abyss Master had reached a boiling point. The two exchanged blows and outsiders could not intervene. After severely injuring one Abyss Master, another one he had repelled quickly charged back in, seemingly coming to rescue. But at this moment, Lin Feng had completely exploded with power, leaping onto the Gale shield and arriving before the master, swinging his sword down fiercely, channeling the power of thunder to slash the master. The master was taken aback, completely unprepared for a human martial artist to be this fast, surpassing many others. Having lost his weapon, he could only resist with his bare hands, forming a fist qi across his arms, a faint yellow light appearing before his arm, trying to resist Lin Feng's sword with bare hands. Break! With a loud shout, an overwhelming force surged like a tide, crashing down upon the master. In an instant, his arms were sliced in half like radishes, a crisp sound ringing out. Off. Instantly, even the fiercest Abyss Master could not help but let out a wail, retreating like a stray dog, having lost all will to fight, backing up several dozen feet. Yet how could Lin Feng give him the chance to live? The Gale shield swiftly pursued, and the Thunder sword slashed again. Swish! The Abyss Master, who had turned his back to Lin Feng, was brutally cleaved in two by this sword. From his head down to his lower body, he was split in half, dying with eyes wide open. Ding! Killed Master Martial Artist. Level up points 600,000. Quick kills yield quick rewards. Lin Feng returned to the small hill, delivering several sword strikes to the still-breathing Abyss Master before finally receiving level up points. Ding! Killed Master Martial Artist. Level up points 700,000. 1 for 600,000, 1 for 700,000. That's not a small amount. After all, Lin Feng was now a dual-core master, his apparent strength far surpassing these ordinary masters. The other Abyss martial artists, realizing that two masters had been killed by the same person, instantly wilted, their fighting spirit diminished. Lin Feng continued to plunge into the crowd of martial artists, slaying one after another. In less than a minute, nearly 70 to 80 golden and platinum martial artists had fallen beneath his sword. This shocked the human martial artists, their hearts convulsing, unsure of what to say. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with utmost admiration. After the siege was lifted, Lin Feng glanced at the sky. The battle above had also concluded, and after a loud bang, a figure fell from the sky. Bang! The moment he landed, the ground cracked open, as if a heavy iron block had smashed down, creating a pit. Lin Feng took a glance. Thankfully, it was not Lin Feng who had landed, but the Abyss Transformation Master. At this moment, Lin Feng's blood qi was greatly depleted, his face slightly pale, revealing that this battle was not easy. On the other side, Shen Baiyang and the last Abyss Master were evenly matched. Seeing this, Lin Feng joined the battle, finding the opportunity to stab the opponent's heart from behind with his sword. Ding! Killed Master Martial Artist. Level up points 650,000. Ultimately, this battle ended without great peril. Lin Feng killed 3 masters instantly, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Feng, you are too fierce. I didn't expect you to achieve mastery at such a young age. Shen Baiyang expressed immense gratitude to Lin Feng. Old man truly admires you greatly. Senior Lin Feng, I was blind before and offended you. Please forgive me, don't take offense. At this moment, the platinum martial artist, who had previously looked down on Lin Feng, hastily bowed and apologized, addressing him as senior, showing utmost respect.